We did not go back on time after coming out for so long. The teacher would definitely think of something, especially when we were in a hostile state with the masters of Delmer. So I think the teacher must have come out to the construction site to look for us. I said, "Is that right, teacher?" Jiang Cheng was surprised. If Ba Ludi gets serious, his mind will be very bright. Unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng's expression aroused the dissatisfaction of Ba Ludi. She frowned and asked her teacher, "Teacher, what do you mean by this expression?" Jiang Cheng didn't expect his expression to cause trouble. He said in amazement, I'm just surprised now." Yanren covered her mouth and smiled happily. Only then did Jiang Cheng realize that he had missed what he said, but what he said was the water that went out, and what he said could not be recovered. Ba Ludi refused to give up, and after tangling with Ruo Jiang Cheng and Hu Tong, he continued with Ran's persuasion. The teacher knew that we would always go to the construction site every day to do something to help the victims, so we did not go back in time. The teacher would definitely go there to guide us. Through the victims, the teacher can know what happened here, and with the teacher's IQ, he must immediately know what is going on and guess who is behind it. Ma Ran put up a big shoulder towards Ba Luqian. Ba Lulu laughed, lightly leaned on her shoulder, and closed her eyes comfortably. "Okay, I know so much." The teacher should express surprise again. She blanked Jiang Cheng with dissatisfaction. "Teacher, in your mind, am I that?" Jiang Cheng shook his head quickly and denied. "This female disciple of his is not a strong person. Jizhai is not as strong as she looks soft and weak on the outside, but her heart is extremely strong, and sometimes Jizhai uses attachment to describe her. Ba Ludi is different. She looks cold on the outside, but she doesn't look like her inside. Just 2 days ago, when she was practicing spiritual power, Ba Lu didn't know whether it was because she didn't understand the cultivation door correctly, or a certain skill she had learned before had a conflict. After breaking through the first-level spiritual power, in a long time, he has never broken through the second order. But Ran, who had started a period of time earlier than her, had already broken through the third stage of spiritual power cultivation and was about to enter the fourth stage. The stagnation of his mental power makes Ba Ludi very warm. Jiang Cheng's touching is extremely sensitive. He lives in the room next to them. In the dead of night, he can reach Ba Ludi and cry. "Sheng," he ran softly, understood her voice. Through this incident, Jiang Cheng found that Ba Ludi was far from what she was on the surface. If she wanted to, she was not only weak, but also feeling after all. Fortunately, she had the companion of Ran by her side, and the two of them were not only complementary. Moreover, even after such a short period of time, the friendship between the two of them is still very deep. Regarding the spiritual cultivation of Ba Lu, Jiang Cheng heard Yan Ran enlighten Ba Lu more than once. In his spare time, he also saw the serious analysis of Ba Lu wrong, why he could not break through the spiritual power training. Second order, because in her first order training, she was very relaxed. The difference between the first order and the second order is not very big. Jiang Cheng didn't know how Ba Luluo broke through the second level of spiritual power cultivation, but he knew that Ran helped her a lot. Now, Ba Luluo leaned on Ran's fan, closed her eyes comfortably, and fell into a dazzling state. Then she moved her body, trying hard to make Ba LV more comfortable, and her fingers gently smoothed in Ba LV's long golden hair. For a while, the cabin became quiet. "Teacher, did you go directly to those experts on the planet Delmer later?" Still broke the silence. Jiang Cheng nodded. "Anyway, it's also idle, and it's not bad to chat for a while." As Ba Luluo said, "You didn't come back when the time was up. I knew something must have happened." Jiang Cheng said, "So I went to the construction site to look for you, and then the historians told me what happened." When Jiang Cheng knew what was going on here, he immediately judged that this was a trick, and the two masters of Delmer must be inseparable from this matter. However, Jiang Cheng was not so worried about his two disciples. He knew that these experts in Delma didn't want to kill them, but they were still very jealous of him. In the first battle, there was only a person with a normal IQ, and he should have been deeply impressed by his tyranny in the battle. Moreover, after the incident, his arrogant protection of the two female disciples also opened his eyes to the masters of Delmer. He showed a very domineering appearance in front of those masters, and would do anything if he didn't agree with him. No matter what he was in high-ranking people, with big ears and scratching, just hit all of them, making those enemies have to think more about before they start to fight them. If they can't catch them all, what kind of revenge they will face. Jiang Cheng drove the transportation spacecraft to the place where the gunboat stayed. During this time, he happened to chat with his disciples about what had just happened. Jiang Cheng learned from the victims that Ma Ran and Baludi had a conflict with a group of people they did not know. According to what they said, facing this group of thugs, Yan Ran and Ba Luluo had to use weapons. Do not fall under the wind. Jiang Cheng knew that these thugs were not ordinary people, and they must have come prepared. Jiang Cheng himself has walked in the universe for so many years, and his experience is very rich. Coupled with his own superb vision, he certainly knows the strength of his two female disciples. He absolutely didn't believe that a random group of people could force his disciples to use weapons. If his disciples randomly come to a group of people, they can fight them with nothing but parry, but no fight back. He, the teacher, and his disciple are looking for a piece of tofu and hit him to death. It's just right, just in the gap between the two sides fighting. It's really clever. Then they shot and imitated a mob, and then took both sides to the team. In Jiang Cheng's eyes, it was even more of a parrot team. Everything before was just acting, no matter how realistic the show was. If it wasn't realistic, Yanren and Ba Ludi would never go with them at all. The scenes that are true to them are false. It's just that the scene that was shown to them both had a lot of money. In order to make them believe, they actually used real swords and guns and bleeds. But having said that, if that weren't the case, Yan Ran would not be confused by them. The group of people took away the people from both sides. Those people don't know where they went. Jiang Cheng began to look for Ma Ran and Ba Ludi, although he didn't know where the two of them were now. He was not the kind of person who walked all the way to inquire all the way. So he went directly to the old mansion of Delmer Planet. The planet Delmer is so big, it's impossible for him to find two people in such a big place. It's no different from finding a needle in a haystack. It takes time and effort. But the mansion of the boss of Delmer is different. It doesn't have long legs and will never run around. So Jiang Cheng went directly to the old mansion. The old mansion is not easy to enter. So when Jiang Cheng came to the door of the old mansion and told a scholar on duty that he wanted to see the boss, the scholar said that the boss was not free, and he ignored him step on Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng is also a real person. It is normal that the boss is not available. After all, he is the boss, but I am different. I am not a bird boss. I have time. Since he is busy and he can't come, then I'll go find him. Jiang Chengpo walked towards the old mansion. This was terrible. Immediately, all the scholars in the old mansion of Losing Weiwei rose up like a big enemy, and all their guns were aimed at Jiang Cheng. Japanese letter, a scholar shouted to him, "Get out of the old mansion immediately or else kill him." As if he hadn't heard it, Jiang Cheng continued to the old mansion. With a gunshot, Jiang Cheng's body appeared to be protected. Although in the eyes of the scholars, the light beam hit him, he still continued to move forward without incident. All the guns fired at Jiang Cheng together. Countless beams hit Jiang Cheng's body, and the protection bounced those beams away. For a while, Jiang Cheng's body was completely covered by the light of various colors. The enemy's unbridled attack on Huey annoyed Jiang Cheng. His mind moved slightly, and the people who shot at him suddenly lost their target. This sudden change left the scholars confused for a while. They stood up from the shooting position, stretched their heads, and looked everywhere for the suddenly disappeared target. Jiang Cheng's figure suddenly appeared, but this time he is no longer the target of the scholars, and the scholars' Japanese letter is his goal. After sending 2 laser guns from the scholar's hand, Jiang Cheng took more than a dozen grenades in his pocket, and Jiang Cheng began to counterattack. His figure flashed randomly in the old mansion, and his muzzle shot deadly light anytime and anywhere. He waved it at will, and each grenade would explode accurately among the enemies. Where have those scholars met someone like Jiang Cheng? Some of them hold head rats, and some horns are tucked away in hidden corners. The dead natives are motionless, and imitation taxis people kept rolling on the ground. The entire old mansion has become hell. Soon a scholar with enough brains discovered that the intruder seemed to open fire casually, but the actual situation was that he would hit anyone if he attacked him. So gradually, the gunfire of the scholars subsided. Since no one shot him again, and no bad-minded scholar dared to stop him from entering the old mansion at this time, Jiang Cheng took the gun and walked into the old mansion like that. The scholars guarding the old mansion have suffered from Jiang Cheng, but other people, such as those agents of the old mansion, have not yet. So while they cursed the scholars who guarded the Zirong mansion for being timid and without the blood of the team, they attacked Jiang Cheng. On the way, Jiang Cheng went to the boss's office. This is Jiang Cheng's second visit to the boss, so he can be said to be familiar with the road. Agents have been constantly attacking Jiang Cheng in different ways, and in Jiang Cheng's eyes, these agents are even more inconsequential and boring than the scholars. Although they died and were imitated under Jiang Cheng one by one, they seemed to be frenzied, and one by one, they rushed towards Jiang Cheng in a crazy 057. Although Jiang Cheng is not willing to kill more people, he is a human, and he generally does not kill. He is not a householder. He is not a dog and a chicken. But since those agents do not take their own sacrifices for good, they cannot be anxious. I wanted to die patiently, then Jiang Cheng had to force himself. As long as they attack Jiang Cheng will not let them escape his counterattack. Come one to die, one pair to die. Jiang Cheng used various methods to end the lives of those agents. In the process of killing, his face was indifferent, his eyes were calm, and the agents were inferior to livestock in his eyes. Whether it is a man or woman or an old man, or whether they are agents or ordinary office workers, as long as they attack him, they will often have only one end, and that is death. Of course, there will be exceptions, such as those who are seriously injured. Jiang Cheng can only say heartfelt hugs to those who are struggling and dying on the ground constantly. Jiang Cheng strolled in the old mansion, as leisurely as walking in a leisurely courtyard. In the boss's office, several people are watching the surveillance with the boss. Their cold sweat can't help falling from their heads, especially the boss and the highest boss of the team. The others have seen their fear and despair. The forceful hand held Agent Puo's hand. Together with the head he held in his hand, slowly pulled out. The agent was horrified to find that the head was slowly approaching his heart. The big beads of sweat ran away on the agent's face, and he exhausted all his strength to fight with that hand. It's just that his resistance seemed so ridiculous and so weak, he could only watch quietly as Bishu slowly left his heart. No, please, please. The agent finally couldn't help being afraid of death. He started crying and begging for mercy. Please, let me go. No, no, no. The voice of Shangxi's exhaustion suddenly stopped, and the remaining voice turned into meaningless characters in his room, slowly but firmly inserted into his heart. The agent suddenly lost his strength, his body softened, and the head was deeply inserted into his heart, leaving only the handle of the head outside. The agent died, and he could not hear the words Jiang Cheng left in his ear. Now, Hume, it's late. With a plop, Jiang Cheng let go of the still warm body of the agent and let him fall to the ground. As soon as he revealed his figure, a few beams of light hit him. Although the agents are all veterans who have been fighting for a long time, when they face such an inhuman and inhuman expert, their hearts are held in the air. The cruel killings in front of them are always reminding them of their upcoming end. After all, they are still human beings. Since they are human beings, it is inevitable that some people have shortcomings. Fear always pervades their hearts. Their madness is not so much to protect the boss, but to protect themselves. Several agents who fired at Jiang Cheng were surprised to find that the target, which was still some distance away from them, had suddenly appeared by their side. They hurriedly turned their guns, but although their movements were fast, Jiang Cheng's movements were even faster to the extreme. With a sound of a loud slap on the face of an agent, the agent was beaten out, and his body was rolling in midair. If the remaining agents at this time were willing to watch him, you will find that his carved neck has dropped softly, forming a weird angle with his body. The body did not fall in midair. Jiang Cheng grabbed the hand of another agent. One by one, only half of the cry was made. Jiang Cheng took his chin, and the remaining half of his cry was deeply compassionate into his stomach. Shaking his head upward, Jiang Chengyi lifted the agent in the air, and the agent's head and the ceiling were together. The head was resigned, and white brains and red blood were left on the ceiling, mixed with broken skulls, dripping continuously, and potatoes were on his corpse. There was a scene in front of the remaining Agent Poe's eyes. They forgot to attack. They just watched Jiang Cheng slowly approaching them and then slowly passed them time and time again. Those agents are like wooden chickens, and they are so shocked that they can't move at all. That's right, you are not my target. They looked blankly at the man from this alien planet in front of them. If you don't attack me, I won't attack you. Of course, if you want to do it. You can do it when you ask. Jiang Cheng's figure has disappeared from their eyes, leaving only this whispering sentence in front of them. An agent couldn't help it anymore, unable to tell whether it was fear or the nausea caused by the corpses, and he threw up on the ground. Another agent said that he was leaning against the wall, his body slowly sliding down, and finally he sat on the ground, tears, his face moisturized. It's a pity that Jiang Cheng didn't see it. Otherwise, if he was in the mood, he could ask the agent whether his tears were able to survive a catastrophe or the kind that was close to collapse. Standing outside the bunker, Jiang Cheng said in a deep voice, "It's useless for you to hide inside. Who on earth are you who have attacked me and my disciples over and over again? Isn't my warning to you enough? Someone must be responsible for this. Give you one last chance. Either you come out or I will destroy this bunker together with you. In seconds, only 10 seconds. Choose for yourself." After saying these things, Jiang Cheng didn't say any more. He stood quietly on the spot, waiting for the people inside to make a choice. With a sound, the bunker's door opened, and the few people at the highest level of power on the planet Delmer filed out of it. Jiang Cheng noticed that Humpty Dumpty was not in them. He sneered in his heart. This short, fat man was really guilty of his heart, and he opposed himself again. Don't you know how the word death is written? Several personnel stood in front of him, their faces as gray as death and their legs trembling. "Who have you told me? Why do you always go against us?" Jiang Cheng said personally, "Don't tell me you don't know these things. I believe that some of you must also be involved in this matter. It's just that you are behind." His frosty eyes swept across the faces of these experts. Those experts were like chills, and no one was in contact with his eyes. "Perhaps you can tell me the reason," Jiang Cheng said, looking at the supreme ruler of the planet Delmer. This supreme on the planet Delmer no longer has a lofty manner in front of Jiang Cheng. He even speaks unfavorably. "When I handed over the short, fat man to you, how did you promise me that he would be punished severely?" Jiang Cheng was very stern and asked the boss of the planet Delmer unceremoniously and loudly. "What benefits did he give you?" Jiang Cheng asked. No, I'm the boss. How come?" One by one, facing Jiang Cheng's aggressive eyes, the boss stammered and couldn't go on. Jiang Cheng didn't even bother stepping on him. He turned his gaze to the boss of the team. "Well, you," he waved to him. "Stand over." The leader of the team stood up reluctantly. "You told me that after I released you in the hotel that day. Why did you still bite us?" "No, I didn't." The team's highest boss was crying and repeatedly denying. He has fallen into the hands of the aliens in front of him twice, physically and mentally under his ring pressure. He really does not have the courage to face this terrible evil star. "Didn't you? That means someone else had it." Jiang Cheng asked back, "Is that dwarf? The team's top boss sucks, and he doesn't want to say yes or no." "What about short, fat people?" Jiang Cheng asked. Jiang Cheng is so angry. The top boss of the team was taken aback by him. He was not a brave person. Facing Jiang Cheng, facing this man who had beaten him several times, he would be pretty good if he didn't fall. You better pay attention, Your attitude," the president on Delmer, barely maintained his final dignity. He said to Jiang Cheng, "Attitude? What kind of attitude do you want?" Jiang Cheng turned to the boss. "He is in a bad mood now." The short, fat man was not here. He made it clear to deal with Yanran and Ba Luluo, and these guys in front of them couldn't even say a complete sentence, but Jiang Cheng really didn't force them. When these people's nerves have reached their limit, if he pursues them too tightly, it is very likely that they will collapse. Of course, in Jiang Cheng's eyes, these people, let alone collapse, will not care about them even if they become idiots or even scared to death, let alone the slightest guilt. What he cared about was that once these guys in front of him were frightened, the clues about Ran and Baludi would be broken. Although he could search for their whereabouts, it would definitely take a little time. It would be quicker and more accurate to tell from the mouths of these people in front of him. "You keep attacking my people, and Jijai also used the team and used heavy weapons. Under such circumstances, what kind of attitude do you want me to have? Jiang Cheng glared at the boss in front of Ruo. Originally, both of them have promised me about this matter. They will honestly complete the things I gave them. Why did they change their minds in good order? Faced with Jiang Cheng's questioning, the boss of Delmer couldn't speak. Where is Humpty Dumpty? Jiang Cheng asked. Yes, in the 4-district appraisal team. The highest boss of the team couldn't help it. Once he opened his mouth, he asked for a bamboo slip to pour the beans, and all the things were revealed. He told Jiang Cheng about Dwarf's plan. Actually, it wasn't that the dwarf had any deep hatred with them. It was just that Dumpty's mentality that Jacques would repay made this originally simple thing bigger, more complicated, and more complicated. More and more things and people moreover. When talking about this, the old man of Delmer's highest team looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Your attitude is really unbearable." Jiang Cheng was ridiculed by his words. After thinking about it, I still don't care about this guy. What about my 2 disciples? Jiang Cheng returned to the topic again. After they were returned to the well team, they would be arrested here according to the plan. But I don't know what happened. One of your female disciples actually broke free from the organ. The tallest boss licked his lips. He was so nervous that even his voice became stunned. Humpty Dumpty, no, my deputy was scared enough by her, and then she fought with the teachers in the team. There is another one, what's wrong with her? Jiang Cheng is also very concerned about Ba Lu, he chased after him. She was dizzy by the medicine, and I don't know anything else. The highest boss must answer all questions. This is the information we just got. I really don't know the rest of this, I will post. He added. All that should be said, he was afraid that the star in front of him would not believe what he said. No wonder the intelligence didn't say clearly. How could he explain it clearly? Jiang Cheng nodded, knowing everything that should be known. It seems that the biggest culprit is the short, fat man, and he will not let him go. Niz's attack on them, and after being punished, he didn't stop in time. Instead, he got worse. Jiang Cheng decided to play with this group of people. Didn't he want to play bigger, then play bigger? Yifen continued to chase and obtain detailed information about Humpty Dumpty and his family. After repeated confirmation, Jiang Cheng left the old mansion. Seeing this star shape flashed, then disappeared, the seniors felt that their backs were soaked with sweat, and they sat on the ground, their whole bodies almost soft. In the spacecraft, Jiang Cheng told Yan Ran his experience just now, so now they don't need to ask to know that they are now looking for a short, fat man to settle the account. Where does that short group need to use a gunboat? Jiang Cheng told her that after the short, fat man was taught out of the team by his men, on the way to the old mansion, he obtained information in time and learned that Jiang Cheng was killing him there. He knew that Jiang Cheng saw him not doing it. It's strange for him to die, so he didn't even clean up anything and fled back to his family's place, an unnamed satellite, in a panic like a bereaved dog. All of this was told by the team's top boss. Anyway, the relationship between them is not so deep. What's more, in such a terrible time, you must save your life. If you die, you will not die, is the most important. This is also the reason Jiang Cheng wants to use a gunboat. After all, it is an interstellar flight, and having a large vehicle will give people a lot of peace of mind. Moreover, it is said that Humpty Dumpty is extremely powerful on that satellite, and even has its own armed forces. Think about it. Even the Hailongzi group in the Dark World can have several large combat spaceships, not to mention the short, fat people who have been for generations. What's more, Jiang Cheng will not forget how rich short, fat people are. The huge check he used to pay for himself, although he could not get it. But think about why the boss of Delmer and his boss, who was once his opponent, will stand in line later. Jiang Cheng doesn't think that short, fat people have much personal charm. He believes that it is because of the power of money. When they arrived at the place where they hid the gunboat, Baludi happened to be brewing. They jumped out of the transportation spacecraft, and Yan Ran rushed towards the gunship first. Alice, I'm here, she said loudly. Little flamingo, no, now we can no longer use little to describe her. Hearing Yan Ran's shouts, a beautiful viewer emerged from a hatch in the cannon channel. It was flushed with golden feathers, golden black beak, and claws. Who is not a flamingo? She was also very happy to see the Yanran flamingo. She quacked and flew down from the cannon and threw her head into Yanran's arms. One person and one bird assembled in the gunboat. Ran and Balu sat in the driving position, and the flamingo station was beside Ran. "Are you ready?" Balu asked them both. "Okay, you can take off." The two replied. Even the fire crow seemed to understand what Barrett said and yelled twice in response. When Baludi pressed the button, the gunboat's tail emitted fiery flames, and with a nigh ming, the gunboat flew into the air. On the galaxy cloud map, a red dot kept flashing, and that was the destination they were going to this time, an unnamed planet hidden by Humpty Dumpty. On the unnamed planet, between a large open space and a valley, there are a large number of buildings. Here is the old fruit of the short group. Humpty Dumpty lives and works normally on the planet Delmer. Only when he is on vacation will he return to this unnamed planet for vacation. Humpty Dumpty has served as an expert in the mansion on the planet Delmer for many years. He has been working in the team department. Taking advantage of his position, he has continuously strengthened his building on the unknown planet to the extent that it now looks like one fort. He has always maintained a small but well-trained small guard in the fort. This guard was originally stationed on this satellite, but was turned into his personal arm by the short, fat man's fake public aid. Having accepted the personnel, of course, a piece of the team's equipment became his personal property, and several gunboats and tanks became his personal property. Zai-Aquanzi is always worthy of others, and keeps step by step. When he has achieved a certain level of superiority, he knows that he has offended too many people. In order to leave a way for himself, he spares no effort to use his power and gains. The ill-gotten wealth has created this guard that is more powerful than the special people on the Delmer planet. Now, Humpty Dumpty was a little bit shocked when he was in his old middle. He knew that men and women from that different planet would never let him go. Thinking of those few people, especially the man's cold, magnetic methods and sharp eyes, the short, fat man couldn't help but hit a plug. Although he was scared to the extreme at this time, he would still choose revenge if he was asked to choose again. This is his natural animal character. In a room deep underground, Humpty Dumpty was talking to a tall man. The tall man was the commander of his guard, and the short, fat man trusted him very much, and he was obedient to what he said to him in the area of team affairs. And that commander is also the head of the shorty horse. He is loyal to him, and the fat man has a high position. It is necessary to flatter him. Moreover, the title given to him by the short, fat man is not on this palm-sized satellite, although it only manages if there are 100 subordinates, but his treatment is at an impressive level. The name of his office is also the Roman 20-planet command. Humpty Dumpty treats him so badly, how can he not repay him utterly? And the Humpty fat guy was also very happy. He didn't spend his money anyway. Everything was paid for by the mansion on the planet Delmer. There was another loyal man beside him. Why not do it? Now, two people who are now good are secret lessons in the room. After the commander listened to Dumpty's narration, he immediately ordered his subordinates to turn on all the air-to-air radars on the satellites and carefully search for any aircraft that might approach here. At the same time, the gunboat brigade stationed here immediately divided into 2 steps, all in space. Quit. Humpty Dumpty watched with satisfaction at his constant adjustment of the survivor and making arrangements. He was very fortunate that he had a good eye for understanding people. This commander was originally a member of the garrison of the capital city. Later, due to lifestyle issues, he was transferred from the capital city and dispatched to a remote satellite to serve as a polished commander. Once in a chat, the dwarf learned about this commander. Of course, it was not his encounter that aroused his curiosity, but because the commander was constantly shaking his head and sighing. According to him, this commander is a very capable person. For a small problem, his opponent took the opportunity to retaliate, sentenced to human rights, and sent it to a distant planet. It was too much. AI Pizzy stood beside him. On the surface, if he hadn't noticed the conversation between these two men at all, in fact, he kept the content of their conversation in his mind. A few days later, he ordered the command the man was transferred from a distant satellite to the planet where Dumpty Dumpty's lair was located. The commander didn't know what was going on at the beginning. He was in his middle age, but was treated so unfairly because of a small crime. His heart was gone, and he even thought of suicide several times. Now he was transferred here inexplicably. originally. He didn't care about what he was, but when the short, fat man personally greeted him who had just got off the spaceship, he was so moved that he almost shed tears. What status is Humpty Dumpty? As a team member, he certainly knows very well that now, a person with such a prominent status actually came to meet him personally and pick up the plane for him. There are people who look up to him like this, not to mention being an expert, but a good person. If he did this, he would be grateful. Therefore, just when this Jihui person stepped down to Fakey, when he first saw the dwarf, he regarded him as a confidant. Especially when the dwarf was straightforward and gave the order to announce that he was the leader of the highest team stationed on this satellite, he thumped, and Baiyuan was present. There were many people standing there, and he burst into tears. On the one hand, I finally found a way to get started because of my grievances. On the other hand, I was excited because someone knew him so well. Fatty has been in the field for decades. Almost half of him have been playing with various conspiracy methods. No one is more familiar with various methods of pulling people or attacking people. For another example, he personally picked up the plane for this commander, and in front of so many people, he personally confessed to the treatment of his highest commander, and everything he did was precisely for this commander to be able to give it to him. This is his elder, and there must be someone who he completely trusts and absolutely obeys him, here to help him guard his final territory. And the commander in front of him was the most suitable candidate he chose. The conductor did have two plays. After listening to Humpty Dumpty's account of the grievances between him on the planet Delmer and the three people from different planets, he also pondered for a long time. According to his boss, these three people are indeed not simple, and listening to his boss's tone, there will never be a possibility of negotiation between them, either life or death. There will never be a third possibility. So how to deal with these three people? The commander thought about it carefully. Among the three people, that man is undoubtedly someone with superpowers, and the two around him are relatively weak, and it seems that he can only start with those two. As for how the man will deal with them in the future, that is the future. And to deal with the two, face-to-face killing is definitely not a good way. In the description of the short, fat man, he heard the fighting situation of the special people teaching people to join a foreign planet together. As a team member, he certainly knows how terrifying the strength of those special people who teach people when they join hands to deal with one person. Under this circumstance, none of them could defeat that alien planet, and they could only retreat when their losses were great, which had to worry him. According to this situation, even if all the personnel in the base work together to deal with this, they have no chance of winning, not to mention that there are companions on this other planet. Companion, a man whose strength is no less than hers, and a man whose strength is far superior to her. The commander thought of this and couldn't help shook his head. With their current strength, it was impossible to be the opponent of these three people. If some of them could not die, they should be thankful. In view of this situation, the best way to attack is to kill their vehicles in space. In any case, this method is more likely to win than screen kills face-to-face with them. While the commander was still thinking, a messenger came in to report and asked him to accept an urgent document from the capital of Delmer. The commander and the short, fat guy glanced at each other. As usual, their base will also accept various documents from the DMAS Star team. But now in peacetime, there are very few urgent documents of this kind, and no urgent documents have been passed on from the team headquarters for decades. The conductor turned on the monitor, and he watched the file from Delmer Zinkyu together with the short, fat man. This is a video file. It can be seen from the picture that this is the old mansion of the planet Delmer. As usual, there is nothing special about the old mansion, and they could almost see a helper yawning because of impending surprise. The two of them watched patiently. After a while, a man's figure appeared at the gate of the old mansion. He and the guard standing guard were talking about something. Just when the conductor was still wondering why even such a scene had to be recorded, he felt the short group around him tense. The commander understood that this man must be the one from another planet, the one his boss feared. It was this person who made his boss, who had always been arrogant because of his position, escape here in a hurry. The conductor continued to watch the next screen. He hardly believed what he saw with his eyes. Is the man still a human in the picture? Watching his ghostly figure in the boss's mansion, ruthlessly killing him, watching his exquisite and brutal killing methods when facing the brigade's helpers and well-trained agents. The corpse and bloodstains left behind in the passing place felt the fear and shock from the heart. He can't deal with this person. The commander smiled bitterly in his heart. He could not even use human to describe the opponent he was about to meet. Humpty Dumpty kept watching his face next to the commander, and finally he was very dull to find that the commander already had fear in his heart. Humpty Dumpty didn't blame him. No matter what kind of person he was, he would feel scared after facing the man who disturbed him like a monster. "Now you have seen it all," the short, fat man asked in a deep voice. "Do you have any good way?" The commander shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't want the boss in front of him. He asked a question that was not what he asked. "I'm very surprised. How did you provoke such an opponent? You don't have a good way?" The short, fat man answered the same question. "No," the man said frankly and answered the question of the dwarf. "You have also seen such a man," the commander swallowed. "Is he still a human being?" he asked Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty nodded and shook his head. Commander Renjing didn't understand the meaning of Humpty Dumpty's actions at the moment, but he continued to speak for himself. "Even if he is a human being, he is also a person with superpowers, and I and my subordinates can only be regarded as the strong among ordinary people. But in the final analysis, we are still human." The command palace smiled bitterly again. "It can even be said that our skill is not too different from the strength of the boss's personal bodyguards, but you can see that those people have no strength to fight back under his hands and can only let him random mercy. According to your opinion, then we just sit here obediently, waiting for these three people to take care of us." The short group's tone is flat. Of course, Jihuiron heard the dissatisfaction in the short group's tone, and he quickly denied it. No, it's not like you said. I've commanded the crowd. I think it's better to tell the truth. Although all the people on our base are not the opponents of these 3 alien planets, we will try our best to ensure your safety. You can rest assured." Humpty Dumpty snorted coldly. "You are not their opponents anymore. How can you protect me? I mean, before the 3 people arrive, you must run away again from this unnamed planet." The commander looked like a dwarf, with a bit of sincerity in his tone. "You only need to avoid them during this period of time. They are from a different planet and will not stay for a long time on the planet Delmer. But after they are gone, you can come back again and continue your life. And after I escape, you don't need to do anything with these 3 people from different planets. You might even become friends, right?" The Humpty Dumpty ignored the commander's kindness. He was bitterly ironic. "No," the commander stared into the eyes of Humpty Dumpty. "I assure you with the honor of a team that we will never do anything like that. Moreover, we will be the first to attack them. No matter from which aspect, whether it is to protect you or to defend the satellite, this is our station." In Lao Lai, where Humpty Dumpty is hiding, Dumpty Dumpty and the highest team commander here are discussing how to deal with their upcoming enemy. These 3 men and women from different planets are superb and ruthless, making the commander here feel very accurate. After reading the information from the capital city in time, he deeply felt that these 3 people were definitely not something that the hundreds of them here could handle. After he thought about it carefully, he thought that if he wanted to start a face-to-face battle with these 3 people, unless there was a miracle, they would never have any chance of winning. And miracles, probably won't happen to them. The only way now is to attack the people on these 3 alien planets before they land and strive to destroy them in their spacecraft in space. The commander also suggested that the short group should not be here, but continue to flee between various planets. Only in this way, the 3 people have no possibility of catching him. Moreover, as a non-Delmer galaxy person, they will not stay here for a long time. They wouldn't have been waiting here for short, fat guys. And once the Humpty Fat Guy left here, wandering in the universe non-stop, with the cosmic cleanliness, the 3 people had no possibility of catching him. I have to say that the commander's proposal is very reasonable and pertinent, but Humpty Dumpty didn't listen to him. Humpty Dumpty saves people's belly with his own heart, and his heart is gloomy, thinking that others are like he suspects that this commander is selfish. And once he leaves here, he will hook up with people from those 3 different planets and maybe even betray him. So after listening to the conductor's advice, he was dubious. In the end, he decided that he would not leave here for the time being and wait until the fighting team became clear before making plans. Although the commander repeatedly suggested to him that it was the best opportunity to take advantage of the 3 people before they arrived, but he categorically rejected it. Speaking to this level, but the short, fat guy just didn't listen. The commander only sighed and went to work on his own affairs. It's almost where the short, fat guy is hiding. Looking at the red dots on the galaxy cloud chart getting closer and bluer, Ba Lulu mentioned her teacher and Yanran. Got it. Sit in the gunner's position and start preparing. With her proficient movements with both hands on the stage, the voices of prompts continued to sound. The main energy is filled and can be launched at any time. The energy armor has been fully activated. The DS attack missile is ready for launch at any time. The No, 2 and No. 3 laser guns are ready. An unnamed satellite that was sent to space for ring and patrol missions was slowly cruising. But unlike Jiang Cheng, who was fully prepared, the people in the gunboat were full of people. Although the team commander of the base asked them to lift off and pay attention to searching for possible enemies, they did not take the commander's words seriously. Suddenly, a soldier who was monitoring the radar took up his post. A spacecraft of unknown origin was found entering our defense Fan Tian. There was an immediate commotion in the gunboat, and she walked a few steps in front of the radar, and the machine pulled away the scholar in front of him. Go to the side. Return to their respective combat positions. After looking at the flying objects flying fast on the radar, the captain ordered, "Everyone is ready for battle." The man on duty reported to me the preparations of the gun. A scholar stared at the console and said loudly, "The main gun has been prepared and all the secondary guns have entered the battle state." Another scholar then reported, "The gunboat's defenses have been fully opened and the reserve energy is sufficient." Eyes, okay. The captain nodded and he continued to pinch down. Immediately contact the No. 2 gunboat and report the situation here to the base. Immediately, his servants began to get busy. The captain stared at the radar with heavy eyes. The commander in the base had already issued an order to him just now, pointing out that the enemy coming here is very fierce and must be treated with care. He didn't want to die. Long secretly thought that he had 12 points of spirit, ready for the upcoming battle. Compared with the gunboats of the Delmer Star team, Jiang Cheng and the others are far behind. Bai Jing and the others are now driving very well. Although the sacrifices are not bad, they are still incomparable with the Mansion team. Therefore, the team's gunboats have discovered their whereabouts first, and they still don't know the enemy's location. In the team's gunboat, the captain was still working on the monitor, and his deputy suddenly said, it turns out it is this kind of boat." The captain was also happy. It is actually a model that has been retired 20 years ago. Now we have a greater chance of winning. He turned his head and asked the man on duty, "How long will it take for the second gunboat to meet us?" The scholar looked at the radar, "About 4 minutes." The captain rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "Well, then we will attack first and not wait for them." He said to the deputy, "If we face the enemy alone, do you think our chances of winning are big?" The deputy pointed out that if the monitor disdainfully said, "First, the enemy's gunboats are far from being as advanced as ours. Second, our soldiers are strictly trained, and he shook his head. "As far as I know, after our team's gunboats are retired, they are often bought by people in the dark world with various excuses. Compared to our taxis, they are at most just a group of people. The birds are all together. Therefore, I think that we have at least 80% chance of defeating the other side." He added. He put his head slightly. He was more cautious than this deputy, not as optimistic as him, but he was the analysis of the deputy. As a regular team member, they often can't afford other local teams or teams that are not as good as theirs. As for people like those in the dark world, he didn't even care about it. The mob, the captain smiled slightly. "Hit it." The deputy looked at his boss with eager eyes, his tone full of eagerness. "Meet one," the captain said again, and finally the hope of winning overwhelmed everything. "Okay, hit." He gave the order briefly. The deputy shook his fist in excitement and began to convey his orders. Captain Ting took a deep breath with the enemy's guns on the display, and his hands clenched involuntarily. The enemy had discovered Jiang Cheng and the others first, and they had already entered an attacking state, but Jiang Cheng and the others had no idea about the situation. This is the gap between the equipment, and this is why the command manpower of the base asks for battle with people on these 3 different planets in space. The target planet was right in front of them, and Jiang Cheng and the others became more cautious. It doesn't matter if Jiang Cheng leaves any means of transportation, but his 2 disciples can't. At least for now, they must rely on the spacecraft. Have you noticed anything? Yan Ran asked Ba Lu. No, it's weird. We are all approaching the enemy's planet. Why didn't they react? Ba Lu replied. A sign suddenly appeared in Jiang Cheng's heart, and he loudly said to Ba Ludi, "Turn." Jiang Cheng's voice was filled with a very anxious taste, and Ba Luluo almost subconsciously reacted. In the enemy's gun, the captain and the deputy watched in a dull manner if the enemy gunboat, which had been firmly locked, suddenly turned a 180-degree bend, and the strong light from their main gun was rubbing. The tail of the enemy gunboat swept over. The chief and the deputy looked at each other blankly. They really didn't understand how the enemy could do this. Jiang Cheng saw that if the beam of light flying outside the window couldn't help but feel a little scared, it was fired by a large-caliber plasma cannon. If it wasn't for their luck, if the shot just hit the weak part of the gunboat, it would be enough to disintegrate their gunboat. Looking at his 2 female disciples again, the 2 little girls were so frightened by the shot that they turned pale, and they couldn't even speak for a while. This is not a joke. Being hit by such a strong ion Asahi, only one turned out to be wiped out. Stop babbling, pay attention to the enemy's movements. Look at the 2 little girls who are still in fear, Jiang Cheng reminded them aloud. Sure enough, of course, and Ba Ludi had just reacted, Ba Luluo easily made another S-shaped maneuver, and a missile flew under their gunboat. In this way, Bingren and Ba Ludi were not afraid. Why? Of course, it is because there is a predictable humanoid radar around them. The most important thing is that this human-animal radar is much easier to use than the demand on a gunboat. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Looking at the table in front of him fiercely, everything in front of him was beyond common sense. For the first time, their main artillery was the first to attack the enemy in a sneak attack. It was clear that the enemy had been firmly locked, but under the control they opened, the enemy turned a big bay in a ghostly manner. If it was a coincidence or the enemy's luck, they would admit it. But the missile of the school just now also shot an empty space. This can only be described as magical. The enemy's luck is so good, do they still need to fight? Long gritted his teeth. He gave the order to retreat. Jinkai rendezvous with the coming No. 2 gunboat. The enemy is so difficult, so wait until your friend team arrives before making plans. At the same time, he also reported to the base about encountering and fighting the enemy. In the command room of the base, the short, fat man couldn't help smiling bitterly while listening to the voice coming from the communicator. The enemy was ahead of the enemy with its equipment, and the enemy was discovered first. And with the initiative in control, the enemy escaped. The commander doesn't think it's the luck of the enemy. He said, "From your point of view, is this the superpower of the alien?" The humpty fat man raised his head blankly when he heard the words of the finger defender. Although that person has a lot of abilities, if he has the ability to predict, then is he still a human in the county? Xiaoquanzi's complex became agitated, his face flushed, his veins violent, and suddenly he violently said, "I just don't believe it. Is this person a god?" He ordered the commander, "At all costs, even if all the weapons and ammunition in the base are lighted up, it is necessary to. What should I do?" He couldn't continue. The commander poured a glass of water and handed it to him, while sighing why the person in front of him was so badly lucky that he would actually provoke such a person. No, the commander quietly made a conclusion in his heart. Superman, at least a Superman. However, not to mention Superman, it is God. As long as it is his enemy, he must do his best to deal with him. The commander ordered the air defense team to closely monitor every move of the enemy and us. If there is a suitable opportunity, they can fire directly without dispatch. Finally, he specifically emphasized any situation. Hearing the eldest man's deliberate horror, the scholar who received the order understood what he meant. That is to say, as long as the enemy's aircraft can be shot down, even the personnel who sacrificed their own side would not hesitate. The enemy retreated, Ba Lu said loudly. Teacher, they are frightened. However, he nodded in support of her view. I think it is the same. If it is not correct, why do they retreat? Jiang Cheng ignored them. Maybe the enemy is embarrassed. Anyway, we have to be careful. He glanced around at the room. The enemy has already fired at us, and our radar hasn't even found the enemy's shadow. He said in deep thought, our artillery is too old, go buy one. Ba Lulu left the gunboat, took the time to return to Jiang Cheng. How can it be so easy to buy? You think you can buy it if you have money. Looking at the radar in front of him, he answered the green belt. Barati also asked. She knew that important team materials like gunboats could not be bought by money. Even though the ship they were riding on was retired, they spent a lot of money back then. They found various relationships and used different excuses, such as dismantling old ones for research, exhibitions, etc., before they could buy it. If there is no money, or it doesn't matter, and there is no legitimate reason for Jizhai, and you can't even see it, don't mention buying it. But Barati knew that at that time, another group in the dark world got the news first that the space team on a certain planet had a gunboat about to retire, and they wanted to get this boat in hand. What was the result? Although they used a lot of manpower and material resources, it took about half a year. Not only did they fail to buy the gunboat, but they also had conflicts with another faction during the competition, so that the two sides had a large scale, the rush to make a mess. Just concentrate, the enemy is right in front of our eyes. When Yan Ran saw Baludi's absent-mindedness, she hurried to mention her. Got it, coward. Baludi rolled her eyes to Vuoren. Stop talking. Jiang Cheng had to lower his face and said seriously, these two little Y-heads are really speechless, and he didn't look at what was going on before him and was not serious at all. Jiang Cheng's face was stern, but he and Ba Yilu stopped talking. Listen to me, let's change the course of travel. Jiang Cheng said to Ba Luluo, let's hide and seek with the enemy first. It is good. It's not easy to keep Barati from speaking. The captain of the gunboat looked at radar. Where did the enemy go after us just now? He ordered Ruo's deputy. Contact the base and ask them to inform the enemy gunboat location in time. Where is the gunboat number? He asked another man on duty. They are in front of us and are coming at full speed. The duty man replied. The squint stopped speaking and he looked at the radar and thought, bastard. In the base, the commander was yelling, which messenger is in charge of the gunboat? I want you. Ruo's scolding sounded in the phone, and the gunboat's ruler listened silently, not understanding why the commander scolded himself. Why are you going out specially? I asked you to lure the enemy, to attract the enemy. The words of Ji Iron were full of anger. You are fighting the enemy, so why are you running? However, the enemy too, the captain of the gunboat quietly explained. Lao Tzu is going to kill you, you are a good guy. The roar of the commander can almost be heard outside the base. Japanese letter NUMBER Japanese letter. I am number 2. I have already seen you. Please report the enemy's location. The call of spacecraft 2 came from the communication equipment. The lieutenant looked at the captain, and his superior stood there dejected, still not recovering from the frustration of being scolded by the commander. Number 2, I am the deputy. We temporarily lost the enemy's position. Repeatedly, we lost the enemy's position. The lieutenant came to the captain's side and whispered and see him. Under such circumstances, no one wants to have a head-on conflict with the enemy, so don't be too arrogant. The captain looked at the lieutenant and sighed, just about to say something. Enemy, a scholar exclaimed. The captain rushed in front of the radar. As expected, it was the enemy's retired gunboat. According to the display on the radar, they had successfully broken through to attack the country. Why are you reporting now? The captain was angry and he ordered loudly, go forward at full speed. The mutual protection is increased to the highest. 2 missiles launch. Orders were issued one by one, and the captain had a bad feeling that he would be broken into such a close range by the enemy in a short time. He shook his head and blamed himself for being too careless. I hope everything he has done is not too late. The enemy guessed that they sneaked close to us behind the asteroid Yue. Stop talking. Long interrupted the scholar, and now it's useless to say this. I am number 2. We are approaching you. Please tell me the enemy's location. Looking at the deputy for a long time, he was also surprised. It shouldn't be. How can you not find it at such a close distance? The captain's face changed suddenly. Asteroid. Their whereabouts were blocked by the asteroid. He was just about to say something. From the communicator, there was an exclamation of the no. 2 gun. The enemy was followed by a loud noise. The No. 2 gunboat turned into a huge fire group. The huge shock wave will be not far from them. The gunboat shook. The boat was quiet for a while. The number 2 is over. A pessimistic complex permeated the gunboat. In just a few minutes, there were no comrades in arms who got along with each other day and night. How can we not make them sad? The words of the base commander came in. You must bite the enemy hard, and you don't want to lose the enemy's position. There is a trace of fatigue in his voice. I have ordered No. 3 and No. 4 to support you. I hope you wait until the rendezvous before starting to fight the enemy. Jihuiron rubbed his face. He said to the short, fat man sitting aside, I still ask you to consider my proposal. Even if you leave now, it is still too late. The dwarf had a sullen face and did not speak. He also didn't expect that their natives would be shot down in such a short time while driving the latest gun. The enemy's strength really constantly breaks through his perception. Humpty Dumpty dug his teeth slowly and shook his head. If he was forced to wander between planets because he was afraid of someone, even if he had a chance to return to Delmar, what face would he have? The commander saw that he had already made a decision, so he didn't say anything anymore and turned around to do his own thing. Teacher, am I good? It is different from the atmosphere on the enemy's side. Jiang Cheng and the others are full of joy. If I hadn't used my superb driving skills to stay close behind the asteroid, I wouldn't be able to break through the enemy's defenses. Listening to the voice, you knew that it was Baretti, and the little girl was very proud. Yan Ran kept complimenting her next to her and teasing her. Why has she become clearer recently? Did she sleep more? Baretti insisted and claimed to pull off the flamingo's feathers. Who would let Yanran slander her? She was originally very smart, but she was as wise as a fool. The blazing bird had suffered from balutis, and once she took advantage of the fact that she was not by her side and really pulled off the feathers of the blazing black. And it is the longest and most beautiful feather on her tail. As the body of the flamingo grows continuously, the spirit animal also grows greatly. After eating the loss of Ba Luluo, stay away from her if there is nothing to do. Fortunately, Baretti only harmed her once, and as a way, she bought a lot of food as gifts. The flamingo was moved by her sincerity again. The food that people bought by Ba Luluo is called food. She doesn't mention the packaging of the food. Even looking at the exquisite packaging is a kind of enjoyment. A flamingo knows what it is after eating the food bought by Ba Ludi Good Food. What kind of food Yan Ran gave her before? If it hadn't been for the flamingo, who really couldn't bear her peaceful friendship, then the friendship that the locals had established since childhood, she would almost want to mix with Ba Lu. Although Jiang Cheng's gunboat was a relatively old one that had been retired and was far inferior to the enemy in terms of its performance, they used the terrain and unexpectedly killed one of the enemy's gunboats. After they used the enemy gunboat to track, Ba Lu fell into a motion, driving the gunboat to hide behind an asteroid and slowly approach the gunboat. Originally, their target was them, but the gunboat found Jiang Cheng and the others in time. Not only did they react quickly, they immediately started to run into each other, and they also fired 2 missiles as they approached. So they changed the goal to number 2. Compared with the artillery, one is that they did not find them, the other is that the enemy is 80% unprepared, and the third is that they can still use asteroids to approach them and attack them by surprise. Sure enough, they were right to change the offensive goal in time, and they did a good job in attacking the enemy. In this battle, Baludi did take the lead. No wonder she was so proud. Jiang Cheng and Yanran both like to see Ba Lvti like this. She now looks like a girl. When Jiang Cheng was disturbing whether he wanted to accept her, he was worried that she grew up in the dark world and worried that the negative emotions of the dark world would settle in her personality. Even if such a green fence stays by their side, it is like a time bomb that may be bombed at any time. He was worried that Bingren would be affected when the bomb exploded. After such a long time together, he deeply knew how much affection his female disciple had. Even the flamingo, just because she grew up with her, is her only little friend in the harsh environment of the unknown planet. She has tried hard to find her, but she has never given up until she teaches her. Go back to yourself. And once she and Ba Lu fall into a deep friendship, if Ba Lu does anything to disappoint her, I am afraid she will be depressed, and she will live her life in self-pity. This was Jiang Cheng's biggest worry at the time. Similarly, he also knew how rare a talent like Ran was, and it would not be too much to describe her once in a century. She has shown amazing sports talent since she was a child, excellent physical condition, high enough IQ, especially. She also has a strong will that most people lack. In the harsh and difficult environment like the nameless planet, not only did she not give up on herself, but also regarded this kind of hardship as a process of her growth, which was very rare. All these are qualities that a super master must possess, and these things are difficult to appear in one person at the same time. Yanran has come to become a top master. Jiang Cheng has such a disciple as a dish, and has the heart to make her a person with super ability. He couldn't bear to see such a genius buried because of emotions. But now it seems that Ba Luluojing has not contracted irretrievable vices because he was born and raised in the dark world. This is simply a great fortune in misfortune. When she got along with Yanran, Yanran's sincere friendship also touched her. The Indian ambassador did not even notice that Ba Ludi herself, in certain things, she is a student of Yanran. Learn her sincerity, learn her beauty, learn her tenacity, and learn her love. But love all beautiful things and people. She loves this world. According to Jiang Cheng's viewers, the reason why Baludi has a fairly simple essence has a lot to do with her. Balu itself can also be regarded as a piece of uncut jade. Now seeing that she can restore the girl's original appearance, Jiang Cheng and Yan Ran are so happy in their hearts. Jiang Cheng looked at the overwhelming Ba Luluo and couldn't help reminding her that she was still fighting and it was not time to celebrate. Ba Luluo didn't think it was a pestle, and only after 2 laughs he began to drive the 3 boats seriously. Behind them, an enemy gunboat surrounded them far away, occasionally harassing them by launching a few missiles, making the green ring endless. Sit down, Ba Luluo biting her teeth while Jiang Cheng Heron, she pushed the pressure lever of the propeller to the maximum. The gunboat made a huge roar instantly, the huge hull was shaking, and the speed instantly rose to the highest the enemies behind did not expect that they would come to this hand at first, but they didn't have a chance. They relied on the abilities of the boat to surpass theirs. Even if Jiang Cheng and the others used the gunboat's ability to live, they could not match them. Ba Luluo waited until the enemy's gunboat had just reached full speed and suddenly manipulated the gunboat to turn over in midair. The flamingo had just had time to four, and it had been used on the wall, and even its feathers had been knocked off. The volley of Baludi once again caught the enemy's expectation. Their boat had just entered full speed. Following the movement of Baludi, they suddenly came in front of the enemy. The tail of the enemy gunboat was suddenly exposed in front of Jiang Cheng and the others. How could Yan Ran let it go at such a good time? With Ma Ran's slender Bai Ji's fingers gently pressed, the beam of light from the main gun accurately hit the enemy's propeller. With a violent sound, the enemy's boat was split in half by a beam of light, and the wreckage continued to explode, with smoke and firelight, falling toward the depths of the universe. In the base, the commander sat down on his chair. He did not expect that the boat would be shot down by the enemy without insisting on the reinforcements of the No. 3 and No. 4 gunboats. A period of extreme powerlessness enveloped the conductor. There is a shop where he wants to call. He wants to smash everything in front of him. The real-time picture clearly showed the enemy's gunboat, which was a model that had long been discontinued. Moreover, the board the enemy was riding in was a retired gunboat if you read it correctly, and the gunboats they used were at least 3 generations ahead of the enemy's. In other words, although everyone is a gunboat, it is only similar in name, whether it is power or weapon or manipulating animals, etc. What they use is far stronger than what the enemy doesn't know. Their personnel are also strictly trained, and the commander can even be sure that these scholars under him, both in quality and tactical training, are among the best on the planet Delmer. However, it was such an excellent person, such an excellent ground boat that was actually destroyed by the enemy. Moreover, it is still 2 servings in a row. In the command room in the base, the commander and the short, fat man were relatively speechless. For a moment, there was dead silence in the command room. It was the commander who broke the silence first. He dumbly ordered again, gunship No. 3 and No. 4 returned to the sky above the base to guard, and the air defense team waited for an opportunity to attack. Is the enemy gone? Ba Ludi asked Yan Ran. It seems to be. Yanran searched the radar hard, but it's impossible that she didn't send anything. The stocky old system actually only has 2 gunboats. This is too unreasonable. Baretti can't believe it. That is, the Jayajizi group she used to belong to was just a larger group, and there were several gunboats. As the dwarf of the senior medical boss on the planet Irma, his lair actually only had 2 gunboats. This is simply too much. It's impossible. After a careful search, they still found no trace of the enemy. Go on. Jiang Cheng said, "The enemy doesn't want to fight with us in space, but we have to be careful. People like Short Fatty don't shed tears if they don't see the coffin." Jiang Cheng continued to add, "They should have other means to deal with us. Be careful." He dinged Balubu, "Understand." The gunboat hovered in space, rushing towards the unnamed satellite. "Found the target," Yanran said. "Be careful. The enemy still has 2 gunboats." Relying on the superior capabilities of his gunboat, the enemy had already spotted them first, and several beams of light shot at them. Baludi was not in a hurry. Circling around in the smoke boat, clashed in the attack of the enemy's 2 gunboats. For a time, the 3 gunboats smashed together, and the beams of light from the ion cannon and laser cannon appeared uncontrollably. Yingying's missile is looking for her target in the air at the same time. The defensive team in the base also started firing. Of course, their target was Jiang Cheng and his gunboats, but because the gunboats in midair were very fast, it was not only Jiang Cheng and the enemy who were in danger. The gunboat is also dangerous. With a bang, Jiang Cheng's gunboat was hit by a missile, and the gunboat's jitter speed instantly slowed down. The protective cover loses its protective energy. The left dazzle caught fire, inadequate power, insufficient power. All of a sudden, all kinds of public announcements from the computer sounded continuously. Their artillery embryo by Quan was still inferior to their opponents, and it was immediately revealed in the close quarters. In the base command room, the commander and Dwarf Felix had quiet eyes. They did not let out the atmosphere, staring at the display area. This is their last chance to defeat the enemy. Once lost, they will fail. Fortunately, they could see that with the support of ground and ground fire, the 2 boats could cause great passivity to the enemy. The commander's sense is low. At such a close distance, the enemy's zoo can see more clearly. This is not a few decades ago. What is the kind of boat that was discontinued because of major defects? The enemy actually used this old and rotten thing to strike an alliance with his 2 latest gun classics, which really made him wonder what to say. Jiang Cheng's boat was full of smoke, and the flames made a terrible noise, but at this time there was no time to bother her. "Teacher." Ba Green turned her head. "Jiang Cheng's figure has disappeared from the boat. I don't know when their bodies have gained more protection, emitting a faint light. There is even one on the Flamingo." In the command room, seeing the enemy's sailboat being hit, it kept emitting fire and smoke, and the commander let out a long breath. The enemy's gunboats have slowed down. Under the attack of the 2 own boats and the ground defense team, they were hit again, and Jizhai was destroyed very quickly. Suddenly, he threw himself in front of the monitor, hardly trusting his eyes. Is this the person?" The commander's voice was shaking, and he asked unconsciously that he didn't want the short, fat guy beside him to answer. He already knew the answer. Jiang Cheng rushed out of the gunboat with heavy smoke, and a light wound glowed with a faint silver light in his hand. His figure stayed in the air, avoiding a beam of light that was shot at him, his head, front and feet, with long swords in both hands, straightly facing the general gunboat not far away. If the speed of light is fast, then the speed of this Jiang Cheng exceeds the speed of light. Before the enemy can make any response, the long sword in his hand has entered the side of the enemy boat. After the indecent long sword stabbed into the boat, the well did not stop and flew around the gunboat. Jiang Cheng used Changchuang to cut a huge hole in the gunboat, almost cut it in half. The commander watched blankly as if his gunboat spun from the air and landed on the ground. There was a loud noise, and thick smoke and flames came out at the same time. Jiang Cheng in midair didn't stop at the slightest. The last gunboat left by the enemy was like crazy, and Jiang Cheng kept firing in desperately. The eagerness to avenge their comrades drove them, although the man in front of them was very tough, so tough that they exceeded their cognition. They wanted to crush him. Jiang Cheng's figure descended. and in a blink of an eye, he reached under the gunboat, and the enemy was passing over him above him. With a loud shout, Jiang Cheng's figure spun, faster and faster, ascending rapidly while spinning. Just like a powerful head turning, Jiang Cheng held a long sword and penetrated through the abdomen of the enemy gunboat. The rotating figure made the gunboat a big hole, and Jiang Cheng's body disappeared in the gunboat. In the blink of an eye, he spun out of the gunboat again. Jiang Cheng stopped, holding a long sword in his hand, his body slowly floating in the air. He watched if the gunboat that he had pierced fell on the ground, and after a loud noise, the wreckage was scattered everywhere. Give up resistance. The defensive team ceased fire, and all the soldiers gathered in the base. The commander gave the order in a heavy tone. The short, fat man next to him did not speak. He understood what the commander meant. In the face of such a person, resistance has no meaning. Instead of letting the ground team declare fire and arouse the anger of that person, it is better to stop in time and let the scholars die in vain. The commander dragged the short, fat man up, and the short group looked at him in surprise. The commander was always respectful in front of him, unconditionally obedient to what he said, let alone treated him rudely like this. Seeing Jiang Cheng destroying 2 gunboats in a row, Shi Huiron pulled up the chunky man. The fat man was very surprised, because the commander had always obeyed him and never violated his meaning, let alone treated him so roughly. Could it be that the commander saw that the enemy was too powerful and wanted to catch him, and then use him as a gift to send him out? The group felt sad. He did not expect that he would also be betrayed by others. Although in his half of his life, especially the human field on the planet Delma, where he was mixed up, he had been staged stories of betrayal every day. But he never thought that such a thing would happen to him so quickly. The Humpty Dumpty, who was disheartened and lost fighting spirit, was dragged out of the command room by the commander. He did not struggle, nor did he resist. In front of this burly commander, he knew that he had no chance to resist. Think about it back then, in order to bring him to his side, although he was still in the team medical system at the time, because the commander offended the person with a high status, he also spent a lot of effort. I won't talk about ordinary lovers for dinner. It's not bragging. He has been a short, fat man for so many years. He has been invited to dinner by others, but he has rarely invited anyone to dinner. Of course, this is not because the short, fat man is stingy and reluctant to make money. He was born in the family of Rengshuan and has witnessed all kinds of activities in the human field since he was a child. He knows how to get money from others and can maintain his reputation. Loss. So short, fat people are not only rich, but also very rich. So if he doesn't invite people to dinner, there is no question of whether he has money or not, but he wants to see if that person is worth his dinner. The short group of people have a lot of trouble in the human field. On the one hand, of course, he was born in a family of secrets. It is the second generation of personal reasons. The so-called people in the DPRK are good people. The short, fat people are supported and taken care of by his family elders. Next, there is almost never a mistake. On the other hand, Humpty Dumpty does have the ability to roll on the court. He can always distinguish the situation in front of him in time and know which side to choose to rely on. Moreover, he has a very accurate vision of people. For those who are glamorous on the surface but have a very bad reputation behind the scenes, he does not take an upright attitude. On the contrary, he and those people often go in and out in public and do not shy away from how others point him behind. His actions like this often received unexpected results. For example, when he entered the boss of the team's exposure department, a notorious person gave him a key vote. Since then, Humpty Dumpty has entered the core boss of the Delmer Star team's medical department. In his opinion, in the field of people, you will either get promoted and get rich, or you will be inactive, be a small employee in some Kingshuimen, and spend your life in a mediocre way. Of course, the fat man was not reconciled to being a small clerk. He met people and talked about people on the human field, and he was all-rounded and exquisite. He had a respectful attitude towards those bosses, but he was definitely not too hot. He rarely slapped Ma Zixu in front of people like those ordinary employees who praised their superiors. He disdains to be like them, because in his opinion, such a slave in front of their boss, who can only slap horses, has no future even if he becomes a human being. Although eloquence is important, if you only have one mouth, then you can't get mixed up in the human field. Humpty Dumpty uses another method. He always earnestly completed the things he gave to his boss, and at this point, his boss was very satisfied with him. In public or in the department, he takes a distant attitude towards his superiors. He respects them. At least this seems to be the case on the surface, while keeping a proper distance from them. What he did confuses many colleagues, especially when those colleagues saw his continuous promotion. The expressions on their faces were simply wonderful. They didn't expect that the appearance in front of them was not outstanding at all, and even a little wretched person could actually get such knowledge from his boss. It is said that among the staff in the Team Well department, there has always been a saying that is not true or false. That is, someone secretly bet behind them, wanting to see what kind of peak this wretched, short, fat man can reach on the human field. Xiaoquanzi smiled slightly when he heard the news. On the surface, he seemed to have nothing happened, but in his heart, he looked down on his colleagues very much. Humpty Dumpty always thinks that he has been rolling in the field for so many years, knowing countless people, and he can generally understand the character of this person when he gets along with him for a while. And the commander of the base in front of him not only taught him, transferred him from a distant satellite to his side, but also made him the commander of the base. Although there are not many people in this base, only 100 Chinese letter NUMBER1, but the treatment is definitely not worse than other people of the same level. Moreover, the emperor is far away, and the base commander has the most power on his satellite. Except for training the more than 100 people every day, the rest of the time is basically spent on this satellite for sightseeing, which is very leisurely. Humpty Dumpty himself has been in the human field for so many years. Knowing that you want people to work for him, then you can't treat others badly. So he almost promises to this commander as long as he makes any request. What made the short group of people chilling was that he treated him so kindly, and when it was a critical moment, the commander actually wanted to hand him over to the 3 enemies from different planets. He has been very accurate in his life, and now he is betrayed by the commander on his base. How can he not feel sad? The base commander didn't know what he was thinking. He just knew that the enemies of the 3 alien planets would soon land in the base, and his boss was the one they wanted to capture. This boss has the kindness to reinvent himself. He can't just watch. His thoughts are captured by the 3 people and even killed by them. But I have just seen the powerful abilities of those 3 people. To be honest, no matter from one aspect, I am not their opponent. When facing any one of those 3 people, he can't even protect himself. So how can he protect his boss? Jiang Cheng wiped out the enemy's last 2 gunboats, and, for unknown reasons, the defensive team on the ground stopped firing at them. Jiang Cheng and the others didn't have a chance to think too much, and Baludi drove the gunboat to the ground barely. Looking at the red light on the control console, Bharati secretly took a deep breath. The boat they were driving was subjected to varying degrees of imitation in the fight with the enemy. The most serious injuries have already caused the protective energy of the gunboat has basically disappeared, and the energy of the gunboat has almost disappeared. If it is too late for a while, I am afraid the gunboat will fall directly from the air. Since the enemy has stopped attacking them, there is no need for them to attack the enemy. Jiang Cheng landed in front of the building in the middle of the base, and then followed him, but Ba Luj still stayed on the gunboat. She was careful if there were dozens of missiles on the boat and the energy in the main gun. You can also hit a few times. The enemy's current situation is still very unclear, and once the enemy has any unyielding actions, they can at least counterattack. In front of Jiang Cheng and Yan Ran, there were dozens of scholars standing. They were looking at themselves with fear. Jiang Cheng knew that he had just destroyed 2 enemy gunboats in midair with 1 person's power. Such a shocking performance was indeed shocking. No wonder these scholars had such a vision. Those scholars really felt scared from the bottom of their hearts to the man from another planet in front of them. They had just witnessed how this man destroyed their 2 gunboats in midair. In their minds, men on this alien planet are far from being human. The commander in the base gave the order in time to stop them from making counterattacks against the invasion of these three men, which was exactly what they thought. Gui, he thought, a person who destroyed 2 gunboats by his own power. How could they be his opponents? I am looking for your commander. Jiang Cheng looked at the scholars in front of him and didn't do any politeness. He straightforwardly stated his requirements. The faces of the scholars tell them that this person is an enemy. If they tell where the commander is to the enemy in front of them, it is a kind of betrayal. Report, that is to go to the team court. Jiang Cheng frowned. He said to the scholars, "Believe me, I have no malice against you, including your finger-pinning people, and it is not my target for coming to this satellite." After hearing what he said, the scholars obviously relaxed and their expressions were loosened, but they still didn't show any signs. At this moment, she stepped forward and said to Ruo these scholars, "We have come here to find your commander for very important things, but there was an obvious misunderstanding between us, so this unpleasantness happened. Things. Now that we are no longer attacking each other, at least it can be said that for the time being, we are not enemies yet. Would you please tell me that your commander is inside?" Rand's expression is very thoughtful. "Are you really not going to imitate him?" A scholar in the team suddenly asked her. It seemed that compared to Jiang Cheng, Yan Ran was more likely to gain the trust of these scholars than Jiang Cheng. "I swear, we will never attack him," solemnly answered the scholar. "If we want to attack you, we won't stand in front of you now and speak calmly with you." Rand said with a sincere expression, "This is exactly what we tried to show you." Those scholars believed what Yan Ran said. Her appearance is very beautiful, and from her appearance, she is also the kind of person who makes people feel dear at first glance. Especially her big eyes, and the simple gaze that appeared between Gu and Pan makes it easier for people to accept her. It wouldn't be the same if Ba Lu landed here. She looked strange, she didn't feel honest and kind. The scholar who asked them questions, "If you promise that you will not imitate our commander, then I will take you to find him." "Thank you," Yan Ran thanked sincerely. "This base is big or small, and it's the first time they have come here. If you simply search here, it may take a lot of time. If there are scholars who are familiar with this place to lead the way, then it's different, they will save much trouble. Please come with me," the native said to his son-in-law. He didn't drink to face Jiang Cheng. In the mind of the scholar, this man was already a non-human existence. Then Xiang Jiang Cheng nodded, and the 2 people walked into the base with Ruo. Humpty Dumpty has a gloomy mind. He often acts as a betrayer for his own benefit, so he regards the commander in the base as the same person as him. He thought that the commander of this base gave him as a gift to his enemy in order to save his life. But what he didn't expect was that the base commander searched for him, and instead of going outside, he chose the opposite direction. The base commander didn't want to treat his boss so roughly, but before the enemy arrived, he had repeatedly asked the short group to consider his suggestion, which is to avoid these 3 people from other planets and wait for them to leave this place. After the planet, he will come back, but what made him feel strange was that he didn't know what his thoughts were. His boss, who seemed greedy for life and fear of death, refused his proposal flatly. As for the base commander, he would never look at the group and die in front of him. At the same time, he didn't believe that the 3 men on the alien planet would let him go. Boss. He knows what his boss is like. After all, everyone used to be in the team system. Although they are not familiar with each other, there will always be opportunities to hear about each other. Humpty Dumpty is insidious, Jacques must be retributed, and the means are very effective, so as long as the enemy of Humpty Dumpty is a person who has a deep hatred with him. People from these 3 different planets in front of them came here all the way, and they would definitely not let go of the short, fat man. Moreover, the commander has also seen how the man from the other planet kills in the old mansion. The corpses were everywhere, and the blood was flowing. The most important thing was that the man had no hands to direct people. I believe that if these 2 pairs of very vicious enemies meet together, the result can only be life and death, and there will be nothing else. Chosen. Since those 3 people from different planets swiftly chased the old man of the dwarf group, the matter will never end easily. You will be the only result. In the eyes of the commander, there was almost no suspense when facing the 3 people from different planets. Humpty Dumpty thought about this commander, and now he has encountered a problem. then the commander will definitely do his best to solve it for him in return. The dwarf categorically rejected his proposal, not going to another planet. His approach is simply unwise in the eyes of the commander. Therefore, he decided to take strong measures, no matter whether the fat man wanted to leave here or not. He decided to send him away. This is why he dragged him away forcibly, not because of the constant struggle of the short, fat man. Jiang Cheng and Yanren followed Ruo, the scholar who led the way, to the base commander's office. "This is it," Scholar said to them, and he looked inside the room, but it seems that no one is there now. Jiang Cheng and the others walked in, and the office tilde really was empty. Jiang Cheng and Yanren looked at each other. Could it be that the commander and the dwarf saw that their men could not resist them, and then entered? The two of them walked out of the office and looked up. There was a passage leading to the outdoors. "Is this road leading to the inside?" Chan Ran asked the scholar who led the way. "This road," the scholar pointed towards the end of the passage. "This is to the gunboat platform." "Go," Jiang Cheng said to Yan Ran. He had instinct that the commander and the short fat man did not hide in the base, but chose to run. Ma Ran didn't say a word, and she and Jiang Cheng quickly followed the passage. Sure enough, when they were about to reach the end of the passage, the voice of a short fat man came from the tarmac outside. "Let me go," I said. "I won't leave." "Elder man, stop being stubborn. You still have time to leave now." This should be the base commander talking about Dumpty. "We have tried our best, but with such a powerful enemy, we really can't stop them. So if you stay, there will be no more than a dead end." The commander still did not give up talking about the short group. "You can still come back after they leave." "What happens when I come back?" "People on the entire planet will know that I was scared to run away by those 3 people, and even wandered on other planets." Zai snorted at that time. "Who can afford me? I spent my whole life in the human field and I ended up like this. No, I will definitely not go." The dwarf categorically rejected it. "Long man, the conductor doesn't know what to say. You are not bad." Sizzy patted the commander on the shoulder. "You are so loyal to me, and I actually misunderstood you like that. I really shouldn't." With the status of a short fat man and his kind of weird card aura, it is already rare for him to be able to say something like doxy. "I grew up here, and I still have deep feelings for this place. I thought about it. When I get old and retired, I will come back here and spend time here." Old age. There was a bit of bitterness in the Humpty's voice. "Now it seems that it is a good choice for me to die here." Commanding it to say something else, suddenly, he seemed to have some feeling, and he turned his head hurriedly. He saw the person he didn't want to see the most. I don't know when, a couple of men and women stood not far away from his and looked at them quietly. Needless to say, these 2 men were the ones who followed his boss and destroyed the 4 gunboats at their base. The commander drew the short gun from his waist. Although his fingers were shaking, he still pointed the gun at them, but he didn't have the courage to pull the trigger. Facing the muzzle, the pair of men and women on different planets did not feel any tension. Humpty Dumpty reached out his hand from behind him and slowly pressed down the muzzle of his raised muzzle. "Don't do anything anymore," Humpty Dumpty said to the commander. "The guy in your hand can't hurt them at all." Why doesn't the commander know this fact? But when facing the enemy, knowing that he is not their opponent, he has to make a statement. "Not easy, you are really not easy." Sizzy said to Ruo, Jiangcheng, and Bingren, "Now you can do it." Knowing that he was about to die, the dwarf became relaxed. He opened his hands and smiled reluctantly and said, "Come on." "No." The commander rushed over from behind Humpty Dumpty. He opened his arms to block the Humpty Dumptys. Faced with the 2 men and women standing in front of him on the alien planet who frightened him. "Read, but still speak out. You guys, if you want to kill him, just kill me first. What's so difficult about this?" Jiang Cheng said coldly. There was hardly any movement. His figure suddenly appeared in front of the commander. He just wanted to raise his hand. Humpty Dumpty said in time, "It's none of his business." Jiang Cheng turned his head to look at him. Facing his cold gaze, Humpty Dumpty's legs began to shake again. If it is said that Humpty Dumpty has no regrets at all, it is false, and he does not know how he was so unlucky and got into such a terrible opponent. At the beginning, he didn't put these 3 people from different planets in his eyes. As the team's tallest boss, he could do whatever he wanted on the planet Delmer. At the beginning, he thought that killing these 3 people from different planets is no more difficult than killing 3 mother ants. After all, this is his territory, and they come from an alien planet. But what he didn't expect was that the people from these 3 different planets were so tough. especially the man among them. The words terrible and powerful can no longer describe him vividly. This man can easily defeat hundreds of scholars when facing the siege, and can also destroy them with gestures when facing battleships and tanks. And why is I so obsessed with it? Do I have to split up with these three people? The most important thing is that it is clear who among them is strong and weak. And I was just trying to fight for air, and it was really unwise to fight such an opponent forcibly. Now Hume is too late, so there is no need to say anything. It has nothing to do with him. Kill me if you want. Humpty Dumpty has always been selfish. It's not easy to say such a thing. It may be the so-called human will die, right? Are you two acting? Jiang Cheng said with a sneer. Although I know that you did not take me to heart, and I am not qualified to ask you anything, I still ask you to hold your hands high and forgive my boss. The commander begged if. Oh, Yi Fen turned to look at him. Do you know what he did to us? Jiang Cheng said coldly. He has attacked us again and again. I have given him a chance, but he didn't take my words seriously. However, you didn't have any loss in Beijing, did you? The commander found that Jiang Cheng and the others were not the kind of unreasonable people, and his heart was aroused. You kill him, you can remove your anger, but it doesn't really help things. For example, the resettlement of the victims. If you kill him, what will the historical citizens do? Have you thought about this? You are from a different planet. It's impossible to look forward to being on the planet Delmer for a long time. Once you kill my boss, the superiors in the mansion may not say anything on the surface, but after you leave, those people might be angry. For those Shimin, the more the commander speaks, the more fluent it is. I ask you to give my superiors, including me, we will definitely arrange the victims. Isn't this what you want to imitate? Jiang Cheng groaned and said nothing. What the commander said was not unreasonable. When the first conflict between them ended, their request for the short, fat man was indeed to resettle the victims. Moreover, Jiang Cheng also believes what the referee said. He has dealt with the superiors of Delmer. With the of those superiors, it is not impossible for those people to turn back after they leave. Yes, they were gone as soon as the time came, but it was inevitable that those experts would be angry with Shimin. If this happens, it would go against their original intention. You are right, but how can we believe what you are saying? Jiang Cheng looked at the commander and asked, if you wait for us to leave, you take the victims to calm down, we are still the same. Method. Yes, I can ask my boss to spend a sum of money to resettle the victims. I mean, you can analyze all the situation to them and let the people choose to stay. The commander must have some plan in his mind, so he seemed very clever. My boss took out a sum of money and then issued certificates to the victims. They could choose whether to stay in the capital or go to Delmer. Satellites, or just go to other planets. In this way, even if my boss wants to retaliate against them, he will spend a lot of time, and if time passes slowly, this matter will soon become less important, and BYK has more things to do. The conductor was right. Jiang Cheng felt so. He turned his head and looked at Ma Ran. Do you think what he said makes sense? I think it's not bad. I feel that this Shihui person still has sincerity in his words. Then answer if. Jiang Cheng nodded and he turned to Apansy. Then you. Have you heard the opinions of your subordinates? Humpty Dumpty didn't speak for a while, and the commander looked at him pleadingly. Well, it's better to be immortal or immortal. Ants are still happy. As for money, it's not a problem for Dumpty. Anyway, his money comes very much, it's easy, not to mention his money. In a position like him, how difficult is it to use his power to draw a sum of money casually? Humpty Dumpty has never done such a thing less, and the money can be used to kill his life. It is not a problem at all. Humpty Dumpty even considered that if it is not convenient to use public funds now, he can use his own private small treasury. Anyway, he will have the opportunity and method to get it in the future. I agree with his suggestion. The short group nodded and said, you have a subordinate who is loyal to you. This time your life will survive, all due to his credit. The opportunity is hard won, and I hope you will cherish it. Jiang Cheng looked at the short, fat man. This is your last chance. If you want more tricks, then no one can teach you. Without further ado, Jiang Cheng asked the dwarf to go back to the capital city of Delmer with him immediately. He wanted to watch the dwarf personally handle the resettlement of Shimin early, and the commander must follow them. Jiang Cheng already thought, okay, let the commander do the specific details. He didn't believe other people at all, but this commander was worth trying. When this man faced them, although he was very scared, he still stood up and begged for mercy for his boss, not the kind of villain who begs for glory, and his character was quite good. After the decision was made, Jiang Cheng asked the short, fat man and the commander to leave immediately, and then followed him to the capital of the planet Delmer. The gunboat they were riding in would not work if they did not enter the repair shop for overhaul. In its current state, it is even uncertain whether it can take off. Jiang Cheng looked at the spaceship that Humpty Dumpty was going to use to escape. This spacecraft is completely black, and the entire hull is slender and flat, which is completely different from ordinary spacecraft. Seeing Jiang Cheng walking towards the spaceship, the commander didn't understand what he meant, but he saw on the monitor that the gunboat they were riding in had been seriously broken. The commander immediately opened the door of the spacecraft for Jiang Cheng, asked him to enter, and started to introduce him. This kind of spacecraft is a concrete manifestation of the latest technological level and production level of Delmer Planet. This kind of spacecraft has been built a total of 3. Dumpty, as the highest boss of the team department, did my part to get one, because Delmer Planet has been calm for too long. Quincy basically didn't need to use this spaceship in the capital, so the short group hid the spaceship in his lair. This is a very fast spacecraft, far surpassing most of the aircraft on the Delmer Star team. A special vehicle for the head of the planet Delmer, this spacecraft is extremely fast in addition to its protection capabilities. According to the commander, the protective cover of this spacecraft can withstand the continuous firing of the main guns of the team's gunboat. After all, the people riding in it are experts. The lives of these experts are very precious, so the protective performance must be excellent. Jiang Cheng found a spacecraft from the base of the dwarf, which was very distinctive, which made him feel a little moved. The base commander saw what he meant, so he introduced the spaceship to Jiang Cheng in detail. At this time, he said that this spacecraft not only has extremely fast speed and excellent protection capabilities, but it also has strong firepower. When talking about this, the commander pressed the various buttons on the console, and if there was a sound, the ship that looked like a scout spacecraft revealed its true face. Although there are no powerful ion guns and the like, but there are a lot of missiles, large and small, plus electromagnetic guns with a small caliber. Generally speaking, the firepower on this spacecraft is enough to handle a small-scale armed conflict. Of course, the original purpose of such a spaceship is not for combat, so the weapons it is equipped with are only for self-defense. However, compared to other spaceships of the same size, its firepower is already strong enough. Therefore, the base commander concluded that this is a combat aircraft with high speed, high protection, and a certain intensity of firepower. This kind of spacecraft is most suitable for long-distance travel between planets, the commander said to Jiang Cheng with a smile. Moreover, its power system is also extremely good, and it can make full use of light energy as auxiliary power. The alien in front of him promised to let go of his boss's life, and the commander returned to his original appearance. He talked and laughed freely in front of Jiang Cheng and the others. He no longer had the same cringeness that he had just looked like, a bit of the style of the base commander. Humpty Dumpty stood beside him without saying a word. Maybe he was calculating where to find a large sum of money to settle the victims. The commander asked Jiang Cheng to enter the spacecraft. Jiang Cheng saw that the spacecraft's internal space was very compact because the powerful power and protection system it required took up too much space. But the team was very reasonable, and there was still a small bedroom. After all, this is the car of the planet Delmer. In addition to ensuring the energy they need, the most important thing is comfort. These lords are always paying attention to this point, so in order for these masters not to be too boring when taking the spacecraft, the designer of the spacecraft not only made the passengers more comfortable as possible, but also provided some entertainment facilities. Jiang Chengji found the game in the bedroom, the handle of the machine. It's so thoughtful to test Jiang. After the commander introduced the spacecraft, he handed a starter to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng didn't pick it up. He just looked at the commander in front of him. He seemed too salty to himself. Jiang Cheng wanted to hear what reason he had. The commander shrugged his shoulders and said to Jiang Cheng, "First, you let go of my boss, me, and my taxis. As a district oil, this spacecraft is a small reward. Secondly, the animal of this spacecraft is really good, and it is most suitable for long-distance travel in the universe. I can see that you need it very much, and the gun you used to ride has been badly replaced. Third, speaking of here, the commander smiled bitterly. No, my boss is erratic. Although he personally promised that you will treat the victims of the disaster, I can't guarantee that he will be like this, so this spacecraft was a kind of compensation at that time." Jiang Cheng didn't say much. He just looked at the base commander deeply, and then reached out and took the spacecraft to start. Baludi was the happiest seeing such a spacecraft. When she heard that the spacecraft in front of her already belonged to them, she threw the flamingo in her arms into the sky with a wow. Then she rushed into the spaceship at one end, and the interior of this Delmer planet's master's car was really not comparable to that of an ordinary ship. Ba Lu was very enthusiastic about the spacecraft. Ba Luluo has a great interest in driving, and she also has a strong sky. It seems that there is no aircraft that she can't control, and her driving level is also very superb. Often many years of veterans are also defeated by her. However, it was very strange why she was interested in driving. Ba Luluo told her that when she was in the Black Dragon group, because she was a killer, she was usually very mysterious and could not easily appear in front of other people. There is a problem with this. Ba LV can't spend her usual time in the house all day long. Ba Lu can't stand this kind of boring life. She is still young, and going on like this will drive her crazy. Especially every time she finishes her assassination mission, she urgently needs a radical way to relax herself and vent her depressed emotions in her heart. Then she can't show up in front of others casually. What should I do? The senior management of Haijizi Group also didn't want to see any problems with her sharp knife. Bai Jing is still very useful to the group, so someone thought of letting her learn to drive. The reason he said is quite reasonable. First, driving, just let Ba Luxu from the room into the aircraft, except during the time on the road, almost no one can see her. Second, as a killer, driving is of great help to this profession, and it is not a bad thing to let Ba LVSU learn. Third, driving is also enough to spur, which can make Ba Ludi a good distraction and relax her enough. As a result, Ba Green got the opportunity to learn to drive. But to everyone's surprise, she actually has a very strong sky in driving. Needless to say, ordinary aircraft in front of Babe Green, it's too pediatric. It is large aircraft, such as some combat spacecraft. She can easily control them. And compared with those old fritters that have been soaked in spacecraft all the year round, she can always fly faster and more than them. Dexterity. Sometimes those old fried dough sticks will feel like it can still be like this. Soon, Ba Lu's reputation for being a genius driver spread wildly within Haizizi, which was beyond the expectations of those high levels. But that's not bad. Ba Luj appeared in front of everyone as a genius driver, disguising her true face as a killer. What is the high level of driving in green? Anyway, whenever there was a mission, the internal members trusted her so much. The aircraft she was flying was always crowded, even if the other aircraft were empty. Everyone used their feet to vote to determine the status of the first person in the Baloluo group. So now that Ba Lurong sees a spaceship with a cool appearance and a unique shape, how can he not be excited? The little girl kept looking at the things in the spaceship. From her expression, she could tell that she loved such spaceships from the heart. She was eager to try the feeling of piloting this spacecraft, so she said to Ruo Jiang Cheng and Yanren, "What are we waiting for? Haven't the things here been resolved?" Jiang Cheng looked at the base commander who was confessing to the subordinates, then turned to Ba Lu and said, "You are not in a hurry. There will be one on the day of your crunching soon. Think about how we are going to spend it on the spacecraft. How long will it take? Cut, I'm not you. You don't know how much I like flying aircrafts, especially those with fast speeds like this, which drive very far." Baludi stroked the spaceship in front of her eyes. "No matter how long I drive it, I won't feel the nets. During the driving, I feel that I am communicating with them. Wish to feel a little bit mysterious, right?" Ba Lezhao also knows that his statement is difficult for others to accept. Humans and machines communicate. This kind of statement really makes people feel very alienated. However, Ba Luluo has the best teacher and best friend who understands her best. They didn't feel any fuss about her statement. On the contrary, they hope Ba Lurong can tell them how to communicate with the machine in the future. Send feeling. After all, even a teacher who is omnipotent, he can do some simple communication with small animals, and even with some plants. But he did not have to communicate with the machine after Ma Renjiji suggested, "This spaceship will fall in green." The spacecraft will be named Ba Luluo from now on. Yanren's proposal made Ba Lurong laugh happily. Although she loves flying various aircraft so much, she has never owned a spaceship named after herself. Ba Leju and Yanren looked at their teacher, Jiang Cheng, together. By Quan, Jiang Cheng was the last one to decide. Jiang Cheng shrugged. It didn't matter what he called the spaceship. Since Yanren, they want to call this spaceship Ba Ludi, that's it. Yeah. Ba Luluo jumped up, and after hugging Yanren, she ran away anxiously. When Jiang Cheng Heron didn't understand what she was going to do, she ran back in a hurry, still holding a bucket of paint in her hand. It turned out that the little girl was an urgent animal. Since Jiang Cheng and Ma Ran had agreed that the spacecraft was called Ba LVG, she couldn't wait. Fortunately, the materials in the base are very rich. Almost everything is available. When Ba Lu asked a scholar where he can find paint, the scholar readily gave her a bucket. When he learned about the woman when the child wanted to paint something, he enthusiastically helped her carry a ladder. So, with the help of the enthusiastic native, Balu stepped up the ladder and began to write the name of the spacecraft on her head. How? Balu jumped off the ladder and looked at Jiang Cheng and son-in-law, standing aside proudly. What Jiang Cheng and Yanren didn't expect was that Ba Ludi did not name the spacecraft Ba Ludi. Although they both agreed on the name, Ba Lu was obviously not that kind of selfish girl. The name left on the bow is Ran vs Ba Lu. Although she hugged Ba Luqian, she moved her way very much. Although she didn't care what the name of Fei was, but Ba Lu's doing so undoubtedly made her feel very warm. Jiang Cheng was also very happy, and Ba Ludi's approach at this time made him very comfortable. He has been secretly worried about his disciple from the dark world, worried that her essence will be tainted. But now he is optimistic about her future journey in life. The little girl is still very good at nature, so he can rest assured. He glanced at Ma Ran, who was hugging Ba Lu. Her female disciple was the greatest influence and help to Ba Lu. However, starting from small things, slowly instilling some concepts that are in line with human morals into the depths of Shang Ludi's soul, gradually clearing away the dirt that may exist in the depths of Ba Lu's heart. The friendship between her and Ba LVG, like a spring rain, dived into the night with the wind, moisturizing things silently and silently, continuously moisturizing her heart. Now her hard work has finally paid off. So it is not so much that Bingren embraced Ba Ludi because of her generous food, it is better to say that Ran was moved by Ba Lu's goodness. The command of the base came over, and he had already confessed what to say with his subordinates. Now he came to ask Jiang Cheng if they could take off at any time. Jiang Cheng, Ran, and Ba Luluo, the three of them, shouting, and the flamingo. This is a more important guy. You can't forget her casually. Of course, the three of them ride on this latest battleship. Up, the base commander is riding an ordinary combat spacecraft. Although the guns in their base had been destroyed by Jiang Cheng and others, there were still some other aircraft. Everything was prepared, and the two spaceships rose into the air one after another and went straight into outer space. Baludi sat steadily on the pilot's seat of the spacecraft. While driving the spacecraft, she kept spraying and saying that this spacecraft is indeed the crystallization of Delmer Planet's top technology and manufacturing process. The spacecraft is very easy to drive. Although it has the functions of manual driving and computer driving like other spacecraft, the artificial intelligence on this spacecraft is much higher than other aircraft. Powerful pre-well capabilities and remote prediction capabilities and powerful artificial intelligence make it very easy for pilots. Although Ba Luluo knew that this was built specifically for the leader of Delmer Planet, the little girl didn't think much about it. She didn't know that since it was built for the leader of the mansion, she even did the driving for the leader. Yes, of course you can't neglect that. If the pilot reports to the leader that the spacecraft is very uncomfortable and tiring to drive, the number of accidents will increase greatly, and it may even be life-threatening to ride on the head of the spacecraft. Who will those leaders listen to? They will definitely listen to these pilots. Isn't this something that you can tell? It can only be the designer of the spacecraft that is inverted. As the old saying goes, this is the truth that you would rather offend a gentleman than a villain. Although these people are in low positions, they often stay with the leaders. Once they fan the flames and whisper something in the ears of the leaders, the troubles are really endless. Baludi had never piloted such an advanced spacecraft before. She couldn't extricate herself from being immersed in this fresh experience. She didn't even want to talk to Jiang Cheng and Yan Ran. Seeing that she didn't want to take care of people like this, she punched her arms for a while, and even the flamingo took the opportunity to fall to the rocks. And if she was unprepared, she used it to peck a few times on her head. Jiang Chengqian was already lying on the bed, although he doesn't need sleep anymore. But why do you have to sit upright if you are comfortable? Next to him, Li Huowu lay there, his eyes half opened, and it was obviously enjoyable to see her. Yanren looked at Ba Lu, who was immersed in the fun of flying, and then at Jiang Cheng and Li Huowu lying on the bed comfortably. She shook her head and slowly entered a state of thinking. Behind their ship, the base commander and the Humpty Humpty ship are following them. I really can't figure out why you gave them our spacecraft. Don't you know that there are 3 ships in total? It's rare. The Humpty Dumpty Kanduo said, pointing to Hugh Iron, with a hint of complaint in his tone. 860 now, he has truly regarded this commander as his confidant, so he no longer has any scruples when he speaks. Before changing, he would definitely say with a smile on his face that it's okay. But in fact, he has secretly kept in mind the fact that the person is in charge. The next thing to do is to wait for a right time. If there is no such right opportunity, then create one by yourself, and the rest is to deal with the subordinate who made the mistake according to his mood. If he was in a good mood on the day of disposal, then the subordinate would undoubtedly be lucky. At least he would not be crushed by various terrible charges. If the opposite is the case, then the subordinate can only ask for more blessings. If he has any beliefs, it is best to tell him more. Maybe his will treat him at some point. Remember, Humpty Dumpty is such a person, smiling to his face, stabbing a knife in the back. But if such a villain takes a person seriously, then he will trust him more than others. This is how the Humpty Dumpty treats the base command palace in front of him. Facing the terrible alien man, Dwarf Philip's calves trembled in fear. When he felt that he must have died in the hands of these 3 people this time, Bai Quan and the others shrank and chased him to the boss. He comes right away. But he did not expect that the base commander in front of him was actually speaking in front of the terrifying alien man. When the commander was talking with the man, the dwarf stood behind him so he could see clearly. The base pointed out that the person was shaking constantly at the time. Even if he didn't look at his body, but just listened to his voice, he could hear it. Although he was trying to stay calm, his voice betrayed him. His voice was shaking. However, in this case, he actually had the courage to defend himself. The short group of people clearly remembered that when the base commander opened his arms to protect himself, when he claimed to kill him first in that time, the short fat man's eyes please even went out. Finally, the terrible man gave up the idea of killing him, and all of this is the credit of the base. So he was very grateful to this commander in his heart. He didn't expect that a thing he just did at random would actually get so much benefit. However, he was still puzzled by the commanders sending the most advanced spacecraft on the planet of County Delmer to the 3 people. Only if he wants. He can let the 3 people choose any kind of aircraft at will, but not including the one given to them by the nuclear commander. Production of this type of spacecraft has been discontinued because the cost of building the spacecraft is too high. Jizhai has objections to seizing this matter and is promoting it to the public on major newspapers and radio stations. The current boss of Delmer is having a headache for this matter. Humpty Dumpty remembered that he was gloating at the time. Although the commander heard something different from the previous voice in the dwarf's tone, he did not make himself self-satisfied. He still treated his boss respectfully, even though the commander was fatal to a pizzy. But he didn't feel complacent about it at all, which made the short, fat man secretly deepen his affection for this commander. Below the picture, in the situation at that time, it was impossible for me to do that. They let us go. The commander looked at his boss. If we don't show some general ideas in return, I'm afraid they, until now, I would not believe us and reached an agreement with us. Humpty Dumpty nodded. The commander still made sense. Even if he changed him, he would not believe a person who only made promises in his mouth. No matter how nice it is useless. Everything depends on the action. The commander nodded slightly when he saw his boss, and he was secretly relieved. Although he treated his boss as the face of the three people, he knew what his boss was like before. Of people. Of course, he also knew that his boss was no longer the same attitude towards him as his superiors, and was more like a heart-to-heart among friends, but he knew that he had better leave this feeling behind. If because of this incident, the short, fat man in front of him really shows the appearance of building free, I am afraid that not only will he lose his current position in the near future, but he may also return to the remote satellite where he was exiled. So his attitude is as respectful as before. In the situation at that time, I think it's better to let them not have any dissatisfaction. And I can see that the man is very interested in your spacecraft, not to mention that their cannonball has been destroyed by us. The commander said deliberately, "Under such circumstances, I privately gave your spacecraft to him without your consent. Please forgive me." After finishing speaking, he gave the short, fat man a doctor. "Sai, what are you doing like this?" The dwarf hurriedly stopped the commander. "Although we are in a superior relationship, there are only two of us now. There is no need to be like this. In fact, you are right to do this. That man is not someone who can do it casually. If you sent him casually at that time, you might still provoke him by then." Humpty Dumpty laughed twice and didn't say any more. The meaning of what he said is very simple. If the man from the other planet initiates a fire, it is estimated that no one can resist his anger. The distance between the old set of the dwarf and the planet Delmer is not far away, so the time is not difficult to pass the time. Only Ba Lu looked very dissatisfied. Jiang Cheng and son-in-law both understood what she meant. The little girl had not survived the cancer of driving this new spacecraft. The oldest mansion on the planet Irma. Although the performance of Delma's mansion was inefficient in many things, they were quick to clean up the old mansion. It was a few hours away from the old mansion of Jiang Cheng, but now I can't see the blood on the floor after chasing the corpse. Even the bullet marks on the wall have been repaired. Everything in the old mansion seems to be no different from before. People work as usual and look like they are busy. It's just that when they saw Jiang Cheng and his party walk into the dish, they couldn't help but feel evasive and fearful in their eyes. No way, they are all ordinary people. And Jiang Cheng's bloodbath of the old mansion that day scared them all. They grow up so old, when have they seen such a horrible scene? The man from another planet was like a murderous madman, but his face was calm and his eyes were ruthless, and he was covered in unclean clothes with the slightest blood. This bizarre picture is deeply imprinted in the minds of the staff of the old mansion, and it will not be forgotten for a long time. Many people in Jizhai are often surprised by dreams when they return to midnight. Now they saw the murderous madman at that time. Although he had a calm face, his fear of killing that day was not forgotten. And the short, fat man walking by his side, they couldn't be more familiar. The hatred between him and the three people from another planet was already publicly shifted. At least all the people who worked in the old mansion knew about it, and they also knew that the three aliens had gone to Humpty Old Man to hunt him down. But looking at what they are now, it seems that they are not the same as the words circulating among colleagues. Looking at their demeanor, although they are not friends, they do not seem to be the kind of enemies. No one looked at them too much, and even to the short, fat man walking beside Jiang Cheng, the staff only slightly greeted them and then hurriedly avoided. None of Jiang Cheng and his party spoke. The scholars and those who guarded the old mansion came forward to question them. The gas and chlorine at the scene were exceptionally different. In the office of the boss of the county team quietly opened the corner of the window and looked at the group of people walking here. At this time, the boss's face was already pale, and he asked nervously, "My dear old friend, from your point of view, did they hold your subordinates to come to confront me?" The boss sighed. Who knew that these three people were so hands-on? I would not take advantage of the short, fat man. His good friend was not surprised by what he said. He understood that Dumpty was only reduced by half a level at the time. The old friend in front of him must have accepted the benefits of Dumpty. Otherwise, with the usual attitude of the boss, A Pansy will definitely not put it so lightly this time. Just forget it. I think it should not be what you think, old friend, his good friend analyzed. I saw that although the relationship between them was not too close, they were not like enemies at the time. Oh, the boss raised his head, full of hope. Is it really like you said? You better believe it is what I said, the leader of the team sighed. You better calm down, they are about to come in. Sure enough, after 10 seconds, Jiang Cheng and his party walked into the boss's office. Welcome, welcome. 3 friends from another planet, welcome you back to the old mansion of Delmer again. The boss turned his eyes and looked at the short, fat man standing next to Jiang Cheng. Oh, my friend, look, I'll rest assured when you are fine. The dwarf snorted. His old position is so secretive. Only a few people know the specific position. But as soon as he got there, the people from these 3 different planets chased him up. It would be strange if no one told them his specific location. This is betrayal, Kai Gyugyuo's betrayal. They had just formed an alliance not long ago, and he did not expect his allies would betray him just a few days later. He, such an ally, Humpty Dumpty sneered in his heart, and he was not as embarrassed. If it weren't for his ally, one was the boss and the other was his boss, he would definitely have an attack on the spot. However, the objects he wants to vent are now higher than his position. If he is in the lower position, if he angers them and makes them lose face, the influence will not be good. Today is not a holiday, and all the staff are there. It is never too late for a gentleman to avenge. With the usual style of short, fat man, although the boss and his good friends are not doing well at the moment, but afterwards, I don't know how this guy will deal with them. Thinking of Dumpy's methods to deal with people, not only Dumpy's boss, even the president is slightly shocked. They felt that they had to find a suitable opportunity to discuss this matter with the short, fat man. It is not a good thing to have an enemy like this. Jiang Cheng didn't bother about the boss's false enthusiasm, let alone the thoughts of intrigue between the 3 of them. He directly said to the supreme of the planet Delmer, "He and I have reached an agreement about the victims of the last time. The content of the agreement is for him and you. I just need your results. This is the last time." Jiang Cheng said in a calm tone, "If you can no longer satisfy me, then it will not be like the last time. I will stop only after the blood is washed in the presidential palace." An aggressive look appeared in Jiang Cheng's eyes, patrolling the boss and the 2 bosses in Team Well. He increased his tone and looked at the 3 chilling heads of the 3 Delmer planets in front of him and said, "I will hunt you down no matter where you go." And his tone was full of coldness. "Yours family, relatives, and friends don't even want to run away," the 3 leaders gasped. He didn't expect the man in front of him to be so cold-blooded. Bai Jing's imitation of the 9 races hadn't done it for many years on their highly developed planet. Think about it yourself. Jiang Cheng looked at the expressions of these 3 people with satisfaction, and then took Ruo Yanren and Ba Ludi to leave here, leaving these 3 people to make them suffer. Jiang Cheng and the others returned to the hotel where they had stayed, and quietly waited for the result of the discussions between the 3 people on Delmer Planet. As soon as Jiang Cheng left, the 3 people in the boss's office started arguing. "It's all you." Boss couldn't help the fear in his heart and began to complain about the short, fat man. "If you didn't provoke such a person, how could things become like this? Humpty Dumpty is not a talkative master. Since his accomplices are attacking him, of course he will not let them attack." "Blame me?" he sneered. Humpty Dumpty sneered. He looked down on the 2 people in front of him. At first, his eyes could only see the point under his nose. Now that he sees things out of control, he can only complain incompetently, such a guy. To be the boss of Delmer Planet is simply a joke. "At that time, you picked up 030 received me when I treated you like that. You didn't say that." The short, fat guy, seeing if the boss's flushed face, felt very happy. He also has a grievance that needs to be vented. Does he really think that he is the boss so he can do whatever he wants? That's too small for him. Humpty Dumpty was born in a family of eunuchs, and from his grandfather's life, he has held important positions in the mansion on the planet Delmer, until his father and then him. Through the hard work of their 3 generations, Their family's network of connections is huge, and scary people are spread across the entire Delmer galaxy. Whether it is in the business community or the team, they are incomparable. And these two wimps in front of them, what ability do they have? What connections do they have? Dwarf Philip even suspected that they had no resources in the capital. If it wasn't for the last general election, where he was the boss because he exposed the embezzlement and embezzled public funds. But even so, he still became the first boss in the Team Well department, which is also the position second only to the boss. It can be said that one person is less than 10,000 people. Compared with Zidong, this position has more real power. Humpty Dumpty Jing didn't take to heart the failure of the last election boss, and he didn't even bother to be an empty boss like now. At that time, because of the defeat in the general election, I was in a depressed mood. His retired father personally came to cheer him and let him see the facts before him. So after listening to his father's words, Humpty Dumpty made up his mind secretly, and when he took the stage next time as the boss, even if the supreme power of the Team Well could not be held in his hands, it would be controlled by his own parents. Therefore, in view of the current situation, he is not afraid of breaking his face with the two people in front of him, although one of them is the boss and the top boss is nominally the team. There is no real power to use, the dwarf thought, full of pleasure. Just like himself, if the boss's order does not suit his appetite, he will not listen to him. Two of you took my money, it's not a small sum. The dwarf Susan pulled the boss's good friend down and attacked. What did you tell me at the time? The fat man screamed coldly. You support me, let my hands and feet deal with those 3 alien planets. What about now? Seeing that something is wrong, you want me to be alone. Is there such a good thing? The fat man tweeted. Do you guys treat me as my first day out? Facing the scolding of the short group, the boss and the star doctor first blushed for a while, not knowing how to refute him. It was the same at the beginning. They accepted the benefits that the short group gave them. It was an amazing amount of money. At that time, they were almost invincible to believe in their own eyes. Even the boss, who was going to borrow from the topic, gave up the original idea and turned to support him. A person from a different planet and not from the Delmer system, no matter how strong they are, the dragon will not crush the earth snakes. Besides, how could they be comparable to those earth snakes? They are the heads of the planet Delmer, so they let the short group go to pay the 3 people. In order to show that they didn't take his money for nothing, they followed the short group to give him lessons. Unexpectedly, they hit the rock. Their opponents are strong, and they also despise the law and despise human sacrifices. Such opponents are the most terrifying. Watching the men on the alien planet kill anyone who is in the several conflicts with them, they can only attack him, and there is only one consequence, death. They were shocked by such a crippling method by this time, they regretted it too late. So when they faced the killing god, in order to save their lives, they chose to betray the short fat man. They knew that this way the short fat man would definitely hate them to the bone. But who knows how many days the pudgy can live? Seeing that man's blood resistance means, I'm afraid he would beat him to death as soon as he saw the short fat man. Humpty Dumpty died 100, and it was only good for them to die, so that they would not be angered by this man. However, the men on this alien planet did not kill the short fat man. This result has surprised them. They also reached a certain agreement, which made them even more surprised. Seeing that the 2 people in front of him were not talking, Humpty Dumpty felt a little better. Throughout the Delmer galaxy, he was able to get angry with the boss and the team boss, and also made them not return their mouths. Apart from him, there is no more 2 people. The base commander, who had been standing next to them, was not idle either. He watched the atmosphere between these 3 people calmly. When he saw the boss and the team doctor boss not talking in front of the short fat man, under the circumstances, it opened in time. Elders, I think you should calm down and discuss the terms proposed by the 3. The man from the other planet mentioned you again and again when he was leaving. Who is he? The first boss of the team looked at the uniform of the base and said, how can he be involved in this matter? Now that the Humpty Dumpty has vented some anger and became a little easier to talk, he waved his hand. The commander of the base on my planet, the man from the other planet, appointed him to do some things. Okay, then you can tell what agreements that person has reached with you. Delmer's boss said, he is very happy, now he has a new topic. He was embarrassed from the bottom of his heart when he faced the short, fat man like a mad dog. Yes, it was embarrassment. As the boss of the planet Delmer, it is really unreasonable to let his subordinates call him. Unlike the few people in the boss's office, Jiang Cheng and the others are very idle at the moment. Jiang Cheng was reading a book with gusto in his hand. He was immersed in the book and stroked with his right hand on the flamingo lying next to him. Although Li Huo didn't like someone treating her like a dog, she was afraid that Jiang Cheng was better than Bingren. So although she was dissatisfied, she had to obediently let Yifen push her around. After Yanren and Ba Ludai finished washing, they stayed in the hotel obediently and sat together watching Ruo TV. Suddenly, a temporary news break attracted their attention. Now we are broadcasting a new word. We have just received news that the relevant departments of the mansion have specially launched a series of activities in order to better solve the people's livelihood problem. The place of the second battle is being broadcast. As soon as the camera turned, a building that was still a waste appeared in the screen, and some people were moving in it. This is a residential house destroyed by a sudden disaster a few days ago. According to the analysis of relevant experts, this is the result of a meteor falling here. The camera is -25 turns again, and a person is saying something. This should be the expert in the mouth of a female reporter. In the face of this sudden disaster, the relevant departments of the mansion promptly activated the emergency plan. They dispatched hundreds of people and some vehicles to rescue here, but according to their estimates, there are no survivors here. Up, a person in uniform appeared in front of the camera. He talked with Ruo microphone. Although we have dispatched relevant personnel in time and launched a professional search and education work here, we still regret to announce that although the action was very fast, but under such a severe impact, almost no one could escape the disaster. A person appeared in the camera. I am a resident living nearby. Just now, I heard a loud noise in the room, which shattered the glass of my window. I hurried out to take a look. There was already a steep in front of me. I saw many people struggling to call here. I immediately reported to the well. In just 10 minutes, the mansion staff entered the scene. Yanren and Ba Luluo were dumbfounded when they heard them. They couldn't believe that there were such ridiculous things in the world. This person is talking nonsense. Ba Lu said angrily. Everyone here is talking nonsense. Jiang Chengbai smiled and watched the picture on TV. The female reporter was still talking improperly, and the camera was switched from time to time. It was a studio and sometimes interviews with relevant personnel. From the mouths of the people, it is forbidden that they are narrating about the disaster, but they are more emphatic that the relevant departments of the mansion have responded quickly, and the assistance is being carried out in an orderly manner. The leaders of the relevant departments are already present, and many more. This is not so much a teaching action, but rather a performance show by related departments. No, these Delmer people are really shameless. The Green was speechless, and she didn't know how to be a person. Those words came and went. According to reliable news, relevant departments have already launched the resettlement operation of Shimin. In the spirit of humanitarianism, these victims can be compensated by the government, and they can choose a variety of different programs provided by the government. A man in uniform appeared in front of the camera. According to the instructions of the superiors, we will arrange the Shimins in the right place. They can choose to settle on the spot, or they can get a sum of cash to live elsewhere. He changed his words. However, in order not to affect their lives, we recommend that these victims choose cash to go elsewhere, so that they can better resume their normal work and life. This performance is what we watched for Shiji, but it is more about Shiji and other people who meet people. It is not like the Green who only talks nonsense and analyzes. This way, this not only is the disaster caused by the government reform, but the government can also get more support from the people. Hashi, the short group of people, also said that their action efficiency is very low. Jiang Cheng knows it well. But look, this time their actions are not slow at all. What should we do? Fan Lu said. Since their efficiency is so efficient, I estimate that soon there will be a report about the resettlement of the victims. This is mainly for me. Jiang Chengyu said to you, these people, if you don't hurt them, they won't listen to you. You only have to slap them a few times, so that they can concentrate on listening to what you say. The old mansion office. The boss and the two elders of the team were on the chair, looking at Xinguo with a long breath. The team's highest boss spoke first. "Now let's do this. That star should be full of the original." The short brand smiled without comment. "If he is dissatisfied with us, there is no good way." The boss also opened. Humpty Dumpty sneered. He still had grievances against the two people in front of him. "Isn't it easy to do 500 tricks? Ahui, when that person stands in front of you, your mind will run quickly. There are more good ways." The boss was choked by the short, fat man and stopped talking. At this time, his good friend said roundly, "Oh, we are still fighting at this time. Is it interesting?" He sighed. "Hey, even though we are both the heads of the planet Delmer, terrible defeat in front of this person. Hey, I feel useless at this time. What did you do earlier?" The short group didn't let go of them, and he had no mercy on the two pig teammates in front of him. You can do it, okay?" The boss can't stand the open face of the short group. "If you have the ability, you can fight the evil star again. I am afraid you have no ability." "Me? I can't fight him. In the face of an absolutely powerful force, all the tricks are of no use." The Humpty Fat Man is not angry. What's more, the evil star is really angry this time. "If I continue, Ji, I'm afraid even my dad won't end well in the hotel." Barati suddenly asked her teacher. "Teacher, if they really change tricks, will you really kill their family?" Jiang Cheng looked at her. Jiao Wei said, "What do you think? There is no one who is not afraid of death in this world." Under Jiang Cheng's stern disclosure, the heads of the three Delmer's residences had to bow their heads. They have all seen Jiang Cheng's methods of thundering, cold, and bloody. They didn't want to fight against such a terrible opponent anymore, so they met Jiang Cheng's request. The problems of the victims were settled to be kind. And then Baludi saw the victims receive the resettlement fee from the people in the mansion, and they will start a new life today. The matter of Planet Delmer finally came to an end. Jiang Cheng and the others decided to leave here. Originally, the Planet Delmer was just one of their footholds, who knew that when Ran and Baludi were choosing the street, Xiao Yuyu was given a bank card, and then things happened one after another that they didn't even expect. Finally, the end of the matter satisfied them. After spending another day on the planet Delmer, Ran and Baludi have purchased enough supplies and daily necessities necessary for the trip, and they are ready to start spinning and head to a new destination. The boss of the planet Delmer and the two bosses of the team sent their own men to see Jiang Cheng off. If it weren't for Jiang Cheng's firm disagreement, they even planned to hold a grand farewell party to see them off. Coco, really slippery Anami. Seeing Jiang Cheng and their spacecraft rush into the sky, the heads of the three Delmer planets finally felt relieved. They immediately found a name to hold a small meeting. It is said that the three leaders drank a lot at the reception, and the short, fat guy even cried bitterly while holding a wine bottle. The people present more or less knew why he was so gaff, but no one came forward to comfort him. Xiang Jiao's overbearing short, fat man doesn't even look at the boss. This time he has received a shame that is difficult for him to talk about in the hands of a few people from another planet. I'm afraid this experience will let him remember his life. Ma Ran and Ba Lu Ji is indeed a spacecraft with extremely excellent performance. On the interstellar route, their spacecraft has the fastest speed among all kinds of flying vehicles. Baludi is a hard-working pilot. Seeing the spacecraft keep throwing other aircraft behind her, she kept making excitement. Gobeng has existed for thousands of years in the home country of Hua on the Earth, and it has always been the favorite of literati, mock, scholar officials in ancient times. Playing chess, especially national chess, has many benefits to people. For example, it can develop people's intelligence and improve their cultivation. The most important thing is that playing chess can make people sit still. When a person can sit still, he will concentrate better. Especially for people like them who are cultivating spiritual power, who can sit still, calm down, and concentrate with a high degree of concentration, then it is of great benefit to cultivation. Chess has exactly this advantage, so in the history of Huajiaguo, anyone who is famous in the kingdoms of Buddhism, Taoism, Monk, and Confucianism almost can play chess, and it is good. Right now, though, because she always couldn't beat her teacher, she seemed comfortable. It was because she hadn't gotten home yet. No more. After taking off, he left his seat. ran to the side of Lihuo and teased her, and occasionally said a few words with Ba Luluo. Jiang Cheng didn't respond to Ma Ran's movements. He still looked down at it like a chessboard, thinking. It is forceful that his opponent Ma Ran has left here, but in Jiang Cheng's mind, there is still an opponent who is constantly playing against him. Therefore, although Jiang Cheng sat still beside the chessboard with a calm face, deep in his mind, he and his imagined opponent were killing the village incessantly. "I'm here," Jiang Cheng said silently. The opponent in his consciousness was defeated by him. Although the voice was very soft, Bingren heard it, and she raised her head strangely to look at her teacher. Although she left the chessboard in a rage, she respected her teacher very much. In her mind, her teacher is powerful. As the time with him gets longer and longer, she treats him more and more. It feels like the mountain is standing still, and he always feels so mysterious and unfathomable. After thinking for a while, she walked over to the chessboard and sat down silently. Following her teacher's appearance, she slowly focused on the chessboard and worked hard to get herself into the chess team. Slowly, she felt that the chess pieces on the chessboard were moving. She seemed to see the black and white chess pieces in a fierce battle. They were fighting and hard work on every corner and melting point of the chessboard. The contention is strange, but she was stunned by the sight in front of her. She didn't notice that in front of her, her teacher didn't know when she had raised her head, quietly watching if her expression kept changing. However, she was impressed by the situation in the chess team, and she unknowingly stretched out her hand to enclose a chess piece. Jiang Cheng paid attention to the direction where her finger dropped. With a soft sound, Jiang Cheng's chess piece was lifted away. A smile appeared on Jiang Cheng's painful corner. He lowered his head and looked at the chess team, but he couldn't help sighing in his heart. This disciple of his writing is really not easy. 2 masters and apprentices were calm on the surface, but the chessboard they were playing was full of flames, and the 360 battle was not proper. For a time, both of them were in this place. Suddenly, the spaceship shook for a while, and Jiang Cheng looked up in surprise. They didn't understand what was going on. "I only heard Ba Luluo cursing loudly. The little girl would not curse. There was no trick, just come over and fall in the past. That is, bastard shameless." "What's the matter?" Yan Ran asked Ba Lu. Jiang Cheng also found it strange that they are now flying on regular routes. These routes have been confirmed, and nothing unexpected will happen in the middle. Therefore, there must be an unusual shaking of the well-flying spacecraft. And their spacecraft is not an ordinary past spacecraft. It is specially made for the Delmer leader. Other aspects are not mentioned for the time being. At least there is no problem with safety. This bastard. Baretti gritted her teeth, and as her curse was written, the spaceship increased its speed. Jiang Cheng Heron walked to the green side of Ba and looked at the monitor in front of her. Not far from their spacecraft, a spacecraft was flying in front of them. Jiang Cheng understands that this is their car. You don't need to swear if you can't fly. Jiang Cheng became green when he understood the situation before him. I can't fly anybody else. Ba Lulu didn't stop at all. She turned her head and gave her teacher a blank look. What kind of teacher is this? Who on earth is kissing him? Is this unobvious elbow turned outward? If it wasn't for your disciple's quick response and superb driving skills, my dear teacher and my dear sister, you are now immersing in space. Green said again, maybe it's already dead. No way. Yes, she smiled. She is a little junior girl who always speaks exaggeratedly. A simple trivial matter often becomes a sensational big thing in her. Why not? Do you think I am teasing you to play? Bar Green with sharp teeth said no. That's right, her teacher spoke for others just now, but now her master sister doesn't believe her. It's strange that she will be in a good mood. Just now, the spacecraft suddenly accelerated and passed by us. If I hadn't reacted quickly, it would have collided. Baretti said. Suddenly she yelled again. Look, this is here again. Jiang Cheng and Yanren raised their heads when they heard the sound. As expected, the spacecraft in front suddenly reduced their speed. Balu drove the spacecraft and made a brilliant S-shaped movement, which not only let the spacecraft ahead of him deliberately make things difficult. With this beautiful gesture, I used it behind me. Eat shit, bastard. Balu cursed, and the spaceship rushed forward with wind and ground. Their rant Balu was originally superior in performance, and when the spacecraft was built, the designer's position was also very clear. This is a ship that can ensure that users can reach a certain place at the highest speed and minimize the time during the journey. Therefore, the designer made great efforts in speed and protection and invested a lot of new equipment to strengthen these two aspects. Now that they are in a leading position, and they are full of motivation, the spacecraft that deliberately made things difficult for them will not want to catch up with them. Now you can see it. Ba-Luki still remembers what Baikai's teacher and master sister said. Land is not a newbie on the first day of flying machines, let alone a rookie. She won't make the kind of low-level mistakes just now. Saw ran stroking Ba-Luluo. She smiled and said, "My dear little sister's glass heart should be broken in half." "Fuck you, who is the glass heart?" Ba-Lufin also smiled and replied, "Next time, don't say me indiscriminately. Am I such an unreliable person?" She turned her head and smiled at Ruo Jiangcheng. "Right, teacher." Jiangcheng just wanted to say something. Suddenly, the communicator in the cabin rang and Bingren took a look. It's a public channel. The travel between the universe is full of too many variables. Although it is on the planned route, there are still potential dangers. Therefore, each planet specifies a band as a public channel so that the victims can call for advice in time in an emergency. "Hey, did you hear the Zeiss spacecraft in front?" There was a voice from the communicator using the universal language. "Farts." Ba-Ludi didn't have a good face to show them. "So fierce, let's talk about it in detail if we have the ability to change the channel." Listen to the voice coming over there from a young human being. "I'm right, I really don't have the ability to tell you anything." Ba-Ludi sneered. She's not a young man who is hot-headed as soon as she encounters a situation. People will be fooled when they are excited. But her mouth didn't let them go. "I can only pilot the spaceship. If you have the ability, you can catch up by yourself. Let's talk slowly." The people over there didn't expect that Ba-Luluo would respond to them like this, and there was no sound for a while. HMPH. Balvti triumphantly faces Jiangcheng and Yanren, triumphantly waiting for their praise. Sure enough, she understood Ba-Lu's needs too much. She pointed a big finger at Ba-Lu, and Ba-Lu smiled contentedly. Jiangcheng shook his head. These young people who didn't know from feeling disrupted his interest in chess, which is really hateful. "Are you comparing us?" There was another voice from the communicator. Obviously, the other party was not giving up. "Compared to what? Is it slower than who?" "Same, then I'm sorry. I admit I'm not as good as you." Green Need screamed, "When is the time? There are people who use such a low-level agitation method. It is simply amazing. I tell you, don't be too arrogant." The other side is a little bit wishful. "I'm such a countryman, what's the matter?" The green guy doesn't pee them at all. It's too simple to intimidate these young boys. By the way, they have little experience. Without knowing who the other party is, he is just being arrogant. Is it because he is so capable that he can't provoke him? At this time, someone in the communicator spoke again. "It's like this. Look at such a long journey, it's really nothing. Let's make a comparison. Would you like to say?" Ba-Lu thought this person's words are more acceptable than others' words. "Sai, you are right to say so politely. Don't think closedly. It won't be right. Come on, let's pick up the channel and continue the ball. It's boring to draw green and driving the spaceship alone. It's good this time. Someone wants to compete with himself, just to kill the time, or it's really boring." "Teacher, can I?" Baretti knew the same. "Just don't lose." Jiangcheng doesn't care about these trivial matters. He is a good teacher, but he also knows that Zhang Kai must be free, and he is always a risk in front of the students. "How could I lose? Teacher, you won't be good at pain." Ba-Lu turned Jiangcheng's eyes blank, and her teacher was too distrustful of the ground. It's better for Yanren to tap her shoulder twice to show the drum. "Well, you say, how do you compare?" Ba-Luluo said to the communicator. "Let's start with a limited time match. The time is 10 minutes to see who is ahead. How about?" Ba-Lu had a shark. "What is it like?" "No difficulty at all," she said. "It's not like you don't give up, come on." The words from the communicator made Han, who was sitting on the side, laugh. "So you should stop and wait for us to tell." Baludi shook her head and said to Ran, "I'm still playing against me like this. Are you saying these people are ignorant or shameless?" Yanran plucked her mouth and smiled. "They are ignorant plus shameless." Baludi gave her a thumbs up, meaning she was right. Baludi lowered the speed of the spacecraft and waited for the spacecraft behind to fly over. After the spacecraft approached them, Ran and Baludi realized that this was a spacecraft that had been modified with spacecraft. The main weapons were removed, and 2 laser cannons were kept. They were reserved for self-defense and other weapons. All are removed. The outside of the spacecraft was painted with the color of chaotic 7 or 8 rice, and several people inside were looking at Bingren and Ba Lu curiously through the enlarged window. Wow, your spaceship is so cool. Finally, I can see the opponent's spaceship clearly, and their voices are heard from the communicator. Of course, Ba LV said proudly. What kind of boat is yours, Fancy? Then you don't know the goods. This is my intention to modify it into this way. You can't see it. It turns out to be a battleship for a team, please. There is a sense of pride in the other party's words. What about the spaceship used by the team? Isn't it still used by me behind? Ba Green said, don't talk about it. Do you want to compare it? Okay, let's check the time now. Let's set off in 5 seconds and see who will fly fast in 10 minutes. How about? Okay, said Ba Ludi exuberantly. Both parties are ready, with the countdown sound coming from the communicator. 5, 4, 32. One Baludi controlled the spacecraft and rushed out. At the beginning, the 2 spaceships could still go hand in hand, but as the time of the game increased, the advantage of Baludi's speed of the spacecraft became more and more obvious. Slowly, she used that spacecraft to the back. By the time the game was about to end, her opponent was already far behind, and she couldn't even see the shadow. Balu didn't even have a sense of victory. She just shouted in the communicator, I'm leaving first, you play slowly. Beauty, beauty, let's have another match. The acid spaceship is not reconciled. Baludi turned off the communicator with shook his head and said, it's really boring, although she laughed, although she didn't like 2 exciting beasts. She was a young man after all, so she didn't need to participate. But taking a look at the side, it's okay to encourage and cheer. She looked at the challenge from the opponent, thinking how powerful they were, so she also thought of watching the game. Who knew that the game was so unremarkable that after 10 minutes, it ended so simply? Don't talk about Ba Ludi, even Bingren felt unmoved. As expected, these guys are ignorant and shameless. The spacecraft continued to fly. The long journey was really boring. There was nothing else except the occasional 1 or 2 spacecraft flying by them far away. Ba Lejing had lost her interest in driving. She let Yanran take her place, ran to the bed in the bedroom, pushed the flamingo down from above, and fell asleep regardless. Even though she was sitting in the driver's seat, she was actually just watching. The artificial intelligence of this spaceship was very high, and she basically didn't need to worry about it. The flamingo lost her sleeping place and ran down on Ran's knees. Yan Ran slowly stroked her smooth feathers, looking at Ryutu Weihao's space without knowing what she was thinking. As for Jiang Cheng, as long as he has nothing to do, he always has a book in his hand. No matter what book it is, he always reads it with gusto, and he can read it for a long time. Jiang Cheng used to chat with 2 of his disciples before and said that there is a famous saying in his home country called traveling thousands of miles, reading thousands of books. Read the book. When Ba Lu fell asleep, it was late at night. She ran to the driver's cab and took a look, but was manipulating the spacecraft to prepare for landing. Jiang Cheng was not reading at this time, but was standing beside her watching. What's the matter? Ba Green asked with a fuss. Flying well, the hemp is going to drop. Generally speaking, there are several reasons for the spacecraft to land, such as running out of fuel, encountering a malfunction, or encountering danger, Yan Ran said slowly. Ba Luluo, who was anxious, interrupted her. Quickly say, how come our spaceship is so good that there are these things you said? Yanran ignored her and went on to say, why did we land? That's because we have reached our destination. Oh, at the end, I heard Ba Lu know that her son-in-law was playing with her, but Yan Ran was landing, so she didn't dare to disturb her. She had no choice but to raise her fist. This time, they were holding the passport issued by the Delmer Planet Mansion, and they could fly the aircraft into the airspace of other planets in an open manner. It's not like when they drive a gunboat into the planet Delmer, they have to stop at a place where the team and the members can't find it. Is this a movie? Yan Ran asked curiously. Before Jiang Cheng had time to speak, Ba Ludi rushed to the side to answer. I know the planet Yuda, right? Have you been here? Yanran asked curiously. Or have you seen it in a book or in a movie? I've been here before, Ba Lu said with an inquisitive gaze. Hey, I'm of course not here for fun or travel. Of course, she understood she must be here for some assassination mission. What shall we do now? Asked Chuan. Let's stay first, find a hotel to stay. Jiang Cheng looked around. It is late at night, our spacecraft needs to be refueled, and I have to go to the character fleet here to find the galaxy cloud map nearby. These things can't be done now, we have to wait until tomorrow. Let's go. You guys go eat something first. I'll go to that hotel to book a room. Jiang Cheng pointed to a hotel that was still lit. No words for night. The next day, as usual, Baludi was the last to get up. When she got up, Jiang Cheng and Bingren were no longer in the hotel. Baludi muttered a few words. Just thinking about it, the blazing bird was calling her item in her ear. Gu Hand threw it over a pillow. Unexpectedly, the blazing bird was already prepared and waved its wings. The pillow blocks the past. The flamingo one, she not only yelled loudly, but also flew up, flapping her wings gently. There was no way to sleep at this time, and Bharati had to get up. She rubbed her eyes and said dissatisfiedly, "You will be ruthless this time. Don't let me go to sleep next time." The flamingo landed in front of her, stretched her neck, and held a piece of paper to Ba Luluo. Puff dead. After reading it, Ba Lu fell helplessly onto the bed. The note said very clearly that Ba Lu must go to the spacecraft and ask the relevant staff to fill the spacecraft with fuel. That was the words left by her teacher Jiang Cheng. Ba Lvdi didn't neglect, and ate a few mouthfuls of food at will, rushing to handle the things Jiang Cheng explained. Refueling is actually very simple. It's just that Balu is thinking about stealing. You only need to buy the fuel, pay the money, and wait for the staff to automatically load the fuel into the stern of the spacecraft. Just when Ba Luluo was there waiting for the staff to fill the spacecraft with fuel, a person walked over. "Is this your ship?" the voice asked. Baludi didn't point her finger. The two recognized each other at the same time. It turns out that this person is the person in the spaceship that competed with her yesterday. "Same time, it's really you." The man smiled slyly. "Yesterday we asked you to wait and compete again. Why don't you wait? No matter how much you lose." Ba Lu kept her eyes straight and didn't look at him. She looked around for staff who could fuel her. What's more, the staff here are too inefficient. She wants to complain to them. Can you come with me?" the man said to Ba Lu. "I won't miss you for too long." Baludi glanced at him. Look, she brought the receipt in her hand to the person's eyes. "I have something to do, waiting for someone to refuel me. Anyway, no one will come for a while. You will walk with me for a while, and you won't miss you for too long," the person asked again. For this kind of selfishness, who only wants to satisfy his own requirements, but not against others, Ba Luluo has to look straight. "Go." This is Ba Luluo's reply. "Okay, let me go." That person also saw that the young man in front of him didn't want to pay attention to him. There was no way. He had to step aside and then took out a small communication device. "Hey, boss, I am here. Yes, but I need you to come over. I know it good." I don't know what the two people said, but Ba Luluo didn't want to know. At this time, she just wanted the staff to fill up the fuel quickly, or his teacher and Yanran would suspect that she was delayed because of habituation. Although she has had it once or twice, several times, but she can't be blamed, can't you? What can be done with the fragrance of the natural heel? However, the staff that Ba Lurong was waiting for did not wait, but instead waited for a group of uninvited guests. The person who had just spoken to her raised his hand and shouted, "Boss." The group of people with Ruo Japanese letter came to him, and the person said something to one of them, and his finger was still pointing when he spoke. Pointed to Ba Green. Baludi is a killer, and she is still a very powerful one. Many people will be fascinated by her harmless face too. 4 holes, thinking that she is innocent and a quirky little girl. For these people's views, Ba Luluo just sneered in her heart. These people actually still have the idea of judging people by their appearance, and they really miss home. The group of people walked towards Ruoba Luluo. "Hey you," one of them put his hand in his trouser pocket, watching Ruoba Luluo speak. As soon as this person appeared, Bharati had a clear view of this person's appearance. This is a tall, good-looking young man. Unfortunately, his exposed hands and sons are covered in random tattoos, plus the cold expression on his face that he thinks is very cool. Ludi lost his appetite. Ba Ludi turned her head. While Ba Luluo was waiting to refuel the spacecraft, a strange thing happened to the group of young people who compared with her on the journey yesterday, looking for her. Knowing that Baludi was not free, the boss of the group of young people came over in person. "Hello," this is how the boss greets. Many people cheer for impolite people, and Ba Luluo is no exception. When she was in the Haijianzi group, she had a superb status and good skills. Many people saw her not to be respectful, which was a bit exaggerated, but everyone saw her being polite, which is true. Probably for this reason, Baladi hates impolite people extremely. So when she heard that someone was not polite to her, she came over at once. Just kidding, isn't her Baludi someone who hasn't seen the world before? What kind of powerful person hasn't met? The boss was also taken aback. He didn't expect that the girl from this alien planet in front of him was so bright. There is no doubt that Baludi is a beautiful girl. If the beauty is classical, then Baludi's beauty is the kind of modern beauty. Long and thick eyebrows, a pair of big eyes, a small nose, a medium-sized mouth, and her waist-long golden hair. It can indeed attract the attention of most people. The boss in front of him was undoubtedly stunned by Baludi's delicate beauty, until the people around him kept coughing. Even his throat was about to break, and he was shocked. Then he noticed the anger in the eyes of this beautiful girl. Baluluo knew that she was a source of light and that she was an unusual kind, so when someone looked at her, she would not think that the other party was offensive. This is normal. She herself also likes to see some beautiful things, so if someone likes to see her own, what's wrong? However, she extremely hates those people who show the face of Brother Pig. The boss in front of him is like this. Look at how his saliva is about to flow out. No, the saliva has been left behind. It's disgusting. Barati looked at him, and many people saw her beauty and gaffes, but the young man in front of him was the most bent. The old man who finally realized it blushed. He was very embarrassed. In fact, he was not someone who had never seen a beautiful woman, but he didn't know what was going on. That this planet in front of him actually made him so gaff. I have something to ask you, the boss said chastely. I hate impolite people, so before you learn to be polite, don't ask me anything. Thank you, Balu quickly said, and immediately blocked what the boss was going to say. Ha ha ha. The young people standing in his Zhu kingdom couldn't help it anymore. They all burst into laughter. Even though the boss felt that he had no face, but in the face of such a beautiful girl, what could he do with her? The boss reached out his hand and pointed to the crowd. You come and tell her. A young man about his age came out. He came to Balu's body, first bend a little, and the person next to him laughed again. Baludi greeted him. The man raised his head. Beautiful lady, can I ask you something? Please say. Baluluo also replied politely. The young man hesitated. He looked at the boss, and the boss nodded to him. May I ask you to sell your spacecraft to us? The young man finally revealed their purpose of looking for Baludi. Baludi was taken aback. Zhang was about to buy her spacecraft, but it was either rich or expensive, not for sale. Baludi refused. The boss couldn't help but speak. The price is easy to say, and I will never treat you badly. Barati had to say something. She waved her hand, turned around, and started searching for the staff again. What the boss wanted to say, he opened his mouth, but finally he didn't say it. The subordinates next to him began to talk violently. Beauty, think about it again. As long as you quote a price, our boss will never let you down. What can you do as a little girl who wants such a good spaceship? How good is it to buy clothes and perfume with money? The young boss didn't feel tempted to see Baludi. He sighed and stopped talking, and the group left here. This little thing just passed. Baludi didn't take it to heart. When it was almost noon, a staff member finally arrived here, and he looked surprised at Ruo Ludi. When he learned that Ba Luluo and others had come to refuel Phalid, he said, Miss, haven't you seen the notice in our lobby? What announcement? Ba Luluo asked. Because the fuel transport spacecraft encountered an electromagnetic storm during transportation, it will not be able to get here until tomorrow. The staff member said, there is no plan to refill it now, so you can't see anyone refueling here. Ba Luluo almost exploded her lungs. She didn't say a word. She ran to the lobby to take a look. As expected, there was a notice about fuel on an electronic version. There was no way now, and Ba Lu 567 left here dejectedly. As soon as she arrived at the hotel, she said to Murin, who had already returned, the fuel has not been added. Yanran asked in surprise, why? When did you go to refuel? Baludi couldn't help but pour the bitterness. I've been there a long time ago, but there is no fuel to add to this place, which made me wait for so long in vain. No more fuel? Are you kidding? Ran became more surprised. Baluluo saw that Yanran was a little bit wrong. Is there anything abnormal? The staff said that the fuel transport spacecraft encountered an electromagnetic storm, and there will be fuel to add tomorrow. Yanran shook her head. I will definitely not help you, and scolded by the teacher this time. What, the teacher is still scolding me? Ba Luliu cried out. It is really unreasonable. She rushed to refuel without even eating. After waiting for a long time, she would still scold her when she said the teacher came back. Is there any reason to speak? Do you not drive your mind when you do things? Yanran couldn't help but began to say that she still couldn't bear the aggrieved appearance of Baludi. It is obvious that she is not serious, so who can she blame? Barudi heard Ran say this. Knowing there must be a reason, she didn't argue anymore, just watched Ran and waited for her to speak. Ba Leju went to refuel the spacecraft early in the morning. After waiting for a long time, someone informed her that because of special circumstances, she could not refuel today. While waiting, she met the young people who flew with them yesterday, and they actually wanted to buy their spacecraft. How is this possible? So Baredi refused, but looking at the appearance of the boss of those people, he seems not to give up. When Ba Ludi returned to the hotel in a hurry, Yan Ran, who came back first, knew that Ba Luliu hadn't added fuel, so she couldn't help but hug her. This made Baledi feel very wronged. It was not her fault that she didn't know what to expect. There was no fuel, what could she do? Yan Ran looked at Ba Ludi and didn't understand what was going on. She sighed and said, "You refuge, don't you know that our spacecraft is different from other ordinary spacecraft?" Baludi was confused. However, what is different about fuel? The fuel we add to the spacecraft is quite special. Because this fuel is only used by certain special types of spacecraft in the mansion or team, there is no shortage of fuel. Think about it. Once this special material is in short supply and the aircraft in the mansion is needed, what will happen? That's why the fuel you mentioned will only be available tomorrow. That's ordinary fuel, and it has nothing to do with our spacecraft. Do you understand now? Then he looked at Ba Lu and said, Baludi was still a bit unconvinced. How do you know that our spacecraft still needs fuel? Also, Bingren gave Ba Ludi a glance. It's very simple because I have seen it there. When I came back, I stopped by the spacecraft and took a look and found that the fuel hadn't been added, so I asked the staff, and then I knew what was different about the fuel. Then let them add it, by the way. Baludi's mouth is still reluctant. Ran nodded on her head. Am I rich? I will run another zhao now, let them refuel. Now Barrett has nothing to say. She stands up and wants to go out. Forget it, when I came back, it was already off work there, and it was useless for you to stop her now. Besides, it's time for lunch. If you want to go, just go in the afternoon. Seeing Ba LV look sad, but she can't bear it anymore. She sees I had known that she would be better off running, so why let this little fanfare go away? Since it's useless to go now, let's go again in the afternoon, but it's not a big deal to leave for a long time. Thinking about this, Ba Green was happy again. Suddenly, she remembered something. Sigh, but you know what? Today someone wants to buy our Feiyin. Sure enough, this incident attracted Ran's attention. She was surprised and said, Is that man kidding? Does he know how expensive our spacecraft is? Ba Luluo replied, I don't know, but listening to his return, it seems that he is rich. Ran, I believe that person treats our flight as a normal spaceship. Our spacecraft was specially built by the planet Delmer for their heads. No matter in which aspect, it is not comparable to ordinary spacecraft. Think about it again. How many trips are there for this kind of spacecraft? Sanaming. Then he raised his fingers and strengthened his tone. Only 3. There are so many people in the Delmer planet mansion. Think about it. Forget it, let's not talk about it. What should we eat today? As soon as Baludi mentioned the gods, she came up. I eat fast food every day in the spacecraft. I ate her and pulled Yanran. Let's go out to eat, okay? Then he shook his head and wanted to say something. Someone asked. The two glanced at each other, not to mention that they don't have any pledgers on the planet Ulda. Even if they did, they couldn't find out so quickly when they just arrived here. Be careful. Of course, it belonged to Ba Green. Although he has always been cautious in his work, it is not a bad thing to be careful when encountering unknown situations. Seeing Ba Luluo nodded, he walked over. Who? Ran asked. Miss, I am the steward of the hotel. In the lobby below, someone wants to see you. This is strange. Ran and Ba Luluo glanced at each other. They were no one on this planet. It's strange that someone wants to see them now. Ran opened his mouth and said, I see, thank you, Mr. Guan, we will go down with Adu, and the two of them came to the hotel building. Sitting on the sofa in the hall was someone they didn't know, and he stood up immediately after seeing them coming. Although he and Baludi stood there and didn't know what to say, they really didn't know this person. The man said, "Hello, two young ladies. Let me introduce myself first. I am the housekeeper of the Tycoon family. Our master would like to invite both of you to sit in the middle of the house for a while and have a casual meal." This person spoke gentle and polite, which made them less scrupulous. But his request still made them feel fascinated. Everyone didn't know him. "What should you eat?" "Well, Mr. Butler, we appreciate your kindness. As for the meal, we will spare it." Yanran replied, "Please forgive me for taking the risk. The gentleman we told you did not know, right?" "I don't know about this, miss, you know. It is inconvenient for us who are the servants to ask the master more." The butler answered with a smile. However, if the two ladies can come to Hanhin, he would definitely feel very honored. The butler still smiled. She saw that there was still no reply and came across a business card. "This is the business card from the department. Please discuss with the two ladies. I will wait outside for their reply." The butler bent over and walked out. However, to get Zhao and Baludi flipped over the business cards in their hands. They really didn't understand. "It's pretty good. What is this Tycoon asking them to eat?" The hotel standing on the side couldn't help it anymore. "The two ladies are not from our planet Ulda, right?" Ran and Ba Luluo nodded and looked at the hotel steward, knowing that since he took the initiative to speak, he must have something to say. Sure enough, the hotel steward saw that they were interested and went on to say, "Mr. Tycoon is one of the best businessmen on our planet, and his business is very big. But you heard it too, we don't know him." Baretti answered his journal. "Well, although I don't know why Master Tycoon invited the two to a banquet, this opportunity is very rare, so my suggestion is that no matter what it is not a bad thing for the two ladies to go to their house." The hotel steward told him what he said. Suddenly, a butler of the Tycoon family came to visit and invited Ran and Baludi to a banquet. This sudden invitation made Yanran and Baludi feel very fascinated. They are not familiar with the Tycoon, who is doing a lot of business, and they are just passing through this planet, and they really don't want to have any extra branches. So they made up their minds and asked the steward of the hotel to reply to the butler, who was still waiting outside. They stopped going to his old man's house. Although the steward of the hotel felt it was a pity, he relayed their words to the steward who was waiting outside according to what he said. Ran and Balu entered their room, and Baludi suddenly remembered something. She said, "Ah." The sound shocked Bing Ran. She raised her head and looked at Ba Luluo. "This is what Mr. Tycoon. Isn't it the elder of the young man who wants to buy our spaceship?" Ran clapped his hands. "Not bad. It should be related to this matter. The best businessman must be very rich. No wonder that kid has such a big tone. He turned out to be a rich second-generation Ming." Bar Green exclaimed. "It's useless to have more money," Yan Ran said. "Let's not say whether we can sell it or not. If he knew that our spaceship came from, he would definitely consider it carefully. That's it, it's great to be rich. Miss Ben 280 is also a rich man." Baretti pretended to be a noble lady. Yanran smiled and said, "Although you are rich, listening to the tone of that hotel manager, you certainly can't compare with that old Tycoon." The two talked and laughed, and the cuckoo cry from their stomach reminded them that after this episode, they all forgot that they hadn't eaten lunch yet. "Go, eat, I'll treat." Baludi took Ma Ran's hand, and the two walked out the hotel door together. However, what they didn't expect was that beside the gate, the butler of Tycoon's house was still standing there. Ran stepped forward. "I'm sorry, Mr. Butler, didn't we ask the manager of the hotel to tell you that we are not going to the banquet?" The butler smiled bitterly. Before leaving, the minister repeatedly fumbled, "Be sure to invite both of you to meet up. Both of you have now refused. I am not good to go back." Although Bingran and Ba Ludi have never seen this kind of bitter trick, they have also heard that since this butler wants to stand here, then he should continue to stand. For this kind of disguised method that is difficult for others, Yan Ran and Ba Ludi would not care at all. The two happily went to lunch, and Ba Ludi wanted to go to Ting Street. Yan Ran was afraid that Jiang Cheng would be anxious, so she let her get rid of this idea. When they returned to the hotel, Butler was still standing there. After all, Yan Ran was still a little softer. She stepped forward and said to the butler, "Mr. Butler, we have already said very clearly you should go back." Luluo added, "Mr. Butler, we are just passing here. We are leaving here this afternoon. What's the use of you standing here, or go back?" The butler smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Yan Ran and the others have already said what they should say. but the housekeeper is still so stubborn. Then they have nothing to do. As soon as he walked into the lobby of the hotel, a middle-aged man with a big body and blushing face greeted him with a ha-ha smile. He saw Ruo Yanran and Ba Ludi smiled and said, "The two young ladies refused to go to the humble house for a banquet, so I had to visit the house personally. Please don't be offended by the two ladies." It turned out that the man in front of him was the master of the housekeeper outside the door. The master Tycoon, who did a lot of business. It should be true to want to come to this master Tycoon. Just look at the look of the hotel steward who is standing next to him. Now that the doll back tube has been opened, they are not happy not to answer. "I'm sorry, we didn't know you, so we won't go to your house to fight, but your butler just won't leave. There is no way. It's okay, and I'm also responsible for not being considerate. If I suddenly arrive in a strange place and someone I've never met invites me to dinner, I might refuse it, let alone two beautiful ladies." The old man doll still smiled and looked at him. He could speak as expected. Not only did he not have any unhappy meaning in his words, but he also put himself in the place and thought about the two of them. Ba Luluo thought that this man really had a business faces. "I have one thing. I want to have a short time with the two young ladies. I don't know if the two young ladies can meet each other. So I said in the hotel, what do you think?" At this time, the steward of the hotel came over and asked them to sit in a small room and talk to the people in the hall. It was really not a good place to talk. So the three of them came to the room, which was a little smaller, but was furnished in a better grade, and sat down. Without waiting for Master Tycoon to speak, my son-in-law spoke first. "If you are here for the spaceship, then I have to say sorry to you. Our flying edge is very important to us, and we will not sell it." Master Tycoon didn't expect that he would be so direct. He was shocked and asked if he tentatively asked, "Isn't it not for sale regardless of the price?" Yanran nodded affirmatively. "There is nothing to say about Mr. Tycoon." "Ming, that's really a pity." Tycoon Leagu stood up. "In this case, I won't bother you both." When he was leaving the house, he looked at Ba Lufin and smiled, nodded, and then walked out. Soon after, the two returned to the room. Jiang Cheng also came back. The reason why he took it so long was because he had seen too many galaxy cloud pictures in the local space team, which wasted time. When he learned that the spacecraft's fuel had not been added, he instead asked Ba Luluo not to be too general. This time, Jiang Cheng discovered a large number of galaxy cloud pictures in the space team of Ergen Planet, far exceeding that of Delmer Planet, which made Jiang Cheng ecstatic. The more galaxy cloud pictures, the more he can find the planet closest to the Earth, instead of wandering aimlessly and blindly in the universe. So he wanted to stay here for 2 more days and try to find the most correct path to the Earth. He, Yanran, and the others hurriedly said a few words. Jiang Cheng went out again. His mind was in his heart. He didn't notice the 2 little girls seemingly hesitant to talk, and Bingren and Ba Luluo saw that their teacher was so busy, they didn't tell him about Tycoon. After all, they had already rejected Tycoon's request, and it was never too late to talk about it. Since they don't have to leave for the time being, the 2 of them went to buy some necessary supplies for travel. There is plenty of time now, so there is no need to panic. To be honest, Tycoon's son is not a naive child, and even besides his strong possessiveness, he is a good child. He studies well. Although he has shortcomings in accessing things, it is excusable to think about his origin and lack of love from his parents. In addition, he also has a tutor. Although he treats others coldly, he can be said to be polite. Compared with those other rich second generations, the son of Lord Tycoon is simply an angel. Apart from his love for spaceships, he has no other bad hobbies. This made Mr. Tycoon relieved, and he felt even more sorry for his son. Now, he felt sorry for not being able to satisfy his son's little request. Xingran has a wealth of wealth and wealth, but he is still a human being and is still powerless in some aspects. In the face of those 2 Shaowen who didn't seem to be the planet of Yueda at first glance, that was the case. People's words have already made it very clear that the spaceship is not sold. In short, there is no discussion about this. Master Tycoon couldn't bear to see his son bereavement, which made him feel heartache. If possible, he would rather let him bear the pain. The old manager of Tycoon stood up. He decided to find the 2 little girls again. He didn't give up. He still wanted to persuade them for his son. Maybe they would change their minds. "Stop!" Master Dalkin, who was hurriedly preparing to go out, was startled and didn't need to look back. He knew who was so bold. A person who was similar to him walked up to him and looked at him suspiciously. "What are you up to?" "In this short period of time, I watched your letter in and out twice." The man said, "This is not your style." Mr. Dalkin didn't speak, only sighed. "Why, business matters are not good?" the man asked. "No, what is it that can make you such a letter?" R11, that person's expression is also tight, Zhang Lai. "You do it for my nephew." Master Dalkin no longer concealed himself in front of his younger brother. He sighed again. "What's wrong with my nephew? Say it." His brother is anxious. One of the older brothers of Dalkin was not married, so there was nothing to say about his nephew, but he was in an important position, and the time to care about his nephew was pitiful. "Is he home? I'll go see him." His brother lifted his leg to leave. Dalkin Leagu grabbed him. "What are you going to do now?" Not only is it useless, it makes him more upset. The younger brother of Master Dalkin stopped. "What is it? You can explain." Master Dalkin dragged his brother to a secluded place and told him about his son's unhappiness for a spaceship. His brother laughed. Such a trivial matter made his speech flustered, and it was really messy to care. Seeing his brother actually laughed, Dalkin didn't say a word, he just left. His brother grabbed him. "Don't worry, let me ask you first, do you know where the spaceship is?" Seeing his brother nodded, his brother said, "Go, take me to see. I would like to see what is so great about this spacecraft." He smiled at his brother. "Just right, a friend in the scientific research department has developed a new type of spacecraft." Seeing his brother's puzzled gaze, he said dissatisfied, "My dear brother, has your mind gone? It's okay. Now it's vain to tell you, you take me to the tarmac. Yan Ran and their spacecraft are stopping there. There are strict regulations in each planet. All foreign spacecraft and spacecraft whose size exceeds a certain size are not allowed to fly in the airspace of the planet without authorization. Not to mention the spacecraft with weapons, which is not allowed. This rule has been strictly enforced by every planet. Just imagine, if there is no such rule, how could the enemy's spacecraft take the opportunity to attack? Of course, in order to satisfy travelers from other planets, the residences of each planet also have the obligation to protect their aircraft. Although he couldn't board the spacecraft to check it out, but this did not prevent the brothers from approaching the observer. Dalkin's old brother's face gradually became hard to look at. Master Dalkin is a layman for machinery. He looked at his brother and asked hopefully, "Did you see anything?" His younger brother shook his head and exhaled. "This spacecraft can't be ordinary people, you see." He pointed to the sign on the outside of the spacecraft and said, "This is the Secret Service Department affiliated to the planet Delmer." Looking at his brother's puzzled eyes, he said, "In short, this spacecraft has a huge background, and many high-tech achievements have been condensed on it." He sighed again. "You know, the technological level of our planet is far behind that of Delmer. What's more, this spacecraft is specially made. I'm betting that this kind of flight is even on Delmer. The number is also extremely limited. Except for very few heads, other people have no chance to come into contact with such a spacecraft." He sees it as his brother. No wonder people don't sell it. After all, even if it sells, the price is unimaginable, not to mention, you can't price anything like this. Is there no alternative at the beginning? Dalkin always looked desperate. His brother pondered and finally shook his head. "Anyway, I think there is no hope." He added, "Originally, I wanted to use the spacecraft we produced to pretend to be this spacecraft. Now look at it. Even if I can imitate its appearance, the speed is far from reaching it. Squeezed, I must know its speed. Then what to do?" At this time, Master Dalkin still has the slightest appearance of a big businessman. He is like a Yingtong who knows nothing. "Can you persuade my nephew to give up his idea?" Master Dalkin spit out 2 words firmly. "No, we can only use some humble methods, don't you say?" Facing Ruo's younger brother's eyes, old Lady Dalkin nodded. For his son, Dal went out with the old man behind his back. No matter what price he paid, he did not hesitate. The 2 brothers whispered as they walked, and a plan for Jiang Cheng and them slowly took shape in their palace talks. Jiang Cheng and the others didn't know that they had become the target of others' yang lessons because of Yifei. After all, as soon as Jiang Cheng walked into the distance between Ran and Ba Lurong, he said happily that this time he won a lot. "What time do you get? Hurry up and stop." Zai Kao asked, cleverly giving the old man a glass of water. Yiwaiken nodded and took a sip of water. He said, I'm sure there is a star with my coordinate on it. As long as you get to the county, you can find the transportation line of Tongju Earth. He started. I have been out for so long this time and found that we are a little bit thinking about the Earth. What should we do? Ba Lulu said, and she also showed great concern beside her. You? Of course you will walk with me and put your milk on a certain planet? Yi smiled. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Lu Rong stood up and started to move. Of course, he said to Jiang Cheng, all the materials that should be prepared are ready to be used. Now we will go to Feijia Yuek and then we can set off. Okay, let's go now. Jiang Cheng's mood is also exceptionally good. After spending so long outside, he can't find his way back to the Earth. When they came to the spaceship and wanted to board the plane, a group of scholars stopped. The life of the leading group will come. Jiang Cheng and the others stopped, looking at them with feeling. Please show your credentials, the team member said. What documents? Jiang Cheng is really not white. People who come from between the various planets have almost no necessary documents. The universe is so big and the distance between the planets is so transported. What is the use of the documents? Do you know that those documents are true? Do you wait to verify them one by one? Therefore, the demands of this team made Jiang Cheng and the others fascinated. Related documents about this flight. The team said, I have already checked it for you. How else can we think about how we can land on your planet? Rand said, what they said is true. Without the relevant certificates of the spacecraft, it would be impossible for them to land legally on this planet. If you don't have the relevant certificates of the spacecraft, God knows that the fakesy you wrote belongs to you, and the one who came here exactly or even grabbed song. Therefore, the people on the various planet pillars can have no certificates, but the aircraft needs to have them. You have checked with your spacecraft based on the proof you provided. Your spacecraft is owned by the Planet Delmer Mansion, and you cannot provide the relevant documents to prove that you are a member of the Planet Delmer Mansion. The team member added, so we suspect that you have the legal animal of this spaceship. You are not mistaken for picking it. Ba Luluo broke out. What nonsense this team member is talking about. As long as they have a certificate of the spacecraft, what does it have to do with their people? Besides, if there is a problem, how could the relevant department here give them a landing? Miss, please pay attention to your attitude and words. The team member was unmoved, and his tone began to become strict. However, in Jiang Cheng's ear, he briefly talked about Mr. Dalkun wanting to buy their flight. Jiang Cheng understood. The Dalkun boss saw that they didn't sell it, and he began to play conspiracy to take it by force. Facing Huo, that team member, Baludi didn't care about him. It was just a small team member, and the people who died under her were much better than him. Just as Ma Ran cares about the flamingo very much, Ba Luluo also values the spaceship named after them. If anyone wanted to take the spaceship away from her, she would never agree. Seeing Ba Luluo and the team member talk more and more stiff, the smell of gunpowder between the two is getting stronger and stronger. Yifen stepped forward and pulled Ba Luluo away. I know what's going on, he said to the team member. We can leave now and want to go, but she must stay. The team member has to keep an inch. He regards Jiang Cheng's words as weakness. This person is suspected of hindering my performance of official duties and must go back with me for questioning. The team member was still awkward, and without eye movement, he actually ignored the man's increasingly cold face. Originally, Jiang Cheng was in a good mood. After 2 days of hard work, he has found the right route to the Earth. This discovery made his idea of returning to the Earth a reality. Unexpectedly, when they went to the spacecraft, they encountered an accusation from a team member. In addition to asking Jiang Cheng and the others to provide documents that Jing did not need to provide, he actually found an excuse to detain Ba Lurong. This sudden accident made Jiang Cheng hard to accept. His original joy disappeared and his anger continued to rise. It's really people being deceived by others. If the tiger doesn't show off your power, you treat me as a sick cat. Seeing the ugly face of the team in front of him, just as Jiang Cheng wanted to do it, Ba Lut stopped him. Teacher, Ba Luluo cried. Seeing Jiang Cheng's face, she knew that her teacher was on the verge of an attack, so she spoke in time. Teacher, if there is a fight, I'm afraid the spacecraft will be affected, Ba Green said. I don't want to see it, I'll go with them. Jiang Cheng held back his anger and said coldly to the team member, She can go with you, but if you let one of her hair hurt, I will make you regret it. Without waiting for the team member to speak, He chopped off the short spear of the county team with both hands, turned it into a ball of scrap metal, and threw it at his future. "See, if you don't listen to me, this is your end." Ignoring the danger of the team members' sudden red and blue, he turned his head. He said to his son-in-law that you will go with them. If they are doing anything that makes you unsatisfied, do what you want. When the team member appeared, his figure flashed, and his figure disappeared. The team member and his staff looked at the direction in which Makoto Ryuojiang's figure disappeared dumbfounded, and then looked at the javelin that was crumpled under his feet. They knew what kind of person they had gotten into. This discovery made them secretly lucky. They did not act excessively towards the two girls in front of them. The team left 2 scholars to guard Ryuo Jiangcheng and their flying, and then left here with Ran and Ba Lurong. With a bang, the door to the mansion of Lord Dalkon came up, and then fell to the ground again. Who? One, hearing such a big movement. The security of Dalkon's house was rushed. Here, they read about the stranger who came in, with their hands in front of them, secretly looking at the intruder. Who is this guy in front of me? Is he the courage to eat the heart of the bear? He is actually working here. Let Dalkon get me out one. Jiangcheng simply ignored these things in front of him. He shouted. Bold is the old name you can call directly. Someone among the bodyguards said to stop Jiangcheng. Lord Dalkon is rich in the enemy's country, and his life is of course very important. But because his business is too big, he will inevitably offend people, so he does not hesitate to pay a lot of money to hire some people to protect him. There must be a brave man under the gold, and Master Dalkon can afford to spend money, and he has indeed found some capable people for him. Dalkon's money is so powerful that most people are easy to wrong him. These bodyguards have not had a few decent mobile phone meetings. This time they finally ran into a person who seemed to have 2 things, and they didn't jump to try. Their local laws stipulate that human property is sacred and inviolable, and if someone has a private residence, human resistance can be regarded as legitimate defense. The meaning of this sentence is profound, and it also allows these bodyguards to move their hands without any scruples. Jiangcheng is getting angry. How can he stand others yelling at him? He rushed forward, and the bodyguards flashed before his eyes. Before he had time to make any movements, the man who was angry at Jiangcheng just now had been caught by him. Jiangcheng looked directly at the person he was holding and shouted, "Say, where is Dalkon?" Although the bodyguard was caught by Jiangcheng, he didn't know whether he was doing it for the sake of face or being so tyrannical. He actually yelled, "You don't let go of you." Before he finished speaking, Jiangcheng threw him at the crowd in front of him. A sound that made people feel extremely uncomfortable sounded, and there were 2 more flesh and blood corpses on the ground, red blood, white brain plasma, and broken body tissues mixed together, giving out a hard-to-return smell, which made people feel terrified. When did those bodyguards have seen such cruel methods? They looked terrified. Before they could do anything, Jiangcheng's figure flashed again, and a bodyguard was caught in his hand again. "Say, where is Dalkon?" The same tone, the same questioning. I don't know." With a cry, the man was screamed at someone by Jiangcheng, and Xiapai stopped, and there were 2 more flesh and blood corpses on the ground. "Anyway, it's dead." Some defenders began to resist. Several people rushed to Jiangcheng, and their hands were the first to emit a secret circle of light. Phew! Following the roar, he stabs the Bishu to different parts of Jiangcheng's body from different angles. Jiangcheng stretched out his hand, and the temple passed by. The light of the sword flashed. The bodyguards around him were holding hands. They tried their best to block the blood rushing out. Their bodies were struggling and finally did not. He fell to the ground willingly. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other bodyguards began to meet. Jiangcheng let out a cold snort, and his toes twitched one after another, and those who fell on the ground flew up as if they had eyes long and got into the back of the bodyguards. The last bodyguard was on the ground. This was Jiangcheng's intention to live, but at this time his body was already exuding a foul smell. Photographed by Jiangcheng's rage, the man had already been scared to urinate. "Say, where is Dalkon?" The same voice followed for the 3rd time. He said, his son, a few hours ago, left. That Bao's voice was trembling. He looked at Jiangcheng, who was approaching him, and said with exhaustion, "Don't kill me, he has a younger brother who lives in Roman 20. It was a matter of life." The bodyguard no longer stammered, and he said it almost in one breath. Jiangcheng stopped. He didn't believe that under such circumstances there were people who were retreating. Turning around, Jiang Cheng left here. Behind him, more than a dozen corpses were lying in the yard, blood flowing freely on the ground, and the strong smell of blood filled Ruozhu. A person who was stinking all over, his body was still shaking, and his mouth was muttering some unclear words from time to time. Actually, there was a local rich man who didn't know the life and death of Jiang Cheng and their spacecraft, and Jing Kai let Ba Lufenheron be taken away by a team member who didn't know the life and death. Jiang Cheng couldn't resist the anger in his heart. Someone is robbing Heaki on his head. If he doesn't get rid of others, he should burn the incense. These people are really ignorant and fearless. After killing the bodyguard of the Dalkin family, Jiang Cheng did not stop for a moment and went to look for Dalkin's brother in the area. Ran and Ba Lu were taken back to a team base by that team of scholars. When they entered, the passing scholars looked at them with strange eyes. Yes, Zhao is lucky. Where did you find these two big beauties? A team member with a big mouth on his face blew a mouthpiece and asked the team member who led the team. Don't talk nonsense. The team leader had just seen Jiang Cheng's greatness at the airport. If it hadn't been for this blonde beauty to stop him in time, he would be able to walk back to the team camp now, even if he was fascinated. He clearly remembered how scared the man was. Cloth. Therefore, he does not cooperate with his big-mouthed colleague to say those teasing things. Don't speak, your kid wants to swallow it alone. I said it's not good for you. The bus team's face turned cold. When did I go out to play I was like you? You are too sorry, brother, right? The team leading the team turned out of danger and he hurriedly said, it's not what you think, stop talking. Because of Xinjiang, his voice grew louder involuntarily and his tone became harsher. Ruthless. You. The big-mouthed team member became gloomy and cold. He pointed his finger at the team leader and said, I see how long you can. The team leader knew that the misunderstanding was big this time, but in front of the two girls from different planets, he didn't tell the actual situation, and his face blushed anxiously. The Da Leba team misunderstood him. You don't have to worry about me. I know you are older than me. I can't offend you. I'll go, all right. The bus team screamed, turned around and left, thinking Ruo Ran and Ba Lu had a few glances before leaving. The dialogue between the two teams made Yanran and Baludi puzzled. They didn't know why the two people who were still laughing at the beginning suddenly turned their faces. It's no wonder that the two of them didn't know the meaning of the words of these two teams. However, he has been a sports day since he was a child, and has been growing up under the care of his parents, teachers, and coaches. He is a good boy and student with good rules. And when she was about to reach adulthood, the galaxy where the Earth was located suddenly arrived and flew into disaster. This sudden historical difficulty not only caused her to lose all her relatives and teachers, but also changed her life. In the barren land of the nameless planet, she was always accompanied by the old men. Except for these few of her kind, the only companions who were with her were wild beasts with a kind of fierce base. Therefore, she is not very clear about the big phenomena in society, but she is talented, has been by Jiang Cheng since she came out of the nameless planet, and her skill is high enough. Most people are not her. As for Baludi, although she was born in the Black World, she has been highly valued by the senior leaders of the Hailongzi group since she was a child, and has been taught by teachers in the group since she was a child. What she learns is something that is elusive, such as murder and poisoning. When she became an adult, on the one hand, she seldom showed up in front of people under the arrangement of the senior leaders of the Hailongzi group. On the other hand, because her status in the group was also quite high, no one mentioned those in front of her. Zunky thing. So if the two little girls didn't have a good impression of the team leader in front of them, they would almost ask why. Entering the team's office, the team leader told Ma Ran and Barudi to sit down, and he began to think about how to place the two girls. He absolutely dared not put them in jail. Even in the closed room in the team, he was not putting them in. On the one hand, the reason why he appeared next to Yanran and their spacecraft today was purely a personal request from Darkin's younger brother. He thought that as a member of his team, he was scared to scare people from a few different planets. Seems like, so he agreed full of words. On the other hand, the teacher of these two girls told him that he did not forget what the two girls said when the man was leaving. If they make you dissatisfied with you, do what you want. He didn't think about this sentence at the time, and now he slowly savors the meaning of the sentence and can't help worrying. With such a tyrannical teacher, how can I say that his disciples are not too bad, right? Or the man should not worry about letting his 2 female disciples follow him. Thinking of this team member couldn't help deeply regretting it. He hated himself for having no brains and casually accepted Brother Dalkin's request. It's all right now. He doesn't know what to do if he sees these 2 girls who are sour according to what he had discussed with Brother Dalkin at the time. He arrested the people from the 3 alien planets with a random excuse, and then he didn't care about it, and he took care of the rest. When will the Brother Darkin come? With a sound of zyoding, the door of his office was pushed open, and the door hit the wall with a loud noise. The team leader just wanted to get angry, who is so rude, actually so rude. But when he raised his head and saw the few people standing in front of him, he immediately swallowed what was in his mouth. The few people Nuo Zhao's who came in were all Hupugauju who played with him. Except for the big Duamba team member, the others were a little taller than his team. At this time, the big Duamba team member was standing aside and smirked unkindly. Obviously, it was this guy who informed other people, otherwise those people would never get the news so quickly. It is indeed that the bus team members are making paradoxes. Seeing that the team leader sent the 2 big beauties into his office, this guy couldn't help getting angry. In the old days, everyone played and ate and drank together. Now that they have good stuff, they want to swallow it all by themselves. When I find out, I feel ashamed to deny it. The big mouth reported to the ground and spit out sputum to express his dissatisfaction. If there is nothing, why did the team leader put those 2 beauties into his office? With his big mouth, he couldn't swallow the expression that the leader of the team gave him. He was even more jealous that his clams actually ate the flesh of the sky. When his eyes rolled, he immediately thought of their friends who often played with them. At this moment, these people are just right, all in the team. Thinking of this, Big Mouth immediately ran in front of those people and told him about the encounter with the team leader, which made the team leader's face more than 10 times ugly. Said that when the team leader saw him, he moved to hide the 2 beauties, talking about how intimidating the leader of the team threatened him not to talk about it. As for the 2 beauties, it's hard to describe the 2 beauties with big mouths and straight mouths. Apart from constantly boasting, beautiful, so beautiful, he really couldn't think of how to describe the looks of Ran and Bar Rudy. Who makes him read less, however, although Big Mouth could not tell how beautiful the 2 beauties were in detail. Seeing his demented eyes, Lun's stealthy drooling while talking, immediately convinced the other people what the big beauties said. So they immediately came to the office of the guy who wanted to eat alone. After they opened the door with 1 foot, they didn't look at their good friend at all, but at the bus's full-mouthed Yuan Liang Zhen Yuan Liang boy. After seeing Ran and Ba Lulu, they almost wanted to slap the fellow Da Shiba to death. This is called Yuan Liang? Damn this guy in the bus. This is called very bright, very bright. Okay. But at this time, they obviously had no thoughts and big mouths to care about. They turned their dissatisfaction gaze on the team leader, and their attitude showed everything. Where did you find such a bright girl? Actually let us know too much, right? An oily guy opened his mouth. The others nodded in a move as his opinion. It's not what you think, you have misunderstood. The team leader said hurriedly. Misunderstanding? Okay, then you can tell me what happened to these 2 beauties. One looks very handsome, but his eyes are very light Buddha, which greatly affected his handsomeness. This is, I cannot say. The leader of the team stammered speechless. He is really hard to say how would he solve the process. At the end, it is inevitable that he has to mention the things he has benefited from Brother Doll, and for the money, he is going to buy himself a few sets of clothing and eyes. It's been a long time since he bought some decent eyes for himself. However, if these guys knew that he actually had such a sum of money on him, they wouldn't let them go, and they would definitely be dragged by them to eat and play. If they didn't squander it, they wouldn't let him go. One by one, seeing that he was speechless, the guys pointed out that the team led by the team laughed deeply. The oily guy snapped his fingers. Brothers, let's go. After saying this, the rest of the guys rushed towards Ran and Ba Lurong, who was sitting on the side. Jing Daruo had eyes and a look of Ran and Baludi, watching if those team members were pointing and drawing the country. Before they knew what was going on, those team members suddenly turned and rushed towards them. No, although the leader of the team stopped in time, how could his fox friends listen to him? In fact, even if they heard it, they would just ignore it as if they hadn't heard it. They are all, with such a delicious delicacy in front of them, how can they stop? Before the words of the leader of the team came to an end, the bus that rushed to Ran and Ba Lurong first stretched out his hand and was suddenly thrown up. After all, he was lucky enough to land on the sofa. Even so, the bus was scared to death. The other people are living. They haven't seen why the bus will fly up all at once. Someone in Jijai specifically checked whether there are banana peels on the ground. However, when they saw that the two girls from different planets who had been sitting there had stood up, they already knew that the reason the bus could fly was definitely related to the two of them. The two young girls in front of them had a faint anger on their faces, and their cold eyes made these team members feel at a loss for a while. Sigh, sigh. The roar of the bus broke the calm in the room, and some of the stars raised the big ball. How are you? Although everyone is a friend of Hu Peng, they will pretend to be safe when necessary. Scared me to death, scared me to death. Big Mouth, said Ruo while turning his head, staring at Ran and Baludi fiercely. He kept pointing his head and sighing inside. Too much, seeing that the meat inside can't be eaten. It's a pity, a pity. Da Duamba's words undoubtedly aroused the eagerness of the remaining few people. The frivolous team member slowly approached Ran and Ba Ludi, Zuo Zhu, and suddenly flew up his abdomen. The other people saw clearly this time. The weak-looking girl stretched out her hand and immediately caught the light team member. Then everyone knew how the big mouth flew up. The girl casually used his foot in the air, and the confessed team flew up, but his luck is not as good as his big mouth. The big mouth fell on the sofa, and he fell to the ground. That frivolous guy died suddenly. Of course, this hand calmed the people present. None of them dared to rush to them again. You guys, don't you stand here. The team leader was finally mentally prepared, and he was the first to react. He hurriedly asked his friends to stay away from the two girls. At the same time, he was also rejoicing that if their teacher hadn't shown his hand and let himself dispel some unrealistic ideas, maybe he would be the one on the ground now. The team members slowly withdrew to the side. At this time, some of them spoke. Here, these two people, what are they doing? Now they finally know that the two in front of them are not the objects they can laugh at. Moreover, they are team members who have experienced more or less experience in the team. They know that even the most powerful fighters they have ever seen are definitely not the opponents of the girl in front of them. Seeing their companions smiling bitterly, their big mouth urged, "Say, where did you find these two evil stars? What did you want to do when you brought them back?" An angry Jiang Cheng opened the closed door of the conference room, and the two heavy doors flew up and fell heavily to the ground with a loud noise. The people who were meeting in the conference room were all frightened by the sudden sound. If it hadn't been reported, they would almost think it was an enemy's return attack. They watched in such a way that a man from a different planet came in angrily and walked to the barrel-shaped conference table. After looking around, the man said in a deep voice, "Who is Dalkins? Brother, stand up." The faces of the people in the meeting, after they realized it, the first person who spoke was not the brother Dalkin that Jiang Cheng was looking for, but an old man in team uniform with medals on his clothes. "You, who are you? Helper." The old man was angry. "I want to shoot you. I want to kill you." And those helpers, they actually let such people in. The deputy next to him quickly pulled out the short gun at his waist, but before he aimed his gun at the intruder, the man who was standing opposite him suddenly came in front of him, and the male hand surprised him. Short gun in hand. Poof. A series of sounds, a neat row appeared on the table in front of the old man. Then Jiang Cheng turned his hand back and put a gun on the head of the deputy, and he covered the head and fell onto the chair. Jiang Cheng gently placed the short spear on the table and made a soft noise. Although the sound was small, everyone was shocked. This person in front of me is probably crazy. He will definitely end up very badly, and he can't bear to bet that he is so rude in front of the planet's highest division. This old commander is so highly respected. Even if the boss of this planet sees him, he has to be respectful, and the guy in front of him who does not know where he is from is so unscrupulous in front of him, really knows how to lie. "I'll ask again." Jiang Cheng glanced at the people attending the meeting coldly. Anyone who came into contact with his eyes couldn't help but avoid his eyes, including the old commander. Who is Dahl, Ken's brother? Stand up. This old commander is a person who has experienced 2 Star Wars. At that time, he was only a member of the lower team. But in these 2 wars, he has been in countless battles from countless enemy or comrades' bodies. Come out. According to his words, there is nothing in this world that can scare him anymore. However, in the face of the heart-wrenching eyes of the people on this alien planet, he still couldn't help turning his head away. What the old commander thought at the moment was that when he was still a lower-level team member, they were ordered to defend a hill. It was the coldest time here, and their team was urgently trained here because of the sudden incident. The logistical support simply could not keep up, causing many of them to freeze to death. Even after so many years, the old commander still clearly remembered this scene. He thought that the chill of the year was already in his mind. Who knew that after so many years, he once again received the chill of the year? And this is only due to the eyes of the person in front of him. What people in the meeting hate most is not the intruder in front of them, but the brother Darkin, this coward, this fellow, this person in front of you is looking for you. Why don't you stand up? Why do you want to hurt the people present? Jiang Cheng finished speaking and saw that no one had reacted to his words. He shook his head. He raised the gun in front of him and pointed it at Ruo. It was the respected old commander. Everyone was shocked. They were not making any movements for a while, fearing that it would cause dissatisfaction with the terrible person in front of them, so that he shot and killed the old secretary for the last time, who was Dalkin's younger brother, and stood up. The voice of the invader carried a power that they had to convince them. Otherwise, I will kill him first, and then you. No, the deputy stood up slowly. His head was still bleeding, but he couldn't take care of this anymore at this time. He pointed out that if one of the participants shouted angrily, "You husband, you villain, you still don't stand up at this time. Are you trying to kill your excellency, Si Ren?" At the same time, the others glared at the person with the deputy's finger. Holding the deputy's finger, Jiang Cheng's eyes turned to that person, and he softly said, Are you the younger brother of that very famous and rich man, Darkin?" A white-faced, middle-aged man stood up tremblingly, sucking, and after half a while he made a voice. "Yes, I am. Do you know why I am looking for you? You should know." Jiang Cheng sneered. "No, I don't know. Brother Dalkin's voice is getting smaller and smaller. Shout. Then let me remind you, don't you and your rich brother want to occupy a spaceship?" Jiang Cheng played with the short in his hand. "I came for that spaceship. Do you remember anything?" Jiang Cheng is the younger brother of Ruo Dalkin. "Looking for me?" Dahl's younger brother suddenly patted his head. But what? You want to say that is your brother's idea? You want to say that it has nothing to do with you? Is it true? Jiang Cheng cornered the smile of knowledge. "Everyone." Jiang Cheng Kanduo said to the people attending the meeting, "Look at my appearance. You know that I am from a different planet. My disciple and I passed by you and landed here according to your regulations, just to add some fuel, but they didn't expect that because our spacecraft can be excellent. The Darkin family's miners took a fancy to it, really. It's an honor." Dalkin and his son repeatedly asked whether our spacecraft could be sold to them, and my disciples gave them a positive answer. No matter how much money, no. Jiang Cheng pointed his finger at Dahl's younger brother and said, "This person in front of him and his brother want to use a series of yin lessons to make our spacecraft their own. Unfortunately, they made the wrong calculation, and they provoke someone who shouldn't be offended." He looked at Brother Dahl. "Am I right?" Brother Dalkin lowered his head, even though he had the heart to argue. But facing Jiang Cheng's gaze, he always did not have the necessary courage to look directly at Ruo him. After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, the people attending the meeting whispered in a whisper. In the office of the leader of the team, the big-mouthed question caused others to agree. "Say, you guy, why do you do this?" Looking at Ran and Ba Luluo with obviously unkind eyes, even if they don't understand what the group of people are talking about. They know it is related to them. The oily team members changed their words in time. "Why did you bring these 2 well-trained students into the team?" Hearing him say this, Yan Ran and Baludi's eyes were relieved. Facing all the questions from his group of friends, the team leader didn't know what to say. "What secrets do you have that our friends can't know?" The oily fans continued to ask. He pointed to the big mouth that was still groaning while riding on the sofa, and the frivolous team member of Sankey who was finally able to breathe out after being helped. Just for your secret that you can't tell, we almost killed you. You didn't watch. Are you there? Aren't we your friends? Another team member said. Although we are together blind and blind, we are still friends after all. When things have reached this point, although we are making our own minds, can you say that you are not responsible? The other team members couldn't help talking. If you could tell us earlier that these two girls are not the ones who do those things, why are they doing this? Under such circumstances, if you still don't tell us the truth, it seems that you haven't regarded us as friends. Several people helped Da Duanba and the frivolous team member to leave. However, although these guys are eaters, they are still somewhat educated. The oily team member took 2 steps forward to the deep waniao of Huron and Ba Ludi. Then he raised his head and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, 2 ladies, because our friend didn't make it clear, and because of our own reasons, we had a misunderstanding between us. Now, I express my resignation to you. However, please forgive me for talking straight. The 2 ladies are really beautiful, amazing Miyu." The others also nodded towards Ran and Baludi and said something inside. This made the 2 of them feel embarrassed. Although the image of these team members in the eyes of Jaimin has not improved much, they are undoubtedly more straightforward people. Seeing if his Hupenjai was about to leave here after fierce ideological struggle, the team leader finally made a choice. "You guys, don't go." He asked several times and finally said what he should say. Those of his friends stood down and waited quietly if he finished speaking. "I didn't intentionally want to hide anything from you, but I have no alternative." He looked at Yanran and Ba Ludi, especially in front of these 2 beautiful ladies. However, and Baludi's expression did not have any fluctuations. They were not stupid. Although some of their details were unclear, they could still analyze the general situation. It's nothing more than that the team member in front of him has accepted the benefits of the veteran Dalkun, doing things for him, wanting to detain them with some excuses, and then have their spaceship confiscated in the name of a must. In this way, as people on a different planet, how can the land be able to beat the richest local people? At that time, they should have laughed if they could not die silently in the dark prison. However, the team leader's words still surprised them a little. It turns out that not only the rich man Dalkian, but also a younger brother Dalkian, who holds an important position in the team's scientific research department, participated in this conspiracy. No wonder he showed off to them, when the young master of the Dalkin family was facing them in space, that his aircraft was modified by the team with spacecraft. It turns out he has an uncle in the team. The leader of the team told the ins and outs of the matter 1 to 5 times. After speaking, he let out a long breath. Suddenly, he realized that he still valued the in front of him. Although they were just spending time with them and never done anything serious, he was very happy when he was with them. For this reason will suffice. "Can you forgive me? And you?" He turned his head and looked at Ran and Baludi. "It was me who became greedy for a while, and greed confounded my reason and made me do such a disgusting thing." His death sensations stood aside. Waiting for their answers quietly, Ran and Ba Lu looked at each other, and then Yan Ran nodded and said with a slight smile, "Fortunately, things have not developed to the point where they cannot be dealt with, so nothing, it should be you now." The team members applauded, and the greasy fellow returned to his tongue-in-cheek character. He pretended to be surprised and said, "Kai, miss, your smile is so beautiful, you have to laugh more often." Everyone laughed. The leader of the team continued, "Now, 2 young ladies, you are free, and if you need me to testify for you someday, I will definitely be your witness." This sentence completely showed his sincerity, not to mention that Yan Ran and Ba Ludi were his accomplices for a while. You must know that Darkin is not only rich, but also has an extremely complicated local network and extremely deep connections. If he offends him, nothing else will not be mixed on this planet. What's more, he also has a younger brother who holds an important position in the team's scientific research department. Therefore, it takes a lot of courage for the team leader to say the above. Seeing his death-conscious gazes, the team leader shrugged embarrassedly. "Well, it's actually nothing. I did it in the team if they don't let me do it in the team. If it is, then I will not do it well." "Don't worry. The guy with the oily noodles should be their little head, and the others seemed to be the only ones. Just see if this guy proudly patting his heart and saying, "If you leave the team because of their blow, I will not do it here." Me too, don't want to leave me. If you want to go, go together, and it's boring to separate. Others expressed their opinions. The leader of the team was obviously moved. He shook his head and said with a low feeling that you guys. The people in the meeting room started talking quietly about Jiang Cheng's words. Although in their follow, this person from another planet is still their enemy, but this companion next to them is too humble. Unexpectedly, he was such a person. For his own personal interests, he actually used the power in his hand to let the people in the team come forward and do these unseen things for him. Jane is a star. The whispering voices of those who came to Kibian were small, but they were too close, so the words of his fellows still passed into Brother Dahl's ears. His face of despair in the test is getting stronger and stronger. He did not expect that the mistake he made for the sake of his dear nephew would have such a big impact. At this moment, the old commander said, "Indeed, he did not do this thing right," but he started looking at Yi. "But he is not the principal offender. He can only be regarded as an accomplice at best." "That's right," Jiang Cheng nodded, affirming the old siren's statement. "So, this is why he can still stand here and talk." His eyes were cold. "If he is Dalkin, Jiang Cheng didn't finish what he said, but everyone else understood what he meant. Although they were very shameless of what the Dahl brothers did, the killing intent revealed in the words of the aliens in front of them still made them unacceptable. Old secretary made a noise. He told everyone what they thought. Brothers Dalkin made a mistake. This is a fact, but they didn't do anything wicked. They are not going to die, do they? The people in the court agreed with each other, and they agreed with Lao Siren. Jiang Cheng let out a cold voice. These staff members are all very skilled in playing this game. The old secretary deserves to be an old man with rich experience. He saw the disdain of the man on this alien planet. Expression, "Please listen to me." He stretched out his hand to signal Jiang Cheng to sit down. "In our mansion, although there are still many things that are not well done in general, we still have the love and prestige of most people. Of course, I don't count. If there are interesting questions in the circle, you can go to the folks to hear what people say." Old C makes people's expression very thoughtful. He pointed to the image on the big screen of the conference room and said, "Please watch it." Jiang Cheng turned his head and looked at the big screen. He could tell at a glance that it was what Yi-Fi was discussing now. A seminar on whether a spacecraft developed by Fang is feasible for civilian use. And the designer of this type of spacecraft is the gentleman in front of you. The old secretary pointed to Dalkin's younger brother. If this type of spacecraft is changed to civilian use, it will undoubtedly make ordinary people get more convenience. What we are most concerned about is the livelihood of the people on this planet. Even if we are team members, it seems that it is not our business to deal with the hardworking people, but we can do better for them in addition to protecting them. Many things. When the old secretary finished talking, his gangster added, "Even if you look at the Dalkun incident, although their actions are shameful, you should be able to feel under the picture that they did not take them." Stronger means. Seeing the man in front of him seem to have to say something, the deputy hurriedly said, "Of course, this is the luck of Dalkeng and the others. They should be thankful that they have not made things out of control. I can assure the son that the Dalkian Brotherhood will be punished for what they did for them," said the old secretary. "Of course, it is a public and fair trial in accordance with local laws." Jiang Cheng asked dubiously, "What will you do with them?" The old secretary said frankly, "I am a member of the team, and I am not very familiar with legal matters, but I can be sure that our legal person will make a reasonable judgment. I also have something to say." Dalkin's brother opened his mouth. Jiang Cheng let out a cold cry. "I think that even if he is a prisoner, he still has the opportunity to appeal." The old secretary looked at Jiang Cheng with a gentle gaze. "Let's listen to him, let's report it. In this way, the ins and outs of this matter will be clearer." Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. The old company in front of him really has a convincing personality. With this hard-won opportunity, Dahl's brother Zhang, first of all, I don't want to be able to forgive us if we made a mistake. We should be punished due to our mistakes, but I just want to ask the picture not to involve me. Nephew, he paused. He is still young. If this matter has stained his back, then he will have to travel far away. In our place, even if he is the son of a rich man, he is still on this planet. It's a heavy burden. Jiang Cheng noticed that the rest of the staff were nodding. Brother Dalkin's expression was a bit of tragic imitation. Now that my brother only has such a son, he puts all his hopes on this child, and so do I, treating him like a poor child. He has lost his mother since he was a child, and his father, even now, still spends most of his time in his business kingdom. He doesn't stop because his company serves the mansion. Yes, once his company is down, a large number of people will lose their jobs. My messenger grew up in this situation, but he has no other points except the inside and outside of the animal grid. He learns well, and he can even be regarded as kind. His biggest good is to weave the spaceship. We also understand him. After you screamed against your spacecraft, we didn't have any other improper thoughts. I used my power to rebuild my Renzi and fly like yours, but when I read the picture below after that flight, I knew that with the power of our planet, it is impossible to cut a flying edge like a county. Our brother's in a desperate situation. Although one is the richest man and the other holds an important position in Xingfang. But now we can't even realize the child's wish, and our brother Dal has a voice. The ins and outs of the incident are now clear, and even Jiang Cheng never thought that the cause of this incident was actually love. The others couldn't help but get up after finishing what Dalkin brother said. As a member of the circle, the son of the Dalkin family is indeed better, especially since he was born in this family. It is even more precious. The Dalkin brothers actually wanted to occupy Jiang Cheng's spacecraft through insidious tricks. This made Jiang Cheng angry. Although Dalkin ran away, Jiang Cheng caught his brother, but after hearing his statement, he found that the two brothers were not as bad as he thought. Although the two brothers became greedy for a while, Jing didn't mean that they were wicked bad guys. On the contrary, the two brothers, although one is a rich man, he has done a lot of practical things for the local people. And in people's mouth, his reputation is not so unbearable. As for his younger brother, he is also a person with a reasonable character. He works in the scientific research department of the team, but he still wants to benefit the people of Yintang. So put together, although the Dalkin brothers have done something shameless, it doesn't seem to be unreasonable. The people attending the meeting were silent. They were waiting for the people from this terrible alien planet to settle down. This person's opinion is very important. He can almost decide the life and death of the Dalkin brothers. Even the respected old secretary makes people feel that there is no way to save the fate of these two people. Jiang Cheng is not a person who likes to kill. Although he can be called ruthless and ruthless to the enemy, he is also very cruel. But it is also because the enemy has done something that he cannot accept, and he has to start. Now, according to the old siren's statement, although their mansion has such problems as such, it is still considered clean and fair in general. He assured Jiang Cheng that the Dalkin brothers will get a fair trial. There will never be any practice of favoritism because of their identities. One is a rich man, the other is a senior staff of the mansion. Jiang Cheng felt a little bit convinced of this old company. Because of his character, this old man was receptive to what he said. Then, this matter will end here, Jiang Cheng said. You are now ordering to release my two disciples from the camp. Of course, if they are subjected to even a little copy, I reserve to continue. The right to be held accountable. Hearing Jiang Chengfei's words, the old secretary waved his hand, and his deputy immediately began to contact the team member. When he learned that the disciples of men on this alien planet had been free, and they were not subjected to any imitation, he took a long breath. Your two disciples are very good. Not only did they not suffer any imitations, but on the contrary, the deputy smiled bitterly. Several members of the team misunderstood the identities of the candidates and caused a lot of trouble. A small conflict, but some of them ended up suffered minor injuries. It's the luck of a few people, Jiang Chengxia said blankly. This is also a blessing in misfortune. Stand up, then. When I reach the side of my spacecraft, I can drive here profitably along the way, and there will never be anything happening again. I assure you that everything is as you wish. The man said. Su nodded, and his figure disappeared. The participants were three-faceted, and the people who blamed this strange planet would be like this. The original skill is so strong. The Dalkin brothers are really inverted, and they want to fall into such an opponent. It was the old secretary who made people feel stubborn first. He was able to look at Dahl's younger brother and said, "You are really so old that you can make such low-level mistakes." Yes, the secretary is in the picture. I am very surprised. I intend to accept the trial of Fa Yu. Brother Dahl lowered his head and said softly, "His oversight is white. If he didn't have enough ambition, he would have sat on the ground now." The old secretary turned his head and glanced at the deputy, who nodded. "Helper," cried the deputy, and the two native speakers walked in. "Get this person up," he said. "Don't tease him. Before he is interrogated, he can still have a little freedom." Participants talked a lot. They knew why the Tycoon brothers were so difficult to make the law this time. However, the Tycoon brother was a participant in this meeting and the decision-maker of the plan to change the use of aircraft to civilian use. Those who are optimistic about this plan, now that something like this has happened, I don't know how it will end in the future. By the time Rant Commercial Green Box arrived, Jiang Cheng had already waited for the landers beside Fei for a while. "How come Baikwasa? Vip has come until now." Jiang Cheng is a little bit dissatisfied. He knew that his two disciples were not the kind of procrastinators. Ran and Fan Lu smiled embarrassedly. Diamond did not explain the reason for being late. For this, Jiang Cheng noticed the two boxes in our hands. "What is this? Is there anything else you need to purchase now?" He was a little curious. Jiaguo didn't have that little accident. At this moment, they were already on their way. What's more, his two female disciples, unlike ordinary girls, always like to buy and buy. Looking at the boxes in their hands, there are quite a few things inside. Ludi looked at the marriage, then smiled and said, "This is a gift from those team members as a road break." Oh, Jiang Cheng was really a little surprised. "What I heard is that you taught them and they even gave you gifts." Ran and Baludi both laughed. Jiang Cheng shook his head and boarded the spacecraft. What a fool. After the three people were ready, Barretti started flying, and in a blink of an eye, the spacecraft rushed into outer space. What they didn't see was that in a certain place on this planet, there was a young man standing there really foolishly. Behind him are two middle-aged people. "Go back, kid," Tycoon said. "His brother is disguised at the moment. He has been temporarily relieved of his duties. Although he has not been sent to prison, he now has limited freedom." Lord Tycoon just received the news that the people from the 3 different planets have left their place. He secretly rejoiced. If he hadn't had a long-term vision and a comprehensive test of loyalty, would they still stand here peacefully? When the staff came to his house and showed him the messy situation through the video, he felt deeply afraid. If it weren't for his prudence, if he brought his son into hiding in time, he really couldn't imagine whether the man from the other planet would do anything under his anger. Jiang Cheng and the others embarked on the journey again, and their spacecraft Yanran and Bar LVG continued to swim in space. "Examiner, which display ball is our coordinate this time?" asked Baludi. "This time we will continue to fly for a long time, of course, on the premise of sufficient fuel." Jiang Cheng replied, "Dan, we have to pass through a few small planets along the way. But unless there is anything necessary, we will not stay there." As he said Ryuo, he showed Ba Lu the galaxy cloud map in his hand. Seeing the planet Jiang Cheng was pointing at, Ba Ludi couldn't help exclaiming. Her bluffing sound even startled the flamingo from his sleep. "No kidding, teacher, are we going to fly this far this time?" Ba LV looked at Jiang Cheng with incredible fingers. "Is it far?" Jiang Cheng said noncommittal, "Of course." "Look," Barretti pointed to their route and said, "Don't you know the distance? Teacher, do you want to murder your poor student in this way? I will go crazy if I keep driving for such a long distance." Ba Lurong looked at Ryuo Jiang Cheng pitifully. "Didn't you let you drive alone? Didn't you still have me and Yanran?" Jiang Cheng said, 3 people take turns to change shifts so it will be much easier. Isn't it the same?" Ba Lu dropped her mouth, and she was still arguing with her teacher. "Every day I wake up and drive the spacecraft, and then go to sleep. Every day, this will really drive me crazy." Jiang Cheng laughed and said, "How can it be like this every day? You can choose to practice spiritual power in your free time after driving the spacecraft every day. I specially prepared a set of plans for you, so as not to waste your time during your trip." After speaking, he pointed to the side. "Look." Ba Lu knew what her teacher asked her to see without looking. Her sister has been meditating in her seat for a long time. "Teacher," Ba LV still wants to say something, but looking at Jiang Cheng's face, she opened her mouth and dared not go on. She knows that her teacher usually talks and laughs, and sometimes he is the same with them, but as long as it mentions things like cultivation. As long as he makes a decision, there is no possibility of change at all. Looking at the face of his female disciple, Jiang Cheng hesitated and said, "If you can practice hard every day, I might consider a suitable ball for you to go out and play." Really, Baludi is happy again. After all, cultivation is a must. If she can get some extra benefits, she won't refuse. Of course, when did Du pass you? Jiang Cheng said, "Deal." Ba Lu turned around and drove the takeoff ship seriously. Jiang Cheng looked at Ma Ran's state in meditation, listened carefully to her Rayuo breathing, nodded in satisfaction, turned and left the cockpit. The farther you fly to the edge of the galaxy, the fewer flying vehicles come and go. Except for the asteroids that keep passing by their spacecraft, there is nothing else, which makes Baludi feel more and more boring. In their previous journey, there were finally a few little guys who couldn't help themselves, and they flew faster than the others. Although their level is too bad, it seems to be a bit interesting as an adjustment. Ba Ludi looked out the window with a fuss, it was like now, and there was hardly any life in the sight. Huyi, but when she woke up from meditation, she let out a long breath. After a moment of silence, she lowered her head and looked at the inside of her body, as she expected. In the middle of her lower abdomen, the original little bit of mental power has now become much larger. If the original mental power was like a small candle, now it has become a small fire. Although it is not very strong, the general wind and rain can no longer extinguish it. At the same time, Ran also clearly felt that the spiritual power in the earth moved faster than before, and the energy it brought was more sufficient. As long as her mind turns, all of her energy can run at full speed immediately, thus giving her great strength. At this moment, Ran was in a good mood. She got up from her seat and stretched her waist. "Is it done?" Baludi greeted her next to her. Sometimes she seems to convince her big sister very much. Although she is not a few years older than herself, she is always so diligent in the pursuit of strength. Ba Ludi Zhu's discovery, but at this point, he is the most lacking. She won't feel frequent if she walks around every day, but if she is allowed to sit for a long time, she is really unacceptable. Even if it is her favorite flying aircraft, she also likes the kind of short distance, tricky, exciting flying, rather than the boring, long trip like this. She can't sit still even for her favorite sport, let alone the spiritual training taught to her by her teacher. Baludi has been unable to understand this teacher from the Earth. It is said that he is from a distant galaxy, which is a place she has never heard of, although she is also a person from another planet, but she has nothing to make Baludi feel weird. On the contrary, they are very happy together and get along very well. His teacher is not good enough. For example, one day her teacher was sleeping on the bed and she just happened to change classes and she fell to the teacher's side. Who knows that his teacher left the bed immediately? Seeing his movements, Ba Ludi didn't understand for a while. She could only smell her clothes, whether she hadn't noticed where there was something dirty and had a strange smell. Of course this will not happen, after all, Bareti is also a very clean girl. When she told the teacher that the bed was big enough to accommodate the two of them, her teacher actually said something she didn't understand, and she couldn't understand what she said, so she remembered something. Ah shit. Later, when she told Ran about this, Jing Kai asked her if her teacher had any opinion on her. Yan Ran also felt strange. Finally, one day Bingren also learned the practice of Ba Luluo. His teacher immediately stood up and left the bedroom. Although Ba LV felt comfortable now, her teacher didn't do this because she was celebrating, but she still didn't know why. The two people discussed in whispers for a long time and didn't get a clue, so they had to hide this doubt in their hearts. Yanren and Ba Lurong are still flying in the endless space, and they have basically never seen other aircraft since this period of time. In the vast universe, they are the only spacecraft that exist alone. This time, it was Ma Ran who was driving to fly. Ba Lurong was sitting next to her at this time. She entered a state of thinking and was cultivating mental power. Seeing if Ba Luluo was immersed in the thought, Ran's corner appeared to smile, and she remembered the scene of Tilda Gang again. She didn't know how much Baludi was to seek medical meditation. When she wanted to go out and play without completing the necessary homework every day, her teacher Liang Shiliang reprimanded her without mercy. Although the teacher did not say much, The weight in the words was heavy. Without strong power, let alone in the future, alone in the China of the universe, even if you follow the teacher, it will only be a tired person and will only drag the teacher. And if you want to have a strong power, then the cultivation of spiritual power is the most important thing. There is no enough spiritual power to wield. No matter how strong the power is, it is a superficial phenomenon. If you meet a real master or encounter dangerous things, then you will find that your strength is not as strong as you think. With Ba Luluo's current strength, their teacher couldn't help but sneer. In the battle on Delmer Planet, the teachers of the special people in the team were already their strong opponents. Although fundamentally speaking, their strength is indeed a little stronger than those of teachers. But in the universe, there are so many characters like teaching people, and their goal is not to teach people like Delmer Planet. That is the existence they can't imagine, at least for now. If Ba Luluo didn't work cultivating spiritual power, Yan Ran clearly remembered that her teacher's tone was extremely harsh. If Ba Luluo doesn't work hard, then after they arrive on Earth, Jiang Cheng will let Ba Luluo live freely there instead of following him. Although Jiang Cheng didn't say anything about driving Ba Ludi out of the teacher's door, the meaning in his words couldn't be clearer. Because Ba LV is a child, although the world is big, but she does not have a family according to her situation, since Jiang Cheng has become her teacher. Of course, she will not be driven out and let her fend for herself. That would be too worthwhile, responsible. Therefore, he is still her teacher, and she is also his disciple, but this is only a nominal name given to her by Jiang Cheng. In the name of this teacher and apprentice, with Su's influence on the earth, I want to come. No one offends his disciples with such a lack of eyesight. Their master-disciple relationship stops here. Ba Luluo had never seen Jiang Cheng make such a big fire. Looking at the serious-looking teacher, the little girl was really frightened. Jing Kai, when Yanran was about to go up to an end, she was also reprimanded by Jiang Cheng. Bingren had to stand there obediently and listen to Baludi sobbing and sobbing. After Jiang Cheng left, Ma Ran still didn't approach Ba Lu, let alone speak. She could only silently look at her beside her. After the little girl sobbed in the seat for a while, she stretched out and washed her face. By the time she returned to the cockpit, her complexion had calmed down. After taking a few deep breaths, she calmed down, slowly entered a state of meditation. This time, Baludi spent much longer in meditation than usual. During this time, Jiang Cheng quietly came in to see it twice, and after quietly standing beside her for a while, he left. All Yan Ran could do was to drive the spacecraft more steadily. She didn't want any fluctuations to affect Ba Ludi. I don't know how long it took, Ba Ludi came from thinking. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found that Yan Ran and Jiang Cheng were standing in front of her looking at her. She was taken aback by the actions of the two of them. For a while, she didn't know what to say. Take a look inside. Jiang Cheng Baludi, he intuitively told him that this time his disciples should have made a relatively big improvement in the cultivation of spiritual power. Ba Ludi lowered her head and raised her head in surprise after a while. I seem to have broken through the second level of spiritual power cultivation and reached the third level. Moreover, it is the degree that Tier 3 is close to Tier 4, isn't it? Jiang Cheng held her. Ba Luluo lowered his head again. Yes, I can see that my mental power can already vaguely see the fourth level, but the fourth level is not obvious. Well, Jiang Cheng nodded. He was extremely satisfied with Ba Luluo's performance. Oh my God, I felt. You were only a second order. How can you make such a big improvement? Tell me quickly, what made you suddenly improve so much? Yan Ran urged. Barati has been making mediocre progress in the cultivation of spiritual power, and her animal is eager to achieve nothing in the cultivation of spiritual power. Before she broke through the third stage this time, she had stayed in the second stage for a long time. But on the third day of following Jiang Cheng, she broke through the first level of spiritual power cultivation. After 14 days, she had reached the second level. Spiritual power cannot be cultivated fast, so Jiang Cheng is special. Don't rush to improve the ranks, but lay a solid foundation for each rank and then move on such a solid foundation. Such a step-by-step, the future achievements will be particularly amazing, and according to this kind of cultivation method, there will be no accidents in the cultivation process. So Yanren was joking half-truths at this moment, and she was afraid that Ba Lu would think about being reprimanded by Jiang Cheng before meditating. I don't have any good way. Bareti calmed down from the initial joy, she said quietly. As long as I think of the teacher not accepting me as a disciple, I can calm down. Are you kidding? There is actually such a way. Yanran opened her eyes wide. Really? Barludi looked at Ruo Yanran earnestly and said, as long as I think about it, there will be a chill in my body, and then I will calm down, and if I can quickly enter the state of thinking. Such a method is really incredible, let alone Yanran. Even Jiang Cheng did not expect to have such a quick way to calm down. He touched his nose, not knowing what to say. Maybe by mistake, this method is suitable for Ba Luluo. Ding Balu was severely reprimanded by Jiang Cheng, but she received excellent results in the cultivation of spiritual power. Even Jiang Cheng was surprised by Baludi's method. Teacher, surely called Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng didn't understand why Yanran called him so excited. You scold me, Yanran demanded. What? Jiang Cheng didn't understand what Yanran's request was. Reprimand? Would you like to reprimand her for doing it? You scold me and let me see if I feel like Baludi. Bingren said, I want to try. If you let me slap me, the effect will be better, believe it or not. Jiang Cheng poses to fight Yanran. In the past few days, his 2 female disciples have made a relatively large improvement in the cultivation of spiritual power, which makes him feel good. Therefore, it is rare that he and his disciple joked. Yanran pretended to be scared and hid behind Ba Ludi. Baludi looked at Jiang Cheng, and her heart was warm. She knew they did it for her. In order not to remind her of what she had been reprimanded just now, even her teacher reluctantly started. Just kidding. However, all of this can only be kept in the bottom of my heart, and Bareti will not say these things. Teacher, since I have made some progress, then I can go out to play. Ba Ludi remembered the sacrifice very well. She clearly remembered Jiang Cheng's reply to her. Talking, Jiang Cheng nodded. He turned and walked to the galaxy cloud map, calculated the distance, and said to Ba Lufenheron, there is a planet not far away. You can go down and play, but I don't know if you can land. What does it mean to be unable to land? Yanran and Ba Ludi didn't understand what Jiang Cheng meant. Jiang Cheng beckoned, and when they came to him, he pointed to one of the planets in the galaxy cloud chart and said, we will be here soon, but there are no human beings here. Would you like to stay here? Yanran and Ba LV looked at each other. There is no human planet, how desolate it should be. Jiang Cheng seemed to have seen their thoughts, and he said with a faint smile, you don't have to think about it so much. Let's take a look on this planet. Son-in-law and Ba Ludi nodded. No one is no one. It's better than stuffing in the cabin all day long. When they were approaching the planet Jiang Cheng was talking about, Yanran and Ba Luluo knew what he meant by cannot land. This is a planet almost covered by the ocean. Such an environment is certainly not suitable for human survival. Although this planet is not big, it is still a planet, so it is not too small. After Ba Lu was hoisting the spacecraft and circling a few parks, he found a small piece of land with a relatively narrow terrain and slowly landed along the edge. There are some green grasses growing on the land, and occasionally there are bunches of wild flowers blooming in them. For Jiang Cheng and others who have already seen the space scene, such a refreshing scene is just right for them. The cool sea breeze blew towards the face, with the taste of the sea, which made people feel refreshed. The waves rolled and rushed to Jiang Cheng's feet, and white foam appeared. After spending so many days in the spacecraft, although the spacecraft is comfortable enough, no matter what, its space is very small. After a long time in such a confined place, I think of entering the wide world. Take a walk. Therefore, when a few people came outside, they couldn't help but took a few deep breaths of this fresh air. The flamingo flew into the air. Jiang Cheng, who hadn't seen her fly by for many days, was surprised to find that the flamingo was basically the same as her mother. Perhaps it is too good to eat in the human world. The body of the flamingo looks even larger than her mother's. At this time, the flamingo spread its wings, and its red feathers were shining. She kept flying up and down in the air, and her feelings of being locked in the spacecraft finally got vent. Son-in-law looked at the figure of flamingo obsessively, as if fascinated by her sudden demeanor. Ba Luluo was holding her trousers, bare white Zio Jia walking on the sand on the beach and looking for some beautiful shells. Her harvest looks pretty good. Her two pockets are bulging, and she seems to have found what she is after Jiang Cheng squatted on the ground, and he was repeatedly looking at a small piece of object in his hand, which obviously had the characteristics of human civilization. In other words, there is absolutely no such thing in nature. Teacher, what are you looking at? Yan Ran didn't know when she returned to his side. She went down to ask for it and looked at Jiang Cheng curiously. Look. Jiang Cheng raised what was in his hand to let Ran see more clearly. However, she carefully promised. After a while, she raised her head in surprise. Here, this thing seems to be a piece of plastic. Haha, you can also see the direction. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, Yes, this is a piece of plastic that looks like it, or it was left by another spacecraft when it passed by, or it was here. Either humans have lived here. Huron grabbed Jiang Cheng's unfinished words. Yes, Jiang Cheng said with a sigh, abandoning the spectacle in his hand. I really want to know what the truth is. If humans have lived here, have these humans perished or have they moved to another place? The power of the planet. What are you talking about? Paludi turned enough by the beach and returned to their side. Is the teacher feeling emotional? Ran said with a smile. Is the teacher Shizing making a big deal? Did he recite a few sweet poems for you? Paludi asked. Jiang Cheng looked at her peacefully with a puzzled look. Am I wrong? Poetry, don't you understand? Ba Luluo asked Yanran. Poem, I know, but I don't know what sweet poem you are talking about. What is it? Yanran really doesn't understand. Oh, you are so stupid. The teacher said when chatting with us before, his motherland has a long history. There are many verses in it. Baludi looked at Ran with contempt. Don't you understand this? Oh, Yanran really understands now, she pointed to Baludi. I don't want to talk about you, is the sweet poem, the teacher said. Isn't it? Baludi asked back. That's Tangshi, you little messenger. Yan Ran said the teacher was talking about Tang poems. It was Tang poems one by one. When she saw Ba Ludi gaped, she began to pursue the victory. But no, teacher. Ba Lu turned her head and looked at Jiang Cheng with questioning eyes. Jiang Cheng nodded, smiled, and said, It is indeed Tang poetry, not the sweet poetry you said. But he said unreasonably beside him, Who is wrong? You say. Ba Ludi was stunned for a moment and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, whatever Tang poetry is sweet, it's all poems anyway, ha ha. The little girl laughed at herself. Jiang Cheng Heron was amused by her. Although she didn't want to let Ba LV easily go, she rushed forward, ready to tickle her. Ba LVDI is most afraid of her like this. Even if Yanran just makes a look, she is already his hands and feet weakened with a smile. Seeing Yanran's wicked look, she kept her hands on her lips, begging for mercy. The two people were really quarreling. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng yelled. Ma Ran was shocked, turned around quickly, and looked in the direction of Jiang Cheng's finger, only to see a few unclear creatures appeared on the sea, was swimming towards them quickly. Behind them, they were chasing more than a dozen creatures that also couldn't see clearly. Suddenly, one of the creatures being chased suddenly jumped out of the sea. Almost at the same time, the creatures behind him also jumped up, opened their bloodshot mouths, and rushed towards him. Shoot the back, Jiang Cheng shouted again. Yan Ran, who had been prepared for a long time, had already taken off Wai Yuo's bow when Jiang Cheng first shouted. At this moment, Jiang Cheng gave an order, and she bent her bow and pointed the arrow and shot it out with one arrow. Baludi, who was standing next to her, was taken aback, because as the arrow shot out, it made a very strong sound of breaking through the air, and the sound was extremely sharp. Chenyi, the arrow carried a sharp howling and flew at lightning speed. Just when the monster's big mouth was about to swallow the creatures in front of it, the arrow that Yanran issued had already shot into it. As soon as the monster made a terrible cry, the Gianya exploded in its mouth, violently exploding half of its head. This sudden sound made the monsters who were chasing startled, and the creatures that were running away took the opportunity to speed up and swim towards Jiang Cheng. It seemed that these violating creatures had considerable intelligence, and they were able to tell in time that the humans standing on the shore had tattooed them. When those two creatures jumped out of the sea, Jiang Cheng and the others could see clearly. The one swimming in the front is a mermaid, and the one chasing them is a creature that looks like a wolf. It's just that Jiang Cheng and the others had never seen a wolf swim so fast in the sea, so they didn't make a judgment for a while. However, looking at their fierce appearance, Bingren immediately identified those sea wolves as targets of attack following Jiang Cheng's prompt. The sea wolf who reacted continued to chase the mermaid in front. After steadying her figure, sharp screams constantly sounded from the bow in her hand, and arrows shot at those fierce seas. Chen Zhuchen's arrows accurately hit the backs of the sea dukes that were exposed to the surface of the water. Immediately after those arrows plunged into their bodies, smoke exploded. The sea rolled up, and the dying sea wolf howled. Struggling in the sea, stained blood continuously sprayed out of their bodies, dyeing the sea a red. Yan Ran put down the bow in her hand and began to adjust her breathing deeply. Beside her, Jiang Cheng looked at her in surprise, while Ba Ludi was full of envy. After this period of assiduous cultivation, Ma Ran's mental strength cultivation has exceeded the 5th level. Jiang Cheng was surprised that his female disciple was indeed a genius of Tianzong. He didn't expect Yanran to be able to use spiritual power like this without a teacher. The arrow that Ma Ran shot just now was basically similar to the long sword he often used, and it was also formed with mental power. It's just that Yanran knows that her spiritual power is far less powerful than her teacher, so she condenses her spiritual power into a series of slender arrows. In this way, the spiritual power of the earth is enough to use. Moreover, she added the explosive power to the arrow whimsically. Jiang Cheng had to express his amazement. The female disciple's talent is indeed amazing. In time, the light she emits will definitely be seen by the world. Ba Lu was really mixed in her heart at this time. At the beginning, when she and Yan Ran fought for the first time in the small town of Delmer, they still couldn't tell the victory or defeat. Who knew that only a few months later, she had already left herself far behind. With Yanran's mental power at this time, coupled with the steel claws in her hand, Ba Luluo is almost certain that she will not be Yanran's opponent at all now. It's only been a few months. Ba Ludi can hardly imagine that if another year passes, or 2 or even 3 to 5 years, I am afraid that I will not even have the qualifications to be a junior sister, right? Seeing Yanran in front of her, Ba Ludi secretly made up his mind that she must stand up and not be able to live as she did before. I have such a good teacher and such a good example of study. If I am still such a careless mess, I would be too self-willed to fall. At the beginning, when those members of the High Jizi group were training themselves, they also kept talking about their understanding and coordination in practice. Ba Luluo secretly made up his mind. She must work hard. Even if she can't achieve Yanran's achievements, she will never let her senior sister leave herself too far. The mermaids swam to the shore, and they lifted their bodies from the water one after another. This is a real mermaid, and definitely not the kind of mermaid on Earth. Without exception, they have exquisite and beautiful looks. They have long golden hair. Although they are alive in the sea, they do not seem to get wet. The wind blows through, and their long hair shines like golden luster. They are really beautiful creatures, Jiang Cheng sighed. Not to mention Jiang Cheng, even Yan Ran and Ba Ludi were stunned by the beauty of these mermaids. Although they almost never mention their appearance, they have confidence in their appearance, which they have confirmed in countless eyes or expressions of those male animals. However, beside these mermaids, it seems that even their beauty has faded. They looked at these beautiful creatures, and the mermaids were also looking at them. To their surprise, the mermaids actually started talking. Jiang Cheng and their spacecraft landed on a planet covered by water. Originally, they just wanted to get here during a long trip to breathe. Beijing always makes people easily silent in the spacecraft. While they were enjoying the breeze on the beach and enjoying the view of the sea, they suddenly saw a group of mermaids being chased by a group of creatures that looked like sea wolves. Under this circumstance, Jiang Cheng and the others will definitely make a deal. The group of sea wolves chasing the mermaids was shot and killed by Ma Ran alone, and they successfully saved the group of mermaids. When Yan Ran and Ba Ludi looked at these beautiful creatures, to their expectations, the mermaids actually started to speak. "Thank you all." One of the mermaids spoke. Maybe they haven't communicated with humans for a long time, or maybe they can only use this the way they speak. Their utterance is a bit awkward. However, their nice voice made up for their shortcomings. That is the real sound of nature. If these mermaids sing, it must be the most beautiful song in the world. Yan Ran and Ba Ludi were almost fascinated by their voices. It was Jiang Cheng who walked deep. He was not moved by the appearance and voice of those mermaids. He coughed and reminded Ran and Baludi, and then he asked, "You guys, why do you talk?" The mermaid turned to look at him. "Now we will talk. Jiang Cheng scratched his head, not knowing what to say for a while. Ba Luluo took the topic in time. "Are you born to speak? You know, what you say is the universal language, which is not the language of you fish, right?" The mermaids laughed. "Why do you think you have to be in a class and can talk?" Sad, Ba Luluo really didn't think about this question. She was asked by the group of mermaids, "Do you usually use this language to communicate?" But when she continued to ask her, she was stunned by the incredible scene before her. "That's not true. We have our own eyes, another language." Speaking of this, the mermaid said a word. Although Jiang Cheng didn't understand the meaning, there is no doubt that this is a language. How should I put it? The mermaid also pondered, and she unexpectedly made Jiang Cheng and the others surprised again. In addition to their feet turning into tails, their entire bodies are covered with a thin layer of film. Their appearance is really very similar to humans. You can say that our position on this planet is equivalent to that of human beings on other planets. The mermaid said, her face lightened. It was obvious that she remembered something unhappy. Or, more than 100 years ago, our status was indeed like this. The mermaid's expression became tragic. However, now our status is threatened. Will we be there in the future? Not necessarily. Jiang Cheng and the others quickly communicated. They believe that these mermaids are fish in their eyes, but compared with humans, apart from the difference in appearance, at least they have many human shadows. For example, what they say is the universal language. I won't mention how they learned this language for the time being, but this can show that they are capable of learning. Moreover, seeing that mermaid can actually think, which is also the obvious difference between them and other creatures. Of course, now is not the time to investigate why they speak. Jiang Cheng and the others have noticed that the mermaid's tone is tragic. They must have encountered hemp, and the trouble is not small. It may threaten their existence. Yanren and Ba Luluo were originally kind-hearted girls, and the pitiful appearance of the mermaid touched their hearts even more. They couldn't help but sympathize with them. "What happened to you? Speak it out. Maybe we can help you solve Baludi." She is very straightforward, and she asks first, "These are the sea wolves that you just saw chasing us." The mermaid replied that they are becoming more and more in number now, which seriously threatens our survival. "Have you ever counterattacked them?" Yan Ran asked, but she looked at the slender figures of the mermaids. She didn't think they could have any good way. "We have counterattacked them, but as time goes by, they have developed resistance to us, and our counterattack has been unable to imitate them." To Yanran's expectation, the mermaid also countered those fierce sea wolves. Baludi couldn't help asking, "You guys, how did you counter them? Please forgive me, but I see you, it's really not like a swordsman." Since the mermaids said they were human, Baretti thought so too. No one would doubt the beauty of the mermaids in front of them, but if they were able to fight, Baruti would not believe them. These mermaids are slender, not to mention, even their arms are also weak, giving people a feeling of weakness. Don't say such a figure can't fight or fight. Even if they can take up weapons, it makes people doubt whether they have enough strength to use them. Moreover, the mermaid said just now that the sea wolves resisted their counterattack, so they couldn't understand it. Could it be that the sea wolves are getting more and more resistant? Seeing the suspicion in the eyes of Yanren and Ba Ludi, the mermaid thought for a while and said, "I will show you something, but I don't know if you will be copied, and Ba Ludi will not be moved." I didn't see that the mermaid would actually use Fan Guo to attack. Seeing Yan Ran and the others were ready, the mermaid took a deep breath. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and stood up to them. The cry of the mermaid was silent. For an instant, Yan Ran and Ba Ludi felt intense pain in their heads. These thorns were like thousands of spikes that pierced their heads together. To cry out in pain. If these mermaids' attacks were even stronger, they wondered if they had already been lying on the ground in pain. However, just when they thought they were going to be unable to stand it, their pain had slowly subsided. They raised their heads. The mermaid was still shouting, but her attack no longer had any effect on them. Yan Ran made a gesture to signal the mermaids to stop attacking. They already knew how these mermaids attacked. This is a kind of sound wave. Although the attack effect is good, it lacks lethality. "This is how we attacked," said the mermaid. "Can those sea wolves withstand such an attack?" Ran asked. "At first we can disperse them, but as time progresses they don't care about our attacks more and more." The mermaid replied. She nodded, and based on what she had just realized, if the intensity of these mermaids' attacks could be a little bit stronger, the lethality should come out. Jiang Cheng spoke. So, what can we do for you? Kill those sea wolves. The mermaid's eyes are full of eagerness. If we can kill them, there will be no more threat. Hearing the mermaid's request, Jiang Cheng and the others gasped. They looked up at the endless sea, their expressions embarrassed. The sea is so big, those sea wolves can swim freely in it anytime, anywhere. Here is their world. Let them catch all the sea wolves in one go. How is this possible? Yanren said embarrassedly. It's not that we don't want to help, but look, in such a big sea, sea wolves can run at will when we attack them, and we, let alone kill them, even if we chase them. I'm afraid we too can't catch up with them. The mermaid understood Yan Ran's meaning. She said, no, the situation is not what you said. Although the sea is so big, those sea wolves only live in our Zhu kingdom. For some reason, we have a special attraction to them. When Jiang Cheng heard the mermaids say this, their expressions were a little moving. According to the mermaids, they could use these mermaids as bait to lure those posters. I know that the sea is big, but they only like our sea area. In short, they don't like to go to other places. The mermaid continued. We discovered this at the beginning. When our counterattack was still effective, the sea wolves fled to other sea areas under the counterattack of the present. But for some reason, they came back quickly, and their number has decreased a lot. I guess that is because they cannot adapt to the greens of other sea areas. Jiang Cheng and the others nodded. This is not uncommon. Many creatures can only live in one place, and they will not adapt to other places. By the way, why don't you leave here? Jiang Cheng asked. Since sea wolves can't go to other places, how about you? Can't you get rid of their attacks by going to another sea area together? Jiang Cheng's words are not unreasonable. Since they and the sea wolf are enemies, if the mermaid chooses to leave here, at least they will not be attacked by the sea wolf and save their lives. But we live here for generations. The mermaid said, how can we abandon our homes at will? Jiang Cheng had no reaction on the surface, but in his heart, he didn't take what these mermaids were saying. That's right, of course the homeland can't be given up casually, but if you don't leave here, you will have the consequences of being wiped out. If the two are compared, it is of course better to choose to avoid the sea wolf. Jiang Cheng felt that it was impossible for them to fulfill the wish of the mermaid, let alone that they just passed by here. They just landed on this planet during the long flight to express their breath. Even if they live here, it is impossible to kill all the sea wolves. After all, this is the place of those seas. Are they swimming in the sea all day in order to hunt down a sea wolf? Jiang Cheng thinks that his just proposal is a good way. Since those sea wolves can't go to other sea areas, then these mermaids can just open them. What are the shortcomings of the sea wolf? Jiang Cheng asked. Only when he knows himself and the enemy can he form a fatal blow to the enemy. This is a famous saying in his motherland. As a person of Hua's family, he will not easily forget. There are not many of them. This may be related to their ability to reproduce, and they will always gather together when the full moon is reached. Yan Ran's spirits lifted up so that when the sea wolves were gathered together, they could give them a devastating blow, and it would save them from searching aimlessly. But the mermaid's words made her mood sink again. Don't just pass a few days on the 4th night of the month. You will have to wait a long time until the next time. The mermaid seemed to understand what she meant. Then we have no good solution. Jiang Cheng decided to tell the truth. He didn't want to waste too much time on this impossible task. You see, we are not marine creatures. Chasing those sea wolf whales in the water is not our strong point. Moreover, although we don't know how many of them are in number, with the vast sea, we cannot guarantee that they will not slip through the net under our attack. Ran and Baludi stood beside Jiang Cheng, nodding their heads. They also thought that their teacher made sense. Even if they just hide quietly under the water, we can't find them like this. How do we kill them? Jiang Cheng ended his words. Of course, the mermaid's encounter is sympathetic, but Jiang Cheng has known that many species have gradually become extinct in the long river of time. Although many of them have disappeared, it is a pity that they are natural. The rule of elimination is inevitable. Since the rabbit is unavoidable, it can't be recovered by manpower. This is fate. The mermaid's expression was completely desperate, and such an expression was particularly touching on her beautiful face. Yanren and Baludi could hardly bear to watch. As cultural sacrifices, they sympathized with the mermaid's situation, but they were not gods and they had things they couldn't do. They feel sorry for not being able to help these beautiful creatures. They want to help these mermaids from the bottom of their hearts, but as their teacher said, let alone sea wolves are creatures in the ocean, even if they live on land, with the power of the three of them, unless they do nothing. The daily work is to hunt down such sea wolves continuously, and it will take years and months to complete. The mermaids hope that Jiang Cheng and the others can kill all their enemies, the sea wolves, but in Jiang Cheng's eyes, this is an unrealistic idea, and it is impossible for them to realize the mermaids' wishes. Then, we will go back now, the mermaid said to them. Thank you for teaching us just now. If you have anything we need to do, please tell us and we will repay you. The mermaid said her beautiful face had already returned to calm. Jiang Cheng knew that this was an expression of extreme numbness in their hearts after they lost hope, rather than true peace. Although I feel bewildered, but this thing is really not what they can do. The atmosphere froze for a while. Well, you guys? Yan Ran felt that such a silent atmosphere really made her unbearable, so she asked the mermaids. We live in a bay, and the mermaid replied, that bay is enough for the rest of our people to live in. Then why are you being chased by those sea wolves today? Isn't it okay for you to stay in that bay? Tilda Balu asked. The mermaid smiled bitterly. The bay is too small for us, Bai Jing. Outside is the vast sea where we are longing. Well, let us protect you from going home, okay? Yan Ran said. At least, we can protect you from getting home safely. This may be the only thing we can do for you. Son-in-law felt uncomfortable. Although she was not a race with the mermaids in front of her, she knew the pain of losing her clan. In fact, it is not the only way she has such thoughts. Think about the master builder who lived alone in the small town of Delmer for a long time. When he discovered Yan Ran, he knew that his well was not the only one in this world. They were the same as Rory. Busbill, when Fergus and other people existed, wasn't he also very excited? The mermaid looked at them gratefully. The three people in front of them still wanted to help them, but they couldn't complete her secret cultivation. They accepted their kindness. The mermaids were swimming unhurriedly on the sea. Jiang Cheng followed them to protect them. At this time, Jiang Cheng's whole body was trapped in a round, bubble-like air mass, which was formed by relying on his powerful mental power. This mass of air allows him to walk freely on the sea, but Hebeluluo doesn't have his ability. They drive the Ruo spaceship over their heads. Only the flamingo can accompany them freely. This beautiful bird doesn't know the situation of those mermaids. She only knows that she doesn't have to go back to the small boat. Even if it is time, she is very happy. Jiang Cheng did not speak. He looked at the Sea of Liao Yin, thoughts for a while. Suddenly, the flamingo flying in front made an angry cry. Following her cry, a long flame was ejected from her mouth, and a sea wolf baffled the fruit in the sea. It had never been in contact with such an enemy before, and it was caught off guard by such an attack. Its fur was ignited by the flames ejected by the flamingo, and a fireball was formed in a blink of an eye. Even if it was in the sea, it could not escape. The end of nuclear burn. There was a flame that was not afraid of water. Although Jiang Cheng had come into contact with such a flame before, it was the first time he saw it ejected by a creature. It seems that I will have to catch the flamingo and study it when I have time. Seeing the flamingo flying in the air proudly because the enemy burned to death, Jiang Cheng thought to himself secretly. And farther in front of them, the Ran Baludi also dived down suddenly, and Jiang Cheng saw with his own eyes a school of attack missiles shot into the sea from the spacecraft. With a roar, the smoke lifted up a huge column of water. Jiang Cheng knew that they attacked when they discovered that a sea wolf was there. As Ruo Jiancheng and the others gradually approached the place where the mermaid lives, they encountered more and more sea wolves along the way. Although these mermaids have a very strong sense of the sea wolves, under the attack of Yan Ran and the others, the sea wolves no longer felt their bodies out of the water, but attacked the mermaids from the water. It's not difficult to tell Jiang Cheng's touching way of their attacks like this. Although his body was on the surface of the sea, his touching touch had already penetrated into the sea. Once the sea wolves emerged from the depths of the sea and were about to attack the mermaids, Jiang Cheng could always spot their attacks in advance. Although they have a certain IQ for these, it is obvious that their IQs are not comparable to those of humans in the past, and Jiang Cheng can deal with them more easily. As long as he felt those sea wolves, he would take the lead to attack them. The fingers flicked one after another, and the spikes condensed with mental power kept shooting towards those seas. The almost transparent spikes may not be found even if you look straight at it, let alone in the sea, let alone those sea wolves that are just creatures with low intelligence. The corpses of sea wolves floated up from under their feet, and the blood from them dyed the nearby seawater into a flush. Finally felt the danger. The remaining sea wolves were no longer entangled with the mermaids that were very sensitive to them. They gave up their goals, dived into the depths of the sea one after another, and chose to escape. Not far ahead is where the mermaids rest. The mermaids stopped, and they prepared to bid farewell to the kind people on the alien planet who escorted them. On the way home, they saw with their own eyes that this man easily killed the sea wolves that were invincible for them, and the number of sea wolves he killed made them very surprised. "Thank you, kind aliens, we are safe here." The mermaid said, "Thank you for your along the way." Jiang Cheng nodded. He is not a polite person. "Good-hearted people, would you like to come to our habitat as a guest?" The mermaid invites him. Jiang Cheng hesitated, and at this moment, a voice came from not far away. "Teacher." Jiang Cheng looked up and saw that Ran and Baludi was waving at him not far away, and their spacecraft stayed on an island magnet beside them. Jiang Cheng knew that his two female disciples had not given up the idea of helping the mermaid. They wanted to go to the field and take a good look to see if Jing could find a good way. Jiang Cheng and the others escorted the mermaid back to their habitat. However, and Baludi did not completely give up the idea of helping the mermaid. They stopped the spacecraft and prepared to examine the mermaid's habitat on the spot. Walking on the islands and reefs, Jiang Cheng watched the surroundings. This bay is actually not small. In terms of the number of these mermaids, there is no problem with them living here. But that mermaid is right. Outside is the Sea of Lio. Who wants to live in such a small bay for a lifetime? What about inside? The entrance to the bay was very narrow. Jiang Cheng estimated that it was only a few meters wide, and he also noticed that there were several lines of mermaids standing there. Jiang Cheng knew what they were doing. Because the entrance is very narrow, the sea wolves have a quantitative advantage, and they can't swarm up when attacking. In this way, the mermaids can deal with them more easily. Jiang Cheng had just seen the attack method that the mermaid showed them, and the sound waves they made were only quite aggression. Both Yanren and Baludi are quite capable people, and those sound waves can affect them. So for those sea wolves, the mermaid's attack is even more unbearable for them. It's just that with the increase of time, the sea wolf's resistance to sound waves is getting stronger and stronger, and the mermaid's sound wave, well, does not have a lethal effect, so they are now in a passive team. Jiang Cheng guessed that if the mermaids in front of them made sound waves together, the sea wolves might not be able to resist them. Otherwise, their bay would have been captured by the sea wolves. "Teacher, did you say that we have no good way to help them?" Seeing that Jiang Cheng has not spoken, he couldn't help asking. Those mermaids are so pitiful. Jiang Cheng didn't answer Yanren's question directly. He turned around and said to Yanren and Ba Luluo, "Come on, let's analyze it. The problem lies. It's very simple. The problem is that we can't gather these sea wolves together and catch them all at once." Ba Luluo replied, "Although we can use mermaids as bait to lure sea wolves into the bait, according to our observers on the road just now, once they feel that the situation is not good, those sea wolves will run away every day." Yan Ran added, "Yeah, here is the problem." Jiang Cheng nodded. Ran and Baludi noticed Jiang Cheng's expression, and they asked almost at the same time. "Then there is no other way." Jiang Cheng nodded, and just about to answer, the sea wolves launched an attack on the bay where the mermaid breathed. Sure enough, it was almost the same as Jiang Cheng had imagined. Although the small entrance made the sea wolves take advantage of numbers, they had to slowly and one by one attack the mermaids guarding there. As for the guarding mermaids, their sound waves are their way of counterattack. The sound waves emitted by a mermaid were unbearable even for Bing Ran and the others, so the sound waves emitted by a few mermaids would definitely be stronger. Coupled with the narrow entrance, it played the role of a trumpet. In this small space, the sound waves emitted by the mermaids would not radiate. In this way, invisibly, the sound waves they emitted were strengthened a lot. According to Jiang Cheng's prompt, Ma Ran and Ba Ludi also noticed these inconspicuous details. At this time, They understood why, after the sound waves of the mermaid had slowly lost its effect on the sea wolves, they could still the reason exists. The mermaids chose this bay as their habitat and their last fort. I have to say that they are very visionary. This time, the battle between the mermaids and the sea wolves, Jiang Cheng, and they did not participate in the battle. They just stood silently and watched in order to get some inspiration from this battle. It seems that such an attack has not happened once or twice. As the sea wolves attacked, one mermaid issued a well report, and one after another mermaid swam out from the depths of the bay. They did not panic. The mermaids lined up automatically, waiting there quietly. The narrow entrance of the bay was fully utilized by the mermaids. Jiang Cheng didn't know if they chose this place accidentally or intentionally. He wanted to wait until afterwards to ask the mermaids. The mermaids are a group of 3. They would rather be inside the entrance, because the water at the entrance is not deep and the water quality is extremely clear. So the sea wolves' every move was beautiful in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Jiang Cheng pointed it out to Ran and Ba Ludi, because the water here was very shallow, which prevented the sea wolves from diving into the water and achieving the purpose of attack. Ran and Ba Ludi kept nodding their heads, and at the same time they sighed. This bay is really a blessed land for mermaids. If it weren't for such a unique terrain, I'm afraid the mermaids would have become food in the belly of those sea wolves. And this kind of terrain, combined with the unique attack methods of the mermaids, did give the sea wolves a number of advantages and fierce attack power. You can only look at these mermaids and sigh, facing if only 2 sea wolves could enter the narrow entrance. When they were about to approach, the 3 mermaids guarding the entrance sent out together. Sure enough, the 3 mermaids used such attacks at the same time, and the effect was far different. The stern and sharp cry made the sea wolves rushing in the forefront painful. They rolled in the water, constantly howling. Thick his tail flapped against the surface of the water, and time became a mess. Yan Ran and Ba Ludi couldn't think that the voices of those mermaids were charming and beautiful. How could they make such ugly voices? If you have to describe it, it's like the sound of a sharp object slashing vigorously on metal. It is a sound that can directly penetrate into the human mind. Even if you cover your ears, you still feel uncomfortable. I feel even more crazy. The sea wolves, attacked by the sound waves of the mermaids, couldn't bear it anymore. The sea wolves in the front began to run, and one of them even bitten the companion in front of it. The sea wolf in front ran in under the mermaid's counterattack, and the sea wolf in the back continued to advance. As for the mermaids who counterattack, when they feel that their energy is insufficient, another group of mermaids will supplement them in time and continue to counterattack the sea wolf attack. Their movements are not rushed. They are not organized, obviously. They are already very familiar with this way of fighting. Jiang Cheng and the others, as onlookers, watched a battle of positions between the mermaids and the sea wolves. Utilizing the unique terrain, even if they are in a position where they have to counterattack because of being passive, the mermaids can still withstand the attacks of the sea wolves, but that's all. In this way, when they face the sea wolf, they will always be passively beaten. The problem has actually been exposed. That is, the sound wave counterattack of the mermaids is not lethal. The sound waves they emit can only drive away the sea wolves, and as the sea wolves become stronger and stronger, their attacks will gradually lose their effect. In this way, given time, they will not escape the fate of being extinct. The sea wolves' offense did not seem to stop. They still repeated their own unique offensive methods. Such a dull and boring battle. Even if she doesn't even want to watch Yanren, who is very living, she feels it is wasting their precious time. Then he blew a whistle and lay next to her. The impatient, raging crow that had been waiting for a long time quickly flapped its wings and flew into the air. After that, she folded her wings in the air, resisting like a meteor, shooting straight towards the battlefield below. The sea wolves didn't notice the flamingo. They didn't feel that the danger was approaching it. When the flamingo was about to approach the surface of the water, the flamingo spread its wide wings, and her sudden drop suddenly eased. A long tweet, like an offensive charge. Lai Hua Wu opened her mouth, and a flame spurted out of her mouth, ruthlessly toward the attacking sea wolves. Jiang Cheng discovered that this flamingo was also a very powerful creature. The flamingo was like a flame, shooting Ruo repeatedly back and forth at the narrow entrance, until she could no longer eject even a single spark, and then screamed unwillingly, and Fan Duo's wings flew high again. Limited to the terrain and the surprise of the attack, the Firebird's attack received a bitter result. Although the sea wolves are in the sea, the flames of the flamingo will not be extinguished by the sea. Moreover, because of the special terrain, the water at the entrance is very shallow. Even if the sea wolves want to enter the water, they cannot do it. Even more, because of their dense formation, not only maximize the effect of the flamingo's attack, but they couldn't even escape for a while. At the long and narrow entrance, the sea wolves were crowded together by the charred bodies, and the glue gave off an unpleasant smell. The sea wolves had to stop attacking, and after suffering such a blow, they began to flee. The mermaids evaded one after another when the flamingo attacked. At this moment, they looked at if the carcass of a sea wolf in front of them, and then at the flamingo with red feathers. Their eyes also changed. Up. If they had such a bird as their guardian, they would no longer have to worry about the sea wolf's attack. The fighting subsided, and at the entrance of the bay, except for the few mermaids left behind for value, the rest retreated back to the depths of the bay. At this time, Jiang Cheng and the others saw that the mermaid they had taught had swam to their side with the other mermaid. To be honest, when so many mermaids gathered together, it was simply a beautiful event. Even if Lion Yanran and Ba Ludi were beautiful enough in themselves, seeing so many exquisite faces gathered together, they still felt shocked and stared at them. Even those long blonde hair that followed the wind made people dazzled involuntarily. However, they also noticed one thing, that is, these mermaids are almost exactly the same. Whether it is their delicate faces, slender figures, or their long golden hair, there is almost no difference. They even suspected that the golden hair of these mermaids might even be the same length. However, the two mermaids now appearing in front of them, except for the mermaid who had been familiar with them for a while, and the other mermaid was a little different from the way they had just seen. The same delicate face, the same slender figure, but the hair of this mermaid, unlike other mermaids, is a golden eye, but a color close to silver. "Thank you, kind people." The silver-haired mermaid smiled and thanked them. The mermaid next to him said, "Please allow me to introduce you, distinguished guest. This is the leader of the present." The silver-haired mermaid bent down again, and Jiang Cheng and the others also bowed back. The leader said gratefully, "I really don't know how to thank you, kind-hearted people. Not only did you teach my people, but you also escorted them all the way back safely. Thanks to your help, you ended the sea wolves in time. The attack launched you are really the thinkers of our mermaid clan." In the face of the enthusiastic beauty of the mermaid leader, Jiang Cheng and the others can only express humbly again that this is a small matter. No matter who it is, they will lend a helping hand in time when they see such a situation. They just did them. That's what should be done. After the cold was over, the mermaid leader asked Jiang Cheng and the others to come to a bay where there was a pond the size of water. The quality of the water there is very clear. You can see the bottom of the water. The bottom of the water is copper with various colorful stones. In the Zhu country, on the surface of the water, various green plants grow, making this small place more somewhat fresh breath. The mermaid leader asked Jiang Cheng to sit down. The clear water waved with the heartstrings of Bingren and Ba Lujiang. After obtaining the consent of the mermaid leader, the two of them took off their shoes and put Bai Ji's feet in the water. Here, enjoying the cool pleasure. Good-hearted people, please tell me, based on the fighting scenes you just saw, what else do you think we should do? The mermaid leader opened his mouth. "I can see that you are experts in combat." She smiled and said, "And I don't know anything about fighting, so I desperately need your guidance." Jiang Cheng thought to himself, it's no wonder that this mermaid will become their leader. Depending on the way she speaks, it's better than the mermaid just now. The wish that the mermaid they brought down made Jiang Cheng and the others feel handed, and the request made by the mermaid leader in front of them was very much in line with the actual situation, and her question could be answered in different ways. You can answer the questions of the mermaid leader from different angles, from shallow to deep. Jiang Cheng and the others, as spectators, bet on a battle between the mermaid and the sea wolves. This is a boring battle. In the end, under the attack of the flamingo, those sea wolves fighting with the mermaids had to leave a large number of corpses and chose to retreat. At this time, a mermaid with silver hair came to Jiang Cheng and the others. She was the leader of this group of mermaids. She asked Jiang Cheng and the others to a quiet place that had obviously been carefully picked up, and then she asked Jiang Cheng her question. Regarding the fight they had just fought with Sea Wolf, she asked him how to reverse their current passive team position. Jiang Cheng looked directly at the mermaid leader and said frankly, "Blame me, according to your current combat methods, I think that in the battle with the Sea Wolf, you want to win. It is very difficult for the country." Moreover, Jiang Cheng added, "Although you can still withstand the Sea Wolf's attack, in the future, I think your chances of winning will become smaller and smaller." The mermaid leader sighed and she smiled bitterly at Yi. "It is true, but because of our beasts, we don't like to actively attack other creatures, so we are always in a passive team." She turned around, pointed to the mermaids not far away, and said to Jiang Cheng and Yan Ran and the others, "You have also seen that all of our mermaids are here, facing a large number and very fierce. For the Sea Wolf, it is indeed very difficult for the country to survive. Good-hearted people," the mermaid leader looked at them and said, "I know you are not ordinary people." She pointed at the fiery crow and said, "Even the bird by your side, she is better at dealing with sea wolves than we are. So I want to think about you, can point out a bright path for the survival of our mermaid clan." Jiang Cheng smiled. "You are too polite. We are not as great as you said. The two races between you and the sea wolf are natural enemies, and only one race can survive." The mermaid leader did not speak. She quietly listened to Jiang Cheng's words. Jiang Cheng continued, "As you know, sea wolves live in the sea and there are so many of them. It is not easy to catch them all at once. And through their fights with you, I found that these sea wolves are also relatively cunning creatures. When they feel that the situation is not good, they will choose to flee. In this way, how can they be completely eliminated? It is indeed a tricky thing." The mermaid leader listened to Jiang Cheng's words, and she kept nodding her head. Although the aliens in front of her had just arrived here, they had only seen a battle between them and the sea wolf, but undoubtedly his eyes were urinary. His words directly pointed out the point. Is there really no hope? Does their mermaids really have to leave the place where they have lived for generations and go to a strange place in order to start this disaster that will destroy their race? The mermaid leader lowered her head, and she could hardly help crying. Just now, her men told her how these three people saved their companions who went out to play from the mouth of the sea wolf. When these people escorted them home, they witnessed that they were how to kill the sea wolf. They have fought sea wolves for so long, and apart from driving the sea wolves away, it is very difficult for them to tie off the sea. And these three people in front of them, they can easily kill the brutal guys. The carcasses of sea wolves floating out of the sea are real facts. What is more convincing is that in the other battle, the crow beside them easily killed so many sea wolves. The mermaid leader saw fear in the eyes of her men, and at the same time also saw hope. Therefore, after the battle, she hurriedly came to see the visitors from these alien planets, on the one hand, thanking them for what they did, and on the other hand, she wanted to ask them how to save their mermaid clan. Fate. Jiang Cheng stood up. He ignored the mermaid leader, who lowered his head in thought. He said to Bingren and Ba Ludi, "Look at it." He stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. Ran and Ba Ludi stood up and faced Jiang. Makoto looked in the direction of his finger. "Have you noticed what are the characteristics of their habitat?" Jiang Cheng saw that his two disciples hadn't realized his ideas for a while, and he began to inspire them. "Characteristics?" Baludi looked confused. "What characteristics?" She scratched her head. "Apart from a lot of mermaids, I didn't find anything. Could it be?" She looked at her with an unbelievable look. Teacher, do you want to use the beauty of a mermaid? Do you feel those sea wolves?" After hitting her, the leader of the mermaid was still there. It was not good to say that. At the same time, she felt that Baretti's whimsical idea was too ridiculous. "Oh, what are you doing?" Balu knows that what she didn't just say is too reluctant, knowing that her teacher did not blame her, but looked at her with a smile. "Yes, although it is not what you said, but it is close." "Look at it," Balu said to Ma Ran excitedly. "The teacher said I was right." However, she ignored her. If it was really like what she said, how would the sea wolves enter these mermaids? They would have been getting along with the sleeping mermaids, instead of trying to destroy them anytime and anywhere. But since the teacher has no objection to what Baludi said, there must be some reason Wang's good. Yan Ran thought hard about what Kai Ba Ludi said. Suddenly, Yan Ran understood. She raised her head excitedly and said to Jiang Cheng, Teacher, do you want to use these mermaids as bait to lure the sea wolves to attack? Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded lie. Ba Luluo said in a puzzled way, but those sea wolves are already attacking the mermaid. Is it the same attack? Is there any difference? After standing up, she said to Baludi, come on, look at it. She pulled Baludi. What do you look at? I've seen it here. Baludi still didn't understand their intentions. At this moment, even the mermaid leader felt strange. What did these three people from different planets see from their burrows? Jiang Cheng and the others faced the request of the mermaid leader, but instead of giving an answer directly, he asked his two disciples to think about the characteristics of the mermaid's habitat. Zio Mai Ba Luluo was straightforward. She didn't think deeply, but Yan Ran was different. She knew that at this time, her teacher would not joke casually, let alone play with them. What he said must mean something she hadn't figured out yet. Not only did she fail to figure it out, but even the mermaid leader who had been living here was saying to herself, features? What are our characteristics? Jiang Cheng continued to remind them. Look, the mermaid family's habitat. Although they are here, it is safe for the time being. But one by one, he deliberately didn't finish his words, leaving room for imagination to be very peaceful. Luluo thought. However, once the invading sea wolves break through here, the mermaids will be devastated. Ran cried out. She looked at Jiang Cheng and said, Teacher, I know what you think. Jiang Cheng looked at her. Zilli went on to say. Ba Green and the mermaid leader looked at her. Yanran's face was shining, and she was happy that there was a good way to rescue these beautiful creatures. The mermaid's habitat is easy to defend and difficult to attack, so when faced with a large number and fierce sea wolf, they can be invincible, of course. This situation is Ji. She looked at the mermaid leader and said, as my teacher said, you can only resist the sea wolf's attack by Ji. There is no doubt about this. Oh, you just go on. Baludi urged her. Ran smiled. And once the sea wolves break through the mermaid's defense line at the entrance, the mermaids will pass the history of extinction. No, although the sea wolves enter the mermaid's habitat, this situation is very unfavorable for them, but they can still escape. Baludi asked, so, this is the reason why the teacher asked us to take a look at the characteristics here. But Jing was not in a hurry to say the answer. She looked at Ba Luluo and said, if it is like what I just said, do you think the mermaids can escape? Bareti stood up, and she began to observe the mermaid habitat carefully. Since her old sister and senior sister have repeatedly said that the habitat of mermaids has its own characteristics, she would like to take a look to see what is different. In the bay in front of him, the stars showed an irregular shape, and the sea wolves of the curved island and reef group could only enter here through that narrow entrance. Bareti clapped her hands. She understood. She turned her head. Jiang Cheng and Bingren looked at her with encouraging smiles. I found out that there is only one exit for the mermaid's habitat. Although such a terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack, as Yan Ran said, once the sea wolves break through the mermaid's defense lines, they will really be destroyed. Blow. She paused and watched the mermaid leader continue to say, the gap is a closed place. By relying on it, you can withstand the attack of the sea wolves. However, the other way around, as long as the sea wolves hold on firmly. That entrance you also can't get in or out. Jiang Cheng smiled peacefully. Yes, this is the characteristic of the mermaid habitat. As long as the sea wolves break through the mermaid's defense line, they will never have the chance to stand up again. Their failure, or even a complete defeat, cannot be described. Destruction is their inevitable formation. Just imagine that the sea wolves broke through the mermaid's defense line at the entrance, and then a large number of sea wolves entered the mermaid habitat through that entrance, leaving a small group of sea wolves to guard the entrance, blocking the only thing for the mermaid's retreat. The sea wolves that enter it face off against the irresistible mermaids. At that time, besides becoming the box objects of the sea wolves, is there a second way for the mermaids to choose? The mermaid leader also thought of this at this time. She couldn't help but took a cold breath. When she thought of protecting their habitat, it would become their burial place, and she couldn't help feeling cold all over. If the situation is really like what the little girl said, then they should now plan to retreat. As the leader of the mermaid clan, she should lead the people to resist, but if the mermaid clan perishes under her own command, then she can hardly retreat. What then? Jiang Cheng asked Ba Ludi. Do you have any ideas, then? Ba Lukian is lost again. What else, then? Then, Ba Lu said with a frown, "Since we have now discovered the shortcomings of the mermaid habitat, in order to avoid this, of course we took the opportunity to move to another safe place." Jiang Cheng shook his head, indicating that he did not agree with Ba Lvji's statement. The mermaid leader looked at Jiang Cheng eagerly. Under such circumstances, could they have a better way? "If you don't tell me, I'll just say it," Ma Ran teased Barluti. "Don't cry at that time." "Fuck you, who is crying and son?" Bar LV fell into a glance. "Don't you tell me?" Yan Ran asked. You say. Ran said to the mermaid leader, "Although the terrain of your burial ground has advantages and disadvantages for you, for those sea wolves, it has only disadvantages and no benefits. This is certain." The mermaid leader was completely smeared by their words. She knew that the best thing for her right now was not to say a word, but waiting for the three aliens to reveal the answer for her. Yan Ran smiled at the mermaid leader. "If we use you as bait to lure the sea wolves into your habitat, then we will guard the entrance and cut off their retreat, so as a result, none of the sea wolves who entered the habitat could end in death." The mermaid leader's eyes lit up, which was an excellent way. "The problem is that we don't know how many sea wolves will enter here and enter the trap we set." Yan Ran frowned. "If the number of sea wolves lured is too small, then this trap, it makes no sense." Jiang Cheng nodded. He also had such a doubt in his mind. That is, if they use mermaids as bait, how many sea wolves can get the bait? Facing the special terrain of the mermaid habitat, Jiang Cheng thought of a good way. Under his inspiration, his two disciples also noticed the problem. This is a catch the dew in the urn plan. In Jiang Cheng's motherland, Huejiaguo, there have been such battles in history. The best at this strategy is a certain team. When they were fighting against their opponents, they were at a disadvantage at first. At that time, they had very few weapons, lack of food, and very few personnel. They didn't even have a foothold. They were often held and beaten by their opponents, not to mention that they were in such a passive team. Several times, almost all arrived to the extent of being destroyed. Even their opponents don't think they can escape the fate of destruction. But that team has a large number of generals who can conquer well. When they are at a disadvantage, they use all kinds of calculations flexibly, not only to let the enemy get the glasses out, escaped their country, but became stronger and stronger. Whenever they learn about the situation of the enemy team in time, they will use different strategies to deal with them. For example, lie in ambush on both sides of the valley and set up a package map. When the enemy who does not know the situation enters it, they then block the enemy's retreat and begin to attack the enemy, giving the enemy a blow to destroy animals. They often use this method to concentrate their superior manpower to destroy the enemy. Jiang Cheng is a person who has studied history. He is very interested in the history of this team. He knows almost all of their battles. Therefore, he is also very familiar with the urn used by this team. Well, he used the characteristics of the terrain of the mermaid's habitat to use this lesson here, which is also very appropriate. The problem is how many sea wolves can be attracted to Bao Guotu if they use mermaids as bait. Just as Yan Ran said, if the number of sea wolves is small, then their plan would be meaningless. According to their thoughts, they wanted to at least eliminate the vast majority of sea wolves through this ambush, so that the remaining sea wolves would have little power against the mermaids. As for whether the sea wolves can be wiped out, just as Jiang Cheng said, they are not sure about this. In short, their plan can wipe out as many sea wolves as possible. The mermaid leader finally understood the plans of these three alien planets. When she was almost desperate, when her people were about to suffer annihilation, this plan made her overjoyed. In one case, she almost doubted whether the three aliens were the messengers left by their gods. And when she saw them in such a dilemma, she came to save their fate. The leader of the Mayanyu was moved, and her beautiful eyes were full of tears. She looked at the three people in front of her and could not speak for a while. The charming appearance of the mermaid leader once again touched Ran and Ba Luluo. These two kind little girls are determined to save these beautiful creatures and let them escape the fate of destruction. Jiang Cheng is not as sentimental and easily moved like his two female disciples. He pays attention to more substantive issues. Now, we need to know the approximate number of sea wolves. He looked at the mermaid leader. Can you roughly estimate how many they are? The mermaid leader frowned. Seeing Ruo Cheng's questioning eyes, she shook her head. I don't know, but I feel there are a lot of them. Jiang Cheng said, my opinion is the opposite of yours. According to the size of sea wolves, I don't think there should be too many of them. Well, tell me where they live, I'll go and see. Maybe I can find something. The mermaid leader heard Jiang Cheng's words and was shocked. She hurriedly dissuaded her. Good-hearted people, I know your abilities are very powerful, but as you said, they are marine creatures. In the water, they are extremely fierce. I don't want you to take risks for us. The mermaid chief said, once you make any mistakes, Mimi, she couldn't continue. The mermaids are really kind creatures, and Jiang Cheng and the others have a better impression of them. Teacher, let's go with you. Yan Ran is also a little worried about Jiang Cheng. Although her teacher was powerful, it was on land, and she had never seen her teacher fighting an enemy in the water. Baludi also requested from the side, Teacher, I will go with you, my water animals are very good. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, I'm not going to fight. What do you want to do with you? Besides, there are so many people we go there. Maybe it will alarm those sea wolves, which will not achieve our goal. He looked at the mermaid leader and said, you have a good view here. If you have time, you can take my 2 disciples on a tour. The mermaid leader said, good-hearted people, I also want to remind you that it is very dangerous for you to go to the sea wolf retreat. I hope you don't take risks. Jiang Cheng waved his hand. You just need to tell me where they are. According to the leader of the mermaids, when the sea wolf's habitat was not very close to theirs, the sea wolves did not have the ability to withstand the sound waves of the mermaids. They were once driven far away by the mermaids' place, and for a long time, they never came to fight them again. The mermaids thought that they could do this, so after the sea wolves left their sight, they continued to lead their leisurely and contented lives. Unexpectedly, after only more than a year, those sea wolves would come back again. This time, they faced the sonic impact of the mermaids, although they still had no good way to deal with them, but they relied on their rough skin and thick flesh. Moreover, they discovered the life patterns of mermaids. No matter how long they play outside, they will definitely return to their habitat at night. As a result, the cunning sea wolves often hide on the only way the mermaids go home, looking for opportunities to attack them. Such an attack caused the mermaids to lose many members. As a last resort, the mermaid leader ordered that all members are not allowed to go out and must stay in the sea, not because of special circumstances. Although the leader issued such a strict order, how could those young mermaids willingly look at the sea outside while suffocating in this small bay all day? In order to get information about the sea wolves and learn more about their conditions, Jiang Cheng decided to go to the sea wolves' habitat and check their numbers. Liang's mermaid leader repeatedly dissuaded Jiang Cheng from going. She thought that although Jiang Cheng's ability was very strong, it was too dangerous to go deep into the sea wolf's title. Even Jiang Cheng's 2 disciples, Ran and Ba Ludi, were afraid of any danger he would encounter and wanted to go with Ruo him. Jiang Cheng refused them. Bai Jing was going to scout instead of fighting. After all, he was going to fight. Even he would be in danger. Then it would be useless for his 2 disciples to go. The sea wolf's habitat is not very far here. Jiang Cheng guessed that it might be the cunning creatures who felt that the mermaids were not too big for them. The mermaids are very close. In the past, facing the danger at the door of their homes, the mermaids could only resort to avoidance. They did not go out in the bay so that they could avoid the rabbit and face the enemy as much as possible. Although the mermaid leader issued a strict order, there are always some young mermaids who cannot withstand the outside world. There will always be some mermaids who go out to play secretly, and their fluke mentality cannot save their lives. The sea wolves are already familiar with the rules of their lives, and they often lie in groups in ambush where the mermaids must go home. Therefore, death is often their destiny, becoming food for sea wolves, almost the fate of these mermaids. Following the instructions of the mermaid leader, after a period of time, Jiang Cheng reached the place where the sea wolves were resting. In front of Jiang Cheng's eyes are several islands of different sizes, and here are the habitats of sea wolves. Looking from a distance, Jiang Cheng discovered that sea wolves were constantly haunting those small islands. After removing the air bubbles in the cage, Jiang Cheng sank into the sea. Although the whole person is in the water, breathing is not a problem for Jiang Cheng. In his body, his breath can circulate continuously, which is also his willingness to travel in space for a long time. What hindered him was the seawater, which slowed his movements a little bit. Jiang Cheng slowly searched the small islands in the sea. The mermaid leader led Ruo Ran and Baludi to play around in the sea. At this time, she was in a particularly good mood. With these 3 alien planets as a strong presence, the heavy burden on her head seemed to be lightened a lot. No matter what the result of the scout that the man from the other planet went to the sea wolf's rest this time, it couldn't affect the plan they had drawn up. In the plans of these 3 alien planets, they will make full use of the characteristics of the mermaids' habitats, using the mermaids as bait to lure those sea wolves into it. And then they will block the retreat of the Jia sea wolves and come to A, catch in the middle, destroy the sea that enters the bay. The mermaid leader discovered that these 3 aliens really wanted to help them. Therefore, in this plan, they want to eliminate more seas to the greatest extent, and Lao Yangtong will eliminate them so that the mermaids no longer have such serious enemies and can live freely. Therefore, the mermaid leader is extremely grateful to them. Now, she takes these 2 girls from different planets to play in the bay, which is a way for her to express her feelings a little. Ma Ran and Baludi are also welcomed by the mermaids, not only because they are their benefactors, but because they can save their destiny. As a beautiful creature, mermaids also like all beautiful things, and the 2 girls in front of them, even in front of them, the beauty of these 2 girls did not lose their charm. The beauty of the mermaids is a delicate, weak beauty. In their eyes, the beauty of these 2 girls is not only in appearance, of course, even in their eyes. These 2 girls are also very beautiful. And what made the mermaids more delightful was the inviolability of the healthy breath of these 2 girls. Seeing their gestures, they knew that these 2 girls weren't like them. They would only rely on their instincts to protect themselves and defend their lives and dignity. As a girl, Ran and Baludi also have a good impression of the mermaids. They are not only beautiful, but more importantly, they are very kind. They are not mere appearances. This makes Ran and Ba Luluo appreciate them even more. In this way, they quickly became one. Ran with Baludi and the mermaids and started swimming in the water. Although the 2 of them are real terrestrial creatures, the mermaids are still stunned by their swimming skills. They never thought that they could swim so fast in the water without being a Pakistani, and although they are agile when they are in danger, apart from sonic self-defense, all they have to do is avoid them. The 2 girls are equally flexible, and they pay attention to their hands and their ability to breathe in the water for a long time, which makes them uncontrollably amazed. After playing with Baludi and the others for a while, some mermaids prepared some food for them. To be honest, they did not expect these mermaids to be very particular about food. Although they have no habit of eating raw food, it is good to try it occasionally. Those sashimi, those delicious conch meat, and an unknown drink, according to the introduction of the mermaid, this is made from an extremely rare seaweed. Ran and Baludi ate and drank. They were full of mermaids' craftsmanship, and these heartfelt compliments made the mermaids more happy. Delicious, so delicious. Balu's mouth is full of ditch. She dislikes that the mermaid's knives are not sharp enough, so the original hand drew the short knife from her waist. The mermaid leader, who accompanied them by the side, looked at them with a smile. When she saw Baludi withdraw the knife, she suddenly remembered something. Waved to a mermaid, the mermaid leader whispered a few words in her ear, and the mermaid swam away. After a while, she returned to the mermaid chief with something in her hand. 2 beautiful girls, she said to Ran and Ba Luluo. I have something here. I want you to take a look. Ran and Ba Lurong stopped the movement in their hands. They turned around and looked at the item held by the mermaid leader. The mermaid leader's hand is a rusty piece, and it's covered with bright things. The off-white shells almost covered such things. However, and Ba Luluo didn't understand, the mermaid leader solemnly took out what it was like. Although it was almost a waste product from the appearance, it would not be easy to joke about coming to the mermaid leader. What is this? Baludi's curiosity is the heaviest. She spoke first. The mermaid leader passed the contents into her hand. Look at it. There was a mysterious smile on her face. Ba Lu took it, and Yan Ran stretched her head to look at the thing in her. This seems to be a stick. Yan Ran can't be sure. No, this is a sword, a short sword. The mermaid leader corrected her. Short sword? Ba Luluo raised the item in her hand and looked carefully, but she was a little disappointed. As a former killer, she was born with a strong interest in weapons. Even if it is a short, the sword is just a stick now. You are just impatient. Yan Ran left Ba Lu. Don't you know that knife-like weapons have scabbards? Ba Green stuck out her tongue, she didn't speak, and tried to pull the dagger out hard. Just when she almost gave up, the gap between the dagger and the scabbard began to loosen. She tried harder again, and a dagger with cold light appeared in her hand. Kai Yi, Yan Ran, and Ba Ludi are at the same time Fei Tanduo. This is a short sword with simple style and smooth lines. Although it was a short sword, Ba Lulu waved it a few times in his hand, but the weight was a bit heavy. She took out the short knife, looked at the mermaid leader, and asked Ruoshi with her eyes. The mermaid leader knew what she meant and nodded to her. Ba Ludi waved the short knife in his hand and gently magnetized them together. There was not even a sound, and Ba's green dagger was cut off by that dagger. Barely letting her believe her eyes, Ba Luluo cut it short again. This time her short knife broke again. With such a sharp dagger, even Ran's eyes widened. Where did you get this dagger? Barati asked the mermaid chief, playing with the dagger in her hand. I don't know about it, the mermaid leader said. A long time ago, we were not attacked by sea wolves at that time. We often went out to play in the sea. The mermaid leader pointed his head and remembered hard. Once, we found a destroyed spaceship deep in the sea. Out of curiosity, we went in and took a look. There were no living creatures inside, but we found a lot of strange things in the cabin. She smiled at Baludi and said, "This is one of them. The other things are useless because of the seawater, but this one is the only thing left. It is strange to say that although it has been a long time, it is still so sharp. Could there be other human beings on this planet?" Then he looked at the dagger in Ba Lu's hand and asked the mermaid leader. "No, we mermaids are also long-lived creatures, but we have never chosen humans like you." The mermaid chief said, "And I don't think creatures like you like to live on this planet. Then how do you guys speak?" After a while, she finally asked what she said in her heart. This question she had always wanted to ask. Even if the mermaids have special intelligence and are different from other types of mermaids they know, it doesn't matter if they can speak. But what they are now speaking is the lingua franca, which is not justified anyway. It was a long time ago. The mermaid leader laughed and said, "I remember the previous leader mentioned it. That was when I was very young." The mermaid chief recalled. She said that in the past, there were still many land on this planet, and the sea slowly disappeared from most of the place later. At that time, spaceships would pass by us occasionally. The mermaid chief looked at it and said, "Are you sure you want to listen? This is a long story." After smiling, she said, "There is nothing you can do now. It's good to hear the story." "Okay, then I will tell you." The mermaid chief said, "When the previous generation of mermaid leaders was a child, there were still a lot of land on the planet at that time, and because it had a different scenery from other planets, it attracted many travelers to come here. The mermaids and the others are very lucky. The travelers they meet are more kind, and they have never imitated them. On the contrary, there are one or two travelers who have been living here because of their beauty. Those travelers love them. Although nothing substantial can happen between them, they play with the objects they love and explore the sea, which is also a very pleasing thing. In the process of getting along, the few travelers discovered that although the appearance of the mermaids was different from them. In fact, as the universe was gradually explored by humans, people discovered that they would always live on large and small planets in the universe. There are some creatures with different postures, but with high intelligence. Although in the eyes of humans, these strange creatures are alien to themselves, but these creatures on their planet have a status of 050 equivalent to humans. They also stand at the top of food, and even if some creatures have terrible appearances, but they don't have the ability to attack animals, on the contrary, they are quite kind. In this way, with the development of time, the high IQ creatures on each planet have reached a consensus. They all recognize their status, instead of treating each other as a different species or even an enemy based on the other's appearance. Look, in fact, having said that, in the eyes of other creatures, are those human beings not alien? So this is why these travelers love the mermaid. In the process of their getting along, those travelers discovered that the mermaids also possess intelligence as much as theirs. According to the consensus reached between the various planets, they also treat the mermaids as human beings. So they taught the mermaids the universal language so that they could communicate together. This is the reason why mermaids can communicate with Ma Ran and the others in cosmic language. For the mermaid leader's explanation, Ran and Ba Lurong are equally acceptable. After all, they are people living in modern society and have undergone a considerable degree of mathematical education. They know that if they treat each other differently just because they look different, then there will never be a peaceful scene in the universe now, and there will be no vigorous exchanges. Through the conversation with the mermaid chief, they finally understood why they could speak the original country of the lingua franca. As expected, other humans passed through here. However, they are more interested in the love story between the Underwalker and the mermaid. However, according to the leader of the mermaid, it is an endless love affair, which makes Ran and Luluo feel relatively low. If such love can have a result, it will be happy. Shaoans always like to listen to some moving love stories. Even Shaoan like Ran and Ba Luluo is no exception. This makes the mermaid leader, who doesn't know what love is, a little bit interested. Time just left in their national talks. Green gave the dagger in her hand to the mermaid leader. Although she liked this dagger very much, she used double swords, which was not suitable. The mermaid leader was very surprised. She didn't expect that they didn't like the gifts she gave to the stations. Seeing the disappointed look on the face of the mermaid leader, Ba Lu quickly explained the reason, indicating that she didn't like it, but that such a short sword was a kind of wave to them. The mermaid leader did not take their words seriously. She told them that this short sword was a waste of her here, and none of the Bai Quenkies would use this kind of device. If it doesn't work, the mermaid leader said as a memorial, now that the words have reached such a level, if they push it again, it will appear that they are petty, so they accepted the gift. The mermaid leader was very happy. She said to them, "You are so salt-hearted to help us. I don't know what to say. You are the mermaid clan, but we have no place to repay you. It is too unreasonable." Knowingly, Heba Luluo was also very happy when he heard the mermaid leader's filled words. Jiang Cheng slowly approached the small island where the sea wolves inhabited. He held his breath so as not to be discovered by the sea wolves. He knew that these creatures had very sharp perceptions, and he did not care about their attacks. But if he frightened the snake and frightened these sea wolves to flee, it would violate the original principle of his coming this time. According to Jiang Cheng's observers, the number of these sea wolves is not very large, which is in line with his judgment. As larger creatures, their number is unlikely to be large. When Jiang Cheng approached the largest island with the most seas, he discovered the traces of human life here. Outside of a mountain run, there are traces of fire burning. Although the traces left by the wind and rain have faded, they still can't pass Jiang Cheng's keen double. This makes Jiang Cheng wonder, are these sea wolves and humans, does it matter? Jiang Cheng sneaked into the mountain run, and he thought there must be some secret in that cave. The cave is very big and deep, so you can't see what's inside the black hole. Of course, all of this couldn't be troubled by Jiang Cheng. He quickly discovered more traces of human beings living here, and he saw a dilapidated one in the depths of the cave. Jiang Cheng approached there. He saw a disabled person not far from the bag, and he could tell that it belonged to a human being. In that broken neighborhood, Jiang Cheng found a similarly broken notebook. Jiang Cheng looked carefully. He hoped to discover some secrets from it. The contents of the notebook recorded the affairs of a certain traveler in universal lingua franca. To Jiang Cheng's slight surprise, the traveler was a smuggler. "We got rich. We snatched a wealthy business group. I didn't expect them to have so many bosses who would call him so greedy. We ran away at first. It is safe here. No human beings have been found. Who is attacking me or my wolves? My head hurts. My darlings are beating wildly, heaven. The spaceship is actually the group of me, and I want to train my wolves. Let them attack one and then take back my things. That is my thing." It is not surprising Jiang Cheng put down his notebook. He had basically figured out the ins and outs of the matter. A smuggler, they are also doing robbers. When one day they grabbed a wealthy business group, they fought inwardly because of the uneven chamber. After a lot of fighting, the smuggler is undoubtedly a winner. He grabbed a lot of treasures, so he started running away. When he arrived on this planet, he didn't think of an attack. Seeing Jiang Cheng contacted all the line elements here, it was almost certain that the mermaid attacked him. As for why the mermaid suddenly attacked the spacecraft driven by the smuggler, Jiang Cheng was surprised. In his eyes, mermaids are kind creatures. If they weren't to protect themselves, they would never attack other creatures at will. There must be some reason for this. Jiang Cheng was going to wait until he saw the mermaid leader to ask her why they suddenly attacked a spaceship. According to the smuggler's narrative, under the attack of the mermaids, the spaceship crashed and his treasure was taken away by the mermaids. So he wants to kill those mermaids, but he also knows that he is not their opponent, Bai Jing Mermaid. But the sonic attack still has a certain degree of lethality. Even if Lion Ran and Baludi have just faced their sonic attack, they still have pain. When, let alone ordinary people. So the smuggler began to train the wolves that followed him on the run. According to his description, those were his pet sea. So, under the training of this smuggler, the wolves and the mermaids started an endless battle that has continued to the present. Jiang Cheng's heart was unlocked. He had been wondering why these sea wolves had to die with the mermaids. The big sea in Bai Quan was so big that they could eat a lot of food. The reason was here. Now that everything is clear, Jiang Cheng's heart is relaxed. According to the smuggler, the purpose of these sea wolves is to destroy the mermaids. In this way, if they have the right opportunity, they will definitely not let it go. In this way, Jiang Cheng's ambush plan can be guaranteed. Just when Jiang Cheng saw that there was no more valuable clue here, when he was about to leave, he did not notice that a huge figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Jiang Cheng finally discovered why the sea wolves had to keep fighting with the mermaids, even to the point of immortality. It turns out that this is the result of someone deliberately training them. It seems that these sea wolves are also creatures with considerable intelligence. The only question now is why the mermaid would suddenly attack the spaceship piloted by the smuggler. After all, the mermaid is not the kind of creature that is aggressive and easy to attack people. Just when Jiang Cheng was about to leave, a huge figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Hearing the movement behind him, Jiang Cheng did not turn around. He quickly moved to the depths of the cave before turning his head to take a closer look. It was a huge sea wolf. Based on the color of its fur, Jiang Cheng inferred that this sea wolf was already very old. It seems that this is the place where the sea wolf breathes. It may be because of its age, and its touching has degraded. It has not discovered the existence of Jiang Cheng. You wandered around in the cave a few times. The sea wolf lay down on the broken sleeping bag. According to Jiang Cheng's drama, the observers who are in the sea wolf habitat, those sea wolves should be animals that like to live in groups. 503 Jiang Cheng often sees sea wolves in groups of 3 or 5, and this huge sea wolf is very different from other sea wolves in size. It actually lives with its accomplices. Animals are different. They live alone in the cave. Jiang Cheng estimated that this sea wolf should be the king of other sea wolves. Jiang Cheng hesitated. There was such a good opportunity in front of him that he could kill the sea wolf king. He couldn't help but be moved. After killing this sea wolf king, the remaining sea wolves are bound to fall into a team of wolves without a leader. However, if the sea wolf king is killed, the remaining sea wolves lose their unified command. They no longer have a planned attack on the mermaids, or they just swim around here in 2s and 3s. At that time, the wolves' dispersal state is not conducive to Jiang Cheng's plan. After Jiang Cheng thought about it for a while, he still resisted the strong temptation to kill the sea wolf king. In order to successfully complete their plan, let's give up. Little can't bear it will mess up the big class. Jiang Cheng still remembers the old words of Hua Jiaguo. Forcefully suppressing the killing intent in his heart, Jiang Cheng quietly left the cave. Teacher. Jiang Cheng's figure just appeared in the mermaid's habitat, and Ma Ran found him in time. But Baludi, who was sitting next to her, did not respond. This was not because Ba Luluo deliberately neglected her teacher, but because she had not reached the level of Yan Ran in the cultivation of spiritual power, and could not find Jiang Cheng's arrival. And Mary Ran's spiritual cultivation has surpassed the 5th level, and the touch of the ground has greatly surpassed the Ba Lu Gang, so she can feel the fluctuations caused by the air when Jiang Cheng is about to appear. This is the benefit brought by spiritual strength Ziyudong. In fact, the benefits of spiritual power training are more than just a keen person. The cultivation of mental power can not only be clearly different from others in appearance, but the greater benefits are reflected in the body. In the process of refreshing mental power, the body's limbs and meridians, and all the 5 internal organs and 6 nerve system, breathing and circulatory system, etc., are all obtained, so as to achieve the purpose of both internal and external. What's more, mental power has shocking benefits to martial arts practice. In the Hua family country on earth, no one who has achieved achievements in martial arts does not pay attention to the cultivation of spiritual power. Only through the cultivation of spiritual power can he truly enter the gate of martial arts. Therefore, this is why Jiang Cheng attaches so much importance to spiritual cultivation. But now she is ahead of Ba Lvdi in the cultivation of spiritual power, so she has realized more of the benefits of spiritual power training than Ba Lvbu. Teacher, you are back. Ba Luluo obediently handed over a glass of special drink made by the mermaids. Teacher, you have worked hard, take a break. Jiang Cheng didn't refuse Ba Ludi's kindness. He took the drink she handed over, raised his head, and drank it. Retreat, yes, it tastes good. Jiang Cheng boasted that this drink is cold and icy with a hint of sweetness, and the new taste of seaweed, which is really good. In fact, Jiang Cheng does not need to replenish energy for his body through food like ordinary people. When he tastes boxes, it is more to satisfy an instinct in his heart. For example, the drink he is drinking now does not mean that he is very hungry, but that he feels that he needs a drink after he completes the task and returns with victory. This is a way to celebrate. When Ba Luluo saw Jiang Cheng finish the drink, she immediately poured another glass and delivered it to his hand. Flattery. Yan Ran was ashamed of Ba Ludi. Teacher, look at the senior sister scolding me. Ba Ludi complained to Jiang Cheng. The mermaid leader smiled and watched the joy of their master and apprentice. You two are gone. Jiang Cheng stopped Ma Ran and Ba Luluo from fighting. If he doesn't speak, his 2 disciples will have a long fight. Ran and Ba Ludi calmed down. They sat beside Jiang Cheng with the mermaid leader, knowing that he was going to tell the story of his journey to the sea wolf habitat. Jiang Cheng was not in a hurry to talk about the situation of his trip, but asked the mermaid leader, "Do you know, maybe it's you, or maybe your people, of course, I can't determine the time, but it should be a long time ago, well, you have attacked a spaceship." The mermaid leader widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, and she asked Ruo Jiangcheng back to us. Attack a spaceship. Seeing Jiang Cheng nodded affirmatively, the mermaid leader categorically rejected. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ran and Baludi thought it was strange that Jiang Cheng asked such a question, but they also thought, how could the mermaids attack a spaceship for no reason? These beautiful creatures are so kind. Yan Ran and Ba Luluo have discovered this a long time ago, when they were getting along. On this planet almost completely covered by seawater, apart from sea wolves, there are almost no other large creatures of the fierce court. This is also something they knew when they were chatting with the mermaids, so the mermaids can live here freely. Moreover, they can almost be regarded as vegetarian creatures, and their daily diet is almost all plants like seaweed in the sea. Such creatures can be said to be harmless to humans and animals. How can they attack others without reason? Although they agree with what the mermaid chief said, they also know that their teacher must ask for a reason. Jiang Cheng returned from the sea wolf's habitat, and his scout this time can be said to have achieved quite good results. He knew where these sea wolves that appeared suddenly came from. Originally he was surprised, because in the story of the mermaid leader, these sea wolves appeared almost suddenly. Jiang Cheng still knows a little bit about the evolution of living things. He knew that in any case, it is impossible for species like sea wolves to appear suddenly, and it is almost impossible for them to appear without the immersive years. According to the mermaid chief, they had never discovered the existence of sea wolves before, even creatures similar to sea wolves. So Jiang Cheng judged that these sea wolves must be alien species. Sure enough, as he thought, through the diary left by a dead smuggler, he knew that these posters were brought to this planet by him. Moreover, these sea wolves under his momentary training, their sole purpose is to fight the mermaids and destroy them. And the reason why this smuggler used mermaids as enemies, according to the record in his diary, was because when he was looking for a place to land on the sea, the mermaid suddenly attacked him, causing his spaceship to crash, and what he was carrying, the property, also sank to the bottom of the sea. This is the root cause of grievances between him and the mermaids. The question now is, why would the mermaids suddenly hit this smuggler? Although this issue is not that important, it does arouse Jiang Cheng and the others' curiosity, because in their impression, mermaids are not the kind of creatures that will actively attack other people. Their kind beasts determine their behavior. Seeing the mermaid leader's categorical answer, Jiang Cheng recounted his discovery in the sea wolf's habitat. After listening to what Jiang Cheng said, the mermaid leader hardly believed his ears. When did their mermaid clan attack a spaceship? So did they become enemies like the sea wolf? However, it is impossible for Jiang Cheng to joke about this matter, and the dead smuggler does not seem to need to lie in the diary. That is to say, all this is a real thing. The appearance of the sea wolves, they and the mermaids were trapped in an endless line. The origin of all this is because the mermaids attacked the spaceship driven by the smuggler. If they hadn't attacked the spaceship, then the mermaids would never encounter sea wolves, and they would not have reached such an almost extinct fate. The mermaid leader thought. She desperately searched for traces of this matter in her memory. Her time of contemplation was such a long time. Just when Jiang Cheng wanted to make her give up, the mermaid leader suddenly said to herself, "Oh my God, it's not for this reason." Jiang Cheng knows that the mermaid leader must have remembered it. What? They didn't speak, afraid to interrupt her thoughts. They waited quietly. The mermaid leader raised his head and said to Jiang Cheng and the others, "Actually, I am very inadequate, but in my memory, only this matter may have something to do with it. You talk about it first, and then we will analyze it together." Yan ran agitatedly. "The county was when I was in my childhood," the mermaid chief recalled. "At that time, there were indeed no sea wolves, so we lived very freely, except for playing in groups in different seas every day. Almost nothing, have done other things. Then one day we found this habitat, which is here." The mermaid chief defended it and started, "It is quiet and peaceful, and it is our favorite place. Therefore, the chief at that time decided to use this as our current residence. Since then, we will call this home." Don't underestimate the meaning of this bay to our mermaid clan. When he said this, the mermaid leader raised his head and watched Ruojiang agree with them. "First of all, although at that time we mermaids had no natural enemies, but because we have never had a fixed address. As a result, the harsh and variable weather is our worst enemy." Jiang Cheng and they nodded peacefully. As human beings, they even know what home means. The mermaid leader nodded in relief. She was very grateful that the 3 humans living on land could understand their mermaid lives. "Every year, because of the bad weather, many of our people die, and because we don't have a fixed residence, many of our people still wander in other places. So, with this good place to live, it is simply a happy home for us by our God. In this way, not only will we no longer have to face the threat of bad weather, but our wandering tribes can also return to the big family up." When the mermaid leader talked about this, tears flashed in his eyes. After a pause, she went on to say, "For this reason, our leader ordered to pass the news that we have a fixed residence, and let all the mermaids know this good news as much as possible, and let them timely come back." The mermaid leader helped Yanyi to Ruojiang Cheng, and they smiled. "Please don't laugh at me. This matter is really too important to us." "It's okay. If you continue, we just know you better," Jiang Cheng replied. The mermaid leader continued, "Finally, after a few months, almost all of our tribesmen gathered in this place. When we were very happy, we also discovered that our tribes did not have as many people as we thought. However, it is a time to be happy and a time to celebrate. We started to sing." The mermaid leader has a happy expression on his face. "Our mermaid clan are creatures that are good at singing. Whenever we have something, we will celebrate with singing." But they nodded. The mermaids all have beautiful voices. Such a voice would surely be very beautiful when singing ulai. Although our tribe has fewer people than we thought, it is still far more than the current population, so you can imagine how loud our voice is. The mermaid leader's words almost meant to show the answer, but she hadn't finished her words. "Especially at the end, when it comes to the highest part of the song, the voices we make can be described as resounding clouds." She added, "From then on, we have never sang such a magnificent ooh." The mermaid leader sighed. The mermaid leader's words were finished, and at the end she sighed unconsciously. It seemed that the happy time left her with a particularly deep impression. Listening to the words of the leader of the perfect mermaid, the answer that the smuggler tuned into the mermaid's attack is clear. Jiang Cheng and the others glanced at each other, and Yan Ran spoke. Could it be that the singing of the mermaid clan affected the smuggler? Jiang Cheng nodded, and he analyzed. You have all felt the sound waves of the mermaids. For you, when they gather so many people together to draw high, can they cause great imitation to other creatures? Ba Lu said. Although their attack intensity is still a little weaker compared to ordinary people, the sound waves they emit will still seriously affect them. Bingren added, what's more, so many mermaids sing together in Europe, they may not have noticed, their voices will be mixed with sound waves, and so many mermaids sing together, the sound waves they emit must be very powerful therefore. Jiang Cheng concluded. The smuggler was indeed affected by the sound waves of the mermaids, which caused the flight he was driving to crash. There is such a coincidence in the world. Ba Lu sighed. She deeply felt the terrible fate. Yes, the king made you die for the third watch, who will keep you until the fifth watch. Jiang Cheng is also very good at what Ba Lu said. Although this was an unintentional consequence of the mermaids, the smuggler was also happy to die. For such a person, the more he died, the better, so that the world would be more peaceful. Ba Lu said, she grew up in the dark world since she was a child, and no one really knows how many human practices there are in the dark world, so she didn't have any sympathy for the people in the dark world. She knew deeply that these people were burdened with the lives of many people, and their hands were stained with blood. Jiang Cheng mentioned the wolf that inhabited alone, but their views were the same as Jiang Cheng, and they also believed that the wolf should be the king of all sea wolves. More likely, those sea wolves are descendants of this wolf king and other wolves. Their opinion is very reasonable. The smuggler of Baiquan was unlikely to escape with such a large number of sea wolves. The smuggler also lived on this planet for a long time, and during this period, it is not surprising that the descendants of those wolves traveling so many. Regarding the treatment of the other side in Wang, they also think that it is better not to kill it now. This will be beneficial to their plan of killing it all. Think about it, without the control of the Yeru Wolf King, those sea wolves may become stray bandits in a small team. Under such circumstances, it will cause Jiang Cheng and the others to disturb them, and it will also bring them to annihilation. More hemp boards. Therefore, it is not a bad thing to keep the Wolf King. Now that all the problems have been cleared up, the next thing I need is how to arrange a perfect trap to catch these sea wolves in one fell swoop. Jiang Cheng Heron and the others checked the topography of the mermaid's habitat again. They decided that, except for leaving some necessary guards at the entrance, all the mermaids would hide in the cave in the bay. The task of guarding them was given to Ba Lu. Ba Lufan was a little unhappy, because then she would not be able to be on the front line of combat, until she kept telling her how important the mission she shoulders. She was the last line of defense to guard the mermaid. If once there is a sea wolf that slips through the net, this kind of possible sacrifice is not non-existent, then the safety of the mermaids at this time is all counted on the green. Do you want to cease and fear that a mermaid was hurt because of this? Guo Ran said to Ba Lurong. Although it is not unreasonable, although Baludi wanted to exchange positions with her, she knew that, on the one hand, she was better than her, and the other reason was that she could command the blazing bird as she wanted. Even Ba Ludi can't deny that the flamingo is becoming more and more useful now. Her flame attacks are very powerful, and her flames seem to be very special. At least there is no way to extinguish it with water. When will I find a magical creature to be a pet? Ba Lu is unwilling to be a girl. She also wants to have a pet to accompany her, but this kind of thing is unavoidable. On various planets, there are more or less various types of magical creatures. However, some of them are too heavy to be domesticated and become a qualified pet, while some have beriberi and attack. Animals are too strong, such creatures are not suitable for pets. Other things, such as those that are too big and eat too much, let alone. Green has chosen such a thing. That was when she was still working as a killer in the Heisey group. Once an organization sent her to perform an assassination mission. The mission was simple, and the process went smoothly. There was nothing to say. It was just on that planet that Bharati discovered a magical creature. It is a creature that emits shock waves, and its attack power is still very strong. But Ba Lulu Sibo never considered the idea of subduing it and domesticating it into her own pet. It's not that she didn't have such thoughts at the time, but that the creature was a huge species shaped like a cow. Although this creature is a kind of herbivore, in the short time when Ba Green saw it, she saw with her own eyes this beast cleaned up a large area of bushes. When they saw this, the commercial green gang left. Just kidding. This kind of creature is used as a pet. Isn't she busy feeding it every day? Do you have to carry a lot of forage with you when you go out every day? Keeping such a pet is a joke. When she told Yanran about this, she really made her laugh. Now, the idea of how to find a suitable pet has become the thing that Ba Lui thinks again. Her mind was so urgent, she even cast her eyes on the mermaid in front of her. But after thinking about it, she still let go. Although the mermaids are very beautiful, it is a beautiful enjoyment to look at them every day, and they will attack with sound waves, but their attack power is too low. The most important thing is that mermaids are marine creatures. They can't survive after they leave the water. Does she have to carry a large water box with her pets? After Detective Jiang Cheng passed the sea wolves' cup-breathing ground, he had a deeper understanding of their existence. Aiming at their weaknesses, he and Ma Ran and the others began to set traps. In addition to leaving the necessary mermaids as guards at the entrance and exit of the bay, on the other hand, it does not make the sea wolves suspicious. All the other mermaids are screwed into a cave inside. The safety of these mermaids is left to Balu Dai to take charge. Although she was still reluctant, Bharati still stayed, and she asked for a few sea wolves to let her get married. Yanran agreed to her request. Walking out of the cave where the mermaids were hiding, Yanran let out a long breath. In fact, this arrangement was her teacher, and Jiang Cheng asked her to do it. Yanran understood Jiang Cheng's painstaking efforts. Ba Luzha used to be a killer. She grew up in the dark world. Jiang Cheng worried that she would be affected by some negative emotions, such as card killing. Ba Ludi's hands were also full of other people's blood. Jiang Cheng wanted to slowly weaken the feeling of killing from Ba Lurong's mind, so that she could feel that she had to do it, unless she had to do it for self-defense or to punish the enemy. Therefore, he tried to kill as little as possible to let Ba Lu participate in some battles. In the immediate battle against the sea wolves, even though their opponents are animals, not humans, Jiang Cheng also worried that the battle against the sea wolves would arouse the bloodthirsty desires buried in her heart. So he let Ran persuade Ba Lu to stay behind and take on the task of protecting the mermaid. Jiang Cheng knew that the relationship between Bingren and Ba Luluo was very good. Although he had an effect on Ba Lulu, and Ba Ludi would certainly obey, Bai Quan was not as good as Yan Ran to say such words. Of course, he knew the painstaking effort of his teacher. She didn't lose him. Walking out of the cave, Yan Ran knew that she still had things to do. Yan Ran's task is to wait until the sea wolves enter the bay. She will guard the only passage and cut off the sea wolves' retreat. And Jiang Cheng, the task of destroying the sea wolf was left to him. The flamingo can maneuver at any time. She can help Jiang Cheng to kill the sea wolves, and she can also work with Ran to Ning Wai's passage. For the sea wolves, the flames of the flamingo are a weapon that makes them fearful. When they were about to enter the cave, the mermaid leader looked at Ruo Jiang Cheng and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to him. Jiang Cheng rested her. As long as they hide in the star face of Run Cave, when they come out again, the situation will be different from now. It's the same. The leader of the Austrian fish is indeed a good boss. She has repeatedly used several mermaids who are on the task of Hua Heng and must pay attention to safety before she enters the cave with tears in her eyes. The mermaids who are in constant missions are selected from all the mermaids. Not only are the landers young, healthy, and full of energy, but compared to other mermaids, their skills in the water are also more exquisite. More importantly, they have the courage to make an argument for the fate of the mermaid clan. Although every mermaid has such courage, the mermaids in front of Jiang Cheng are undoubtedly the most brave and upright. Jiang Cheng looked at their eager expressions, and when he thought of their tasks, he couldn't help feeling a little worried for them. After a while, these mermaids acting as seducers will encounter their greatest danger in their lives, and Jiang Cheng and the others will hide them in order to prevent the sea wolves from selling. Although the Hai's intelligence is not high, they still feel sensitive to danger. In order to dispel their suspicion to the greatest extent, the mermaids need to do everything from the beginning. Seeing all preparations were blocked, Jiang Cheng signaled the start of the operation. The mermaids who acted as words swim out of their habitat, and the direction they are heading is the island where the sea wolves are. In order to attract more fierce fiends to the greatest extent, Jiang Cheng had to arrange like this. He knew that such an arrangement was simply too cruel for these mermaids who were carrying bait, but he had to do it again. The biggest problem with their plan is how to attract more seas to enter the ambush. If the number of seas entering the ambush is too small, then their plan will be meaningless. The sea wolves are trained to treat mermaids as their natural enemy. As long as they see the mermaids, the sea wolves will remember their mission and will continue to attack them until they are counterattacked and leave. In response to this situation, Jiang Cheng made such an arrangement to allow these mermaids to go to the sea wolves' habitats freely, in order to attract more sea lords' attention. The mermaids who acted as lures swim to the sea wolves. Our place is close. In order to attract their attention, they also made singing sounds while they were swimming. I have to say that these mermaids serving as bait are really brave and upright. The sea wolves were really attracted by them, but as a kind of epidemic creatures, they were obviously produced by the different behaviors of the mermaids. Those sea wolves did not blindly attack the mermaids, some of them from the caves and some from the water. They showed up on the island one after another, watching the mermaids not far from them. Almost all the sea wolves are concentrated on the surface of the island. The mermaids who acted as decoys saw so many sea wolves. They said that they were not afraid. They must be fake, but they still swam close enough to the sea wolves. Only then did they pretend that they had just discovered them and started running in shock. There was a stern sound, and the long wolf sounded. That was the order from the Wolf King to attack. The sea wolves got the order, and then they swarmed into the water, and for a while, the water splashed everywhere. The Wolf King jumped to look at the escaping Meiluyu, and once again roared that it also jumped into the water under the dark companions of several sea wolves. Although the mermaid acting as the bait started first, the distance between them and the sea wolf was slowly shortening. Feeling the imminent danger out of the instinct to survive, the mermaids used all their abilities, wagging their tails vigorously so that they could swim faster. Jiang Cheng and Yan Ran looked at the situation in the sea from a distance, and they silently hoped that the mermaids serving as bait would come back safely. But can their hope be realized? Jiang Cheng's plan for Seawolf is officially implemented, and everything is ready to stop. Except for the mermaids who have to stay outside. All the other mermaids have tightly entered a runoff cave in the bay, which is very safe. Coupled with the guardianship of Balu, it can be said that the safety factor has been greatly improved. Although Barati hoped to be on the front line of the battle against Heiyao, Ran still persuaded her to stay and protect the mermaids. However, guarding the long and narrow entrance, which is the only external passage of the bay, is equivalent to blocking the retreat of the sea wolves. In this way, those sea wolves that enter the bay will fall into death, and it will be difficult for them to insert their wings. Out here, as a powerful person, Jiang Cheng is responsible for the task of destroying the sea wolves in the audience. It is almost impossible for all the sea wolves that enter the bay to survive under his attack. The flamingo is also responsible for part of the task. This beautiful bird that has grown up can eject powerful flames. These flames have special properties. Even in the water, the flames will not go out. Everything was arranged to be, and the mermaids serving as bait attacked. They are all mermaids who are mature, healthy, and have outstanding abilities. They also have courage beyond others. For the safety of the entire mermaid family, Du and Ran stepped forward resolutely and acted as bait. It can be said that these mermaids completed their tasks perfectly. With extraordinary eyesight, Jiang Cheng looked at him from a distance. Under the temptation of the mermaids, almost all the sea wolves were chasing them. Even the Wolf King, accompanied by a few sea wolves, is swimming unhurriedly at the back. Although the mermaids swimming in front are already close to their full strength, they have used all their abilities, but they and the distance between the wolves is still slowly shortening. Among the sea wolves, there are some relatively guys. They guessed the way the mermaids escaped. They did not follow them, but swam directly to the entrance of the mermaid habitat, waiting for them to cast their traps. There were strong enemies in the front and chasing people in the back. Among those mermaids who acted as bait, two had a mental breakdown. They were originally swimming slower than the sea wolves. Now that they are confused, their swimming movements are not so coordinated. As a result, they swim more slowly. Soon they are behind the companion. The other mermaids know that even if they go back to teach their lagging companions at this time, it will be of no avail, not to mention that they still have tasks to do. The seas quickly approach the two backward mermaids. Facing the enemy, the two mermaids don't have time to make a sound wave. The sea alone is the only thing in between. The two mermaids even have the opportunity to struggle. Without it, it becomes food in the sea. The mermaids for their companions fought for a little precious time. Taking advantage of the corpses of the Hades who were scrapping their companions, the carved mermaids expanded the distance between them and Hadu a little bit. Surin saw the mermaids who died in the mouths of Hadu people, tears streaming down. Although she knew that the mermaid who served as Heng would definitely not come back, when she saw it, she still couldn't help feeling sad. I like this beautiful and good creature, and they die at the mouth of the living and cruel sea wolf as Yuheng's mermaid is about to approach our habitat. This is also the most dangerous time. Among the sea wolves that have been waiting for a long time, some guys can't wait to catch up and begin to welcome the mermaid from Hong Kong, and more the sea wolf dried the entrance. However, they looked at the situation stupidly. When the blue mermaid was about to move the most, they could only watch it here, and watch if the murderous sea wolf kingdom lived there, watching those who kept changing directions. But could not escape the people, watching the desperate look on those mermaids, watching the distant people slowly fall into the sea wolf's back. Ran's tears kept falling, and the eyes were far away. Jiang Cheng still looked calm. He looked at everything in front of him calmly. He didn't cry roughly, let alone and see you in. The competition between creatures is inherently sore. It does not depend on the will of man to survive the survival of the fittest. Natural selection is made by nature. This is the rule of nature. A young mermaid rushed to the left and right in the sea wolf's Bao Guozhang. Although her companions were constantly lost in the sea wolf's return, she did not lose the courage to survive and started to sneak and jump in the sea wolf group. At last, after a sharp turn, taking advantage of the gap left by the two sea wolves, she used all her strength to leap forward, and her slender body drew a beautiful arc in the air. With a sound, the mermaid fell into the passageway at the entrance without a moment's error. She moved her tail vigorously, and she swam in at the moment when the sea behind her opened and was about to pounce. The habitat of mermaids. The sea wolf behind her uttered an angry scream mixed with no. The mermaid guard, who had been waiting at the entrance and exit, screamed, and a strong sound wave attacked the sea wolves who entered the entrance. Almost at the same time, the lone king concealed in the group also issued a sharp reply. The mermaid that finally escaped the sea wolf Bao Guoyuan quickly stirred up the wrath of the wolf king. Under the anger, it ordered its men attacked. Under the fierce attack of the sea wolves, the mermaids guarding the entrance were soon unable to resist. In the past, there were still many companions supporting them as a support team. Now they are isolated and helpless, so okay, Zhao, the time of resistance is particularly short. The mermaid guards began to retreat. The sea wolves swarming quickly filled the entrance. Under the command of the Wolf King, they entered the bay one after another. The bay that looked empty at ordinary times, it was full of cruel seas. Jiang Cheng was still lurking behind a rock. He calmly watched the movement of the Wolf King. After most of his men entered the bay, the Wolf King also entered under the protection of several sea wolves. The mermaid guards guarding the entrance kept turning around the garden in front of the wolves, and more sea wolves joined the ranks of the state hunting them. Because this was in an environment familiar to the mermaids, and they competed with sea wolves more on skill than speed. So for a while, those sea wolves couldn't catch them, which made the sea wolves more and more furious. At this time, the last sea wolf swam into the bay, under Jiang Cheng's series of perfect arrangements, and at the sacrifice of the brave mermaids who acted as bait, large groups of sea wolves, which almost came out of fruit, were finally successfully introduced into the bay. Jiang Cheng and Ma Ran hid behind a rock. Finally, they saw the last sea wolf swimming into the bay. Jiang Cheng lifted his hand, and he lifted the huge rock, and in a smooth manner, the rock just blocked the narrow entrance. This is an idea that came up temporarily. She was originally arranged to guard the entrance, but after Yan Ran personally bet the mermaids who acted as bait were buried in the mouths of sea wolves, she couldn't help her anger in her heart. She knew that she couldn't look at the sea wolves in front of her, but just keep the entrance still. When she saw this huge rock, she suddenly thought of the idea of plugging the entrance with a rock. Her eyesight is very keen, and according to her judgment, the size of this stone can just block the entrance. But she didn't have the strength to shake this boulder. Although she was already a person with a certain ability, although she possessed the superhuman wind, she by Mai was that the only thing she lacked was strong power. She cast her eyes to the teacher beside her, and she knew that for her teacher, this boulder had no problem in his eyes. How could Jiang Cheng not know her thoughts? He just saw that because the mermaids serving as bait died in the mouth of the sea wolf, his female disciple looked like a heart. While he saw the tears on her face, he also saw the uncontrollable killing intent in her eyes. He knows what his female disciple wants to do in a while. In order to avenge those beautiful creatures, only the blood of the sea wolves can calm the anger in her heart. But what Jiang Cheng wants to say is, should those sea wolves deserve to die? Although they look fierce, is this the reason they deserve to die? If you look ugly, you deserve to die, should be treated unfairly, then how many humans in this world will die because of ugliness? Not to mention that there are many high IQ creatures on every planet that are very different from humans. And their appearance, if measured by human standards, they are almost all monsters. However, this view of judging people by their appearance is both precarious and dangerous. But Jiang Cheng didn't say these words. He knew that no matter what he said now, he would not listen to it. Looking at the anger in the eyes of the earth and looking at her livid face, he knew that the only thing his female disciple wanted to do now was to avenge the dead mermaids. Then wait until this matter is over, Jiang Cheng thought. Facing Yanran's willingness, he nodded. The light was relieved. She watched the sea wolves continuously pouring into the bay, barely suppressing the anger in her heart. She waited quietly, waiting for the time to kill those sea wolves. She believes that this moment will come soon. Before the huge boulder thrown by Jiang Cheng fell, she stood up. Her hands covering by Ji's silver gloves had turned into steel claws, and the sharp claw tips gleamed like human eyes. With a clear howl, followed by Ran's howl, the fire spread its wings, and she accompanied Ran and rushed into the sea wolves. The sea wolves who were chasing the mermaid hadn't learned Yan Ran's history. They turned their targets, opened their mouths, and rushed towards Song with a fierce evidence. Yanran was wearing a set of black clothes. At this moment, she turned into a black lightning among the sea wolves. She wore it intentionally among the sea wolves. Wherever she passed, a patch of sea wolves fell behind her. The tears of blood from the sea wolf's body quickly stained the seawater in the bay. At the same time, the flamingo screamed, and her mouth began to emit flames. This looks like a warm but very fierce ting, and repeatedly burned the sea wolves with the flames she emitted. The sea wolves didn't have the slightest strength to fight back against her attack. If they tried their best to dive Ruo Huo's body to the bottom of the water, what they did was in vain, and the cold seawater well could not destroy them. Flame. Pieces of corpses of sea wolves emerged from this, and their charred corpses gave off an unpleasant smell. Jiang Cheng stood aside, watching this person killing the group of posters. In the current situation, there is no need for him to leave. This person and bird can kill all the sea wolves here. Finally, the sea wolf king felt that the form was not good, and he began to lead the remaining sea wolves to the entrance. Jiang Cheng's figure flashed and blocked the entrance. The sea wolf king let out a clear roar, and the sea wolves around him rushed towards Jiang Cheng. There is a saying in the Hua family on the earth: the dog is anxious to jump over the wall, which means that the dog is anxious and can jump over the wall, let alone a sea wolf that is much more fierce than a dog. Faced with a fierce light in his eyes and sharp teeth, Jiang Cheng opened his arms to the sea wolf who rushed towards him, and then he merged with his head, and a powerful cyclonus carrying the wolf pack slammed into each other. The tragedy of the sea wolves joined together, and when the scene calmed down, the sea wolves that had just been alive had turned into corpses on the ground. Taking this opportunity, the sea wolf king led several sea wolves to the entrance quickly. Although in front of them, the huge boulder blocked their escape route, but the sea wolves seemed to have not seen them, and they still rushed over. The sea wolves move very fast, relying on their own touching, keenly feel that the danger of death has come. So these cunning creatures also tried their best to survive. The sea wolves quickly rushed under the boulder, and the first sea wolfman stood up, with 2 hind paws deep on the ground and 2 front paws resting on the boulder. Then, the second, third, fourth, almost in the blink of an eye, a ladder made of the body of a sea wolf was successfully built. Under the Wolf King's cave, his body had already jumped onto the ladder, and his hind legs used force to make a huge body jumped into the air. Seeing if the Wolf King is about to escape the trap set by Jiang Cheng and the others. If the Wolf King escapes, then their victory will be greatly discounted. It is conceivable that as long as it takes time, the Wolf King will definitely lead the wolves to make a comeback again. Yan Ran, who was among the wolves, witnessed the jump of the Wolf King, and she couldn't help but let out a cry. Jiang Cheng glanced back at her, as if wondering why she screamed. Just as he waved his hand, a ball of light with the size of a fist had already been submerged in the Wolf King. With a bang, the Wolf King's body flew across and turned into pieces. Under Jiang Cheng's proper arrangement, the sea wolves who had fallen into their traps were ruthlessly killed. Seeing the tragic death of the mermaids used as bait, she felt inexplicably heartache. Her heart was burning with anger. She hated the group of sea wolves in front of her. She needed these sea wolves. All of this made her need a killing. Only by killing all the sea wolves in front of her can she calm down. Driven by this kind of revenge, she became a female god of war. In addition to her pet, the flamingo gave a powerful assist. The flamingo ejected flames that could not even be extinguished by the sea. It had a very high combat efficiency against the sea wolves. Under their double blows, the sea wolves soon became a team. At this time, Jiang Cheng just stood quietly and watched. He had no need to end. Under the storm-like blow of this person and bird, seeing its subordinates die in groups and seeing their blood staining the Sea Wolf King finally realized the danger, and it led the remaining wolves to flee. Although the entrance was blocked by a boulder, the wolves still rushed over. They built a ladder with their bodies in an instant and watched the Wolf King escape from the ladder 3 times and twice, witnessing the sweetness of this situation. Can't help but exclaim her worry is obviously unnecessary. No matter how powerful the Sea Wolf King is, it is still a child. Although its movements are fast, how can it be faster than Jiang Cheng? Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and a beam of powerful energy shot into the body of the Wolf King, and the explosion immediately produced announcing the end of the life of the Sea Wolf King. Even its household body has been blown into death powder. This creature, with the mission of exterminating the mermaids, caused great ma shun to the mermaids. Even after they almost let them into the disaster, Jiang Cheng finally ended its life. The remaining wolves no longer need Jiang Cheng to do anything, and Bharati screamed and rushed out of the cave where the mermaids were hiding. She wielded the dagger that the mermaid leader gave her. Wherever the dagger sword went, the sea wolves were flying blood and their bodies were cut into pieces. Jiang Cheng watched Ba Ludi kill among the wolves, then looked at the Ran and couldn't help sighing. What did he do? Why did the 2 female disciples he accepted were such fierce men? The remaining sea wolves in the bay were killed by Yanran and the blazing birds. There was not much left. Now a green bark was added. Soon, all the sea wolves were killed by both of them. Thousands are clean. Why did you come out? Didn't you let you protect those mermaids? Then he stopped and asked Ba Lu, Chi, you are ashamed to say that if I wait until now, I'm afraid I can only look at the sea wolf corpse in front of me and feel depressed. Ba Lu wanted to find Ran Ma, but she didn't expect her son-in-law to blame her first, so she immediately pushed it back. What did you say to me? What did you promise me? Did you forget what you said? Do you need me to mention you? Baludi is not forgiving. You tell me you want to leave a few seas alone for me to kill. What about it? Did you keep it? Yanran was speechless when facing a series of questions from Ba Ludi. She really did not think of her promise to Baludi, and the death of the mermaids who were responsible for the decoy mission made her mind full of anger. All she thought about was to kill this group of evil wolves, avenge the dead mermaids. She had already left the matter of Tong Yingba El Viluo behind. Yanran is a real person. She knows that she is at a loss anyway, so facing Ba Luluo's questioning, she did not protect herself. Look at it, you know it's wrong, right? Ba Ludai said when she saw that Ma Ran didn't speak, she pointedly said, Let's talk now, you must forget what you said to me. Humph, speaking is nothing, but fortunately I react quickly. If I believe what you say, I am still standing in the cave waiting for you stupidly. Yanran still didn't speak, and speaking didn't help. Besides, the battle was over anyway. Bharati saw that Warren didn't speak. She was too embarrassed to say more. She walked over and asked Yanran, "Do you know? It said that several mermaids died. Because of this, I didn't come out until the battle was over." She didn't say this. When she mentioned this matter, she remembered that she saw the most elephants in the mermaid tower that died in the mouth of the sea wolf. Her eyes were red again, and she turned her head to prevent Bharati from seeing her face. There is no need for Yanran to answer. Baludi already knows the answer. She rushed out suddenly because she saw a dying mermaid chasing a waxy body under the question. I knew that, except for her, the mermaids who were on the task of luring Heng died in the return of Sea Wolf. How can this make Baludi endure? Finally, the battle to get outside was about to end. After she made sure that the mermaid was not in danger, she ran out in a hurry and killed a few sea wolves. Now she sees how sad she is, and she also regrets mentioning this matter. Why bother to provoke her to impersonate? Balu stepped forward and comforted Ma Ran in a low voice. "Okay, don't be sad. We have already avenged them." The battle was over, and the mermaids came out of the cave where they were hiding. The corpses of sea wolves all over the bay in front of them were shocking, and at the same time surprised by the methods of these 3 alien planets. They know that these 3 people are very powerful, but they don't know that their strength is so powerful. Mermaids are a race that loves cleanliness very much. Therefore, they did not wait for their leader's hope, so they began to clean up the battlefield. Where is your teacher?" The mermaid head looked around Ruohewen, looking for Jiang Cheng's figure. Ma Ran and Baludi heard the mermaid leader say this, and they started too. Sure enough, they didn't know when their teacher had lost the overall picture. However, they don't worry about their teachers. Not to mention that there is no danger on this planet. Even if there is danger, what can they do with their teachers? "It's okay, you don't have to worry," Bharati comforted the mermaid chief in turn. "My teacher will not be in any danger. He may do something. Come to her, Laru Baludi. Let's not idle. Let's help the mermaids plan the battlefield together." The death of the mermaids, who served as decoy missions, aroused Bing Ran's anger, and with the mentality of revenge for them, she launched a ruthless murder against the sea wolves who had fallen into the trap. The grown-up flamingo has become very powerful. Her flame attacks have caused great imitations on the sea wolves. Even in the water, the flames she sprayed on the sea wolves will not be extinguished by the cannon. The sea wolf was buried in the fire. Under the attack of this person and bird, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, the sea wolves who entered the bay were annihilated. Even their sea wolf king was killed by Jiang Cheng's blow, and the body was blown to pieces. Ba Lu, who was in charge of protecting the mermaid, rushed out in a fierce manner. She finally had a chance to kill a few sea wolves to avenge the dead mermaids, but she only killed a few sea wolves. This result did not make her feel satisfied. For this, she also quarreled a little with Yanran. The battle was over, and the mermaids walked out of the hidden caves. As a race that loves cleanliness, they started to clean up without asking for their leader. Ma Ran and Baludi certainly wouldn't stand aside and stand by. The 2 of them also joined their ranks and started working with them. Where is Jiang Cheng? Now he is in the habitat of sea wolves. Chopping the grass does not remove the roots, but the spring breeze blows and regenerates. Jiang Cheng knew this truth. In order to avoid future troubles, he once again came to the place where the sea wolves inhabited and began to search the small island. Sure enough, it was almost the same as he thought. In the sea wolf habitat, there are more than a dozen sea wolves remaining. They are running around on the island, and some are still wailing. They should suddenly find their companions. The reason why both the Wolf King disappeared. Seeing such a situation, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but be grateful that he hadn't done anything to kill the Wolf King. Without the prestige and command of the Wolf King, these sea wolves will surely become scattered and brave. Although their attacks on the mermaids will be reduced, they will still cause nuisance to the mermaids. Moreover, let Jiang Cheng and the other Zimi's plan is not guaranteed. Jiang Cheng did not hesitate. He killed the sea wolves he saw one by one. The sea wolf's habitat became quiet, and there was almost no other sound except the sound of the sea breeze. Jiang Cheng was standing, and he used his touching ability, taking his body as the center. He began to sense whether there were sea wolves hiding in places where he could not see. The intangible induction power spread out. Jiang Cheng's eyes closed slightly, and he carefully experienced the information returned. Sure enough, his approach was not superfluous. In the depths of a cave, he felt the existence of remnant sea wolves. Jiang Cheng unfolded and flew into the run cave where the sea wolf existed. In the habitat of the mermaids, cleaning the battlefield has come to an end. Yanren, Ba Luluo, and the mermaids worked together. They photographed the corpses of the sea wolves into the sea. Watching the corpses of the sea wolves slowly taken away by the sea, their hearts became very calm at the moment. These sea husks will soon become food for other creatures, and finally these sea wolves have done a good thing. On the way to the lake, the seawater poured into the bay, replacing the seawater mixed with the blood of the sea wolf, and gradually the water in the bay became clear. Yanren raised her body. She looked at the sea in the distance. The teacher didn't say a word. Where did he go? According to Jiang Cheng's response, he found the hole where the remaining sea wolves were hiding. 3 or 4 Heiyao saw strange creatures stepping into their territory. They opened their mouths and rushed towards Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng would definitely not pay attention to the attacks of these sea wolves, and he tied these sea wolves to death with every gesture. Behind these sea wolves, he found a large group of young sea wolves. Jiang Cheng was stunned. These little sea wolves may only be more than a month old. They hum and slowly crawl around on the ground. Some of the little guys will be cured if they are so long. Looking at these pedestals, the decent little guys, Jiang Cheng didn't know what to do with them for a while. Their relatives are enemies with the mermaids, and they are now wiped out, but they are nothing. Jiang Cheng already had a light ball in his hand. He hesitated, but the light ball in his hand did not send out. A little sea wolf slowly approached him. Jiang Cheng looked down at it. This young little sea wolf didn't know that the creature in front of him was the culprit who destroyed their clan. Just in Jiugang, this creature also killed their relatives. Little sea wolf didn't know, so it crashed and climbed to Jiang Cheng's feet. Perhaps because he felt the warmth of Jiang Cheng's body, this little sea wolf actually tried to climb on his feet. Jiang Cheng looked down at it. Obviously, for this little sea wolf, the task of climbing up to the front is very difficult for it. Once it almost succeeded, but it suddenly went on. Little sea wolf continued to play unyieldingly. Jiang Cheng sighed, and the guangyuo in his hand disappeared. He leaned down and picked up the little sea wolf. The 4 eyes of the 2 races looked at each other. The little sea wolf's blue barking eyes didn't have the easy tigers of its relatives. It looked at Ruo Jiang Cheng, and it made a milky grunt in its throat. Then it stuck out its little pink tongue and tried to go, licking Jiang Cheng's hand. The fur of the little sea wolf's pricked hands reminded Jiang Cheng that this is a wild Lu who will become fierce as an adult. Just now, in order to protect the mermaids, he even killed their people. Kill them? While they are still being swaddled, killing them is the correct way. But Jiang Cheng just couldn't do it. Apart from the hum of the little sea wolves, there were no other sounds in the cave. Where did the teacher go? Ba Lu asked. I haven't come back for so long. I don't know, Ran replied. Our affairs are almost over. Ba Luluo looked at the bay. Except for the smell of blood left by the sea wolves, the bay has been cleaned up. Really, I don't know where to go to tell us, Ba Lu complained. The sea wolf was killed by us, then what are we going to do? I should leave here. Yan Ran will not be too long looking at the mermaids who are still busy. I guess the same is true. Bar LVG is a very well-informed opinion, but their teacher has not come back so far, so they have some ideas, although they know that their teacher is not in danger. Coming. But suddenly, the battle was over, but Yan Ran and Baludi discovered that the teacher in the land didn't know where they were going. Just as the 2 of them complained about Jiang Cheng, Ma Ran suddenly felt the air fluctuations caused by Jiang Cheng's figure walking. The teacher is here. Yan Ran's words ended. Jiang Cheng really appeared in front of them. Where did you go, teacher? Barati asked. I went to the habitat of the sea wolves to see if there would be more sea wolves. Jiang Cheng answered. Teacher, what are you holding in your hand? Then I saw her teacher holding a bag of things in his hand. Jiang Cheng didn't say a word. He put the things in his hands on the ground. Ran and Ba Luluo widened his eyes in disbelief. The little sea wolves crawled out of his clothes. This is Baludi exclaimed. Teacher, how did you bring them? Hearing the voices of Jiang Cheng and the others, the mermaids also turned their heads. The mermaid leader just wanted to come forward and say something to Jiang Cheng, but she was stunned by the little sea wolves crawling on the ground. Just now at Gangwang, they also started ties with the relatives of these little sea wolves. Just now, some of their tribe members were in the mouth of the sea wolves. Now, in front of their eyes, there are more than a dozen sea wolves. Although they are very young now, they have all seen how they grow up. The mermaid leader looked at Jiang Cheng and didn't know what to say for a while. The scene suddenly fell silent. The little sea wolves didn't know that they had changed a place. They just felt that this place was more comfortable than where they had been. The warm sun shines on them, making them feel warm. The little sea wolves began to crawl around on the ground, and from time to time they raised their little paws and scratched their heads. Several of the little sea wolves let out milky voices, so cute. As soon as Baretti finished speaking, she knew she was wrong and she hurriedly caught it. Looking up at the mermaid leader in front of her, she smiled embarrassedly. Jiang Cheng spoke. I found this in the sea wolf habitat. To be honest, I really can't deal with these young sea wolves. He looked at the mermaid leader and said, so I brought them back and you decide what to do with them. The mermaid leader didn't expect Jiang Cheng to say this. She didn't have any preparations in her heart. Originally, she was shocked when she saw Zio Hai Duo. Where could she have any thoughts? So now she just looked at Ruo Jiangcheng blankly, repeating Ruo unconsciously. What to do? Jiang Cheng and the others did not speak, but looked at the mermaid leader. After a while, the mermaid leader finally came back to her senses. She looked at the little sea wolf who was up and unfolding on the ground, and she didn't know what to say. Japanese letter, have you killed them? The mermaid leader thinks that he is incapable of it. Their beauties are really not creatures to watch and kill, let alone these young little sea wolves. Although the mermaid leader knew how cruel their relatives treated them, it was not the fault of the sea wolf cubs in front of them. So, let them go. If the mermaid leader thinks, for the time being, don't think about whether these little sea wolves will continue to be enemies with their mermaid clan when they grow up. And once the posters become adults, they will multiply very quickly. At that time, I'm afraid the mermaids we have to face their help again. The mermaid leader will not believe that there will be good-hearted aliens coming to them again. If you don't kill them now, but take these little sea wolves out of their habitat and let them fend for themselves, then, although they didn't kill these babies, in this way, it would be no different from killing them. The mermaid leader has a headache. For her, this is a difficult problem, and it is a difficult problem to solve. I really couldn't think of a good idea. The mermaid leader raised his head and looked at Jiang Cheng, let the omnipotent alien in front of him make an idea. Jiang Cheng had already figured out what to do with these little sea wolves on the road, but if he directly said his method, although the mermaid leader would not say it, she might not be happy in her heart. So Jiang Cheng directly threw the hot potato to the mermaid leader to see if she could do anything. Sure enough, as he thought, the kind animals of the mermaids made her uncertain. Yanran knew what her teacher thought, but she didn't say it. Although the drama only killed those sea wolves, she killed more than anyone, but that was the punishment they deserved. But for these young sea wolves, she really couldn't do anything. She had the same opinion of these little sea wolves as Bharati, but she was really cute without saying it. This is what Ma Ran thinks of little sea wolf. When Jiang Cheng saw that the mermaid leader had no idea, he began to speak. Like you, I can't kill these little guys. Although the relatives of these sea wolves are murderers, they are not. We can't let them bear the mistakes of their relatives, don't you think? He asked the mermaid chief. The mermaid leader nodded involuntarily. So I can't do it, Jiang Cheng continued. Then there is only one way to leave them alone. Their life and death has nothing to do with us. The mermaid leader nodded again, but then she shook her head again. Jiang Cheng smiled secretly when he saw the appearance of the mermaid leader. I found a question about your mermaid family. The mermaid chief raised his head and looked at Ruo Jiang Cheng blankly, wondering why he suddenly changed the subject. You mermaids really lack the means to protect yourself. Jiang Cheng looked at the bay in front of him. Although the bay has been largely restored to its original appearance under the cleaning of the mermaids at this time, there are still sea wolves in the air. The smell of blood left behind. If you encounter a beast that is hostile to you next time, this kind of animal might not be impossible. Think about it. If your planet is such a vast water city, are there other species in it that we are invincible? Certainly, Jiang Cheng strengthened his tone. Even if you are safe here, But if there are visitors from other planets, if they are hostile to you because of your beauty, what will you do then? Do you still want to be in danger of being passively attacked and entering into extinction? Jiang Cheng pressed the mermaid leader step by step. Of course, when Heba Lvti helped the mermaids clean the battlefield, Jiang Cheng went to the habitat of the sea wolves to prevent any future troubles to see if there were any sea wolves that slipped through the net. After arriving there, he found a group of sea wolf cubs that were only a few months old. How to deal with these small seas? Jiang Cheng couldn't help having a headache. Although he had an idea in his mind, he still wanted to hear the opinions of other people, such as the leader of the mermaid. Sure enough, when facing these little sea wolves, the kind-hearted mermaid leader also hesitated. Although not long ago, these Zioheidu's relatives had just killed her people, but this was not the fault of the Nayana's little sea wolves. If you don't care about these little sea wolves, this is just killing them in a different way. Seeing that the mermaid leader couldn't make up his mind, Jiang Cheng slowly expressed his thoughts. The biggest problem of your mermaid clan is that when you face the enemy, you lack a strong counterattack, Jiang Cheng said. Although you also have sonic attacks, you can only drive away the enemy, and the well cannot be effective against the enemy. Kill imitation. Jiang Cheng's analysis pointed to the mermaid's weakness, and the mermaid leader had to admit that what he said was reasonable. If you encounter an enemy that can pose a threat to you next time, what should you do? Have you thought of it? Jiang Cheng continued to ask. The mermaid leader really didn't think about it, so she shook her head again. Then I will move you and keep these little sea wolves. Jiang Cheng looked directly into the eyes of the leader of Ruo Mermaid, and his tone was very sincere. You keep these little sea wolves and train them into the first team that can protect you. Team. The mermaid leader took a breath. She never thought that their mermaid clan would adopt their enemies, let alone rely on them to protect herself. The mermaid leader looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "But they are our enemies, Ah Ming's former enemies." Jiang Cheng corrected the mistake in her words. Moreover, what you are talking about is not the little sea wolf in front of you. The mermaid leader said nothing again. Let me analyze for you. What are the benefits of keeping these little sea wolves? Jiang Cheng said, the beasts of the sea dukes are loyal to their masters. You have also seen that those sea wolves that attack you only because they have been trained by their masters, even if their masters are dead, they still attack you according to their master's intentions. This is the first point. Jiang Cheng analyzed the mermaid leaders one by one. Second, sea wolves are creatures that reproduce very quickly. Although there are only a dozen of these little sea wolves in front of us, I think they will give birth to many offspring in the near future. In this way, under their protection, you will become safer. And the third point is that the little sea wolves in front of you are not hostile to you. If you keep them and train them, they will quickly regard you as their masters. And as I just said, they are not hostile to you. Both the loyalty and obedience are very high. Therefore, I advise you to keep these little sea wolves. This is very good for you. Jiang Cheng ended his speech. He was done saying what he had to say, and the stab was up to the mermaid leader to do. The mermaid leader was still undecided, but she also did not reject Jiang Cheng's words. On the contrary, because of her trust in him, she thought Jiang Cheng's words were reasonable. Just as the man from this alien planet said, the fact that their mermaids passed by the sea wolves should indeed improve their exposure. Although they are kind and don't like to invade others, when an enemy wants to disadvantage their clan, they should always have a certain ability to fight back, right? As the leader of the mermaid clan, she would not be so optimistic that whenever they choose to be in danger, there will always be well-meaning people coming to rescue them in time. Although their sonic attacks can cause disturbance to the enemy, they will not kill the enemy. As long as the enemy can't stand it, they can choose to retreat. Just like the sea wolves back then, when they could not withstand the sonic attacks of the mermaids, they would retreat and then come back, and so on, gradually, they became resistant to the sonic attacks of the mermaids, and the fangs and claws of the sea-fierce people will not let their enemies produce any resistance. And as people on this other planet say, if sea wolves have amazing reproductive power, even if their attack power is not strong enough, they have a quantitative advantage. On the whole, sea wolves can still make their enemies feel fearful. The most important thing is that they don't pay much to the sea wolves. There are many creatures in the sea, enough for the sea wolves to eat. The leader of the mermaid was moved, but as a leader, she did not have authority. She kindly asked Jiang Cheng to let her discuss with her people and listen to their opinions before making a decision. Such a request was reasonable, and Jiang Cheng fully agreed. The mermaid leader left, and she went to gather her people to discuss whether to adopt Ziohai. She was a little nervous standing by her side without speaking. She asked Jiang Cheng, "Teacher, do you think those mermaids will agree to adopt these little sea wolves?" Jiang Cheng hasn't answered yet, but Ba Lu, who was teasing the little sea wolf with her head on the ground, grabbed the conversation, and of course they would agree. "Why? Do you have any evidence?" "Of course, I doubt Baretti's opinion." "Is there any evidence?" Ba Luluo picked up a little sea wolf and stroked its fur. "They are kind, although they hate those sea wolves, but they are all dead, and these little sea wolves." She lifted the little sea wolf in her arms and sent it to Ma Ran to eat. "You see, they don't have the shadow of those big wolves." Facing the cute little sea wolf in front of her, Ma Ran couldn't help but stretched out her hand to touch it. The little sea wolf also stretched out her pink tongue and licked Ran's hand, making her smile. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but speak. "You all know that cute fun that is really naive." He ignored the eyes of Bingren and Ba Luluo and continued. "That mermaid leader, she wouldn't be like you, View." "Ah, no, if that's the case, what about these little sea wolves?" Ba Lu became nervous. She wants to take one as a pet for such a cute little thing. After Jiang Cheng's action, although the mermaid leader was more tempted to adopt the little sea wolf proposal, as a leader, she still wanted to ask other people's opinions. What will happen to the fate of the little sea wolves? The mermaid's conclusions haven't come down yet, but their opinions with Baretti have come out. They both agreed that the mermaid clan would adopt these little sea wolves. The reason is simple, because the little sea wolves are so cute. In their view, such a reason is sufficient. Jiang Cheng, who was on the side, scoffed at their opinions. This made Ran and Ba Luluo a little nervous. Don't the mermaids want such a cute little thing? It's not that they won't adopt these little sea wolves, but their leader will definitely not be like you, because the little sea wolves are so cute, they will keep them. Jiang Cheng sometimes feels a headache for these two female disciples because they are sometimes unreasonable, so he wanted to analyze it to them now. As a leader, she will never have naive ideas like yours. What she considers is more for the benefit of their people. Jiang Cheng looked at Ruo Yanren and Ba Luluo. He was very satisfied that they were listening carefully to what he said. The leader of the British mermaid was moved by my words just now. She realized that, at least for a long time, they were facing some stronger when they were enemies of Japan. Their mermaid clan lacked the necessary means of counterattack. And these sea wolves, as I said, could indeed take on the task of protecting them. That's why she will call the people of the tribe to discuss, and I believe they will definitely take in these little sea wolves. Don't believe me, just wait and see. Jiang Cheng finished his words. He is confident in his opinion. That's not the same, said Barlv. Anyway, the mermaids will take them in, so who knows if they compete because these little guys are cute or useful, or because they are cute and useful? Right. The latter sentence she said to the little sea wolf, that little sea wolf is not used to holding her for a long time and is now anxiously trying to get rid of her. But of course it is not as strong as Ba Luluo. Anxiously hum. The mermaid leader came over and Yan Ran asked her, "How about it? Have your people agreed to adopt them?" Although there are still a few of them who are temporarily unacceptable to these little sea wolves, they also obey everyone's opinions. The mermaid chief said with a smile, "Do you want to know who is the most successful in keeping these little guys?" The mermaid leader Wen Ran and Baluti, she didn't ask Jiang Cheng, she knew he wouldn't care about it. Is Jin. Ran and Ba Luluo's curiosity was really aroused by her words. It's the only remaining mermaid that served as the bait. The mermaid chief laughed and said, "You can't think of it." Ran and Ba Lu did not expect it to be her. This is indeed an incredible thing. The mermaid chief said, "Because she has suffered from sea wolves, she knows that sea wolves are better than us. It is indeed a good thing to have such creatures to protect us. Now that the threats of the sea wolves have been completely eliminated, and the formation of the little sea wolves is perfect, then Jiang Cheng and the others should leave here and continue their journey." The mermaid leader tried hard to ask them to stay here for a few more days, but Jiang Cheng flatly refused. Seeing their teachers insist on doing this, Even if Yanran and Ba Elvijai wanted to spend more days with these beautiful creatures, it was impossible. Seeing them insisting on leaving, the mermaid leader had no choice. She led her people to send Jiang Cheng and the others to the place where the spaceship stopped, watching them get on the spaceship and watching their spaceship rush into space. The spaceship has disappeared. The mermaids have not left there yet. Beside them, the little sea wolves are playing happily. "Teacher, what is our next goal?" asked Jiang Cheng too quickly. Jiang Cheng looked at the galaxy cloud map and did not answer yet. Ba Ludi answered first. "No matter where we go, in short, I request that every time we pass, we should find a place to rest." Jiang Cheng looked at her peacefully. "Is it weird if you see what I do like this?" Yanran nodded. "Why do we do what you said?" "Look, we just helped the mermaids. If it weren't for my proposal to find a planet to take a break, there would be such a thing, right?" Ba Luluo was driving the spaceship, but it didn't prevent her from speaking. "If it weren't for us, those mermaids would have been eaten by sea wolves. We not only rested for a while, but also taught them. That would be great. It would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You think beautifully." Jiang Cheng was angry and funny by Balu's rationality. When Gang Japanese let her face those sea wolves, you also saw the gap between you and Ran. When it comes to spiritual practice, Baludi is overwhelmed. She knows that her teacher is still not satisfied with her progress in this area. So, taking advantage of this period of time, you have to seize the time and raise your spiritual power training to a new level. Jiang Cheng reprimanded her. "It's not fair, teacher," Baretti protested. "You tell me, why am I unfair? You are actually using such ridiculous reasons to refute him." Jiang Cheng thought to himself, his female disciple is really bold. "You also said that Yanran is a genius leftover. Oh, why are you hitting me? Am I wrong?" Ba Lu gave Yanran a glance. "Would it be unfair for you to compare such an ordinary person to a Tian Japanese letter?" Ba Lu said to himself. It was originally, but in front of her, it was like a big mountain so that she could not see any light. But the teacher always compares her with Ran, which makes her unacceptable. "What? You are an ordinary person?" Jiang Cheng smiled. "Hey, am I also a genius? Teacher, don't worry about me, I won't believe it." Ba Ludi tells the truth. Jiang Cheng sat next to Ba Ludi. He looked at Ba Ludi and said, "In your opinion, what is the ability of your teacher?" "You, of course." Baretti is surprised that her teacher would ask her this question like this. "When I was in the High Jeezy group, every year, the Dark World would have a more important gathering. Those who participated in the meeting were the bosses of some dark groups, and they gathered to discuss some ugly things. Baal Visu's spiritual cultivation always makes Jiang Cheng unsatisfied, so he wants to take advantage of this period of travel to let her improve her own strength." Unexpectedly, Baludi actually said that she was just an ordinary person, and she could not be compared with Bingren, who is known as a genius. In response to her statement, Jiang Cheng intends to encourage her by attacking from the side. But Baretti didn't answer his words directly. Instead, she talked about her in the Haidizi group. Jiang Cheng and Yan Ran watched that she did not directly answer Jiang Cheng's words, but instead talked about her affairs in the Haijizi group, and they both listened attentively. Every time at a party, in order to prevent someone from plotting against them or facing a sudden attack by the cosmic team members. Of course, this kind of situation has basically never happened, so these big guys always bring their most powerful men. In order to prevent all kinds of accidents, I basically participated in such gatherings after I became an adult, only once, because I happened to be on a mission on another planet, and there was no time to participate. Hee. Baludi is very proud. Every time the big bosses discuss the matter, the next step is the cocktail party. At the cocktail party, although there are various forms of entertainment, the most eye-catching thing is the competition with the big bosses. "Don't you think that these subordinates are performing?" said Ba Ludi, watching Ruo Jiang Cheng and Yan Ran. "Life and death depend on the heavens tilde. Why is this happening? Wouldn't the killing of his subordinates cause revenge from his boss?" Yanran asked inexplicably. "Listen to me, I didn't expect you to be so impatient." Baludi was busy piloting the spaceship, so she had to take a clear look. "Next time you interrupt me, be careful I beat you." "Shout." Yan Ran scratched her all at once, indicating that she was not afraid of her success. In meetings, there will always be people who fail to meet their requirements because the meeting cannot meet everyone's requirements. Baretti continued. Jiang Cheng and Yanran nodded. The situation, she said, does exist. In fact, the meeting is more of a compromise. In this way, for the benefit of most people, some people will certainly not be satisfied. I don't know when it started and who did it first. I only know that once, a big guy not only didn't get the result he wanted in a meeting, but was united by several other people, and Doug went some benefits, which made him very angry. So in the reception after the meeting, he asked his subordinates to fight against the boss's subordinates, and said that it was to mobilize the atmosphere, but everyone knew that he was to vent his anger. Regardless of whether it is the boss himself or the object of the challenge, it is impossible to avoid the battle for the sake of face, especially the subordinates. You must know that there are many people participating in the meeting, as long as the dark group with a little reputation will participate. Once the battle is avoided, it is estimated that within a long time, this person's name will be associated with adjectives such as husband and coward, and it will become a joke that will spread to the entire dark world. Ba Ludi smacked her lips, but seeing how hard she said, she drove a glass of water to her. Ba Lu drank it, and it seemed that she was indeed thirsty. Still hello, Ba Ludi said with a smile, looking at Huoren. After a cup of water, Ba Green continued, "The most terrible thing is that if your subordinates avoid the battle, let alone lose the face of his boss, in the future, this person will not have to mess in the dark world. Jin will use a nickname. Is it someone like a husband? And which old convention uses a subordinate who can't earn face for himself? So, once someone is challenged, regardless of the opponent's strength, only if they are challenged, then all people will challenge. Of course, some famous masters who have their own special status will not challenge the unknown, but there are some the Sanzi guys will pick those who are weaker than themselves. For the above reasons, both sides will often fight to the death in the challenge, endlessly. Then, this challenge was actually supported by the bosses at the meeting, and it gradually became a must-have after the meeting. Ba Lu looked at Ruo Jiangcheng and Yanren and emphasized, "A game that takes life as a bet. So what about you? What is your chance of winning in such a pedestal?" Then asked curiously me. Ba Lu didn't answer, she sold it. Needless to say, she must say that she is a girl, and then no one will challenge her. Jiangcheng beat her. Cut, I wouldn't do that, although you can enjoy special treatment in that visor. For example, you can only challenge other people, and men cannot actively challenge these regulations. Oh, you mean, how good are you in such a game? Yan Ran is also anxious sometimes. You, Jiang Cheng shook his head. Sometimes you don't like to use your brains. Didn't she say that she attends such meetings every year, so in other words, if she has with each other, she would have been if they are killed, the county will still sit here and chat with us. But look at Ruo Baludi. Is it like the teacher said? Ba Lu nodded triumphantly. But I am not the strongest, of course, I am the strongest inside. Balv said smugly, "Let me just say, you will definitely rely on your identity." Jiang Cheng teased her. He knew that his female disciple would be anxious. Sure enough, Ba Ludi was anxious. "Oh, teacher, don't talk nonsense, okay? I have never relied on being a female envoy. The only thing I can't beat is a guy in the Dark Knight Stars group. I still remember his nickname is Shadow, and he is also the trump card in their group, which is very powerful." Ba Lu let out a cry. "However, if I and him are not in that kind of match, but in a confrontation, I think my odds of winning will be much greater. That guy looks a little clumsy. Have you competed with that guy called Shadow? Mom is very curious." It seems that Baretti didn't want to bring up this matter. After all, she lost. Didn't you say that this kind of game is divided into birth and death? Then why did you lose the game? You still struggle with this. After she lost, she begged for mercy, so her opponent let her go. Jiang Cheng teased Ruo Baludi. "Teacher, you are talking nonsense again. I said I am not that kind of person." Ba is green with Jiang Cheng. "Oh, teacher, don't interrupt, okay? You let her say you." Even Jiang Cheng is not satisfied with Jiang Cheng. The temperature in the outer space was extremely cold, but on the Ran Hiba LVG, Jiang Cheng and the three of them were chatting enthusiastically. There were only his two female disciples in front of him, so Jiang Cheng also put away the poker face he usually took out and laughed with them. This kind of wish is good, Jiang Cheng thought in his heart. Over the years, Jiang Cheng has traveled almost all over the Milky Way and several galaxies around the Milky Way, but he has always been in his own person. He has always believed that it is the most comfortable to act alone, to go wherever you want, and to deal with any danger by yourself. As for loneliness, and the like, to be honest, he was not in the mood to bother. He had a very fulfilling life. He didn't even bother with those things that were not sick. If he feels uncomfortable, don't go out and 710, just kneel and hide at home. Since it's out, don't make a mistake. This is his usual practice. But now, accompanied by 2 female disciples, he was talking and laughing, and even the long journey seemed to become vivid. There was a sentence in his heart that he had never said before. In fact, whether it was Ma Ran or Ba Luyu, he never thought about accepting them as disciples in the first time. The reason is that I am afraid of affecting my free life. It's just because good luck makes people, and the green coincidence, he has 2 more female disciples. Yanran lives on an unknown planet because Jiang Cheng imitated a basilisk, and then the basilisk with a strong, vengeful heart followed Jiang Cheng. And when they arrived in the cave where Yanran and the others lived, they killed all of Bingren's companions. The next mother is a lonely person. How could Jiang Cheng not leave her alone in this desolate, dangerous, and barren land? As for Baludi, he was an orphan himself, and because he couldn't kill Jiang Cheng and failed to complete the task assigned by the organization, he was labeled as a fan. After that, the little girl rebelled out of the organization and personally disintegrated the organization. In this way, Ba Luluo didn't even have a place to stay. Could she let her wander in the universe alone? Therefore, Jiang Cheng was forced to accept these 2 girls as disciples at first. Although in the process of their getting along, the 2 girls did not give him less trouble. But Jiang Cheng felt more and more that it was actually very good to have these 2 girls traveling together. For example, now, the 3 people are talking and laughing while traveling, and they are enjoying themselves. There is no other taste. Now, facing the Jio of the 2 female disciples, he smiled embarrassedly and stopped talking. He quietly waited for Baludi to continue. You said, "Why you haven't played that shadow, but you are fine." Ma Ran saw that her teacher stopped talking, so she asked Ruoba Green again. It's very simple, because the Heisey group I belong to is a friendly relationship with the Dark Night Stars where he belongs. Baludi's answer is indeed simple. She saw Yanran showing an incredible expression and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? There are friends in the dark world too. Can such friends be trusted? Bingren really knows very little about the dark world. How weird you are to say that, no matter you are entering, you need friends." Baludi didn't understand how Yanran had such an idea. People in the dark world need friends even more. We can't say how much trust, but at least they must have a certain consensus on their interests. Haijizi Group and Darky Xingchen have such a relationship. So although I didn't beat the guy named Shadow, he didn't embarrass me either. Ba Luluo answered the question clearly. It turned out to be like this, no wonder. Yanran nodded. By the way, you haven't answered the teacher's question yet. Oh, teacher's question. Ba Ludi almost forgot what Jiang Cheng asked her just now. To Ming, the teacher asked you to talk about his abilities. Ran mentioned. Didn't I answer? Like me. Even some famous people in the dark world have become his disciples. Doesn't it mean that his abilities are very powerful? Ba Luluo said. Yanran looked at Ruoba LVDI. Why do I feel that this is wrong? Although you are complimenting the teacher, I think Ruo is more complimenting yourself. Ha 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 ha. Ba Lu smiled triumphantly. It was originally. If he is good, would I be his disciple? I had beaten him away a long time ago, and then snatched you over. Let's go for a stroll around the world together. Jiang Cheng spoke next to him. Okay, since you said that my ability is good, then you said, I will accept an ordinary person as a disciple. Jiang Cheng turned the topic around. He wanted to talk about it with Ba Lubai. Ba LV thought, one by one, I won't do it anyway. Wouldn't that make me anxious to death? I will accept you as a disciple because you are not an ordinary person, although you are compared with Yanran without her. The quality is so good, but you are also an extraordinary person. Jiang Cheng decided to speak clearly. He had never said this to Ba Luj before because Ba Luj is different from Ma Ran, but the animals are introverted, and Ba Ludi's animals are particularly outgoing. He is worried that Ba Luj will be even more proud. You may not understand how cruel the training of young children in the dark world is. Such training itself has a taste of elimination, do you know? Jiang Cheng asked Ba Ludi. Is there such a thing? Baretti really didn't know. Although I was sometimes cried by the teacher when I was training when I was a child, I always thought it was the reason why I was stupid. The dark world trains young children very rigorously. It is good if they can survive the training. If Jiang Cheng paused, the sky is broken, then another batch will continue training until you can choose. Find suitable training objects. After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, she was even stunned. She hardly believed that there was such a desolate thing in the world. So, if you don't say anything else, it is a great thing in itself that you can survive their training for you. Jiang Cheng continued. Not to mention, not only did you survive this sad time, but you also became an important figure in the group and became the gold medal killer in the group. In the High GZ group, there are definitely a lot of killers, but there are not many people with a status like you, right? Jiang Cheng asked. This is the case. I am the only killer like me in the group, and I often attend some important meetings in the group. Except for the codders in the group, I am almost the only one who has no position but can participate in these meetings. Baludi always thinks that Ran's starting point is higher than her, so she takes it for granted that she should be inferior to her in terms of spiritual power cultivation. Jiang Cheng is very dissatisfied with her view. As a person with strong ability, he does not want his disciple to be a mediocre person. Therefore, taking the opportunity of traveling, he had a conversation with Baludi, and he wanted his female disciple to clearly realize that he was not an ordinary person. It's not that Jiang Cheng looks down on ordinary people, but that ordinary people are limited to their own aptitudes. Even if they have tried their best in practice, their achievements are basically not as good as those with high aptitudes. In a word, when everyone's effort level is about the same, the competition at this time is talent. Of course, there is no doubt that she is a genius in sports. She has outstanding consciousness training skills, keen and moving, and is indeed an extremely rare person. But is Ba Lu really an ordinary person, as she said? 26 Jiang Cheng is constantly enlightening her. When Baludi was reminded by Jiang Cheng to think of her being in the High GZ group, she received cruel training from an early age, and then grew into an important figure in the group, a member of the High GZ group. Gold killer. All this is her extraordinary performance. Perhaps she is indeed inferior in talent to Yanran, but compared to Yanran, she has been trained in martial arts since she was a child, and Yanran was just a kid who loved archery at first. Ba Luluo said, "Until now, I believe that the reason why I can take on important tasks in the group is because I am the adopted daughter of the senior management of the group. I never thought of other reasons." Jiang Cheng asked her, "In the High GZ group, are there many adopted daughters like you?" Baludi thought for a while and shook her head. "It shouldn't be. At least I haven't heard of anyone else who is a high-level adopted daughter, and I haven't seen adopted children." Jiang Cheng asked again, "Are the senior leaders of the Haimazi group very caring people?" When Ba Luluo heard Jiang Cheng say this, she actually laughed. "Love, haha, those people will have love. Impossible, even if the universe is destroyed, they won't have it. So, do you think they will adopt you for no reason?" Jiang Cheng looked at her. He believed that Baludi was a smart girl, and she would understand what he meant. Sure enough, Baludi came to understand. "Teacher, according to what you said, what special place do I really have that will be adopted by them? Otherwise, you said it yourself, those high-level people in the Hailongzi group are not caring people." Jiang Cheng said, "It's really like this." Ba Lu was happy. For a long time, she has been lacking the necessary confidence in front of Ran. She always thinks that she is not as good as Yan Ran, so she has always been overwhelmed in the cultivation of spiritual power. Whenever Earth sees Ran's practice in martial arts faster than her, Earth comforts herself in this way. People are Tian, and I am just a master. It is normal to be slower than her. It is not the reason why I don't work hard. In fact, it was precisely because she did not work hard, and not for other reasons, that she was used far behind by her son-in-law. Jiang Cheng saw it in his eyes and was anxious in his heart. Just like treating Ran, he also had a great cherishment for Ba Luluo, hoping that they could achieve impressive achievements in martial arts. But Ba LV is always the same. Although she can't finish the homework that Jiang Cheng arranges every day, but other than that, she eats and waits for death every day, which makes Jiang Cheng intolerable. So he decided to prescribe a medicine for Ba Lu from the ground up, hoping to give her confidence in front of Ran. Now, after listening to Jiang Cheng's introductory instruction, Ba Ludi started to think, who has no self-esteem as a young girl. Baretti is an important figure in the High Jeezy group at a young age. You must know that although the High Jeezy group is not the largest and most powerful Haley group, it can definitely walk through the dark world. First-class organization. In such an organization, there are still many kinds of talents. In this organization, Ba LVQI can surpass the vast majority of people to become the existence of several elders second only to the High Jeezy group, and the status is high enough. There are many people who are older than her and have more seniority than her. On the contrary, their status in the group is not as good as her. When they see her, they have to politely ask her for advice. All of this, coupled with her own truly outstanding ability, also developed her pretentious problems. If she hadn't chosen Ma Ran, she would almost think that she was in the world. She wouldn't dare to be one of the best. She would be an extremely powerful character. But she met Ran. She witnessed the amazing skill of this little sister in the process of getting along with her. A few months ago, when the two of them were fighting, they were evenly matched. Only a few months have passed, and she is no longer her opponent. Compared with her when she was in High Jeezy, the contrast with his wife made her unacceptable for a while. Therefore, she became depressed by Zhejiang, and she began to practice herself. She had a good excuse, and that was Horenbai. She was just an ordinary person, and it was normal for her to fall behind. So she became more and more comfortable. Now her teacher's words gave her a stunner and made her wake up. I used to be a person who made people look down. Even the picky teachers were always talking to her when training her. They said that among the students they trained, she was the best. What about the self-esteem that I cared so much about? Is it just that I am under my feet? At the beginning, for her dignity, she not only worked hard and sweat, but also spent her own blood. Could it be that let this all pass easily? Baludi raised her head and looked at her teacher. Although she had a lot to say in her heart, she still suppressed herself. She just said, "Teacher, I understand. Don't worry, I don't will let you down." Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. Isn't this the result he wants to say so far? You don't need a heavy hammer to play the drum. He believes that once his outstanding female disciple finds out the crux of the problem, she will quickly and fundamentally solve it and regain her own human brilliance. After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Ba Luluo recognized herself again. She did not pass into her body, but also had a place far superior to other people. Although it may not be so in some places, the gap is not as big as she imagined. As long as she works hard, Ma Ran will not be able to throw her this far. Confidence returned to her heart. Jiang Cheng's words were like a beacon, showing her the way forward. "Teacher, don't worry, I won't let you down." She didn't say it on an impulse. In her meditation just now, she thought of her childhood, of her experience in the High Jeezy group, and of her performance in all aspects after following Jiang Cheng as his student. She was full of confidence in her future, so she would say that to her teacher. "Oh, how could I feel a little uneasy? You wait for Yanran," Ba LVDI said. "Now I will keep chasing you as long as you dare to relax. I will make you nervous, Ba LVLuo gave her senior sister a challenge. "Okay, I wish someone could put pressure on me and let me relax." Ma Ran said with a smile. She was very happy. The Ba Lu in front of her was the one she had known. When they were on the outskirts of the small town on the planet Delmer, when they first met each other, the Baludi at that time had a hint of anger when they looked at people. When facing their master and apprentice, she actually dared to fight one against two, full of the desire to fight. At that time, she was like a little mother living in the jungle, proud and full of passion for fighting. And when they were together, she unknowingly became a portrait. The aura of arrogance and arrogance that once had all disappeared. Bingren looked anxious, but she was not a person who liked to talk, or that she was not good at talking, so she didn't know how to speak. What she can do is to be more affectionate to her and care more about her. Now it's all right. After her teacher's enlightenment, the Balu, whom she learned about her illness, is back. Siruoba Elvidai's head raised, and he was really happy for her. Balu said that since Jiang Cheng talked with her sincerely that day, Ba Luluo has been obviously diligent, taking advantage of the long and wet journey to have enough time. She has been practicing continuously. Time passed slowly when they had been flying a star in a row. There was a small planet in front of it. Although there were no human beings and no supplies, let's go to Asa and take a rest. Jiang Cheng's initiative. In the past few days, his two female disciples have been cultivating diligently. He was delighted in his eyes, thinking that at the beginning he also practiced as hard as this. Unlike such diligence, how can he be strong? Is there a foothold in the universe of words? However, blindly practicing cultivation is not a good thing. There is a degree in everything, and if you go too far, it will be counterproductive. This is especially true for the cultivation of spiritual power. Only complete relaxation is the most basic requirement for spiritual cultivation. Persistence is a good thing, but it's bad if you make your head go. Therefore, Jiang Cheng hopes that Ran and Ba Ludi can relax. Well, after several days of continuous practice like this, I felt that I had a smooth feeling. Ran said, "Do you feel it?" Just now, the mental energy in my body almost couldn't be recovered. If it hadn't been for the teacher to tap my forehead lightly in time, I would be mad. Ba Ludi stuck out her tongue. Gang Japanese letter S scene is really dangerous. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng has been watching Ruo them. When he found that there was something wrong with Ba Ludi's expression, he gave her a helping hand in time to stabilize her situation. Ran and Ba Green flew slowly in midair, trying to find a suitable place for landing. The planet unfolding in front of them was almost entirely covered by ice and snow. They searched in the air for so long, except for a few hands that were still white. In this case, they don't just land rashly. If they land on a snow-covered water surface, even if they have nothing to do, once the ice surface can't bear the weight of the spacecraft, it's no joke. After a long period of scouring, they finally saw a piece of brown behind a mountain. The snow was blocked by the mountain, and the land was not covered. Yan Ran and Ba Lu stopped on the land steadily. Then she opened the door, she just stretched her head out, and then immediately retracted. "The face is too cold, it's freezing to death. Such an exaggeration, let me see." Ba Ludi squeezed past Yan Ran's side while talking. Although it was not bent, this snow-covered planet was really cold. "Don't go down and make a round," then asked Ba Green. "Since it's here, let's go and play, or it will take several days to stop." Ba Luluo thought about it for a while and replied Yan Ran, "Although this is not a good place to rest, it's better than staying in the spacecraft." They have been flying almost continuously for a month since they set off on the planet Delmer. Except for a few hours of staying on the two passing planets, the rest of the time was spent almost in the spacecraft. Although the spacecraft is also very comfortable, the feeling is not good. Sometimes when Ba is green, Jijai thinks that they are like prisoners, and the spacecraft is the end of prison for letting them lose their freedom. Jiang Cheng is a person who can endure loneliness. When he traveled alone in the universe in the past, he was alone for almost most of the time, but he had no control over all of this. On the contrary, he enjoyed it very much. Feel the top. However, she is a restrained person, and the Earth can stand loneliness. This is related to the encounter when she was a teenager on an unknown planet. Think about it, in that desolate and treacherous land. She didn't even have a peer of her own age, and she was accompanied by a few old men, and after several years, this kind of life can pass. What else is she afraid of lonely? But Ba LV is different. Although she is a catcher, there is no shortage of people about her age by her side. Although those people don't know her true face, it doesn't matter what they are talking about. Moreover, the High-GZ organization is large enough that the senior management has absorbed many young people to join it for development. In this way, although Ba Luluo didn't have a deep friendship with these people, she didn't lack playmates and talkers. However, he and Ba Ludi have been practicing for a few days, so it is not good to practice well, and hastily failed. So when their spacecraft passed a planet, Jiang Cheng offered to stay here. Let the two of them go down to relax and relax. This is a planet covered in ice and snow, and the vision is almost entirely snowy white. Moreover, the temperature here is extremely cold, although they can completely withstand the cold, but they feel very uncomfortable, which makes them almost want to go down. But Ba LVSU didn't think like this. Although she also felt that it was cold outside, she would rather stay in this icy world for a while than being bored in a spaceship. "Let's go, since it's here, let's go out and choose a round." Ba Lurong suggested to Ma Ran. Seeing Ba Lu's enthusiastic look, she couldn't bear to swept her interest and got off the fly with her. Since Ba Lufan was instructed by Jiang Cheng, she was disturbed as phosphorus and suddenly became clear. This time, she was obviously more diligent than before. as a good friend. She was also happy to see her such efforts, but she also knew that blindly practicing like this was not a good thing. After all, human beings are not machines in 727, and it is not good to be nervous blindly. This may cause problems like this, so she wanted to relax with Ryoba Green. The two didn't go far when they started. They had already seen that there was almost no other scenery to see on this planet except ice and snow. The two of them did not speak, but walked casually, listening to the snow squeaking under their feet. Ba Lu took advantage of Yan Ran not paying attention. She grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into Ran's neck, then ran away proudly. Can Yanran let Baludi go so easily? She grabbed a handful of snow, pinched the snowball, and threw it at Baludi. Baludi stepped away, and she immediately grabbed a ball of snow and started to fight back. Thus, the two people fought a snowball fight on this deserted planet. Their silver bells of laughter rang on this dead planet, making it a little bit angry. Ba Luluo used to be a killer, and she was a very powerful one, so she knows how to make full use of the terrain. She can't help hiding while being chased by Yanran, and then waits for an opportunity to attack Ma Ran. This kind of lungxi can always get the effect, and it is dedicated to the first goodbye, but she is filled with snow again. After the successful attack, she speeded up and ran away, hiding behind a big rock cheerfully. She said nothing, holding Ruo Ran 2 snow in her hand, waiting for Ruo Ran to come. Ba Lu gang. Yan Ran didn't see Ba Luluo's figure and couldn't help but get up. The temperature here is extremely cold, but it is a bit unbearable. It's no wonder the unnamed planet she is on, is a planet with a pleasant climate, which is the case all year round. She grew up there and lived for a long time in a climate like spring all year round. She has adapted to this climate, and this cold planet made her feel really unbearable. I'll go back if you don't come out again. Seeing that Ba Lu still didn't show up, she began to look threateningly. I mean, did you hear that? Ran exclaimed. It's too cold here, I can't stand it. Baludi still did not appear. I'm leaving. If you don't come out anymore, I'll let you stay here alone. Ma Ran's voice was already a little uneasy. She knew that although Ba Luluo liked it, she was not the kind who didn't care about others people who feel. Although she said she was cold, if Ba Luluo heard it, she would definitely walk out of her hiding place. At most, she would complain a few words, say something boring, play a little bit unhappy, and so on. It won't be as silent as it is now, not even face to face. Ba Lu, Yan Ran called out loudly. Are you in the eyes? Her voice already seemed very anxious. After waiting for a while, Ba Ludi still did not appear. This is too abnormal. Bingren knew that something must have happened to Ba Luluo. Son-in-law's mind turned rapidly, and when she decided to go back to find Jiang Cheng, the sparse snowflakes suddenly grew bigger. At the same time, the wind screamed. In a moment, all the traces they left by coming forward were covered by the snow league. In Ran's eyes, all she saw was Bai Fanmeng's. The wind was so fierce that Bingren couldn't open her eyes, and she had to hide behind a stone. The temperature was lower than before, but she hugged Shuangsu tightly, and the mental power in her body quickly began to work, and the warm feeling made her breathe a little relieved. What should she do now? Ba Ludi was very proud. In the past, Bingren had been pressing on her head, making her feel breathless. But now she found that Yanran was inferior to her. Although on the unknown planet, relying on hunting beasts to practice tracking skills, just like the last time in the small town of Delmer, she relied on her tracking skills to find the black who stole the little flamingo, a member of the Daisy group. But compared to Ba Lufin, there is indeed a gap in this respect. Baludi is a killer. She has been trained in this area since she was a child, and how to hide her tracks is a compulsory course for a killer. But Ba Luluo has received such training since her childhood, and when she can perform tasks, she keeps getting opportunities to practice, and at the same time she is always improving. This is not a joke. Even a small sulfur can cause serious consequences. Failure to complete the task is still a trivial matter, although he will be punished by the Black Dragon group, so death is possible. Under such pressure, Tonki Baludi constantly discovered her shortcomings in various aspects and made improvements. At this time, it can be said that she has a very high level of knowledge in the station industry, and the Gold Medal Killer is not a title that anyone can have. In the dark world, as killers, there are many people who perform unseen tasks, but few can be called Gold Medal Killers. and Ba Green is one of them, and it is the one who has been famous for a long time and is still alive. In the dark world, having fame is equivalent to having money and status. So many people hope that they have fame. Then in the dark world, it will take a long time to struggle to achieve this goal. So is there a shortcut to make yourself famous quickly? Everyone's time is precious. If you can save time and become famous quickly, being able to exist for a long time in the dark world is not easy in itself. The opponent of the evil report, the partner who hides the knife in the smile, can give up the head of the subordinate at any time for profit. All of this allows people who are surviving in the dark world to live a life where there is only today and no tomorrow. If it can have a great reputation and survive for a long time, it would be a legend. Bharati is such a legend, at least in the dark world. Many people want to take shortcuts to kill a famous person one by one. In this way, that person will naturally become famous. The killer can almost be said to be the most professional existence in the dark world, so the competition is also very fierce. So many people want to take shortcuts, so those famous killers will always die on different occasions for some inexplicable reasons. There are 7 killers in the dark world. Among them, the positions of 5 killers are constantly changing. Only Ba Green and the guy nicknamed Shadow have always existed. Dan Ran has a lot of killers who want to kill Baluti, but either they can't find her or they are killed by Baluti instead. The reason why Ba LVG has been safe and sound is that, on the one hand, the Hailongzi organization hides her well enough. On the other hand, Ba LVDI is indeed a very capable person. Therefore, when Ba Lu deliberately took advantage of the current terrain to conceal her, she could not be found immediately. It can be said that in terms of tracking and anti-tracking, Baluti Heron is the difference between the station industry players and the amateur players. Baluti is a professional player doing her part, and Yanran, even though her tracking skills far surpass many people, compared with Baluti, she is at the level of an amateur player. Ba Luwei was on the road she must pass, and she covered herself very well. She hid in a pile of rocks in order not to let her find out. She also buried herself abaquiga, Vip with a pile of snow. She surreptitiously watched from the crevices of the stones and slowly approached. Seeing her appearance, she absolutely did not find her whereabouts, which made her very proud. As Ran gradually approached her, Ba Ludi had silently calculated clearly in her heart it takes 6 seconds for her to get close to herself. During that time, Yan Ran's head was looking at Bai. One of hers just happened to be lifted and had not had time to fall, so she couldn't fight back in time. The next thing was the same as the one expected. Just when Ba Lurong tried to come out of the mail, the under her suddenly loosened. Kyangren's sudden change surprised Ba Luluo, but she still stretched out her hand in time and grabbed the stone closest to her. It's just that she didn't expect that the stone was also loose. Under Diachibin, the stone fell towards her. She just wanted to show her humility, and if the stone fell, the sliding piece covered her face. When the opportunity was indulged, Ba Luluo helped the rocks and snow fall down. Fortunately, there is a male snow in the place where Balu fell, so although the place where she fell is still relatively high, the row has not been copied. Ba Lu stood up and patted the product on her body. She looked up at the hole in her hair and shook her head. At such a high distance, is there anything to borrow? She can't climb up. Then there is only another way out. Ba Lu looked at the environment he was in now. This is a huge cave. The big one cannot see the opposite side. In this cave, the temperature is not cold outside. On the contrary, it feels a little bit cold in early spring. Ba Lu guessed that he was now under a huge ice sheet because it was isolated from the outside world. The climate here was not so cold. This is similar to the fact that creatures on some planets dig a hole in the thick snow and live in it when they are on ice and snow. Because the air here is not as cold as it is outside, there are many plants here, which are obviously different from the surface of this planet. Green grass, wild flowers, some low bushes. Although all of this in front of him is not a color, but compared with the spaceship or the ice and snow outside, it already makes Ba Ludi very satisfied. Ba Lu didn't worry about her current situation. She thought that if she found out that she was missing, she would look for herself in time, and then she would easily see the Shan run where she had fallen. She didn't know that there had been a heavy snowfall outside, and that the wind was violent, and all her traces were gone. Just stand here in a daze. You have to find something to do. Green is a person who can't get hold of it. Just when she was about to step forward to look at the weeds and wildflowers, she didn't know when she was surrounded by a group of creatures. This is a creature that walks on the ground, has a relatively small body, is relatively short, and has a long tail. Ba Luxu had never seen such a creature. Perhaps this kind of creature is unique to this planet. Just when Ba Lurong was looking at these creatures in front of her and making a basic judgment based on their appearance, those creatures launched an attack on she. A creature attacked her first, and the creature shrank into a spherical shape and rolled towards her at a very fast speed. Although Barati had already taken the short that was given to her by the mermaid leader at her waist, but she did not attack this creature. She knew that the most stable thing in front of her was to not provoke these unknown creatures. It is good. When the creature rolled in front of her, it was quite human to see how it rolled all the way. Ba Luluo does not underestimate the enemy. This is a habit she developed when she was a killer. She never underestimated her opponent, which is also one of the reasons why she can live so far. Ba Lejai jumped up, and her toes lightly tapped the creature's body, letting go of its attack. Just when Ba Lufin had just landed in the drama and hadn't stood still, a howling sound came from behind her. Without turning his head back, Barati flashed, and the creature's tail struck the ground beside her fiercely. At the same time, the creatures launched an attack on her together. For a while, the sound of their bodies rubbing against the ground kept ringing. Ba Lu fell between these creatures and kept dodge. Her toes kept igniting on the bodies of those creatures, and her body lightly passed over them. While having a snowball fight with Yanren, Ba Lut fell into a huge snow cave. The environment inside the tooth cavity is completely different from the appearance of the planet. Not only is the temperature not as cold as outside, but it also grows, with some green plants. Just when Ba Lu wanted to see these green plants with the idea that he would settle for what has come, several unknown creatures attacked her. A few minutes later, Ba Luluo figured out the attacking methods of these creatures. Apart from shrinking herself into a big round ball and hitting it, she just used her tail to sweep randomly. There was no other way. Now it's Barrett's turn to fight back. The extremely sharp, short sword in her hand kept passing by the bodies of these creatures, making those creatures scream every time. Barati stopped, and beside her, all the creatures that Wangang was still aggressive had been killed by her. Baludi looked at the dagger with satisfaction. This dagger made with advanced technology was indeed a good weapon. At that time, after Jiang Cheng saw this dagger, he asked Baludi to give up her dual swords. Jiang Cheng told Baludi that even for this short sword, it is worthwhile to relearn new sword skills. He has seen many famous and unnamed cold weapons, and the short sword in Ba Lu's hand is definitely one of the sharpest weapons he has ever seen. Baludi believed Jiang Cheng's words. She gave up her double swords and relearned a set of swordsmanship under Jiang Cheng's guidance. Fortunately, there is not much difference between the short sword and the short sword, so Ba Green quickly mastered the swordsmanship that he had just learned. Jiang Cheng's fighting skills are unparalleled. The swordsmanship he prepared specially for Ba Luluo is completely tailored for Ba Lulu, highlighted the role of Baludi, avoiding her lack of strength and endurance, and making a big fuss in the aspects of criminal and fast. Jing doesn't have complicated tricks, but attacks based on the opponent's flaws. This is exactly what Baludi likes, so she learns quickly. She had just used the swordsmanship she had just mastered when she was killing these creatures, and she was really successful in one fell swoop. Just when Baludi was about to leave the group of corpses, suddenly her eyes flashed. She turned her head back in time, and inside a corpse that was torn apart by her, there was a good-looking item. Balu came to the corpse curiously, and the short cuts in his hand lightly appeared on the tip of the sword one by one with bright blue light. This is something that looks like a gem. Although I don't know what it is for, Baru still didn't milk it. Take these things back and show them to her teacher. Baludi broke every creature that Baikai killed, and sure enough, there was a similar body in these corpses. Baludi put away all these crystals. She looked at the moisturizing mouth above her head, wondering why she hadn't come to teach her yet. Isn't it the place where she hasn't been found hiding yet? At the thought of this, Ba Lu couldn't help smiling smugly. Hey, someone who is known as a genius has something inferior to her. How could she be unhappy? Boom, boom, boom. heavy footsteps came from the depths of the cave. Listening to this voice, you can know that although this creature hasn't shown its figure yet, it's definitely not small. Before the Ba Lu gang could think about it, she quickly looked around Zhuguo, looking for a place to quit. She had just recovered from behind a bush, and a huge, bear-like monster appeared in her eyes. Barretti held her breath. She quietly looked at the huge monster that appeared. Zhuang Wailu did not notice the existence of Baludi. His attention at this time was all on the corpses. Obviously, this blame was once attracted by the smell of blood from these households. The monster, like it, didn't care about it. It came to the corpses and opened its mouth wide to enjoy the big thing in front of it. Don't just take a few bites, and only appeared next to the body. This is a monster with a body like a lizard. It is long and slender, but along its back, all the way to the tail, it has a lot of fleshy bulges. The monster once stopped eating, and it uttered a roar like a sign. But Ba Lv could see that this strange Lu was a little jealous of the strange Lu who appeared later. According to the monster, it ignored the monster's roar. It was confined to the pile of corpses and began to eat like no one else. The monster will retreat in despair, seemingly not letting go to grab food with this newly appearing monster, but just leave it like this and not reconciled, just wandering around the body like this. Ba Ludi quietly stood aside, watching this hard-to-see scene. The way the squirrel-like monster eats surprised Barretti. It used its sharp teeth to make a small hole in those households and then inserted the pointed bar in. It couldn't see the movement of its mouth. Only the corpses shrank quickly. Soon, the corpses were transformed. Only the skeleton and fur are left. This horrible way of eating is the first time that Barati has seen it. She knows that this monster is difficult to deal with, so she is even more unpretentious. The S-shaped monster is not too big, but has a large appetite. It absorbs the flesh and blood of one corpse and crawls toward another corpse. The bear-shaped monster was really unbearable to have a delicious meal in front of him. Greed defeated the fear of that monster. It quietly approached a corpse, and as soon as it opened its big mouth, the broken-shaped monster rushed towards it. Scrap! The silly monster made a mighty sound. Obviously, this guy didn't allow other monsters to enter the food in front of him. The bear-shaped monster had to temporarily abandon the beauty box in front of it, and it slapped at the American-shaped monster. The S-shaped monster flashed behind. After the bear-shaped monster's attack, it quickly rushed towards the opponent. For a time, the two monsters fought together. It seems that the monster is not thinking like its appearance. It leans on a rock with its back, so as to avoid the opponent using agile movements to go behind it. And the lizard-shaped monster is indeed flexible. It keeps circling the monster and rushes towards it. In the constant fighting, the bear-like monster is still gradually falling down. Although it is very powerful compared with its opponents, its movements seem so clumsy. Finally, the scorpion-shaped monster caught a gap, and it took a bite on the opponent's foot. The bear-shaped monster roared, and it started to run away. How could that little monster easily let it go? Baludi fell into a snow hole covered by ice and snow. Here, she killed a group of monsters that attacked her, and found a bright body in the monster's body. Although she didn't know the use of these physiques, she still put them away. Unexpectedly, the smell of blood from the monsters she killed attracted different monsters, and Ba Lu had to get better. The two monsters fought for food. The bear-shaped monster wants to escape. Where would the squirrel-shaped monster ever let it go? Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent turned around, it quickly rushed forward, and its sharp claws grabbed the bear-shaped monster's hand, and its entire body lay on the opponent's back, and its sharp teeth bit into its bulge. The monster-like monster made an ear-shattering big. It kept swinging its body, trying to use the opponent nailed to it, but as the blood gushing from its neck, its movements became weaker and weaker. With a weak roar, the bear-like monster fell down with a sigh. The broken monster was still inserted in the opponent's corpse. Ba Lu, who was hiding behind the bushes, saw that its body had grown a lot, and he could imagine how much flesh and blood it had eaten. Just when the lizard-shaped monster let go of the opponent's corpse contentedly and wanted to take a walk in the elimination box after dinner, I don't know when, a full-body white wolf stood not far away. The wolf was white all over, with only two eyes. They were blue and matched with its snow-white fur. It looked very beautiful. The S-shaped monster is like a big enemy. At this time, it has just eaten and drank enough. Why is this old enemy's opponent? The S-like monster made a threatening sound, and its body slowly backed away, waiting for an opportunity to escape. The white wolf turned a blind eye to it, walked straight to the corpses of the monsters, bowed his head and quacked, and began to eat in small bites. However, because Baludi was close, she clearly saw that the white wolf was still squinting at the lizard-shaped strange Lu while eating. This is a scheming wolf. It pretends to ignore its opponents, but it is still looking for a chance to launch a fatal blow. Baretti didn't make a sound in her mouth, but she was very happy with the wolf's behavior. This wolf has a killer style and has an appetite for her. The strange Lu, who had been standing by, was obviously very jealous of the wolf, and it was still slowly backing up, not careless at all. Balu could not see. She quietly picked up a small stone, and with a light flick of her finger, the stone accurately hit a small tree beside the S-shaped monster, making a beep sound. The retreating monster was attracted by the sound, and just turned its head. The wolf had already seized the opportunity to attack. The white wolf didn't rush forward. It just stood still and uttered a cry, just when Ba Lu was yelling at the fool, and you only knew what was the use. A few binglings suddenly came out from under the belly of the shori-shaped monster. Ba Lu was taken aback. She didn't expect this white wolf to be a magic creature. The lizard-shaped monster was distracted because of its attention, and the sharp, icy ling was left in its stomach. Generally speaking, many Yelu's departments do not have a cover, which is one of the weakest places of their bodies, and because their abdomen is relatively large, it is also a place where their opponents like to attack. This squirrel-shaped monster is no exception. Although it has a thin layer of armor all over its body, its abdomen is smooth, except for a house with a harder skin. The sharp ice pierced through the head of the squirrel-shaped strange Zheng, and then pierced through its back. The monster that was immobilized on the ground by Bingling just twisted a few times, and a large amount of blood flowed out of its body, and then died. That Bai Dujing didn't pay much attention to the dead opponent. It just immersed itself in eating. This white wolf may not have eaten for a long time, and the Balu gang watched it gorgingly. After a while, it stopped. Satisfied with the painful corner, then he grabbed a large piece of meat, glanced at the bush, and left without intrusion. Ba Lu walked out of the hiding place until the white wolf left and no more monsters came. As a killer, she has patience. Facing Ryuo's several corpses, Ba Lubu groaned, waved short, and entered the corpses. Sure enough, as she thought, there was a Blu-ray crystal in the corpses of those monsters. It's just that these physiques don't seem to be in proportion to their bodies. The body of that monster is the largest, but the physique taken from its body is not very big. On the contrary, that monster has the largest fame in its body. The block body is almost transparent, and the color is more pure. Ba Lu collected all the crystals. These scents are beautiful, like gems, which make people love them at first glance. Ba Lu thinks it is also good to play. After the horse folding, she still didn't see Yanren coming to teach her. Ba Luluo knew that something must be wrong. She can't wait any longer. She must find a way out. Although it is a good choice to stay here and wait for teacher's assistance from Ranhe, Ba Lu believes they will find this place, but it is too dangerous. Not to mention the white wolf who only knows magic, and even the strange Lu who is rumored, she didn't want to mess with it easily. When Kebaludi was taking these physiques, he checked the bodies of the dead monsters. The wound of that monster that was killed by the monster was very special. Baretti guessed that the lizard-shaped monster would spit out a strong acid. When these strong acids entered the body through the imitation mouth, it would quickly erode the flesh and blood into a fluid, and the broken monster would not even need to chew. Directly, these things into your body. The Balu gang couldn't imagine what she would be like if she was bitten by such a monster while fighting. She looked at the strange corpses that had been sucked. Their stars, without exception, showed a dry look, which looked very disgusting. Now that the corpses of these monsters have attracted so many monsters, who knows if other monsters will come again? Baludi looked up at the hole where she fell. There was still no movement there. It seemed that during this period of time, she had not found this place. Can't hesitate any longer, Baludi looked around, trying to find a suitable passage. There was no direction in front of him that was not dangerous, and Barati hesitated and walked in one direction. The white wolf just left from this direction. The wind was howling, and the heavy snow of goose feathers kept floating. However, hiding behind the stone, feeling her body temperature is slowly dropping, she felt herself getting colder and colder. After looking at the white world in front of me, I had no idea in my heart. This is the first time she has experienced such a world of ice and snow. Before this, she had rarely seen even snow. Not only could she not adapt to the temperature here on this ice-covered planet, but the environment also made her feel confused. Baludi was gone, and she couldn't find a way back to the spaceship. Although I have no experience of walking in the world of ice and snow, I know that it is very dangerous to mess around in a strange environment without a goal. Although I have read related books, some explorers find their way forward in open places without goals, often in the rotor. Moreover, extreme congestion will severely consume people's physical strength. Yan Ran felt that her eyes had become blurred, and she felt drowsy. She knew it was not a good sign. She knew that once she fell asleep, she would never come back. Ran tremblingly stretched out his hand and patted his leg vigorously. There is no pain at all. After gritting her teeth, the steel claw appeared in her hand, and then she looked at the sharp claw tip was about to plunge into her leg. There was a dark shadow flying by, but looking up hurriedly, the dark shadow had stopped not far in front of her. It is a huge bird. The bird walked over slowly. She became nervous, and as the bird got closer, she saw that the creature in front of her was not a bird. It was a monster with a pair of fleshy wings growing up like a child. At this time, there was a fierce light in its eyes. As its mouth slowly opened, its sharp teeth gradually revealed. It came to a place not far away and squatted down, staring at her motionlessly. However, smiling bitterly, he didn't expect that when his whole body was about to freeze, there would actually be another one to join Ragu. The misfortune does not come singly. This fierce Lu is not a kind of alcohol. Although it didn't attack Xiang Ran at this time, it was because it had never seen a life like Ran. So this fierce Lu is also secretly looking at her. It's just that it's not easy to eat freshly in this ice and snow world. This Lu hasn't eaten anything for several days. Hunger makes it involuntarily speed up the desire to attack. When she first saw this beast, the mental power in her body was already running at full speed. At this time, the cold feeling had been thrown behind her, and she began to concentrate on preparing to deal with the immediate danger. However, when she was on the unknown planet, she had been hunting for a living, and she was very experienced in dealing with beasts. In such a situation, you must first be calm. Once you panic, it will be of no use except to give the beasts more opportunities to attack. However, looking at the fierceness in front of her, time is very precious to her. She needs a certain amount of time to make her frozen and numb hand flexible. It's just that the beast has been hungry for several days. It is really hungry. The beast began to attack Ran. After walking around Ruo Yanran 2 times, it suddenly rushed towards Warren. However, seeing the direction it pounced on, his figure flashed and rolled, hiding in front of the Lu's section. It's just that she underestimated the impact of the severe cold on her body. Her movements were not as flexible as before. The claws of the beast swept across her shoulders and cut her clothes. Although she didn't hurt her body, Yan Ran still felt that the situation was serious. She did not expect that the severe cold weather would have such a great impact on her, not only making her hands and feet numb, but also affecting her thinking. Originally, when facing the movement of Lu's pounce, she should have followed its front paws, but the severe cold made her misjudgment, causing the ground's clothes to be scratched by its paws. With a fierce pounce, it didn't hit its target, and it began to turn around again. Slowly approaching again, Bingren slowly invaded and retreated, dealing with it among the rocks. With its wings flapped a few times, this Tinglu flew up, condescending, reaching out its sharp claws to grab it. In this way, no matter how she used those stones as a cover, she would not be able to survive the attack of this beast. Moreover, in this way, facing the beast flying in midair, she had to raise her head to deal with it. Such a fighting posture was extremely detrimental to her. In addition, the snowflakes falling from the sky also interfered with her vision, and some snowflakes even covered her eyes. Soon, he became passive under the attack of this beast. Moreover, in the fight with the beast, she had to leave her shelter from the wind and was exposed to the wind and snow, so that there was no shelter. her body temperature dropped faster. Even though her body was constantly moving under the attack of the beast, her hands and feet became more and more numb, and her movements gradually slowed down. Do you want to become the food of this beast? Taking advantage of a gap where Ruo escaped the attack of the Ting beast, Yan Ran breathed out, and she couldn't help thinking like this in her mind. The unbridled Meng Lu saw that his prey was almost unable to support it, and it accelerated the pace of the attack. It keeps attacking Yanran in the air, and this monster is very cunning. It knows how to attack from the upper wind and push Ma Ran to the lower wind. In this way, the snow mixed in the cold wind will affect her even more. Big. The weather and location are extremely unfavorable to Ran. Under such circumstances, Yan Ran will lose out sooner or later. Ran's steel claws slid under the beast, and it was only a short distance away from the abdomen of the beast, but it was so short that Yan Ran's attack was not only ineffective, but also suffered. It's the opponent's counterattack. Yan Ran's body fell to the ground. Just now, she jumped up and attacked the beast's head. This action almost consumed most of her energy. When she fell to the ground, she didn't even have the strength to stand and had to be half on the ground. Not only did that Lu have not been affected by the wind and snow, but he also had sufficient physical strength. Seeing that its prey didn't turn around in time, its wide wings suddenly hit Yan Ran's back. This apparent blow almost overwhelmed the physical strength that had finally accumulated. With the waving of the beast's wings, Yan Ran's body flew out. Under the violent storm and snow, I had never experienced this kind of weather before, but I was helpless. As she felt more and more cold, she was not alone, but an unknown beast found her again and wanted to use her as his own food. The body was already numb by the extreme cold, and the brain had become awkward. When he encountered such a fierce opponent, he would soon be at the point of attacking more than defending. With the consumption of a lot of physical strength, it is becoming less and less of this fierce opponent. After a failed attack, Ma Ran's exposed flaw was caught by her opponent, and the beast's wing made a powerful blow, opening Bing Ran's fierce blow. Yanran was in the snow, her hands and feet weakly opened, looking up at the falling snow in the sky. She even seemed so difficult to breathe. The roar of the beast in the ear was so far away, she had already seen it fly over her body, and even the sharp claws that it protruded could clearly see that beast was looking down in the snow. The prey, flapping its wings, pounced from midair. Xing Ran was very unwilling, but she didn't even have the strength to struggle, and Yan Ran closed her eyes. A scorching flame swept across her face and even scorched a few strands of her hair that was blown by the wind. Yan Ran suddenly opened her eyes, and Lai Huaming 120 had already been entangled with that one. Tears flowed silently from her face. The flamingo screamed angrily. Relying on her body to be violently lighter than that, she always flew a little higher than the opponent. She was condescending. Her sharp beak and claws kept attacking the back of the beast, taking a break. She will also spray flames at the opponent. Then he sat up slowly and watched Lai Huo Wu and the Meng Zheng fighting in the air. The blazing bird had the absolute upper hand, and this psychic viewer discovered the weakness of her opponent in time. Although it can fly, it can't fly very high, and its size is huge, so its movements are a bit clumsy. Soon, the beast showed its defeat under the blow of the flamingo. It wants to go in, but the angry flamingo will not let it do so. Just now she discovered that the ugly guy in front of her knocked the master to the ground. How could she easily let go of the guy who imitated the master? The hair of the clan fell from the air, and then there were drops of blood. Under the fierce attack of the flamingo, CGB, the fierce one was copied. No longer engraving with the opponent in front of him, the beast was caught by the flamingo Japanese letter, fell to the ground, and wanted to enter. A long flame from the flamingo made its attempt to be a vain. Although the beast had already dodged, its tail still hadn't had time to open. It was just a little bit of flame on it, but Hu Defeng not only did not have the weak flame of Umai, but also played a role in helping. In just a few seconds, the flames turned into flames, and the Kulu was caged inside. The Ting beast that was burned by the flame let out a stern roar. It was rolling on the snow, struggling in the flame, wailing, and finally slowly turned into a pile of ashes. When the beast was burned, the fiery horse had fallen to the ground, and she was there. Well, standing not far away, watching quietly with your head until the other end is no longer struggling Alice. Yan Ran called the flamingo. The bird that was waiting has become so powerful, the growth of the flamingo makes me feel happy. Quack. In response to Ran's call, the firebird flew to Ma Ran's side, stretched out her wide wings and held Ran in her arms, warming her frozen body. As a magical creature of the fire animal, although the severe cold makes the flamingo uncomfortable, she can still bear it with the thick feathers and the fire animal inside. In the arms of the flamingo when he closed his eyes happily. She stretched out her hand and slowly stroked the feathers of the flamingo's heart. The flamingo whispered in contentment. She turned her back to the violent wind to block the severe cold. From time to time, the falling snow fell on the body and head, and the flamingo looked up at the sky. Jiang Cheng knew when Anoran and Ba Ludi left the spaceship. And when Jiang Cheng felt that they were long enough when they went out, but before they came back, Jiang Cheng felt abnormal. He just opened the door of the spacecraft, and the cold wind suddenly filled the entire space of the spacecraft with big books. Seeing the whiteness in front of him, Jiang Cheng knew that Ran and Lu would not be able to return because of this black snow. Jiang Cheng was a little worried. He knew that Ran and Ludi had never experienced such strictness. It is true that the two of them are extremely physiques, but in such extreme weather, I am afraid they will not be able to stand it. Lei has covered the footprints they left, and it has become impossible to go out to find Duan Ran and Ba Luluo. Under such circumstances, Jiang Cheng had to let the flamingo out while he was driving the spacecraft, centering on this place, searching in a circle at low altitude. In fact, Jiang Cheng's spacecraft passed through the place where it was hidden. It's just that the snow is too big to see the spacecraft, but under a large rock, Jiang Cheng is in the spacecraft. I couldn't find her comprehensive picture. The thermal imaging inside the spacecraft seemed to have found several sources of heat. When Jiang Cheng approached with hope, he realized that it was nothing but wild on this planet. In this case, the blaze crow is more useful, because there is a limit to how low the spacecraft can fly, and the blaze crow is different. She can fly at any height. In addition, her vision was the founding country, and her eyesight was extremely sharp, so it was the firebird who discovered it first. Finally, Jiang Cheng saw the image of the flamingo projected on the thermal imager. Because of the strong fluctuations of fire magic within the fire crow from the thermal imaging camera, she is clearly different from other creatures. The flames fell on the ground instead of flying in the air, that is to say, she has found Ran and Balu. Jiang Cheng felt joyful and relaxed a lot. He drove the spaceship to approach them slowly, and sure enough, in midair he saw a flamingo with fiery red feathers in the middle of a blank white. The spaceship landed on the ground. Jiang Cheng jumped off the spaceship and ran to them quickly. However, when he saw the situation in front of him clearly, his mood went cold. He clearly saw that there was only one person caged under the wings of the blazing bird. Ba was green. Why didn't she stay together? Didn't the two of them come out together? Of course, when she couldn't bear the gust of wind, she encountered a ferocious Yilu. Although she had tried her best to resist, she was defeated by the severe cold. Just when the Yilu leaped towards her, the fire crow that arrived in time drove it away. In order to protect her master, the flamingo and the Tingzeng fought together. Using her own gift, she defeated the Yelu and burned it to death with the spitting flame. Jiang Cheng started looking for them when he found that Yanren and Ba Ludi were missing. It's just that the violent wind and heavy snow made his stunned no effect. After a lot of setbacks, he finally found Ma Ran, who was enveloped by the flamingo, but Ba Ludi was not with her. This made Jiang Cheng feel uneasy. Compared to Ma Ran, Ba Ludi made him feel more worried, but now is not the right time for questioning. Jiang Cheng saw that even in the arms of the burning horse, Ran's danger looked pale, and then he looked at the Kazuo who was not far away from them, and Zhao Ruoking tilted the smoke burst. Jiang Cheng knew that it was not for fetching. The faint burnt smell from the ashes of Naue indicated that it was left by an animal. Although the flamingo was constantly shaking, trying to shake the snow off her body, a thick layer of snow fell on her body. Jiang Cheng came to Yan Ran's side. "How is it? Are you hurt?" He looked at Yan Ran's face as he said. He had never seen such a white color on Ran's face, which still worried him. However, she replied weakly. Cold, she suddenly raised her voice. Teacher, the green color is gone, I don't know when, and then she is gone. With the voice, her tears flowed down again. Jiang Cheng sighed and stretched out his hand to help Ran up. Let's wait until I get back into the spacecraft. The warm inside of the spacecraft is almost 2 worlds compared with the ice and snow outside. However, Bai Jing's body was not so weak. After drinking another cup of hot tea in a warm place, she quickly recovered. Teacher, Ba Lulu is gone. She brought up the topic again. Let's go find her. Her voice became choked again. In this weather, she is sure that she did not say the following. Okay, don't worry, tell me what's going on. Jiang Cheng saw that Ran has basically recovered and hurriedly comforted her. I went out to relax with her, and then we started to have fun, and then she ran in front and I chased her behind. She hid, and when I looked for her again, she was gone. As Yan Ran said, her eye circles turned red again. Teacher, she has disappeared for a long time. After such a long time, something must have gone wrong. It's all right. Jiang Cheng could only comfort her in this way. Think about it, Ba Luluo is not a person to provoke. Even if someone or creature attacks her, it is impossible for her to be silent at all. Submissive. Then would she get lost in blizzard and then meet any danger? Although Jiang Cheng's words are very reasonable, he is still very worried about the safety of Baludi. Baludi and her are not only students of the same teacher, but they are also good friends who can talk about everything. Although the two of them have different styles, they share the same fun, and their life experiences are almost the same. He is also an orphan. No one loves someone who is unloved, and has spent a period of time that is difficult to talk to. Baludi had been in the dark world for a while, and he also had an extremely difficult and dangerous life on the unknown planet. Now they are finally done. The two of them can follow the teacher from the earth, learn from him, and travel with him. Although their teachers don't laugh, they still care about them. Through a series of previous events, Bingren and Baludi discovered that their teacher, Jun Ran, was indifferent to them, and rarely took the initiative to speak to them except for academic matters. But once someone provokes them, then their teacher will definitely make those guys regret it. The few masters on the planet Delmer, the Darken brothers on the planet Ulda, bullied them on their heads because they didn't have eyes. As a result, they annoyed their teacher and met his cold revenge. To have such a teacher who pays attention to their safety, not to mention his strength is still very strong, it is simply their luck. But they didn't expect that, they just thought of this ice-covered planet, namely, Balu suddenly disappeared. However, he was deeply proud and knew that he would not fight her. Jiang Cheng's words interrupted her meditation. What are you talking about? Balu will get lost. Haha, this is almost impossible. Hearing Ran asking him, Jiang Cheng laughed. Ba Luluo is a killer, and according to what she said, she is still a very powerful killer. If such a killer gets lost casually, wouldn't it make people laugh to death? Jiang Cheng said to Ran, being able to have a certain understanding of the environment you are in and be able to use it is the knowledge that a killer must have. Otherwise, she would not be a qualified assassin, let alone become a gold medal assassin, as Ba Lu said. Jiang Cheng asked, is she boasting herself like that? Ah, teacher, why do you say that to her? She didn't blow, she was a very powerful killer, okay? After listening to Jiang Cheng's analysis, Bingren relaxed. Hearing her teacher say this to Ba Ludi, she couldn't help protesting for her. Then what should we do now? Just sit in the spaceship and wait for her to come back by herself? Yan Ran asked. Now, I can only wait like this. When this blizzard passes, according to my experience, such a blizzard will come quickly and stop quickly. No matter how good you are, Yan, I'll be on duty. Once the blizzard stops, we will set off immediately. Jiang Cheng watched Yanran lie down. After he turned around, the smile on his face disappeared, and his brows wrinkled. Don't you are comforting Yanran, but the blizzard in front of you, and the creature that was burned to ashes by the flamingo, looked detached one by one. There is a reason for the weather, but that creature must be right. She caused a certain degree of graphic disturbance. I don't know if Barati can really be as safe as he said under such circumstances. Jiang Cheng sighed back, sitting by the window of the machine and waiting for blizzard to stop. In such bad weather, all he can do is wait, and Jiang Cheng and Blazing Bird taught Murin back, but Ba Ludi disappeared. Although Jiang Cheng comforted Yanran and said that this kind of weather would not have any effect on Baludi. Even if there are beasts of this kind, it is impossible to imitate Baludi. She is a killer, and a very powerful killer. But when he was alone, he was still deeply worried. Those words just now were just to comfort Yanran, but Ba Luluo might also be in danger. "Bharat, where are you?" Just when Jiang Chengharan was worried about Ba Lvdi, Ba Lv still looked for a way out in the cave. Although in a completely unfamiliar environment, Ba Lu was not in a hurry. If anxious is not good for things, this is something she knew when she was a killer. She doesn't know where there is a way out, but she can't stay where she is. So she unknowingly followed the trail left by the white wolf. All roads lead to Rome. She heard her teacher say this. She was very curious to ask her teacher what it meant. Jiang Cheng told her that the road to success is not just the one you see. As long as you have the heart, then you will find that there are many ways to achieve your goals. After listening to the teacher at the time, if Ba Ludi had realized something, she could not help but remember what Jiang Cheng had said when she was in this strange place. As she walked inward, the temperature didn't seem so cold. By her side, all kinds of plants also increased. In addition to the low bushes, some trees also appeared. Among these plants, there are a lot of small animals constantly appearing here, so some box meat animals are also attracted here. But these carnivores are not very big, although there are a few unaware creatures who prey on Baludi, but they all become dead under the green sword. Ba Ludi looked for the traces left by the white wolf all the way. As a killer, she has a great knowledge of how to chase. Although the temperature and footprints left by the white wolf are always unpredictable, this is an escape, don't fall her. Now we are in the depths of the cave. Suddenly, the little animals playing in the woods in front of them began to panic. It was almost just a test, and the originally very hot woods suddenly became a dead silence. Ba Lu hurriedly found a place to hide and quickly condensed her breath. Although she didn't know what kind of creature was about to appear and whether it was very fierce, she knew that it would never be a bad thing for her to be careful before she knew what kind of creature would appear. As far as Baludi could see, a black spot slowly rose from a distance and then quickly became larger. When the creature came to the woods where Ba Luluo was in, Ba Lu could not help taking a breath. That is a flying dragon. And this is a flying dragon with a different perception from Ba Lu. It has a huge body, huge wings, and most importantly, this flying dragon has 2 heads. Based on the knowledge she obtained from the books, Ba Lurong knew that certain creatures were powerful enough, and if some mutations were produced, then such creatures could only be described as terror. This is the case with the double-headed flying dragon. However, the flying dragon did not rest in the woods much. After patrolling the sky above, it spread its wings and flew in another direction. Ba Ludi moved in his heart. That was the direction where the white wolf was. After hesitating for a while, she still decided to go and take a look. There was nothing wrong with her Zheshi anyway. Fei Long's body is huge, and Baludi only needs to stare at it far away, and Jing will not lose his target because of the distance. The white wolf that appeared just now left a deep impression on Ba Lu. The white wolf didn't have a single hair on its whole body, and with its tall body, it looked both poignant and dazzling, especially the 2 blue eyes, as if it had all the power of a caveman. This should be the reason why Ba Luluo will not forget this white wolf. It seems that in this area, this flying dragon is very fierce. As long as almost all the animals see its figure, they will all slip away. Without the harassment of these animals, Ba Luluo saves a lot on this journey. When Ba Luluo watched from a distance, if the flying dragon plunged in midair, she also speeded up the pace. In an open space for reading, a white wolf was facing the flying dragon while looking at the Ba Lu gang from a distance. She was not worried about the white wolf. Although we can't make the same conclusion in nature, individual creatures always occupy most of the advantages. And the white wolf in front of him, although it was already much larger than the average wolf creature, it was still far behind the flying dragon. However, the white wolf was not afraid to face a powerful opponent. It made a deep sound and lowered its head, bent back, and was ready to fight. The flying dragon is a violent creature. Facing the white wolf, it has no more temptations. After fanning its wings a few times, the flying dragon flew up, and its neck stretched out in midair, and a ball of flame hit the white wolf. Bai Lang jumped away quickly. Facing a powerful enemy flying in the air, the position of the white wolf is very bad. Ba Luluo didn't know why in this situation. The white wolf didn't choose to avoid, but to face this powerful flying dragon. Not to mention that this is a magic flying dragon. That is, the flying dragon does not use its method and simply fights against the white wolf. The white wolf may not be its opponent, but the white wolf just doesn't retreat. Although facing an enemy flying in midair, it has no good way to deal with it, but it is still constantly dealing with the flying dragon on the ground. Relying on the quick movements, the fireball shot by the flying dragon can always drive it away, which makes Green feel a little relieved. Although she didn't know which of the two creatures, the flying dragon or the white wolf, was worse as a girl, the earth always liked the bright things. The white wolf in front of me is such a beautiful creature. So Barati stood on its side unconsciously, cheering for it secretly in her heart. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Fei Long became violent, and one after another fireballs kept spraying towards Baidu. With the flying dragon's attacking rhythm speeding up, the white wolf's hiding did not seem so easy. Baludi, who was in a cave, found a beautiful white wolf. This white wolf seemed to have magical powers to her. She followed it unconsciously and gradually walked into the depths of the cave. A fierce dragon fought with the white wolf for whatever reason. Ba Lu watched Ruo the battle between the two creatures from a distance. As a girl, she silently cheered on the attractive white wolf, hoping that it could defeat her opponent. The continuous attacks of the flying dragon made the white wolf's dodge more difficult. Its white fur was already lively stained with dust and black smoke, but it seems that there is no good way to face the flying dragon if it is flying in the air. The snail avoided its attack. The flame attack well of the flying dragon is not endless. The continuous jetting of fire also makes it feel difficult, so it changed the way it attacked. It started relying on Ruo's superiority and frequently pounced from midair, attacking the white wolf with its sharp claws. The white wolf began to fight back. Although it is still in a passive position, it still has a chance to counterattack when faced with an attack like flying dragon. It uses the terrain with many big rocks in the open space. Every time the flying dragon attacks it from the air, it uses those rocks to quickly run up a few steps, rush up to the big rocks, and then use the height of the rocks to rush towards the flying dragon. The sharp fangs of the white wolf also made the flying dragon feel terrified. Although it had a hard outer skin, it still had to avoid the white wolf's counterattack. You come and I go and attack each other, and you can't tell the outcome for a while. Just when Ba Luluo breathed a sigh of relief for the white wolf and relaxed, the form on the court suddenly changed. After such a long attack, the flying dragon still did not repel the opponent, and it became more and more anxious. It now fell to the ground dry, stretched out its long and thin team to bite the white wolf, use its wide wings to flap the white wolf, and use its sharp claws to catch the wolf. Even its seemingly useless tail whipped the white wolf like a whip. At this time, the flying dragon looks like it is ill. It has already fallen into a runaway state under the all-round crazy blow of the flying dragon. The white wolf quickly couldn't stand it. After its hind legs were drawn by the flying dragon's tail, its movements became even more inflexible, and victory is the basis for it to fight the flying dragon. Quickly, Ba Lu couldn't help but get up in her heart. Before she knew it, the ground had stood up from where she was hiding. The white wolf was obviously no longer an opponent of flying dragon. After it hit the flying dragon's tail, its movements became more and more inflexible. As a result, flying dragon attacked it like a storm, even more unable to cope with it. During the fight, the white wolf waved on the ground and barely released the claws of the flying dragon. When it just wanted to turn back to bite, the flying dragon moved its slender son. The hard head was like a hammer, strong on its face. The white wolf wailed and his body flew out. Ba Lu rushed over immediately. She couldn't stand it anymore, although she moved very quickly before she arrived. The claws of the flying dragon still caught the white wolf who had fallen to the ground. This was a fatal attack. The white wolf's part was ripped apart by it, and the blood mixed with Ni Zhuang and disappeared. Just when Fei Long was about to launch a further attack and put the white wolf bottom to death, Fan Ludai arrived. The flying long tail happened to be right in front of her. Baretis didn't even think about it. With a sound of Fei Long, the tail was short and sharply wounded by Baludi's hand. This sudden attack caught the flying dragon unprepared. It had no time to turn its body, turned its head, opened its blood basin, and uttered its mouth to report to the enemy who attacked it. Ba-LV rolled over with a sideways, the flying dragon flapped its wings and flew up, and the blood that flowed from the broken part of it was dripping continuously. The severe pain caused Fei Long to fight without heart. After hurriedly spraying a few fireballs at Ba Luluo, he saw that it had no effect, so it whined and flew away. Behind it, blood lived all the way. Baludi watched the flying dragon disappear behind a forest, then put away the dagger and headed down beside the white wolf. This originally very beautiful creature now has no original appearance. It is covered with blood, and the last attack of the flying dragon on it has caused a fatal imitation on it. Seeing the imitation of the white wolf, Ba Lu knew that this bright creature had not lived long. After stroking the white wolf's body a few times, she took off her jacket and bandaged the wound on the white wolf's abdomen, although she knew that this was useless and could not save her life. The white wolf's blue eyes were already half closed, and its breathing seemed heavy. Seeing what Baludi had done for it, it stuck out its tongue and licked her hand. Bareti stood up and looked around. She has already discovered the reason why this white wolf is not retreating. Just now, when she was dressing the white wolf's wound, she knew that this was a female wolf that was still breastfeeding. In this week, the country must have its children, so it will fight to the end with its powerful enemies without letting it go. Not far from this battlefield, in a cave under a pile of rocks, Bareti found 2 wolf cubs who had just opened their eyes. Only the whole body is black and the other is white. They didn't know what was going on outside. When Bareti reached out and took them out, they bit her hand with their pointed teeth. "Hey, I'll take you to see Mom," Ba Ludi whispered. She put the 2 sniffing little wolves beside the white wolf who had been lingering for a breath. Hearing the cry of its child, White Wolf reluctantly opened his eyes. After sticking his tongue out and pitying on its 2 children, Bai Lang gratefully glanced at Ba Lufan, who was standing next to it, let out an almost inaudible cry, and died. Its 2 children still don't know what happened to their mothers. They only know they are searching everywhere on the belly of the white wolf. Baludi sat cross-legged beside the dead white wolf, reluctant to leave for a long time. The 2 little wolves Yuazi kept climbing up and down on her lap, and the white wolf that Fuoba LVDI liked was dead. It was a 2-headed flying dragon who killed her. Luluo helped White Wolf, but she was still a step late. The white wolf left behind 2 children. It seemed that she was going to take these 2 wolf babies. Baludi stood up from the white wolf and looked at its corpse. She wondered if she could find a place to bury its corpse. Suddenly, her touching told her that behind her, a dangerous creature approached her. This creature actually escaped her keen touch, and being able to get so close to her shows that this creature is not simple, which made Ba LV a cold sweat. Baludi's mind is running sharply, looking for countermeasures. If it's just her, she can easily open up, but in this way, although she can open up, the 2 wolf babies in front of her May was hurt by that creature. In this situation, there is only one fight. Barati gritted her teeth, and the short sword in her hand shot to the back like lightning. At the same time, she quickly took the 2 wolf babies on the ground in her arms, rolled forward 2 in succession, and then rushed to the side. Her movements are skillful and agile, and she hopes that this can ward off the attack of the unknown creature that suddenly appeared behind her. When she stood up and looked back, she took a breath. The huge head is only tens of centimeters away from her, and 2 deep eyes are staring at her. In its open mouth, the long and sharp fangs flash like cold light, and she can reach the smell of creatures squirting from their mouths. Bareti was stunned. She didn't expect that everything she had just done would be of no use to this creature. The creature let out a contemplative growl, and the huge head approached her further, and its eyes fell on the baby wolf in Ba Luluo's arms. Only then did Ba Lu see clearly that what appeared in front of her was a huge wolf. Ba Luluo is tall and tall, with a height of 7 meters. The wolf in front of her is at least 1 meter 5 or 6 meters tall. This was the first time I saw such a giant wolf. Ba Ludi. She was obviously shocked. She saw that the giant wolf's eyes fell on the baby wolf she was holding, and when she subconsciously wanted to turn around to avoid the giant wolf's gaze, suddenly there was a flash of light in her head, and she knew what the giant wolf was. Who's up? The fur of this giant was black and shiny. She saw the same furry wolf baby in her arms. She knew that this giant wolf was the father of these 2 wolf babies. Ba Lu put down the baby wolf in her arms, but the two wolf babies did not make affection with their father. Instead, they roared and whispered around Ryoba Elvidai's feet, as if to say, "Well, you put us. What are you doing here?" The giant wolf looked at the two wolf babies on the ground, and then at Ba Lukian. Its two gleaming eyes seemed to see through her mind. Barludi squatted down slowly. After holding the two baby wolf babies in her arms, she pointed her finger at the body of the white wolf not far away. As if he understood what Ba Luluo meant, the black giant wolf turned his head and looked at the direction of Ryoba Ludi's fingers. Then it slowly walked over and slowly lay down beside the white wolf. It gently touched the body of the white wolf with its huge head, stretched out its wide tongue, and held it in the throat. He made a low whine, as if he wanted to keep the white wolf in this way. The white wolf did not move. The colored giant wolf placed its huge head on the white wolf's body, and it didn't move for a long time. Ba Luluo clearly saw that in the eyes of the giant wolf. There was a clear and sad expression. Ba Ludi didn't dare to move. She was afraid that her actions would be grateful to the huge black wolf. The two wolf babies humped constantly in her arms. After a long time, the giant wolf stood up. It looked at the clothes on the white wolf that lived in the country, and then smelled it on Baludi again, and the alert look in his eyes disappeared. Japanese letter, the giant wolf of the county screamed, and its voice echoed in this cave. The giant wolf moved away, looking at Ba Lu did not move, and looked back at Ryuoshi. Barati didn't understand its meaning at first. She still held the two wolf babies and stood there without moving. The giant wolf walked to her side and bit her clothes lightly to show her to follow it. Baludi understood the meaning of the giant wolf, but she couldn't leave like this. She said to the giant wolf, "Wait a minute." He didn't know if the wolf could understand what she meant, but she saw the wolf let go of her clothes and stood still. Baludi put the two babies in her arms on the ground and walked towards the short that she had just shot. The two wolf babies with their small tails staggered behind her, and they didn't want to leave her for a moment. Baludi drew the dagger nailed into the stone wall. She looked around and finally found a suitable place. Baludi was digging the ground, and the giant wolf stood beside her silently and watched if she did it. Occasionally, when the naughty baby wolf fell into the pit, it would push them out of it, dipped it out. Barati finally dug a deep hole. She gently put the corpse of the white wolf in, and then she pointed her head to look at the giant wolf. The giant wolf turned its head, and it lay down silently. When Barati began to fill the mud man in the pit, the two wolf babies seemed to understand something. They murmured, as if they knew they would never see their mother again. Although Baludi dug the pit deep enough, she was still afraid of the corpse of the white wolf, who might be ruined by a wild Lu. So she got ahead, start looking at the huge stones next to her. What method can be used to move those stones here? Ba Luluo knew her strength well, and she knew that she couldn't move these rocks anyway. As if knowing her mind, the giant wolf was restrained, using its huge body to push the stones one by one to the pit where Baidu was buried. Baludi nodded in satisfaction, and it would take a lot of other creatures to deal with these boulders with the power of a giant wolf, let alone think about it. Everything was fine. Ba Lut picked up the two wolf babies, followed the giant wolf, and left here. Although she didn't know where the giant wolf was going to take her, she believed that the giant wolf was not hostile to her. Looking back again and looking at the place where the white wolf was buried, Barati kept her figure firmly in her heart. Of course, Yan Ran Jiang Cheng screamed softly, and he stretched out his hand and shook her slightly. When Jiang Cheng checked the weather outside, Yanran fell asleep unconsciously. He opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Cheng blankly, not waking up for a while. Of course, the snow outside is already small, so let's go to find Baludi. In fact, Shisu couldn't bear Yanran going out. Such weather was almost torture for her. But the search job requires manpower, and one more person gives more hope, so Jiang Cheng could only call Yanran hard. Well, Yanran understood quickly. She stood up. "Teacher, wait for me. I'll wash my face and wake up." When Yanran came out, the blazing birds had already circled at low altitude and started searching. Yanran gave a shit, and she was still very unaccustomed to suddenly coming into such a severe cold from the warm cabin. Jiang Cheng hesitated and said to her, "Or, you should still be inside the spaceship. Anyway, the spaceship needs someone to guard." "I'm fine, I'm still looking for Barati, and leave it to Alice to guard the ship." Yan Ran tightened her clothes and said to Jiang Cheng, I just thought, since Balu 720 is going to hide and attack you while playing with you, then it is impossible for her to leave you very far, Jiang Cheng and Bingren analyzed. And if she wants to get up so that you can't find her, then something will block your line of sight. He pointed to the stones not far away. For example, these stones. Except for these stones, there is nothing else around here that will block your sight and make you invisible. Ran nodded, she said. Gicheng Jiang Cheng said. When I found that Balu was gone, I thought the same way, but I just started looking for the wind and snow in this rocky rock and it came. Since Baludi hadn't ran far, it was impossible for her to fly, and it was impossible for her to be here. Watching the blizzard fall and the lively family freeze, there was only one possibility. Jiang Cheng sees Ruo Yanren. Ran's eyes lit up. You mean she fell to the ground? She thought about it and said with certainty, it should be so. She must have fallen into a cave, and the cave is big enough that she can't climb out. Jiang Cheng nodded. Since both of us think so, then it is almost certain that Ba Ludi did fall into the underground cave. Moreover, Jiang Cheng stretched out his hand and pointed. In such an environment, it is especially easy to have such caves, so let's get started now. Ran proposed. Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded, and the two began to search among the rocks. The area of this pile of rocks is not very large, and within a short while, they saw the hole where Ba LV fell. It should be here. Jiang Cheng shut down. He looked at the situation inside the cave. This cave does not look small, and at this height, it is indeed impossible for Baludi to fall out. I'll go down first. Are you sure you want to follow? The spacecraft also needs someone to guard it. Jiang Cheng asked Ran again. Of course there is no harassment. I want to go down. I won't feel at ease in the spacecraft. Let me go down. Yanren called the flamingo. Alice, Alice. Flamingo hovering at low altitude landed on her paw. Alice, you guard the spaceship. Don't mess with the turtles, you know. Then he told the psychic bird. The flamingo replied with a quack. Ma Ran picked up her son. Good boy. Then followed Jiang Cheng into the cave. Shisu was waiting for her not far away. When Yan Ran came in front of her, she saw the corpses of the monsters on the ground. That's right, some of these corpses were killed by Baludi with a short sword. Jiang Cheng has already checked these corpses. There are also some wounds caused by other creatures. But I can see it too. It seems that Ba Lu just fell into this cave and was attacked by Wai Lu. She asked Jiang Cheng, it's just that I don't understand why she made the scene so bloody. Of the few Wai Lu's corpses in front of me, almost none of them were intact, and each one was broken by Baretti. And Yan Ran will never wrong her. Just look at the wounds on the corpses of Wai Lu. Only the sharp dagger in her hand can cause such neat wounds. Is it to vent your anger? Yan Ran asked, looking at Jiang Cheng. Isn't it? Jiang Cheng continued to look at the body of the monster. According to my judgment, I think she is looking for something in the body of a monster. Bingren is a girl, and she is really not interested in studying the fragmented corpses in front of her. She stood aside and did not look at the corpses carefully. However, the internal organs of these monsters are all there. Jiang Cheng stood up. It's strange. What is she doing? Let's go. Yan Ran is anxious to leave this pile of corpses. It's one thing to kill these monsters, but it's another thing to turn around and look at these flesh and blood corpses. Okay, let's go. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng glanced at those strange Lu who were corpses again. Strangely, what is Ba Luluquen looking for? They followed the trail left by Baludi. Along the way, Yan Ran was very curious about the increasing green plants and various animals. She did not expect that there would be such a space in the extremely cold climate outside. Don't just look at those flowers. Jiang Cheng sees if you are lingering in the green grass and the blooming small wild flowers, and can't help but remind her. There are more small animals here. They will attract with his carnivores. I will be careful now, teacher. Don't you think these flowers and plants will make people feel quick? Ma Ran said to herself. That's right, after I find Ba Lufeng, I will dig a few wild flowers to bring back to the spaceship. It's too single. Our journey is very long. With the decoration of these plants, we will feel better. Bingren said to Ruo Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng did not speak. One is that he doesn't understand the careful thoughts of girls, and the other reason is that he has no interest in these leisurely things. Although he admitted that putting a few pots of green plants inside the spacecraft is indeed beneficial, he still believes that these things are dispensable. If you have time to take care of flowers and other creatures, you might as well use it to read books. However, a malu like the raging firewood is still worth the time. Seeing Ran lingering among the flowers and plants, Jiang Cheng couldn't bear to urge her to leave. Having been in the spacecraft for so many days, such a monotonous life made it difficult for them both. Especially, it is a member of the Aroribus Bill Fergus clan. People of their clan are extremely interested in all kinds of exquisite things and like to play with these things. When I was on the planet Delmer, didn't there be a lot of potted plants in the home of the master foundry who made steel claws for Yanran? Teacher, wait for a while, I will be well soon. But said to Jiang Cheng at this time, she was in a pretty good mood. Ba Luluo made it clear that there was nothing. She did not like what she had imagined to happen under the torment of the blizzard. Although she hasn't seen her whereabouts yet, Bingren believes that no monster here will be her opponent. What's more, even if there are those monsters that Ba Ludi can't fight, she can choose to run. And once she ran, she believed that it was almost impossible to chase her. She is a gold medal killer, and she is a must of skill for uncovering her whereabouts. But even thought that if there are any monsters chasing her, it would be nice if they won't fall into the picture set by Ba Luluo. This is what Ba Lulu told her when she and Ba Luluo were chatting before. A killer is not a warrior. They don't need to be determined to complete the mission. Keep your own strength, watch the target carefully, look for their weaknesses, choose a suitable time, and attack the target with thunderous means. This is what the killer should do. Even if the task is not completed, then you should not fight the enemy hard, and retreat all in time is the correct way. In the process of retreat, you must use some methods to hide your whereabouts, and try not to let the enemy find yourself so that they can judge their intentions. Moreover, even if you run away, you can't just run away. When you run away, you must set up traps. If you run away blindly without any counterattack, then the enemy will be assured of pursuing along the way. In this way, the killer is completely passive, which is extremely disadvantageous for the killer. A trap must be set, even if it is only one or two. Then after the enemy suffers, they will become cautious, and they will become so unscrupulous if they are defeated. In this way, for the running killer, he has time, and time for the killer at this time. There is nothing more important than time. When Ba Lu said the above remarks to Yan Ran, she remembered that she was listening at the same time. She did not expect that being a killer would have such a recovery. She also didn't expect that Ba Lu, who seemed harmless to humans and animals, had such a method. Seeing the exquisite, angel-like face of Ba Ludi in front of her, she couldn't help shivering when she thought of the people born under her under such a face. I remember that she felt fortunate at the time. At least such a Ba Ludi is now her friend, not an enemy. Otherwise, with such an enemy, I'm afraid I can't feel at ease even when I feel it. Therefore, Yan Ran doesn't worry much about Ba Ludi now, except for the extremely cold weather. She thinks that there is almost nothing that can cause her to threaten her. What's more, she knows that Ba LVG also likes these flowers and plants. If she takes these flowers and plants back to the spaceship, Ba LVDI will also think that this is a correct approach. Teacher, I'll be better soon, just one click. To Ruojian Chengcheng Road. Not far from her, there was a large bunch of flowers blooming very luxuriantly, but I wanted to see if I could transplant these flowers into the spaceship. When I think that in the monotonous space of the spacecraft, because of these flowers and plants, it becomes warm and different, and I can't help but want to laugh. She proudly imagined that if Ba Luqian saw it, she would definitely make a loud wow. Although her teacher would smile and shook his head and disapproved of her playing with these gadgets, he would think it was good in his heart. She walked towards the blooming flowers and plants. Kyungren still has some distance. She returned to the strong fragrance, which made Ma Ran a little disappointed. Not to mention that Jiang Cheng and Ba LV will not like this fragrance. Even she is very repulsive to this fragrance. Just when Ran was hesitant to look at this bunch of flowers, the ground under her feet suddenly shook. Before she understood what was happening for a while, a huge monster had already launched an attack on her. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng in the distance did not take it lightly. He found the earthworm-like monster in time, and a protective cover appeared on Yan Ran's body in time. With a sound of weighing, the huge worm moved his body fiercely, knocking Bingren away. Jiang Cheng arrived in time, and he reached out and hugged Bing Ran's body in the air. "Is it okay?" Jiang Cheng asked Ran. he was still very confident in the protective ability of his protective cover. However, Zhang Gang wanted to answer. The ground moved for a while, and the huge worm came out from under the ground again. Using his powerful body as a weapon, Xiang Ruo planted them. Jiang Cheng gently stepped away, and just when he wanted to put Yan Ran aside, ready to deal with this huge earthworm, he spoke. "Let me do it." Without Jiang Cheng's answer, Mu Ran rushed out from him. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but stepped aside and watched his female disciple fight the huge mound. This is a piece that looks almost exactly the same as an earthworm, but its body is more than 10,000 times bigger than an ordinary one. Although there is no other attack method, its thick body is undoubtedly the best weapon. Moreover, this big earthworm always launches attacks from underground. If it is very close, the vibrations it causes underground will make people untenable. Before the big earthworm had had time to go back underground after launching the attack, Yan Ran had already rushed in front of it, and the steel claw in her hand was firmly grasped on the body of the earthworm. The big earthworm was severely injured by Yan Ran. It twisted its body violently, and after retreating, it went back underground. "Phew, even an earthworm is bullying me. Yan Ran hates it. If the tiger doesn't send you to you and treat me as a sick cat." She held her breath and listened carefully to the movement from the ground. She knew that these wild animals would not be willing to suffer such a big loss. Jiang Cheng and Yanran found a cave. According to their judgment, Ba Luluo should have fallen into it. So the two of them also entered this cave, and sure enough, they found Ba Ludi's whereabouts here. In the process of searching for Ba Ludi, they encountered a monster attack, but holding his breath, waited for that huge worm to drill out of the ground again. There was a shock from under her feet, which foretells that the huge earthworm will come out from here and attack her. Yanran jumped and left where she had stood before. The vibration stopped. Just when Yanran felt strange, why did this giant worm suddenly give up attacking? There was another vibration under her feet. Of course, if she left the place where she was standing prematurely, then the giant mound worm would not get out of it. It will find where she is standing again and then attack from there. In other words, she can't leave the place where she is standing prematurely. She can only leave when the giant earthworm is about to burrow out of the ground. However, I cursed in my heart that if this big earthworm, such a strange attack method, is really rare, I want to kill it, and I have to cooperate with it. Sure enough, Bing Ran's judgment was correct. Although there was a vibration under her feet, she did not leave this time. The movement became more and more intense, and the moment the giant earthworm was about to break out of the ground, he rolled his hands and left where he stood. Unexpectedly, the body of the huge earthworm emerged from where she was standing. It found that it hadn't hit the target, and when it was about to retract into the hole, it approached it. Although the skin of this giant earthworm is tough, it will still be imitated under the infinite steel claws, but its size is too big, so it can withstand it in a short time. After several blows by Bingren, the giant earthworm burrowed into the ground in embarrassment. "Do you want me to help you?" Jiang Cheng swallowed towards Yan Ran from a distance. An attack like the giant worm is really a waste of time. If it can't detect where it is standing, it will not come out. Only when it detects her presence will it attack from the ground. The most ridiculous thing is that it left too early. Not yet, it's utterly unreliable, however. She raised her hand to indicate to her teacher that she can deal with this earthworm without his help. Jiang Cheng knows his unrestrained brand Kai. This little girl is very but strong, not to mention that the ugly Zhan Chong just hit her sourly. After eating this loss for no reason, Ma Ran will never let her opponent go easily. Such an enemy must be killed by her herself. If she has to use other people's hands to deal with the enemy, does she still have the face to practice in martial arts? She might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill herself. Therefore, even her teacher, she did not want his help. The huge worm came out of the ground again. When it first appeared, Ma Ran had already flashed to a place where it could not be seen and attacked from behind it. Yan Ran's attack this time was particularly ruthless, and after she had used this approach to the earthworm, she planned to make a quick battle. The giant worm was still digging his head and shaking his head to look for the opponent's figure. Yan Ran hid behind it, her hands quickly stretched out, and the sharp steel claws were inserted into its body. The huge worm was attacked, and when he just wanted to swing his body to shake off the hands that Bingren inserted into his body, He suddenly used his arms and exhaled and raised his voice. Following her squeaky sound, she exerted force to open a deep and long hole in the nearly stroked body. The green blood of the huge earthworm and the broken body tissue sprayed out, then dodged to avoid. The huge worm was constantly twisting on the ground in pain, and the huge body slapped on the ground. For a while, the dust was everywhere. The original flat ground was beaten by its body. Gradually, the giant earthworm stopped struggling, and if its body was plucked for a while, it stopped moving. Jiang Cheng came over and he praised it. Yes, it's very handy to deal with such strangers. Then he smiled and said, calling it to attack me, I hate the person who attacked me most. She added another sentence. I hate the monster that sneaks on me too. Jiang Cheng nodded and he dropped his head, carefully watching the huge corpse of a giant worm that could not be removed clearly. What is so beautiful about the body of a monster? She asked Jiang Cheng curiously. Teacher, what do you want to do? Zhendao, you don't want to know the reason why Baretti killed those strange lusts. Why did she break them open? Ah, teacher, are you really going to do such a disgusting thing? Yan Ran's expression of disgust, the appearance of this huge earthworm made her feel sick, and her teacher actually had to break its body. She couldn't imagine that there would be something in such an ugly body that was worth her teacher's curiosity. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, letting Ran stand farther. He stretched out his index finger, and an almost invisible light was already hung on it. Jiang Cheng gently stroked the body of the giant earthworm with his finger. Jian Chu's skin was torn apart, and a large amount of internal organs mixed with blood. Jiang Cheng held his breath. The body of this creature was full of unpleasant smells. It was really difficult for him to look closely in the body of the giant worm and finally found something different. Look, Jiang Cheng came to Ran's side and showed Ran what was in his hand. What is this? Was it found from the body? Of course, I am curious. However, she did not reach out to touch the body of the bright product. When she thought that it was taken out of the nauseating pile of internal organs, felt uncomfortable. Yes, it seems that this is the reason why Ba Luluo broke the corpses of those monsters. Jiang Cheng looked at the body in her hand, but how did she know that these monsters have these bodies in their bodies? What about it? It's strange. Maybe she discovered it accidentally. Bingren said she really guessed it. What are these things? This is the first time I have seen such things in Yilu's body. Yan Ran was very curious. When I was on the unknown planet, I didn't know how many beasts I borrowed, and I never found anything strange about them. However, she was indeed qualified to say this. When she was on an unknown planet, she lived by hunting beasts, and the number of Yilu who died in her hands is really countless. After killing the giant worm, Jiang Cheng opened its household body. He found a piece of body in the giant worm's body. It seemed that this was what Baludi would talk about after killing the monsters, the reason for the broken belly. Facing Bingren's question, Jiang Cheng Shen Yinduo answered her. I think it is in a special environment that these creatures have such a quality. He pointed to Zhu Guo's and said to Yan Ran, look at this, Jin can think of a world of ice and snow outside it. I don't know exactly what it is. Don't look at me like this. Jiang Cheng smiled at Bingren. Anyway, this is not a gem. If I had to come to a conclusion, I would say that these characters are these creatures. Stones in the body. He tossed the crystal in his hand. It's just that they look better. Then what do you say that Baludi wants these things for? Does she know what these things are for? But still not giving up, she continued to ask Jiang Cheng. Maybe she looked at these things as jewels and bright, so she left them, or maybe, as you said, she knew what kind of use these bodies had. Jiang Cheng put the body away. Let's go. Don't ask questions. Don't you know if you see Ba Ludi in a while? The two again embarked on a journey to find Ba Ludi. At this time, Ba was green, holding 2 wolf babies, following the huge black wolf, and heading in the direction where the flying dragon disappeared. Not long after walking, she discovered the idea of the black wolf. The black wolf is going to find the murderer who killed his lover and avenge her. The tail of the flying dragon was chopped off by Ba Lufin with a short sword. On the way it flew, the blood left from the mouth of the dragon dripped on the ground, clearly indicating the direction of its escape. However, Ba Luluo believed that even if the flying dragon left no traces, the black wolf in front of him knew how to find the old flying dragon. Because, as they continued to walk forward, the black wolf did not follow the route left by Ruofilong. It sometimes takes the Baluti around some places that are not easy to walk. The flying dragon flies in the sky. Of course, it does not need to consider whether the road is difficult to walk, such as some steep cliffs, but they are different. The two wolf babies in Ba Luluo's arms snorted, and the black wolf stopped and looked back at them. A baby wolf Handuo Baluti sucked up his fingers, and Ba Ludi realized that they were hungry. She put the two wolf babies on the ground and they screamed even harder. The black wolf's voice disappeared, and when it came back again, it had a rabbit in its mouth. It threw the dead rabbit in front of the two wolf babies, then dropped its body and looked at them. Although not exhausted enough to drink, the smell of blood from the prey in front of them stimulated the instincts of the two wolf babies. They are holding the dead child and biting its fur with their still-looking teeth. Although they have tried their best, they still can't deal with the weak but new rabbit skin. The black wolf just watched them by the side, and later it even became impatient because the two baby wolf babies had not opened the outer skin of the rabbit. The black wolf stood up, shook its shiny black fur, and walked aside. "What kind of father are you? Didn't you see that they can't bite these fur?" Ba Lu fights against the two wolf babies. The male animals in the human world are not good at caring for their children. Even the black wolf in front of them is like this, which is really enough. Ba Green drew the dagger, cut away the belly of Myanzi, and then stripped off its fur and cut the rabbit meat into long, thin strips with the dagger. She put the slightly hot meat in front of the two wolf babies, and the little ones immediately began to gobble up. Perhaps they have been hungry for too long, or perhaps in their eyes, these meats are already on their mouths. In short, after a short while, except for the fur and some bones, almost all the meat on the body was eaten by them. The black wolf saw that the babies were full, and it began to move on again. Baluti picked up the two wolf babies and followed behind them. The two wolf babies are eating now, with round belly and contented eyes, and soon fell asleep in Ba Lu's arms. Rinyi Wolf was walking silently, and no one made a sound. As they deepened in Shanrun, the black wolf began to become cautious. It kept raising its head, using its nose to discern the breath brought by the wind, and they are basically walking in relatively hidden places in the woods and grass. Ba Luluo discovered that at this time, there were no animals in their Zhu kingdom. It seemed that they had already entered the territory of the flying dragon. After passing through a forest, it appeared in front of Baluti, which was a continuous mountain, but the mountain was not high. Baluti clearly saw that at the entrance of a dark cave, it was like a flying dragon. It looks like this is how old the flying dragon is. "Teacher, look." Yan Ran pointed to the pool of blood on the ground. There was something strange in the blood, and motioned Jiang Cheng 453 to look. Jiang Cheng nodded, indicating that he had seen it. He stretched out his finger to live a little bit on the blood that hadn't dried yet, put it under his nose and smelled it. It's animal blood. Then he picked up the tail of the flying dragon and said, "This, it seems to be the tail of some creature, and it was cut off by Baretti's dagger, and then the creature is ready to go." But he looked around. I didn't see the trail of that creature escaped. Could it be that this creature can fly? They continued to search this place and soon found more things, and they also found the white wolf's body. That piece of soil that had been turned over was obviously different from its surroundings in the Zhu kingdom, so that Jiang Cheng and Heron discovered it almost at the same time. No, it won't be, however. Looking at Jiang Cheng, her voice trembled slightly. "Calm down." Jiang Cheng gave Yan Ran a glance. "Where is your sanity?" He reached out his hand and gestured at the size of the piece of concrete that had been turned over. "Do you think such a big place can bury Baluti? Moreover, at first glance, this pit was dug out by humans with tools. Have you seen the scene? Are there traces of human fights here? Who can kill her silently?" Jiang Cheng is very true, dissatisfied with Yanran's mentality of caring and chaos. Ba Luluo followed the giant wolf to find the old man of the flying dragon, and almost at the same time, Jiang Cheng and Heron also searched the place where they buried the white wolf. In front of Ba Luddy's eyes, there is a barren mountain. The mountain is almost invisible to green plants. It is full of deathly silence. You can see large areas of black scorched earth everywhere. I want to come here. This is a masterpiece of flying dragon. At the entrance of a dark cave under a big tree that was almost dead, the flying dragons were there. The black wolf fell down, its belly pressed to the ground, and it sneaked slowly in the grass. It seems that the black wolf has dealt with the flying dragon, knowing that the opponent in front of him can't be small. That's why it appears so cautious. Baludi watched the black wolf disappear into the grass. She turned around twice, feeling a little bit in her heart. If she were to wait here and not join the battle between the black wolf and the flying dragon, she would not be there anyway. What's more, the flying dragon killed the white wolf, but if she gave her a beautiful creature, she wanted to avenge her. Baludi was checking everywhere by her side, and she finally found a small cave. She spread a thick layer of weeds in the cave and put the 2 wolf babies who were still asleep in it. The baby wolf murmured a few times and did not wake up from his sleep. She straightened up and looked at it, still not at ease. She found a few stones and blocked the hole, which made her feel relieved. Baludi also sneaked towards the place where the flying dragon was, but she did not choose the direction of the giant wolf. She walked around a big bay and touched it quietly. When she was about to approach, she saw the giant wolf. At this time, it had already emerged from the grass, and it was about to approach the flying dragon. The giant wolf ran unhurriedly, and as it got closer and closer to the flying dragon, its speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, it was simply the incarnation of a black lightning, and its speed was surprisingly fast. Baludi approached the flying dragon while watching the giant wolf's actions. The flying dragon may be dozing off, but as a powerful creature. When the giant wolf was about to approach it, it opened its eyes subconsciously. When it spotted the giant wolf that was already close at hand, it immediately spewed fireballs at Ryuo the giant wolf, but with its feet on the ground, fanning, trying to fly. The giant wolf did not dodge. It greeted the flying dragon's oncoming fireball. Baludi could see clearly. When the fireball shot by the flying dragon was about to approach the giant wolf, she suddenly moved aside and swept past the giant wolf's body, leaving the giant wolf unscathed. Before the dragon flew up, the giant wolf pounced on it. In the absence of flying, the flying dragon is not an opponent of the giant wolf. The giant wolf not only does not suffer in terms of height and weight, but its movements are too fast. Although the flying dragon has tried its best to fight back against the giant wolf's bite, using its head, its wings, its claws, and its tail, all the counterattacks are of no use to the giant wolf. It's not that the flying dragon's attack is ineffective. At this time, Baludi is already very close to where they are fighting. She clearly saw that the giant wolf's attack on the flying dragon hardly avoided, except for those imitations that were fatal to it. It did not avoid attacks on those unimportant parts at all. In the eyes of the giant wolf, the only thing it wants to do is to insert its healing teeth into the dragon's child. Balu watched this fierce fight and silently clenched her fists. The giant wolf used his own sacrifice to avenge the white wolf. Under the reckless attack of the giant wolf, the flying dragon could not resist it very quickly, and its 2 wings had been ripped out by the giant wolf. Although the wings are not the deadly place of a flying dragon, it cannot fly without wings. The giant wolf knows that the biggest advantage of a flying dragon is because it can fly. A flying dragon without wings is not so terrible. Baludi saw that after quickly avoiding the attack of the flying dragon's claws, the giant wolf jumped and approached the flying dragon. It opened its mouth and caught the sharp teeth of the dragon's son. Went in. The flying dragon can't even make a sound. It can only use its neck to move the giant wolf on the ground and on the mountain wall. However, no matter how the flying dragon struggles, the giant wolf does not let go. Its limbs even hug the flying dragon. The son, the whole body was hung firmly on it. The wyvern's struggle became weaker and weaker. The wyvern's neck was thin and long, and it could be said that, like its wings, it was especially vulnerable to imitation and attack. It's just that the flying dragon can fly, and there are other protections at the same time. It's not easy for ordinary creatures to attack its children. The giant wolf is indeed a wise and foolish creature. Not only does it know that the flying dragon's body is weak, but it also uses a very correct combat plan. First, the giant wolf quietly approached the flying dragon, and then launched an attack when the flying dragon did not find it in time. During the attack, it ignored the flying dragon's counterattack, destroying the flying dragon's wings and preventing it from taking off. Under the circumstances, in the fierce fight, the flying dragon was finally put to death. As a killer, the Balu gang even felt a sense of regret for the giant wolf. In this action, the giant wolf is a killer alive, and it has a deeper understanding than ordinary killing. If someone wants to write a book about killers, then this action of the giant wolf is absolutely qualified to be included in the book as a model essay for other killers to learn. Not to mention that Baretti is on the sidelines. The flying dragon could no longer struggle significantly. Although it hadn't died immediately at this time, its tail was still being shaken, and it was unconsciously patted on the ground to see its quality. The giant wolf still bites its neck firmly, and a lot of blood is flowing down its neck. Nuolai's Baludi knew that this flying dragon was dead. Baludi stood up, and at this time she no longer concealed her figure. She walked towards the giant wolf. The giant wolf let go of the dead dragon. It looked at the approaching Baluluo and seemed not surprised at her appearance. When Baludi approached the giant wolf, he realized that it was also seriously injured. The face of the giant wolf was partly lost by the flying dragon's mouth, and its teeth could even be seen in some places. I won't mention the small imitation mouth on its body, and its legs were also imitated. Balu noticed. The giant wolf stood on only 3 legs when standing, and one was lifted up. Baluluoan lowered her waist, lowered her pants, and bandaged the giant wolf's more serious injuries. It seemed that she didn't understand her behavior. The giant wolf even took a step back, but it still allowed her to complete the bandage under the insistence of Baludi. Luluo and Ju found the place where the flying dragon breathed. Under the attack of the giant wolf, who was not afraid of death, it died of the flying dragon, and it finally avenged its love. Luluo watched this fierce fight. She sincerely followed the attack method against the giant wolf, and felt that such an attack could serve as a model for a killer. Juzai was also imitated in the battle with the flying dragon, and Baludi bandaged it with a serious faux mouth, and then she came to the body of the flying dragon. The flying corpse is so big, how big is it that can be taken out of this corpse? Baludi drew out the short and cut across the head of Fei. Jiang Cheng and Yanren had already searched the scene, and based on the traces left here, the two of them began to summarize something. There were 2 creatures fighting here, and one of them died. Balu did not know why, and buried the dead creature here. The undead monster had a tail broken by Baludi. Although it is impossible to tell what kind of creature it is, this creature can fly because the country did not find its leaving footprints this week. Then another creature stepped in here. Based on the footprints it left behind, Jiang Cheng has roughly judged that this is a dog. But what makes Jiang Cheng feel incredible is that this canine creature is extremely idiosyncratic, heterogeneous. However, it can also be judged from the traces left on the scene that the canine creature well did not conflict with Ba Lurong, and according to the footprint, the canine creature left here with Ba Luluo. When the two said this, Jiang Cheng looked up at Ruo Ran. Neither of them understood why Ba Lu would follow Ruo, this canine creature. However, she even guessed that this was a magical creature, and it was so fascinated by Baludi that she would leave with Ruo. As for the direction they left, according to Instant Seal, Jiang Cheng and Ran discovered that Ba Luluo was moving in the same direction that the flying creatures left. Although the creature can fly, the blood stains on the ground indicate where it is heading. The general situation is like this. Although Jiang Cheng and Guo Ran still don't understand what role Ba Luluo plays among these creatures, one thing is very important, that is, Ba Luluo has not so far being copied. This is enough for Jiang Cheng Heron. Now they continue to follow the original traces left by Fan Lurong and them. Moreover, according to their viewers, Ba Lu and the others did not leave here very long. They just left here not long after the show. Ba Lu stared at her palm blankly. She was the first-grade body taken out of the flying dragon in her hands full of blood. What made Ba Lu stunned was that this body was very different from what she had discovered before. First of all, there is a big difference in color. What she took out of other creatures was a blue fret, and what she took out of a flying dragon was a red fret. In addition, the red body looks more uniform in quality, which is very different from other bodies. Ba Lu made a daze for a while and put the red body into his pocket. She no longer wondered why this topic was different from the others. She had more important things to do. The black dragon had already enjoyed the flying dragon, and it had avenged its love letter, so it was time for them to leave here. Not far from here, Ba Lu and the others. An angry sound rang behind them. Ba Lufin hurriedly turned around. 2 or 3 flying dragons appeared behind us. I didn't think that the flying dragon was actually a gregarious creature. It seemed that the imitated flying dragon did not act with other companions, but stayed instead. It became a huge problem. Now, the returning flying dragon found the broken bodies of their companions, and the murderer's figure was still in front of them, and they immediately launched an attack on the green melons. It was too late for Green, so Ba Lu drew his dagger and looked at the giant wolf beside the ground. Seeing if it walked in 3 ways, needless to say, it would be impossible for it to escape here. Although Ba Lurong could meet her alone, she still couldn't bear to die under the claws of the flying dragon. When the only dead flying dragon fought with Bai, Zilu, as a bystander, could clearly see that flying dragon was not something that Rongpin could deal with. They can fly, they can attack with flames, and their skins are cut vertically. In addition, their sharp claws, their sharp teeth, and even their tails and their heads are equally terrifying military areas. Now, if there are 2 rounds, no, 3 flying dragons, Zilu has already determined the result in time, and it is impossible for her and the giant wolf to win. It's good to die in a less painful way. If the giant wolves are not injured, they can at least escape. But now, Baludi shook his head and calmed down and prepared to fight. 3 aggressive dragons quickly flew over them, and 3 fireballs hardened towards them from midair. It's okay for Ba Lu to say, but the giant wolf that has been imitation is embarrassed under the attack of the dragon fireball. Although it has not been hit by the fireball at present, but to see how weak it looks when it dodges, Ba Ludi is knowing that it will be a matter of time before the fireball arrives. Taking advantage of Ruo Filong's attack, Ba Lu had the opportunity to roll and dodge on the ground. She controlled 2 fist-sized stones from the ground and held them in her hands. Before the 2 flying dragons spit out fireballs, she waved her hand, and the 2 stones shot one after another towards the flying dragon that attacked the giant wolf. Ba Lajeng has achieved small results in the cultivation of spiritual power. This is the first time that she has applied spiritual power to actual combat. 2 stones hit the target. Although the flying dragon has thick skin and thick flesh, because Baludi used mental power on these 2 stones, the flying dragon still suffered. The flying dragon was originally a fierce creature. After being hit by Ba Luluo, it immediately abandoned the giant wolf and joined the ranks of attacking Ba Lulu. Facing the attack of the 2 flying dragons, Ba Lubu seemed to be struggling, and now he added another one, and Ba Ludi immediately began to be in danger. She can barely stop running now, driving the flying dragon's fireball on credit without time. Barati gritted her teeth and drew the dagger into her hand, looking at the giant wolf behind. She didn't know if she was stupid doing it. But if she were to choose again, she would still be like this. Ba Lu and the giant wolf found the old system of the flying dragon, and the giant killed the flying dragon and avenged its partner. But when they were about to withdraw, Fei Long's companion returned to Lao. They saw their companions die violently, and the murderer had not gone far in front of their eyes. So they launched a crazy attack on Ba Luluo and the giant wolf. The giant wolf had already lost the imitation and was unable to deal with the attack of the flying dragon. Ba Luluo couldn't bear to give up the giant wolf's life alone, and for the safety of the giant wolf, she resolutely attracted all the 3 flying dragons that had caught up to her. But in this case, Balu plunged herself into a dangerous situation. The 3 flying dragons were constantly attacking Ruoba Green in midair, and the fireballs they returned seemed to never be able to spray. The fireballs fell one after another, and each fireball fell on the ground, blowing up large pieces of dust and rocks, debris flying in the air. Baludi can't help running away under the attack of the flying dragon. Although she is a gold medal killer, there is no good way to face the flying dragon flying in the air. With a yes, a fireball came close to Ba Ludi and suddenly dropped Ba Lu to the ground. Baludi gasped for breath, and she held the dagger tightly in her hand. She knew that it would be difficult to credit the flying dragon's attack. Even if you die, you must kill a flying dragon as a backing. Ba Luluo thought fiercely. A flying dragon screamed and swooped down from midair, and the sharp teeth exposed in it, Baludi, could almost be seen clearly. Baludi calmly judged the distance the flying dragon was approaching. Just when Fei Long was about to touch her, Baludi rolled on the spot and opened Fei Long. Almost at the same time, the short sword in her hand was swung, and a long round was drawn on the fleshy wings of the flying dragon. The blood of flying dragon came alive. The dragon, which was already violent, was now imitation, and it was in a state of violent walking. All three flying dragons fell to the ground. They put Ba Lv Bao in the middle, cut off her retreat, and prevented her from having the slightest chance of escape. They used their heads, their claws, their wings, and their tails to attack Baludi frantically. Facing the mad dragon, Ba Lu could only flash badly in the gap where they attacked. Had it not been that the dagger in her hand was too sharp, the flying dragon had suffered its losses, and had to choose to avoid it when Ba Luluo swung the dagger. Ba Lu would have been broken by them. Under the storm-like attacks of the flying dragons, Ba Lu could hardly fight back except for the dagger in his hand. Her beautiful blonde hair has now become messy, sweat is constantly flowing down from her danger, and her breathing has become messy and heavy. At this time, she just relied on instinct and acted according to the attack of the dragon, out of reaction. The IQ of flying dragons is much higher than that of ordinary creatures. At this time, they also see that their opponents are close to collapse, and their attacks have become increasingly fierce. During the battle, a claw of a flying dragon and wolf grabbed Ba Luyu's shoulder. If it was caught by the flying dragon, Ba Lu's hand would be saved from now on. Baludi is already weak, and the figure of the flying dragon in front of her has become a model. If she had not received strict and cruel training since she was young, she would have fallen to the ground. But at this moment, she really couldn't resist the catch from the flying dragon from behind. Seeing that Ba Ludi was about to be hit hard by the flying dragon, a black shadow suddenly rushed out of Ba Luluo, and the flying dragon caught him on the black shadow. Ba Lu rolled a few times on the ground and could only barely kneel on the ground. She saw that the giant wolf threw her away. The catch of the flying dragon also caused it to be severely traumatized. Ba Lufin saw that the claw of the flying dragon was firmly nailed to the back of the giant wolf. In this short test, the blood from the giant wolf had soaked the fur on its body, pulled to the ground. The giant wolf is worthy of being a fierce creature. The imprint caused it to be severely damaged by the flying dragon. Taking advantage of the flying dragon's claws to hook its body, it was too late to pull it out. It opened its mouth and bit the flying dragon. That paw, the flying dragon flew away and blood fell from its claws. From such a close distance, Ba Ludi could see clearly that the claws of the flying dragon had been bitten off by the giant wolf. However, it was hit hard again, and even though the giant wolf was very powerful, it was on the verge of death. At this moment, the giant wolf, facing the flying dragon hitting down from the air, could not move anymore except for the demonstration, showing its fangs. The dagger in Baludi's hand was thrown out, but unfortunately, when she was weak, the accuracy of the dagger she threw out was so bad that it did not magnetize the dragon at all. Ba Lu could hardly bear to look at the giant wolf anymore. She turned her head. There was a sharp, piercing sound, which was the sound that would be produced almost to the extreme. When Ba Luluo turned her head in surprise when she heard the sound, the two flying dragons had been knocked away from a distance, and if they only had time to make a half sound, their bodies exploded in the air. Baludi opened her mouth and could hardly believe what she saw before her eyes. There was another sharp howl, and the flying dragon that had just escaped was shot by an arrow. With a sound, the energy carried by the arrow exploded in the body of the flying dragon, exploding a big hole in the body of the flying dragon. The flying dragon's body immediately lost control in midair, and its body revolved, suddenly reaching the ground, reducing the dust in the sky. Baludi turned her head and looked in the direction where the arrow came. She saw two familiar figures, and they had already approached her. Tears of surprise filled her eyes. Suddenly, she remembered something, and she rushed to the giant wolf on the ground. This huge creature was lying on the ground motionless at this time. Except for the occasional blink of the half-open eyes, it had almost lost the characteristics of life. Seeing the giant wolf chasing the injured body, Baratimo shed tears. Gang Japanese letter has completely attracted the attention of the three flying dragons. The giant wolf clearly has a chance to escape, but it did not give up on itself, but has always followed her behind and swooped at the most dangerous time. I taught myself, but it fell under the claws of the flying dragon. Jiang Cheng and Ma Ran came to Ba Ludi's side. Neither of them spoke, but stood by Ba Lu's side and silently looked at the giant wolf lying on the ground. Under the attack of the flying dragon, Ba Ludi was surrounded by danger and almost died under the attack of the flying dragon. At this critical time, the giant wolf, who was already carrying a heavy imitation, threw her out, but he fell under the claws of the flying dragon. Although the giant wolf saved Ba Lu's life temporarily, they were not out of danger. They almost died under the attack of the flying dragon, even Jiang Chengheron, who rushed to rescue them at the most dangerous time. At this moment, the three of them stood beside the giant wolf, and no one spoke for a while. The wind howled, and the grass in the distance undulated uncontrollably. "Teacher," Ba Ludi turned her head, and she looked at Ruo Jiangcheng with tears. "Teacher, can you talk about it? Teacher, I beg you, teach it." Ba Ludi burst into tears. Jiang Chengheron's 63-0 had never seen Ba Lu's gaffe. In their minds, Ba Lviji has always been an essence of ancient spirits. She loves to laugh and play, although occasionally she has a sense of imitation. It is not only rare but also, howling like this is their first seen once. Yanren hugged Ruoba's green shoulders, comforting her in a low voice. Don't cry, Ba Ludi cried more and more sadly. Jiang Cheng lowered his head and pressed his palm against the giant wolf's body. A soft mental energy radiated from his palm as he slowly wandered through the giant wolf's body. After a while, he stood up and said to Ba Luluo, who was in tears, "Cry, if you hurry, maybe this wolf will be saved." "Really?" Ba Luluo raised her head and looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. "What are you doing with me?" Jiang Cheng took a look at Ba Lu. His student actually suspected him like this. "I just checked the body of this wolf. Although it has received a heavy imitation, its vitality has not been cut off. If you rush to teach it in time, it's not impossible. Then hurry up." Ba Lushan stopped crying. She wiped tears to urge Jiang Cheng. "Okay," Jiang Cheng nodded. He lowered his body and stretched out his hands to support the body of the giant wolf. He told Ran and Balu, "I'll go first. You must pay attention to safety. The terrain here is very different from the normal environment. You must be careful." With a flash, Jiang Cheng disappeared from the two of them. "Teacher, where do you want to take the giant wolf?" Ba Lu asked Ran. She thought the teacher would use his powerful ability to heal the wolf on the spot. "Did you make a mistake again?" Even though Barati said this, she still took care of the tears remaining in her eyes. "Did you forget that there is a small and comprehensive medical room on the spacecraft?" "Ah, me, why haven't I seen it?" Ba Lu really didn't know. "Of course you haven't seen it before. Your attention is focused on driving, weapons, and so on. Where would you pay attention to these things?" Ran said. "What do you want these things on the spacecraft?" Barati continued to ask, and the mood at this time was much calmer. "This is the spacecraft used by the heads of planet Delmer. What if their heads are copied? Of course, they are prepared," Yanran replied. "But I didn't expect that there is such a complete set of equipment there." Yanran remembered that her teacher was shocked for a while when she saw it, and then she kept feeling low. What a waste taxpayers' money. What Minmin, what Manijing is everywhere, and many more. It is true that such a complete medical setting is made possible, but preparations for injury with only a small probability of occurrence are really wasteful. But I didn't expect that these things would still have a chance to come in handy. I remember that I still wanted to throw away a large part of these medical treatments. Wouldn't it be better to put some other living supplies on those equipment occupying such a large space? Jiang Chengyang stopped her. What Jiang Cheng thinks is that they need to travel between the various planets for a long time, and he basically knows nothing about the conditions of these planets. If someone is copied, he can be treated conveniently and promptly. Hearing Ran say this, Ba Ludi was completely relieved. When Jiang Cheng was about to leave, there was no 100% guarantee that the giant wolf would not die, but out of unconditional belief in the teacher, Ba Ludi still thought that the giant would be fine. Oops, Ba Ludi patted her head and she suddenly remembered something. What a fuss! But I was startled by Ba Ludi. Ba Ludi's figure has run out a long way and her voice came from a distance. Don't go here, I'll be back in a while. But looking at her back, this girl is always shocked for a year. But this is fine, this is what she should be like. However, she was almost frightened when she saw Ba Luluo crying. She had never seen her act like this before. Yan Ran lowered her head and carefully searched in Fei's broken body. Her thoughts were similar to those of Ba Luluo. Since the creatures here all have that kind of unidentified body, then, with a body as big as a flying dragon, the body of it would definitely be different from those creatures. Yan Ran has one more thought. This is a dragon. No matter where it is, dragons are powerful. Then, the body in them will definitely be more special. Fei Long's body had been blown to pieces by Jiang Cheng and her. Yan Ran Jianyuo almost vomited out a wolf in front of her. However, she still resisted if she was disgusting, and carefully looked at the broken pieces mixed with blood. Ba Lu ran back breathlessly. Look, still some distance away, she shouted to Yanran. Hurry up and take a look, isn't it cute? Ba Ludi's voice was full of pride and show. Yan Ran raised her head in surprise to look at Ruo her. Wow, Yan Ran didn't care about looking for the body in the flying dragon. She picked up a baby wolf in Ba Ludi's arms. Feng, cute, so cute. Hey, it's my E, you can only see eyes, kisses are also possible. Ba Luluo looked at Ruo Yanran, who likes baby wolf so much. She felt a little flustered, afraid that Yanran would run from her, so she hurriedly declared. Stingy ghost. Yanran gave Ba Ludi a glance and threw the baby wolf at a gesture. Stop playing, take it. Hey, Ba Ludi was startled and saw that the baby wolf was still in Ran's hands. And then he knew that Bingren was playing funny. Ba Luluo smiled embarrassedly. She touched her head. Hey, didn't you have a flamingo? Well, if you keep a pet, maybe she will be jealous, hee. I'll take a look, don't want him, you'll be fine after a while. Then he murmured, sniffy. Jiang Cheng left with the giant wolf burdened with heavy imitation. Yan Ran and Ba Lu left behind to clean the battlefield. When Ba Lu fell to this moment, she remembered the 2 wolf babies she had placed in a small mountain run. Sure enough, as she thought, seeing such a cute baby wolf, she immediately hugged her. The 2 teased the baby wolf for a while, and finally remembered that there was still something to deal with. They put down the wolf babies and let them play around. The 2 came to the Fei Long corpse and began to search for their bodies. Flying dragons are not small, and it is not easy to find a small body in their bodies. Although you have dumbfounded me, why did you blow the flying dragon into pieces? Ba Luluo complained. Yan Ran stepped on her unreasonably. This unconscionable fellow should have let her half dead under the claws of the flying dragon at that time, and she would not say these strange things. Look, it's not easy to find such a big piece of debris, especially since the fancy body in the flying dragon is still red, and it's not easy to distinguish it. Nagging. How do you know that Fei Long's body is red? Then he straightened up and asked Ba Luluo curiously. Nuo, look, Balfti is starting to dominate again. She took out a red body and sent it to Ran's eyes. I found this in the body of another flying dragon. Yanran took it and took a serious look. The color of this piece is different from what she saw. You said that the body of the flying dragon is red. Is it related to its fire breathing? Son-in-law played with the body in his hand and asked Green. How do I know? But if you really want to know why this fancy body is red, I suggest you cut off the firebird's victory. You can see it. Ba Lu fell a dangerous smirk. You. Yanran gave Ba Lu a fierce look. She put the Fei Long body into her pocket. As a punishment for talking nonsense to you, this body belongs to me. Baretti sighed. What's wrong with me? How could I meet someone like you? Don't you want to go back soon? Then interrupted Baretti. Oh, too, I don't know how the giant wolf is now. Ba Luluo started to get busy. Looking at her busy look, she remembered what Ba Lu said just now. The language awakens the dreamer. Flying dragon can breathe fire, and her flamingo can also be fired. So will this piece of body taken out of the flying dragon's body have any special use for flamingo? After you see Alice in a while, you must show it to her to see if she reacts to this body. When I thought of this, I couldn't help but speed up the search for the dragon's body. After a long search, they finally found the body of the 3 flying dragons. A total of 4 red fret bodies are in their hands. Although they know that these fret bodies are not gemstones, the transparent and pure texture still makes them reluctant to put it down. It's so beautiful, isn't it? Baludi looked at Ruoren. Ran nodded. It's Yuan Liang, but I don't know if they have any special effects, if any. Yan Ran didn't finish her words. What will happen? What will they do, you said? "Baludi hates half-talkers. The riser of the ground was hung up by Yan Ran." "It's nothing." Yanran made a ghost to her, and Baretti wanted to know, but she didn't answer. She was anxious to death. Sure enough, no matter how Baludi forced her to beg her, she didn't say anything. Angrily, Ba Lu picked up the baby wolf and turned away. Yanran didn't care and followed her on the way back. Although there will still be some unrequited monsters coming out to harass them, it is conceivable that the fate of those monsters is so sad. Not only did they die in the hands of these two humans, but after they died, they were also cut open. Sure enough, in each corpse, they found bodies of different sizes. Although the appearance is different, their color is almost all blue. Is it just as Bingren imagined that the reason why flying dragons are red is because they breathe fire? Although they don't know what these blue bodies are for, they still put them away. When they returned to the spaceship, Jiang Cheng had already done the necessary treatment for the giant wolf. At this moment, the giant wolf was quietly on a narrow operating table, except for the slightly undulating parts. There was almost no sign of life. "Teacher, how is the giant wolf now? Will it survive?" Ba Luluo asked Jiang Cheng eagerly, and at the same time she noticed that when she heard her voice, the giant wolf's ears moved slightly. Jiang Cheng also noticed this phenomenon. Although it showed no more signs, "I still think that this giant wolf still has a chance of surviving," he said to Ba Luluo. "For a creature as large as an individual, the vitality is not imaginable by humans. Although it has been hit hard this time, with its strong body, I guess it won't be long before it will jump alive again." "Look, it still responds to what you just said. This is a good sign," then added Ruo on the side. Ludi was relieved now. Jiang Cheng asked her only then, "Are the two sons in your arms the offspring of this giant wolf?" Ba Luluo gave her teacher a glance. "What kind of wolf cub? So ugly? Is it a wolf baby?" But she still answered Jiang Cheng's question. "Although I am not sure, I think it should be." So she briefly told Jiang Cheng Heron about her experience in the cave. The most important thing was, of course, the death of the white wolf and the huge vengeance. "It turned out to be like this. I said what you buried in that piece of soil. It turned out to be a dead white wolf," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "Yan Ran thought that you were buried there, haha." Before Barati could respond, she turned the subject. "Teacher, look, this is the body we found from the flying dragon. And these," she took out the blue body again. "This is taken out of other organisms." Jiang Cheng was very excited about these physiques. He took the red physique obtained from the flying dragon and examined it carefully. These physiques are purer than other physiques. This is it because flying dragons are magical creatures. The green story? Then why are they red? Ran asked. She wanted to know what the teacher thought. Jiang Cheng thought about it, and he compared the two pieces of character in his hand. When Yanren and Ba Ludi returned to the spaceship, Jiang Cheng had already completed the education and treatment of the giant wolf. According to Jiang Cheng, this giant wolf has a high chance of surviving. The problem with the giant wolf was resolved, and Ma Ran took out those physiques again. The physique taken out of the flying dragon was red, which was significantly different from the physiques taken from other monsters. But I want to listen to the teacher's opinion. What is the reason for these two types of body to have such obvious characteristics? Shisu compared the two fancy bodies in his hand and then said, "Let me say that these two-color fancy bodies should have two different attributes." He raised the red body in his hand and said, "The body of flying dragons is the most illustrative because we have all seen them spit fire, and red is a symbol of fire." Ba Lu interrupted Jiang Cheng's words. "But teacher, when I was fighting these blue monsters, they didn't spit out ice or anything." Jiang Cheng nodded, and he looked at Ruoba Ludi and said, "Yes, those blame Lu didn't spit out ice cubes or used any method to attack. Although magical creatures didn't see it early, there were not so many." He paused and continued, "I don't know if you have noticed. These blue monsters are in very different positions from the flying dragon." Yan Ran heard what Jiang Cheng said and thought about it. After thinking about it, she yelled, "I see, these blue monsters in their bodies were killed by us near the entrance of the cave, where the temperature is much lower than where the flying dragon is. Therefore, although these monsters did not use magical attacks such as ice cubes, they still have blue bodies in their bodies." Baludi understood on one side, she added. Jiang Cheng nodded, and he looked at his two female disciples with virtuous eyes. "As you said, "This is the reason I can think of the difference between the two types." "But why don't there be monsters in other places?" Baretti seemed to say to herself. "I have killed a lot of monsters, but I have never found any similar bodies in their stomachs." Yan Ran heard Ba Lu say this, and she screamed beside her. Baretti said to her, "What do you mean?" Ran smiled and said, "How many monsters have you killed? When I was on an unknown planet, I was expecting hunting monsters to survive. You can do it, okay?" Ba Lu knew that what he said was the truth. Surin smiled, "But I have never found anything strange in those monsters. So I said that these strange lusts are affected by the special climate and geography of this planet. Only under such peculiar circumstances can they produce such qualities in their bodies." Jiang Chengshu stopped the two of them from entering the fight, and he continued, "And according to my estimation, these monsters with physique in their bodies can only be found in such an environment, even if the monsters on the surface of this ice and snow planet, not necessarily. Isn't it easy? Let's go out and find a monster to kill, and we will know if it has a physique in its body." Ba Lu was eager to try. "Find you back, you want to run outside again, can't you stop a bit?" Ran said. Ba Lu just wanted to say something, but then said, "Look at the two complex babies you brought back. They should have something to eat, right?" Only then did Fan Lu notice that the two babies wandering under her feet were constantly making posts. "Sigh, my little baby." Ba Lu Jing hurriedly went down and picked up the two wolf babies. She looked at Bingren and said, "Go, you can give us something for the flamingo. Baby eats. Why? Alice is not enough to eat herself." Although she said that, she still brought some raging food to the two wolf babies. The two single-room treasures immediately spit their tigers. Beside them, Fire Crow looked curiously at the two wolf shibao on the ground. "Fan Lu," Jiang Cheng said to her, "are you planning to adopt these two babies?" "That's what I think." Baretti reached out and touched the baby who was eating. "Their mother is dead, their father." She turned her head and looked at the giant wolf who was still motionless. "Although you said it will come back to life, but now it still can't move. If I don't adopt them, they won't be broken off early. Ba Luluo really can't bear them." "Well, this is the best," Jiang Cheng nodded. "If Ba Lu can really raise these two babies, they will be particularly helpful to the ground in the future." Judging from Jiang Cheng's eyes, these two wolf babies are very different from the celestial species of Yintang. If they can inherit the size of their father, only this point, these two unique babies are not ordinary. However, all of this has to wait for the giant wolf to wake up. Bai Jing is the father of these two wolf babies. If the giant wolf wants to bring the two wolf babies back to the big cave, they can't hold it, but there is nothing they can do. For a while, the three birds watched eating on the floor without speaking. The two wolf babies were full and began to crawl around in the cabin. Seeing their cute appearance with their little tails wagging, even Jiang Cheng couldn't help but stretch out and gently lifted a wolf baby. Somersaulted. Naturally, Ba LV gave him a big blank eye. Jiang Cheng stepped aside, took the two pieces in his hands and watched repeatedly, occasionally tapping them lightly. Yanren and Ba LV gathered next to him again, watching his every move. Jiang Cheng put down the physique in his hand and said to Yan Ran and the others, "These two physiques remind me of my motherland." Son-in-law and Ba Leju knew that he had something to say, but they didn't know how the two pieces were related to their teacher's ancestral government. "In my home country, there are several rare medicinal materials. Of course, science and technology on the earth are now very advanced. These medicinal materials can be synthesized artificially. A long time ago, some stones were found in the rot of domestic animals raised in our country. Yanran and Baludi knew that this was the reason their teacher associates his motherland with the body in their hands." Jiang Cheng continued, "The reasons for the formation of these stones are also very strange. With the same material, the same feeding method, and the same breed of household merchants, only very few of them will have such stones." "What on earth is this kind of stone?" Baretti asked. "Bezor, Mabao, pig litter, gaobao, etc., among which the most famous and most used are Bezor, Mabao, gaobao. These three things were important ingredients in medicinal materials a long time ago. Can stones in livestock be used as medicine?" Even Yanran was surprised. This is the first time she has heard of it. Jiang Cheng said with a smile, "Not only can it be used as a medicine, but because the output is very small, it is also very expensive." Yanran and Baludi were both silly, and there are such things in their teacher's home country. When Jiang Cheng saw them, Suo, she said a few more words. Just like you said, why haven't you found any body in the monsters you hunted before, especially Bing Ran? You know that she has to hunt monsters. Just like the Bezor and Ma Bao, I said, not every cow or horse will produce such substances in their bodies. I think this is the same as what we see now. Some monsters don't have a body, and some monsters have a character body. They all need to be produced under certain circumstances. Ma Ran and 047 Ba Lufan nodded their heads. They had never noticed these interesting things before. It turned out that people in the teacher country had known these a long time ago. Ran asked, "So, according to you, are these products also a kind of medicine?" Jiang Cheng replied, "I'm not sure about this. At least for now, I can't judge the usefulness of these qualities. However, according to my opinion, these things should still be useful." Although their teacher did not give a specific answer, it seems that this is the only way to go. "What shall we do next?" Ran said. Ba Lu looked at the giant wolf that was still alive and said, "At least until it has a result, we can set off again. If I leave it here like this, my heart will be disturbed." Bai Quan counted me. "That's for sure, you can rest assured." Yan Ran said, "The giant wolf can be regarded as the benefactor of Ba Luxu, although it is only an animal, but they will not die." In the next few days, life was a little flat. Bingren really went to the big cave, collected some flowers and plants, and simply decorated the spacecraft. Don't say, girls are still good at arranging. With these flowers and plants, the space inside the spaceship is obviously more angry. What's more, the clan she belongs to is originally ingenious. Her clan loves all exquisite things. However, although they have not undergone specific training in this regard, they rely on the same Luali and Boothbulger who flow in her body. The blood of the Sea clan. She still lifted these flowers and plants beautifully. Ba was green and teased the two wolf babies. At the beginning, she was attracted by the cute appearance of the two wolf babies. When child always lacks resistance to these cute little things. In the past few days of getting along, she also discovered the advantages of these wolf babies, such as the ability to urinate and urinate, not eating very much, and they are very easy to eat and play, almost daily all. The little guy's delicacy made Ba Luluo like them even more. If she wanted to adopt them because she liked their mother, the white wolf, it was more of a kind of responsibility. I want to be with them and travel with them in the universe. Jiang Cheng hasn't been idle these days. He studies those crystals as soon as he has time, and after obtaining the consent of Darren and Ba Leja, they have found the body one by one, especially in the flying dragon. One by one, he cut off a piece of the red body and divided it into small pieces. But because of the lack of scientific research equipment in the spacecraft, he could only check these bodies by touching them. However, he still failed to find any special features in these bodies. Just as Jiang Cheng said, the vitality of the giant wolf is extremely strong. Only 3 days later, it quietly pegged back to the ground from the small handwood platform. On the 4th day, it began to go out foraging. Maybe it felt that eating a bird's food was worthy of its dignity. Although it only hunted some small animals, rabbits and squirrels, it can still be seen that it is recovering rapidly. The two wolf babies obviously prefer to eat these fresh meats. Even the flamingo, seeing how delicious they eat, can't help but get a few pieces of meat from the wolf baby's Richie. Son-in-law and Ba Luluo have started to hunt. Whether it is for the present or the baby wolf will follow them to leave here, they should store some more boxes for them. Fortunately, there is a refrigerator in the spaceship. Bingren thought of Jiang Cheng's reprimand of how defeated the planet Delmer was. Now, it seems that they are not doing anything good. With the lessons learned last time, they are no longer hunting outside the ice planet. The big cave is the place where the landers like to go. As they continued to deepen, they discovered that the big cave was simply another Guang Tuan world. Although they had expanded Fan Country a lot while hunting, they still did not find the edge of this big cave. One day, there was another storm outside, and then and Baludi had to go out again in this weather, and they were teasing the baby wolf inside the spacecraft. Jiang Cheng also put aside the physique he had been playing with for a while and read on the bed inside. As for the giant wolf, when it was able to capture its prey, it left the spaceship and stayed in the big cave, but whenever it left the cave too far, Baludi would stop it. The giant wolf is a wise creature. After being blocked by Ba Lubu twice, it knew her intentions, so it stayed at the mouth of the cave so that Ba Lu could change the medicine every day. Sometimes, Baludi will take the baby wolf to the cave and let the three of them play together. However, the giant wolf is obviously not a good father, except for lying there and letting the baby wolf climb up and down on it. Besides, it does not care about anything. And the wolf babies don't have much affection for their father. They are more greenish with Babe or Yanran. Sometimes they even play with the fire horse to make the three humans know all of them. Baby wolf will be adopted by Ba Luluo. Jiang Cheng is the happiest. Just as the flamingo can help, these two wolf babies will not help Ba Luluo less than the flamingo when they grow up. The blizzard was raging outside, and heavy snow covered the sky with goose feathers. In this weather, the best Ying was in a warm place, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand and doing some relaxing things. Ran and Baludi are like this now. They are enjoying this rare free time in Wen's spaceship. The two wolf babies scrambled together on the floor, and in just a few days, their bodies were obviously bigger. Based on their growth, they will grow to be the size of their father in the future. This is not a problem at all. The flamingo was happily on the table, watching the two wolves playing there and occasionally making a quack sound, as if cheering for them. But at this moment, the status of the firebird has changed a lot. She is no longer the role that was teased before. Looking at her now, she is like an audience. Ba Lu was very angry when she looked at the 5-person and 6-member blazing crows. Seeing her now, she had forgotten the painful experience she had experienced when she was a toy for the two of them. People are forgetful. In Ba Lu's eyes, birds are even more so. After only a few days, the flames have changed their appearance. Baludi picked up a small bead on the table and threw it at the flamingo. Although the flamingo was immersed in the fighting of the wolf babies, she was an unusual bird after all. The flamingo didn't even look at it, her neck stretched out, and the little bead thrown out by Baludi was swallowed by her. At this time, the blazing bird was very busy, yelled triumphantly at Baludi, and turned his attention to the wolf baby fight. Baludi smiled. She knew why the flamingo was so proud. When the two of them were bored before, they would use some small snacks to tease the flamingo. They broke those small snacks and various beans into small pieces of meat and threw them at the flamingo. If she can follow it, then there will be an extra prize. If you can't catch it, not only will you have nothing to eat, you may also be locked in a cage. No creature likes to be kept in a cage, especially the flamingo. Every time she was locked in a cage, she looked crazy, yelling loudly, eagerly hoping they would let her out. In this way, the flamingo can not only smoke the food they throw at any time and anywhere, but no matter what speed or angle they use, she always melts away. This is the reason why she is proud of Balu too. They have not played this little game for many days. But see if you can. Baludi threw a bead over again and caught it with the same raging fire as before. Baludi's card came out and she grabbed the small beads on the table and lived to the flames. The flamingo is correct for a moment. The child is constantly twisting, and the mouth is quickly left, down and right. When the last small ball is about to fall to the ground, the sharp beak of the flamingo promptly duck into it. Baludi was dumbfounded. She didn't know when the flamingo achieved this skill standing upright. The flamingo deliberately raised his neck high and swallowed the small ball in his mouth in an exaggerated posture. A raging fire crow called loudly if the bird can laugh, then her call is better than a loud laugh. When Baretti didn't even think about coming again, the blazing black sighed and fell from the table to the ground. Lying on the chair and watching the baby wolf play casually, she turned her head back. She was counting the flamingos. Why, you want to join them too. You don't look at how old you are, you want to bully them, right? The raging crow was motionless. I can't get up yet. Bingren stretched out his foot and gently clicked the flamingo. Hey, the firebird didn't react at all. Bingren hurriedly got up and she hugged the flamingo. Alice, Fa Lispa's guilty green sound of guilty navigation. Flamingo's neck was soft and Zara was in Rand's hand. Alice, what's wrong with you? You woke up wet. Afterwards, there was already a cry in her voice. Hearing Rand's voice was wrong, Jiang Cheng hurried over. He stretched out his hand close to the body of Flamingo, feeling the breath in her body. After a while, he said, I felt something changed in her body. There is a yin power, as if it is going to break through her body. It must come out. Jiang Cheng said tactfully, Bing Ran could understand the meaning of his words. It's nice to say, the power in the blazing bird is going to burst out, isn't it? Will the blaze body smoke? In that case, will the blaze life survive? How can such a thing happen? Jiang Cheng clearly knows how important the flamingo is to Ran. In the nameless planet, Lei Huo was Ran's only playmate, and they had been playing together since the time when Lei Huo was a bird. In the harsh environment of the nameless planet, this person and bird established the adventure of Fukuhara's friend Zarin. The flamingo taught her more than once. Not long ago, on this ice and snowy continent, the flamingo was still Jing Beast's words came to an end. If there were no blazing crows that day, it would have either died in the mouth of the monster or frozen to death in the blizzard. There are only these two results, and there is no other choice. Until now, Jiang Cheng would remember the way the flamingo spread its wings and caged Ran under his own wings. Although she was uncomfortable with the severe cold and wind and snow at that time, but for the master in her arms, she allowed the heavy snow to cover her body. For such a fierce and loyal pet, even the well-informed Jiang Cheng would be very impressed by it. Yes, it's me, Bharati said hesitantly, knowing she was in trouble. If Flamingo really had something wrong, what face would she have to get along with Ma Ran from now on? You. Jiang Cheng Heron opened his eyes wide in surprise. What did you do to Alice? Say it. Ma Ran said to Baludi anxiously. I used the small beads on the table to play with her. At first, I didn't pay attention to what it was, but I just didn't look at it. Those beads were of a flying dragon. Ba Lu said timidly. However, those quality teachers don't know what it does. How can you give it to Alice? Of course, I am a little angry. I didn't take it seriously at the time, so I picked up the questioning hand from the table and threw it to the letter. Baludi slapped her mouth, and she almost cried. Yan Ran, I really didn't mean it. Baludi accidentally teased the flamingo with the body of the dragon, but the flamingo swallowed all the crystals. An unexpected situation happened. After swallowing the balls, the firebird was immediately in a coma. According to Jiang Cheng's observers, there is a powerful force in the firebird's body. If measures are not taken in time, this force will explode, and the flamingo will undoubtedly die under the power of this temple. Jiang Cheng and the others all know how important the blazing bird is to Ran. Therefore, they must leave to help the flamingo through the immediate danger. Okay, needless to say, just know the reason why Lei Huo is like this. Jiang Cheng won't let Ba Ludi go on. Time is precious, and the most important thing is to think of a way to solve the crisis in the flames. Jiang Cheng stretched out his hand and checked the strength in the burning horse again. That power is still expanding, and the flamingo who was motionless is now panting sharply, and her heart is beating faster and faster. If it weren't for Yanran to hold her tightly, I'm afraid the flames would struggle constantly on the ground. It's an emergency. Give me the blue body you brought, Jiang Cheng said as he gathered up a clean place on the table. After receiving the blue fancy body that Ba Ludi handed over, Jiang Cheng put it on the table, and with a gentle pressure with his palm, he pressed those fancy bodies into powder. Jiang Cheng didn't delay a minute. He opened the flamingo's mouth and poured the powder in. At the same time, he put his hand on the body of the flamingo again, focusing on the changes in her body. A soft force replaced, this is also a new force. After taking the blue body powder, the newly born power began to circulate slowly in the flamingo's body, and then gradually disappeared in the flamingo's body. It wasn't that Jiang Cheng corrected himself in time, but he hid it. That power was already hidden in the whole body of the firebird. Su Yuan shouted with surprise. Jiang Cheng and Ba Lu saw that Lai Huo Wu opened their eyes. They looked at the flamingo with bated breath. Alice, Bing Ran called softly. The three of them also appeared to be cautious and ally, because they didn't know how Lissy would change after the red and blue body was under the incense. They also don't know that this is a curse or a blessing for the flamingo. Ga, ga, the firebird replied. She threw at Kai Zio and wanted to get out of Ran's arms. She didn't understand why her master held her so tightly. The three were relieved. Yan Ran let go of the fire horse, and the three of them watched the fire horse together, which made the firebird feel very uncomfortable. It seems that she has nothing to do. Jiang Cheng said. He looked at it. Yes, but I think her spirit is better than before. Have you found out? Ba Lulu fell back and forth. Yanran gave Ba Lu a look. It is absolutely not allowed to happen again, do you know? I don't dare to kill me anymore. Baludi quickly assured her that gang Japanese letter really frightened her. But what Baludi said is not bad. Didn't you realize that there have indeed been some changes in the fire crow? Jiang Cheng said. In short, she is indeed different from before. You guys have a psychological effect, right? Yan Ran didn't think the firebird was any different from before. It might be that she was in the position of being a fan of the team. Well, as long as there is nothing wrong with Flamingo, we will find out what is different about her in the future. Jiang Cheng went back to read after finishing talking. The baby wolf was tired of playing and felt tired, and the flamingo was still lying on his stomach, but the two of them looked bored at the snow scene outside. On the second day, they found that the snow had stopped. It was a rare good weather. Ba Luluo was about to go to the big cave to change the dressing of the giant wolf. As soon as she opened the door to grab the door, she saw the body of a monster. What happened? Baludi carefully inspected the body of the monster and found through the wound that it was left by the giant wolf. Suddenly, Baludi thought of something. She hurriedly jumped into the big cave. Sure enough, the giant wolf had lost its overall shadow in the place where it inhabited. It seems that the corpse of the monster is its way of thanking them. Baludi returned to the spaceship unhappily. Bingren asked her what was wrong. She told her that the giant wolf had left and that its injury was not good enough. Jiang Cheng didn't make any surprises after learning about the giant wolf's departure, as if he had already been mentally prepared. Seeing the sullen look of Baludi Wang, Jiang Cheng enlightened her and said that creatures like giant wolves can be so close to other kinds of creatures. If it hadn't been for Balu to fall into the wrong situation and leave a good impression on it through a series of things, I am afraid that even if it died outside, it would not accept the care of other creatures. Jiang Cheng Ti Baludi, the giant wolf, is not only a huge creature, but also has enough intelligence. The key point is that this giant wolf is not too young. If you look at it by human standards, it should be in the middle age. So from a certain aspect, this giant wolf still has some understanding of them. This is why it safely left the two wolf babies behind. When it comes to this, Jiang Cheng once again mentioned that if you want pets to be absolutely loyal to him, there is only one way, and that is love. The reason Shisu wanted to remind Ba Luluo again was because he knew that Ba Luluo had love, but his patience was very insufficient. Now the baby wolf has just come into contact with her, and it still has a certain sense of freshness, plus the fact that the baby wolf is straight and cute now. At this time, everything is easy to say, but over time, Jiang Cheng is a little worried that Balufin will lose patience. Speed is smart, pets are sensitive, and the more they need the company of their owners. Through the parents of these two baby wolf babies, Jiang Cheng, the giant wolf, had been in contact with each other, and their dead mother, according to Baludi's description, the appearance of the white wolf and the way the flying dragon fought, it seemed that it was extraordinary. Product. To put it simply, the pedigree of these two wolves is very good. Moreover, such finished objects have the saying of recognizing the master. Once they follow the master, they will basically remain unchanged for life. If their owners change from loving them to monk, gradually losing their initial enthusiasm for them, or even treating them, then pets will only spend their lives in the cold. The giant wolf left Jiang Cheng and the others silently, and it left its two children behind. The giant wolf's departure from the well did not arouse Jiang Cheng's attention. He knew that it was not easy for a creature like it to accept their care in the past few days. Giant wolves are completely wild animals, and only nature is the place they yearn for. However, Jiang Cheng had to say a few more words about the two wolf babies it left behind. Raising pets is a long-term thing. Don't adopt them because of a whim. After the enthusiasm is over, they are tired of pets' various trivial things and let the wide things end in a cool end. In particular, these two wolf babies are not ordinary products, and they will definitely be of great help to their owner, Ba Luluo, in the future battle or life. Although he already has the blazing bird, Jiang Cheng also hopes that Ba Green can have a baby wolf. For the teacher's words, Ba Lu can still listen. She was already very close to having an almost psychic pet like the fiery crow. Now that she has the opportunity to have two wolf babies, she is still very happy. So after listening to Jiang Cheng's words, she assured Jiang Cheng that she would definitely treat these two wolf babies and would never leave them. When Yan Ran said this, Jiang Cheng was very satisfied. They waited for another 2 days, but the giant wolf still did not come back. Taking advantage of this gap, and Baludi went out hunting again. After preparing enough boxes for their wide objects, Jiang Cheng decided to leave here and leave the blanket. Snow-covered planet. With a sound, the spacecraft rushed into the sky. Somewhere in the big cave, the giant wolf that heard the sound raised its head, and after a while, it fell down again. Beside it is the place where Ba Luluo buried the white wolf. This time, the space journey is much more vivid than before. Ran and Ba Luluo are not only completing the homework that must be done every day. The two of them are driving the spaceship towards the goal. The other is busy dancing flowers and plants, or busy taking care of 3 pets. When I was on the snow planet, I transplanted a lot of plants while Ruo was hunting. Now they are in the spaceship, filled with all kinds of pots. If it weren't for Jiang Cheng and Ba Luma's protest, saying that they had dug too many plants, she had already used pets to eat and indeed used them to grow flowers and plants, and she would get more plants. From a relatively cold environment to a warm environment, those plants grew particularly lush. Seeing these inconspicuous plants add scenery to the spacecraft, add a breath of life, and more importantly, can pass the time because of this, but I am still very proud. As for their 3 wide objects, now they have a headache. Ever since the flamingo swallowed the physique taken out of the dragon's body, she had always been energetic, so she didn't have a stable time every day. As for the 2 wolf babies, as they learn about the environment, they become more and more lively. So these 3 live treasures all use each other as their own toys, and they fight together every day. The 2 wolf babies are definitely not the rivals of the fire horse, but because they don't understand anything, they appear more fearless. Although they suffer almost every time they get under the control of the flamingo, they still enthrall the flamingo. And this is exactly what the flamingo can't ask for. This psychic bird also has a variety of tastes. She used to be a toy when she was idle with Baludi. She suffered a lot from the 2 girls. Maybe this scene left her too deep, or it left a shadow on her psychology. So when she saw that these 2 were not only smaller than her, but also far inferior to her wolf baby, she treated them as toys, just as she did with Ba Luluo. In fact, it is no wonder that the firebird likes to play with 2 wolf babies so much, because she also broke the network. Although she has been walking with these 3 humans, there is no doubt that these 3 are not people who can make jokes. For her master, Yan Ran, Firebird would not be naughty in front of her. Her master combed her feathers, made good food for her, and took her to play around. It would be too costly to make her angry. On this point, the flamingo still knows clearly. And her master's teacher, the male person, he is a person with superpowers. Such a person will put pressure on her when standing in front of the flamingo. Out of her natural instinct, she knows that this person is not what she can admire. Once when she was young, Jiang Cheng was reading a book, and Lihuo didn't know which nerve was wrong that day, so she went to provoke him. She grabbed the book Jiang Cheng was reading and then spread her wings to fly away. The page of Yoruo's hand that was scratched by the blazing crow, Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and the blazing bird, who was about to fly away, immediately felt that a heavy object was pressing on her back. So instead of flying, she was crushed to the ground. The poor flamingo could only be crushed there, unable to move at all. Although her master often walked in front of her and saw her contemplating gaze, she was suppressed by this power and couldn't even make a sound. But her master always pretended not to see it. It was not until the next morning that her master's teacher let her go. Poorly, she was crushed all night and couldn't even flap her wings. From then on, she never dared to offend her dominant teacher. The hostess's female companion is even more of a prankster. Even though she has evaded her, the devil still hasn't let her go, and often launches surprise attacks on her when she is unprepared. Although she didn't inflict any imitation on herself, but only when she saw her figure, she would feel uneasy. And this feeling has always been with Ruoshi, so when the firewood saw Ba Ludi, he also avoided giving it away. Now the firebird is finally exasperated, and she has her own toy. Moreover, this toy is always sent by himself, so that even their owner, the guy who loves pranks, will not blame her much. For example, the flamingo is lying on a chair in front of the baby wolf. Of course, She will never admit that she deliberately found such a place, and she did not deliberately put her long tail on two. It was shaking in front of the baby wolf. See, if two wolf babies crawled towards Ryuo's own tails, the flamingo deliberately made them always reachable by a small margin. In this way, the wolf babies had to stand up straight and finally reached a certain angle. At some point, the baby wolf will flip to the ground. Because of the addition of green plants with more roots, the Ran Ba Luluo has added vitality, and because of the three wide objects, more happiness has been added to the spacecraft. No wire. You are carrying baby wolf again, Ba Luluo said from the driver's seat to Ryuo Lai Huoma station. Can't you stop? Firebird Quack cried, as if arguing with Ba Luluo. Then, what I can see clearly is that your baby wolf is restricted to Alice by himself, not Lissy and the others. Of course, defending the flamingo. Firebird screamed triumphantly, her four voices kept in the spaceship. Ba Lurong has nothing to say. After that, she has to focus on driving the spaceship, and it is impossible to always pay attention to the movements of the baby. I know that the negative is weak. I knew I was going to fold you up, so that you would remember the sacrifice for a long time. Although she didn't care what she said, she was busy with her own various things. Anyway, her Alice would not suffer. The flamingo is more sentimental and fearless because of Yanren's support, but she knows that although she can play with these two little guys, she can't imitate them anyway. She lowered her head to see if a baby wolf had put her two front paws on the chair, the two hind paws desperately. Finally, just when it was about to limit the chair, the flamingo reached out her with a light paw. The baby wolf, who was about to successfully climb into the chair, fell to the ground again with a thud. The flamingo cried triumphantly again. Balu didn't need to look back to know that her two wolf babies had suffered from this damning bird again. Suffering from her lack of skill, she could only slap the flamingo fiercely. Although her vision was like a sharp sword, it was not a sharp sword after all. She could not imitate the flamingo in the slightest, so the flamingo did not feel fear at all. Picking up Balu did not reach here. The blazing bird pulled the wolf baby, who had lost the house fight, to the ground again. Yanran, do you care about your Alice? Ba Lurong shouted again. This time I saw her use her paw to pull Zio high to the ground. Since the two wolf babies have been adopted by themselves, of course they must have their own names. This is very simple for Ba Lu, according to their different looks. So one is called Zio Hai, and the other is called Zio Bai. Ba Luluo was very proud after naming her baby. She thought such a name was simple and easy to remember. The name, of course, is for the convenience of people to remember. However, she is a non-stop person. After showing off her baby, she casually said, "Our name is good, unlike some guys. What is it called? Alice." However, wait for her to continue. You don't need to look at me like this. Baludi is not afraid of Yanran's eyes. What happened to the name Alice? Yanran really wanted to know. This name is bad. Oh my God, you don't know? Ba Lu exaggerated you. Yanran was so angry that she couldn't speak. Isn't it better than your family's Zio Hai, Zio Bai? Listen, Zio Hai, Zio Bai, Zhen Yaoya as their teachers. Jiang Cheng now hears such noise every day. If not for the two of them, they will forget. Just turn around. He would almost suspect that the two of them would fight because of their pets. Alice, come. Now that the owner had already called, the flamingo had to pass. You are a little prosperous, okay? Is it fun to play with those two little guys all day? Yanran complained about the flamingo, but the movements of her hands exposed her thoughts. Her hand was stroking the flamingo's heart. This is the flamingo's favorite way. Obedient, don't play with those two little guys, you know. Yanran pointed at Ba Lurong's back, Nunu's mouth. Although these two little guys are not bad, their masters said, but the voice of their speech is not big little, just in time for Ba Lu to hear. Sure enough, Ba Luluo exploded, and she yelled at Yanran, "What are you talking about?" When the goal was achieved, she smiled happily. She pretended to be surprised and said, "I'm talking to Alice." Ba Ludi didn't speak in anger. Dinner tilde Yanran is like a plate for pets to eat. Fortunately, the flamingo said that the two wolf babies, as if they heard the charge, rushed forward, buried their heads in front of the plate, and ate them. Ba Luluo, your two little guys eating looks like a long time ago. It's really unbearable just after dinner, Yanran said deliberately. They are wolves. Of course, wolves are very fierce. They are not birds. They are small birds, haha. Ba Lu counterattacked. That is, Alice is a lady. Of course, a lady has to look like a lady when she eats, not like those angry guys splashing, right, Alice? Yanran smiled after she finished talking. Who do you say is not a lady? Baludi suffered in this tongue fight. She knew that she was not a lady. She reconciled and said to Yuren, "You wait." Jiang Cheng came out from the inside. "Hey, I watch you arguing all day long. I can't even read a book." Now that the teacher is speaking, Yan Ran and Ba Ludi dare not say any more. "Look," Jiang Cheng pointed to the galaxy cloud map in his hand and said to Baludi, "This is the planet we are about to land on." "Oh," Balfti looked at the galaxy cloud map in Jiang Cheng's hand. "Boulder planet, now I know." "Teacher, what kind of place is the planet Bordel?" Ran asked. "I read the brief introduction of this planet. This is a place with human civilization, and the people here have a special hobby." Jiang Cheng said with a smile, but he didn't say what this special hobby was. "You have another appetite, which is really annoying." Baludi waited for her teacher to walk away before she was muttering, "Coward, have the ability to speak in front of the teacher." Yanran didn't forget to take the opportunity to hit her. Ba Ludi turned her head and made a grimace at Fumaran. "I can't be fooled by you." After the Yanran and Ba Luluo flew for more than 10 hours, other aircraft gradually appeared beside them. Although they hadn't seen other humans for almost a month, they saw humans appearing yesterday and felt very cordial. Flamingo also leaned his head to the window to look at the hot room. "Come on, let me hold you and see." Murin reached out and picked up the 2 wolf babies. "Poor little guy, who made you short legs." After a long flight of Yanran and Ba Lurong, they entered the airspace of a planet called Boulder. In the public channel of the spacecraft, a sweet female voice sounded. She said in cosmopolitan language, "Welcome to the planet Bordel. Please cooperate with our instructions and land at the designated place." Green replied, "Received." Then, under the guidance of the female voice, their spacecraft landed on the planet Bordel, a place they had never set foot on. When Jiang Cheng, Yanran, and Ba Lu led them to complete the necessary procedures and walked out of the gate of the apron, looking at the scene in front of them, Ba Lu couldn't help but sighed. "The human world is still suitable for me." Although they didn't speak, Jiang Cheng and Ma Ran were also quite what Ba Ludi said. "If it is not for the last resort, who wants to stay away from humans?" The Bordel planet well is not too big, and their civilization is at an intermediate level in this galaxy. However, according to Jiang Cheng and their viewers, the people here are obviously Tilda people who enjoy life. On the street in front of them, the walks of those passers-by seemed very relaxed, and small aircrafts were traveling casually. In the green belt on both sides of the street, there is a tall green plant every few meters, and in the middle of these trees is a blooming flower. One after another parasols are next to the green belt. Under these parasols, there are full of leisurely and contented customers. All of this makes people feel that people living here are very relaxed. We have to find a place for our feet. I want to have a good night's sleep on the soft big bed. Balvidi grumbled. "Don't worry, I will tell you about my plan. If you have anything to add, you will talk about it later." Jiang Cheng took the 2 of them and sat down in a place where there is a space. The enthusiastic boss greeted them immediately and served them a few drinks. "Okay, sweet and sour, it's delicious." Baludi took a sip first and couldn't help but praise it. The materials in their spacecraft do not include beverages. They can only carry as much pure water as possible. Therefore, as girls, they are indeed a little bit pitiful when they see these beverages. Yanran heard Ba Ludi say this and couldn't bear to take a bite. As expected, it was sweet and sour like Ba Ludi's. But she didn't have a mouthful like Ba Lu. It was not her reservedness, but a habit that she had cultivated for many years. She has lived on the unnamed planet for a long time. In that barren land, she can only survive by hunting wild lu. She is half hungry every day, so the land has developed the habit of being slow. After the 2 of them put down the cups in their hands, Jiang Cheng spoke. He knew that the 2 girls had been stricken by the long travel. Not only the material aspect, but the most serious aspect is the spiritual aspect. "I stay in the small space of the spacecraft all day and do dull tasks every day." Let alone the energetic young people like Baludi, who are veterans with travel experience, it may not be able to bear it. Jiang Cheng has a lot of travel experience and has met many people. He has heard more than once that those who have traveled for a long time will become eccentric, and some people will even do some extreme things. Although Yanran and Ba Lu complained while they were in line, Jing didn't do anything else. However, their travel time is still very long. It is better not to let them feel bored with travel. So this time when I came to the planet of Bordel, he wanted them to relax. And the planet Delbur does have something to attract them. It's not just scenery, food, and other entertainment. As for me, I have to go to the astronautics team to check the galaxy cloud map here. Jiang Cheng said. Ran exchanged a wink with Baludi. They thought that this time they had finished replenishing fuel and living things and left immediately. Now, listening to their teacher's tone, they can still stay here for a while. This is indeed good news. Okay, since you don't have any comments, let's find a place to stay. Jiang Cheng saw Ran and Ba Ludi's eyes light up. Yeah, it's kind of you to be old, Ba Luzhen shouted. Delicate and beautiful face, ghost figure, sweet voice, lively laughter. Ba Ludi attracted the eyes of many passers-by. With a sound, a guy piloting a flying machine just looked at this beauty full of exotic planets and accidentally hit the flying machine in front. The aircraft in front stopped, and a man from Bordel came down to check the condition of his aircraft. The bad guy from behind has already greeted him, and they couldn't hear their conversation in the noise. Then Jiang Cheng and the others saw an incredible scene that made them flourish. The man who heard the trouble pointed his finger in Jiang Cheng's direction. If another man looked in the direction he was pointing, the two men shook hands with each other. It seems that they have reached a consensus on something. They left with their respective aircraft. Oh my God, there is such a thing, Ran exclaimed. The men here are too flooded, right? Ba Lu raised her eyebrows at Ran proudly and cast a wink at her. Wow, this time it's the boss here. He accidentally saw Ba's green winking eyes, and for a while he broke the cup he was holding. Son, the men on this planet are really enthusiastic. You are all big beauties, be careful. Jiang Cheng reminded them with a smile. Teacher, do you also know that we are beautiful women? Bar Green asked her teacher strangely. What are you talking about? Although the teacher's aesthetic ability is close, but beauty and ugliness can still be distinguished. Jiang Cheng said humorously. Then why do you always turn a blind eye when you face us every day? Barati asked in a hurry. What do you want me to do? Don't you have to compliment you every day? Jiang Cheng turned against Ba Ludi's team. Haha, I'm talking abouty. Ba Ludi laughed, haha. Let's go, we have to find a place to stay. Don't you want to sleep on a soft big bed? Yan Ran said next to him. Tell you that I can't wait, go. Jiang Cheng and the three of them joked and laughed as they walked, and their figures slowly disappeared among the shining crowd on the street. Jiang Cheng and the others came to the planet Delbur. They had not lived in the human world for many days, so Jiang Cheng decided that they would stay here for a few more days to let Yanran and Ba LV relax and relax. Seeing Jiang Cheng and the three of them entering the lobby of the hotel, the steward of the hotel standing in the lobby greeted them personally. Two beautiful ladies, welcome to our hotel. Is there anything I can do for you? The housekeeper of the hotel is very diligent. However, the objects of his courtesy were limited to Murin and Ba Green Belt. As for Jiang Cheng, who stood in front of them, except that he nodded to him out of courtesy, he left Jiang Cheng in the cold. Since they are so polite, Ran and Baludi will naturally not be rude. Mr. Guan, we need 2 rooms. Do you still have 3 guests here? Ma Ran asked. Of course there is, beautiful lady. Mr. Guanxi replied, and then he introduced their hotel in detail like a nagging woman. How long their hotel has a history, when did celebrities visit their hotel, they have the best facilities in the industry, etc. Had it not been for Ba Luluo who interrupted him impatiently, I am afraid they would need a chair to sit down so that they could listen to him without getting tired. Mr. Dad, we are very tired. Would you please prepare a room for us? Although it is impolite to interrupt others, he forgave her for being rude because Ba Luluo was also a beautiful woman. Mr. Guan, she personally handled the room registration for them. If they hadn't had too little luggage and they refused him firmly, he would definitely send their luggage into their room. The manager of the hotel really didn't say anything. The rooms in this hotel are equipped with a reasonable temperature device, and there are many facilities that should be there. Moreover, he has arranged a sunny room with Baludi. As for Jiang Cheng, Ran and Ba Ludi smiled secretly while holding Ba Ludi. His room was opposite them. After washing up, Ba Ludi threw himself on the bed that exuded a faint scent, rolled a few times on it contentedly, and then got up to take away their luggage. Balutaijing did not find a hotel for a good night's sleep, as she said. She has now changed her mind. She thinks the most important thing is to go shopping and eat a meal unique to this planet. Of course, she wouldn't make it clear. Her suggestion is that they should buy 2 traction ropes for the 2 wolf babies right now, which are basically cages. However, she immediately agreed to her suggestion. Although she was also a little tired, she was able to play in the human world, which was definitely more interesting than she felt. So after they asked the manager of Ming Hotel where there is a Quanwu shop, they walked out of the door of the hotel. Although the 2 lone babies are somewhat uncomfortable with the scene in front of them, they are still small and can be photographed in their arms, so the most important thing at the moment is not to buy a traction rope. Anyway, the pet shop won't run away with long legs. As Baru said, it would be better to find a good-looking secret hall and eat something delicious first. So they walked into a nearby restaurant that looked good. When they came to the entrance of the hall, they were blocked on the grounds that pets are not allowed in this restaurant. The doorman in the hall was polite, but his tone was unquestionable. Just when Bingren and the others were about to turn around and leave, the owner of the restaurant arrived in time. He was angry that the doorman refused to entertain such 2 beautiful ladies for such a small matter. He smiled and said to Yanran and Ba Ludi, then turned his eyes to scold the doorman for not having eyesight. Ran Hebalaju had to admire that the boss really had a face suitable for doing business, and the joy and anger on his face could be converted freely between them and the doorman. The doorman felt aggrieved. After all, the rules for not allowing pets into the restaurant were set by the boss himself. Now when he sees the 2 beautiful ladies, he turns back and makes people look at him. The owner of the restaurant personally arranged a location for them to see the beautiful scenery. Jing Kai said that as a way, they will get a 30% discount on their consumption in the restaurant today, and he will also give them a special dish in the restaurant, which of course is free. Ran and Ba Lvishu repeatedly expressed his gratitude to him. Jing Kai said that he did not need to treat them like this, but the office owner was obviously more docile. He insisted that he want to do this, and Yan Ran and Ba Lvdi were left to him. The meal was really fast. This restaurant is not only in a good location, but also in an elegant environment. The customers who come and go have also shown a certain quality. Coupled with the exquisite meals, they are really satisfied. When they came to the waiter to settle the bill, they were told that their bill had been settled for them. That's the gentleman. The waiter turned his head and gestured. Following his eyes, he saw several well-dressed men eating on another stage. One of them was the person who paid for them. Thank you for his kindness, but we don't need it. Baludi handed the bank card to the waiter. However, that gentleman has already paid for you. The waiter is very embarrassed. That is his business. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Balu ignored the waiter. When they stood up and prepared to leave with the pet temporarily kept by the office owner, the man who wanted to pay for them came over. I asked the 2 beautiful ladies to forgive me for the abruptness. That man was not angry at being rejected by Ran and Balu. Of course, I paid for the 2 ladies because I wanted to get to know them, but please forgive me. Ceremony. He looked at Yanran and Baludi. Although the beautiful faces of the 2 young ladies are amazing, what I care more about is their skill. If 2 I am not mistaken, the 2 are people with excellent fighting skills. The gentleman finished his words with a smile. Ran and Baludi were surprised. This gentleman was not for their beauty, but for the abilities they possessed, so he deliberately wanted to know them. You are right, the 2 of us will have a few superficial fights, but that's all. Balu is definitely not modest, but doesn't want to reveal his true identity. There must be no harm to others, and no defensiveness. Their teacher mentioned this sentence in their ears more than once. It happened that both of them had good memories, and they couldn't forget even if they wanted to. At this moment, they saw a stranger with some eyesight. They naturally thought of this sentence, and they couldn't help but add a layer of guard. Jiang Cheng and their spacecraft came to the planet Delbur, and they will stay here for a while and take a good rest. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Ma Ran and Lu and the others are ready to have a good time here. After all, they have not lived in human society for a long time. When they were eating, a local man took the initiative to pay for them. The reason was not because of their beauty, but because he saw that they were people with strong fighting ability. This person was very accurate, but at the same time, he also gave Yan Ran and Baludi a certain degree of defense. After all, there must be no harm or defensiveness. Mr. Y smiled and said, "If the two ladies are free, let's find another place to talk." He handed a business card with both hands and said, "You too, don't think I will have any wrong thoughts. To be honest, I'm not right." Ba Ludi glanced at the business card, and she handed it to Yan Ran to read it. Then I was surprised after seeing it. This person really didn't ask them to strike up a conversation. He was a coach in a local fighting stadium. No wonder he could see that they were fighters. After pondering for a while, he said to the fighting coach, 26, we just arrived at Boulder today, and there are still some things to deal with, so we really don't have time today. The coach has a good manner. He didn't feel any discomfort because Bingren rejected him. In this case, it is okay for us to talk again when the two of you are free, he asked. I don't know what the two young ladies need me to help. If so, please feel free to tell. It's okay, we're going to buy something, so you won't be numb to you. Ran and Ba Luluo bid farewell to the gentleman. Goodbye. The fighting coach waited until the two of them got out of the dining room before he walked to his seat. The two ladies didn't agree, his friend asked. The fighting coach took his hand but did not speak. You always do things like this. Why do you tell them that you want to invite them to your fighting arena? Isn't it all right? His friend complained. Although it is fine to say that if they refuse, isn't it a pity? The fighting coach is also embarrassed. Are these two people so powerful? His friend was a little surprised. At least it seems to me, and you know, I always have a good vision. The fighting coach is a little bit hearted. He held up the wine glass. Don't tell me, come, let's continue drinking. The planet Bortle is indeed a distinctive planet. Ran and Baludi found that the environment on this planet and the people they saw gave them a relaxed and natural feeling. For example, at the pet shop they are now in, the enthusiastic and not exaggerated shop assistants stood not far away from the moment they stepped into the shop. When they needed him to explain, he would come over and do some simple things. Important introduction. When he knew that Yanran and LVDI had bought 2 traction gears, Si Ping did not express anything because the things they bought were not worth a few dollars. He even generously said that he could give them 2. Ran and Baludi rejected his kindness. When they were about to leave, they had been standing inside the counter secretly watching if their boss came over. 2 beautiful ladies, can I make an offensive request to you? The boss is very polite. Yanran and Ba Luluo looked at each other. Ba Luluo nodded and said, You said, this, I want your beautiful bird to advertise for our store. The owner of Quanwu shop just finished speaking. He immediately explained. The current meaning is that I want to use your bird as a model. Take some photos for posters if you agree. Ba Greenbelt hasn't spoken yet, but has already agreed. Yes, as long as it doesn't take us too much time. Thank you 2 young ladies. Your heart is as forgettable as your appearance, the owner of the Quanwu shop said vigorously. In order to express my gratitude, I want to give this bird free of charge. Ran said, She's Alice. Oh, Alice, what a nice name, the owner of the Quanwu shop boasted. I want to provide some food for Alice Rabbit fee. Ran replied, Thank you, but Alice is very different from other birds, so we appreciate your kindness. They then negotiated a time with the boss, and then they left the pet shop, ready to go back. Before leaving, Ba Ludi suddenly asked the boss, Look at my 2 wolf babies, are they cute? Of course, they are cute. The pet shop owner replied with a pleasant smile, Such cute wolf babies, don't you need them to advertise for you? Baretti revealed her true intentions at this time. Miss, your baby wolf is really cute, but we only need that young lady to carry if, oh, Alice, what a nice name, we only need Alice now. The pet shop owner rejected Baretti's suggestion. Balu did not speak and walked out dully. Ran waiting outside had heard their conversation, and she felt exuberant at this time. What could make her happier than her Alice's knowledge? Why, that boss didn't agree to your request. Ma Ran asked her 100 color green and finally resisted the smile of her own corner. Ba Luluo glanced at her. That boss's vision is really bad. What's wrong with us Ziohe Ziobai? So cute, didn't he see it? Yes, it's a pity that he didn't like such a cute wolf baby. But I feel ashamed of them. Just say what you want to say. Baludi saw through Bing Ran's mind. No. If it weren't for public places, Yanran would definitely laugh out loud. Cut, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Aren't you just showing off your Alice? Baludi looks at Bingren very much. The name is also very nice. Yanran emphasized. Not only is the appearance beautiful, the name is also nice. I think this boss really has the foresight, don't you think? Of course, I didn't plan to let Baluti off easily. You and Liang just managed to forget it, but the name is really bad. Baluti muttered, but yes, good, listen. Yan Ran said word by word in Ba Luluo's ear. It sounds good. Ba Luluo said impatiently, now are you satisfied? We Zio Hai Zio Bai are so cute. Why can't we be a model? Ba Luluo grumbled unwillingly. She hugged the baby wolf in her arms tighter. Bingren and Ba Ludi went out to play for a while, ate some food, bought something, and returned to the hotel contentedly. What surprised them was that Jiang Cheng actually came back earlier than them and was sitting in the room drinking tea. Teacher, are you back? Did things not go well? Asked Baludi. While talking, she put down the baby wolf in her arms. She was exhausted by moving her arms. It seemed that she could not hold you in her arms again next time. No, the people here are not bad. Jiang Cheng put down the cup. They accepted my application, and then 2 days later they will prepare the materials I want for me. Teacher, you can try this, and then handed Jiang Cheng a biscuit. The food in this store is quite delicious. We guess it will suit your appetite, so I brought some for you to try. Well, yes, Jiang Cheng did not refuse their kind intentions. Where did you go to play around? While slowly exposing the cookies, he casually asked if, I just wandered around a garden casually, wherever there are many people, then answered Ryuo. We met a man today. What kind of fighting center coach is he? This man seems to be interested in our skills. Barati said, shout, I was just thinking about what you guys said about this. Jiang Cheng put down the cookies in his hand and said to them, I just checked it carefully on the way back, and it was exactly the same as the introduction said. The Bordel planet has a very notable feature, that is, the people here practice martial arts. Listening to your tone, you definitely haven't noticed that they have a lot of martial arts gyms here, right? Jiang Cheng asked them both. Yanren and Ba Ludi really didn't notice the situation Jiang Cheng said, but they are obviously interested in this topic. Keep on talking, teacher. Baludi's problem with anxious animals can't be corrected. Why do they have such a phenomenon here? I'm also very surprised that in a place where the civilization is fairly developed like Delbur, they actually still attach such importance to martial arts. Jiang Cheng said, so I was also surprised, so I asked a few people in the local area and combined their opinions. One is the encouragement of their mansion, and the other is that they have always had such a tradition. The traditional item of fighting has always had a big market in the folks of the planet Delbur. Again, there are many things in their lives that are related to fighting, which invisibly reminds this kind of atmosphere. For example, but I am also very excited about Jiang Cheng's words. Today, when the level of civilization on many planets has been greatly improved, humans don't attach much importance to fighting skills. When there is a war between the stars, all kinds of spacecraft are used, and the weapons on these heavy equipment in spaceships are all beyond visual range attacks. Even if fighting alone, in the context of information technology, destroying the enemy will no longer have to face as before. Except for some special teams who still attach importance to fighting because of their mission needs, the team no longer lists fighting skills as a compulsory skill. In the folks, when it comes to physical exercise, it is even more diverse, and various fitness methods are endless for 3 days and 3 nights. If it is really like what Jiang Cheng said, the planet Delbur still attaches so much importance to combat, then they can be said to be an alternative existence. Don't ask me anymore, so you guys have a rest, and we go out to have a look in the afternoon. How about? Jiang Cheng said with a smile. It is good. Ran and Ba Lu are very happy. She's teacher never liked the street, but this time he actually offered to go out with them, which was really out of their minds. So the 3 of them said so. 2 hours later, Jiang Cheng led Ran and Ba Ludi out of the hotel's gate. A small spaceship was parked outside the door of the hotel. Jiang Cheng and the others opened the door and sat in. Where do the 2 beautiful ladies want to go? The driver asked after starting the flying edge. I heard that you have a lot of martial arts here. We want to take a look. Balv answered. No problem, I'll take you to a place where the most famous martial arts gym, fitness center, and martial arts gym are all there. How about the driver's proposal? Okay, just go there. Seeing that Jiang Cheng Heron didn't speak, Ba Lut knew they agreed. By the way, your martial arts gym is the most famous here. The spaceship is moving forward, and Ba Lu obviously doesn't want to be idle. This, the spacecraft pilot thought for a while, this is really hard to say. What's so bad about that? Who can beat the best? Isn't your martial arts gymnasium here compared to each other? Ba Ludi is very strange. Fighting is useless just by saying that it's useless, and it's not a long time to try it out on the court. If a martial arts gym can only play, our home is the best. Now our environment is good, and the nasal face is swollen, but the coach is often beaten by others. No one wants to go to this martial arts gym no matter how good the conditions are. The driver said, "That's the case. We have such fighting competitions every year, and the championship team produced every year is not in the same martial arts gym, so I really can't judge which martial arts gym is the best." "Do you still have such competitions?" Baretti was excited. "Are there any requirements for participating in these competitions?" "Well, I knew that participants must join the martial arts gym and then participate on behalf of the martial arts gym. There seems to be no other requirement. Although fighting is the mainstream competition event on the planet Bordel, this driver likes another sport, so he doesn't know much about fighting games." He saw Ryubalu's face full of excitement and couldn't help asking her, "Beauty, do you want to participate in a fighting competition?" Baludi answered him, I have this idea, then you have to hurry up. As far as I know, the network will be closed in 2 or 3 days." The driver said, "Are you talking about the once-a-year buys?" Asked Balu. "Yes," the driver replied. "This race is very important. Every year, people from all directions come to participate, as do people from other planets. Why must the contestants be in the name of the martial arts gym?" But he couldn't help but asked, It may be related to the regulations of our mansion. Our law here prohibits all kinds of private fights. Once such a fight is discovered, then the personnel involved in the fight shall not engage in fighting-related activities for 5 years. For the occupation, he cannot participate in any form of PES. Jiang Cheng and his 2 disciples heard that the martial arts style is very popular here on the planet of Boulder, so if they have a strong interest, they will come to experience it. They talked with the pilot of a passenger spacecraft along the way, and they probably knew some things here. "Well, your destination is here," the pilot of the spaceship said. Jiang Cheng and the others stepped off the spaceship. In front of them, there was a square that was especially founded for the country. In the center of the square, there is a statue. The country surrounds this statue, and there are a series of houses. Some of these buildings are tall, some are short, and more of them are ordinary buildings. However, at the gates of these buildings, there are all kinds of things. As soon as Jiang Cheng and the others wanted to look around with great interest, they were attracted by the sound of a quarrel. "What's so great about your Wiggle Center? Why don't we post ads here?" "I'm happy," another voice said. Jiang Cheng slightly raised his brows, and the voice contained indescribable slowness, which was very annoying. At this time, another voice rang. "Looking at you, are you very unconvinced? Why don't we have a fight? Hit it." Then came the voice of resistance. Mark, calm down." With these people's noisy kung fu, Jiang Cheng and the others have come to the front of this group of people, and they are ready to fight. A young man held a piece of paper in his hand, which seemed to be the notice he was going to post. Next to him, 2 people were pulling his shoulders, not letting him go forward. Opposite them, there were 4 or 5 people who looked very shrewd, and they looked at the 3 people with a smile. The arrival of the 3 of Jiang Cheng gave both groups a while. They were all stunned by the beauty of Bingren and Ba Ludi. Ma Ran and Baludi are obviously used to seeing men who straighten their eyes as soon as they see them. They look at the disgusting eyes of these people. "Wow, where's such a bright chick from here?" One of the 4 or 5 people opened up. Listening to his tone, people couldn't help but want to touch him. "Girl, we are talking to you." The thick, dangerous-skinned guy continued to speak, and the comrade next to him whistled and cheered for him. Jiang Cheng whispered to Ran and Ba Ludi, "Don't call me a teacher from now on." He raised his hand to stop Ba Luz, who opened his mouth and wanted to say something. "You solve all things, I will only be an audience member." The 2 of them understand. Their teacher is a hint. From now on, you can let go of your hands and feet and do whatever you want. The teacher will stand behind you and wave for you. Originally, Yanran and Balu had some lawless heads, but now they have received the teacher's hint. They are even more fearless. They stood where they were, watching the insulting guy walk over, and he actually leaned in front of them. "You are not our people, right now you can see it. Are you here to visit or just to amuse it? Would you like us to accompany you? We know about it here. You are not here to learn martial arts. Sai, then you are so lucky to meet us. Our Tengwei Fighting Center is the most famous here. This guy in the fighting center is not only thick-skinned, but also talkative. But it is really annoying to see if he is drooling and talking. While this guy paused temporarily, Ba Ludi said to Yan Ran, "Ma Ran, I think their people are more decent. Shall we go to their martial arts gym?" Said Ruo. She pointed to the three people standing aside. Yanran understood what she meant, and she nodded. "Okay, I happen to have this idea." The face of the guy who came to strike up a conversation turned green. He didn't expect the two delicate little girls in front of him to actually go to the opponent's martial arts gym. The second brother is too shameful. Yes, he also said that he is a master pickup girl. Now we have all seen how he picks up girls. Just what he used to do is actually called a master pickup girl. Now that the girl hasn't been picked up, he has offended these two young ladies. The big brother will kill him, right? No. How could a good person like senior brother beat him to death? At most, beat his and let him eat it. The guys around the second brother were not a good thing at first glance. Seeing their second brother's ashamed face, they made fun of him instead. Barati sighed. These are the legendary pig teammates. She can be seen this time. The second brother listened to his fellow apprentices ridiculing him relentlessly, and then looked at the three people who had already approached his opponent, angrily rushed to his head. He rushed in front of the three people, surprised the notice in the hands of the young man named Mark, broke it into pieces with 2 blows, and then slammed the pieces onto his face. No matter how Mark could bear such an insult, he struggled to rush forward. Yanran opened her mouth in time. "This gentleman, do you say we are waiting here, or are you taking us to your martial arts gym?" Mark was stunned. He calmed down and said to Vuoren, "How can we let 2 beautiful ladies, and this gentleman wait? Let's take 3 of them to see us." After these remarks, Jiang Cheng and the others had a good impression of the young man named Mark. The young man was able to calm down quickly and be polite to Ran and Balti. Moreover, he was not like other people on the planet Bordel. He had only 2 beauties in his eyes, but he turned a blind eye to Jiang Cheng. This is the first time they have encountered such a situation since they set foot on the planet of Bor. "Then 3, please follow me." The young man named Mark motioned to Jiang Cheng and the others. Seeing if the opponent walks away with 2 beauties, the second brother only touches his head with Wuhao. The law here clearly stipulates that people who know how to fight cannot do anything to ordinary people. This is one. The other is that, when the 2 martial arts players compete, they must agree to the situation before they can start. I don't know who set such a wonderful law, but under such a law, ordinary people are indeed rarely harassed by people in the martial arts hall. In fact, this has something to do with the people of the planet Bordel. Generally speaking, the people on their planet are flat and rarely have disputes with others. Therefore, these laws and regulations are protecting these people. And the law also made some other provisions to encourage these martial artists, see Japanese letter. And the 3 of them came to the martial arts hall where Mark was, and stood at the door of the martial arts hall. They looked at the low door of the martial arts hall and did not speak. Mark smiled embarrassedly. "Our conditions here are indeed very crude. Please don't take it off." Baludi looked at the tall house next to him and said, "Look at the martial arts gymnasium, which is high-minded. Why is yours like this? What could be the reason?" Mark scratched his head and he said sadly, "There is no money for this reason. If we have money, there must be a martial arts hall as tall as the next door." "No money. When you came, the driver told us that he said that your martial arts gym is very rich and there are subsidies for various mansions. In this case, how can you have no money? I don't understand." Mark smiled bitterly. "Yes, that driver's 533 is right, but let me explain the specific content for you. I am not a person who imitates this industry. Even if he is a local, he may have a little knowledge of, as Mark said, what the pilot of the spacecraft said to Jiang Cheng and the others was really half knowledge. Mark told them that the mansion on the planet Bordel arranged this way for them. If a member of the martial arts hall can win awards in different competitions, then the martial arts hall will receive corresponding bonuses. Moreover, the number of apprentices in a martial arts gym is related to the winning of the competition. The mansion on the planet Bordel does not allow the martial arts hall to accept apprentices privately, and each martial arts hall has a strict number of people. Once it is discovered that a martial arts gym accepts apprentices in private, the fine will be fine, or the qualification to open the martial arts gym will be cancelled. And if a martial arts gym wants to make money, it can only recruit more students. If it wants to recruit more students, then the people in the martial arts gym must win awards in some competitions. In other words, whether a martial arts gym has money is directly related to Bihan. The staff of Boulder Planet who drafted this rule may be to prevent those who are incapable from opening a martial arts gym to make money. Indeed, according to the rules of the mansion, a martial arts hall that did not receive an award in Bizert means that your abilities are not good. Isn't it a mistake to come to open the martial arts hall under such circumstances? However, those who drafted this rule did not expect that the small martial arts halls that had just opened on the internet were caught in a cycle of evil. If the martial arts hall is small, no one can be found to train. There are few members, and the number of participants in the competition is reduced. If the probability is reduced, it is not easy to get awards in Bizert. So many Xiaoguans fell into an endless loop, and they had to close their doors. With enthusiasm, Mark and the others founded the martial arts hall called Zili Shixing. They are also young. They didn't realize that there were such regulations until the martial arts hall was opened. All the money invested in the early stage has been spent, but their Xiaoguan can't even see any hope. They can only leave the line like other closed Xiaoguan. After listening to Mark, Jiang Cheng and the others knew how half-knowing that the pilot of the spaceship was wrong, and it really killed people. But when he reached the green, he whispered to her, "Don't you feel sad for the name Star of Hope?" Barl Vidai felt that Bingren was simply inexplicable, and she said to Ran, "How can I be acquainted with evil? I just arrived on this planet." She looked at Ran and wanted to hit people and suddenly remembered. Japanese letter, one when you mean the coach you met in the restaurant. You'll know if you take out your business card and have a look. To Baba Green on Zio 2, but I'm about to lose patience. Ba Lu took out the business card that the stranger handed them while in the restaurant. Sure enough, the business card showed that the stranger was the coach of the Star of Hope martial arts gym. His name was Lu Ming. Ba Lu smiled slyly, Xiangguoren. She didn't know what was going on. She didn't do things Yanran carefully. Yanran also thought her behavior like this was very strange. You know, Barati was a killer before, or a very powerful killer. But has anyone seen a careless killer? The careless killer may have been killed by his opponent long ago. What use is there to keep such a killer? If Barati was as careless as she is now when she was a killer, I am afraid that the grass has grown tall. Then there is still a chance to travel in the universe with them. Ran and Baludi also discussed the problem Bai Quan and the others have to get along day and night, and Ba Ludi is always careless and careless. Who can stand like this all day long, but all day long following Ba Lukian to help her clean up? Even so, things are not over. Yanran, did you see the one I replaced last night? Don't just want to do something, but you have to tell me when the time comes. Ah, the bread is baked, but why don't you remind me? And many more. Ma Ran is really frequent. Yan Ran asked herself to be a Barabari person, but under the endless torture of Ba Lu, she finally got angry. You said you are so thrown around all day long, and when you were a killer, it was the same. I'm afraid it would be over long ago, right? If Yanran Lu, who started the fire, is still scared, let alone her rational writing, yes, I also find it strange. Why did I become like this? When I was a killer, I had to think about everything by myself. Did I overuse my brain at that time, and now I am forgetful? Ba Lurong can only fight with Rampy Xioxian's gag. Don't talk nonsense with me. You are obviously using me as a guarantor. You think I'm stupid, don't you? Yan Ran is not a stupid person. She pointedly pointed out that Baludi had bad intentions. Ba Lu really didn't have such an idea. She immediately sent, I really don't have one, Yanran, you must believe me, although I have such shortcomings, but I am really not like you said. Seeing that Ba Luluo's face turned red and her voice changed, she had to say that she was anxious about what she said just now. But the problem must be resolved, so the two of them threw the problem to their teacher. Of course, I clearly remember that their teacher said so. Nothing wrong with you. Jiang Cheng said to Ba Ludi, you just completely relaxed yourself. According to Jiang Cheng's view, Ba Lu suddenly moved from a nervous killer life to a relatively relaxed person to start things, of course, not to lose her mind. In her life, her long-standing nerves were completely relaxed. Yan Ran was deeply impressed by what Jiang Cheng said. For example, when Ba Ludi first joined them, the two of them were on the same bed, and I was afraid that if she was standing in the middle of the night and coughing slightly, Ba Ludi would come. And now, every morning, she wouldn't get up at all without her. After finally getting her up, I watched her wash her face and teeth in a slow pace. Jiang Cheng didn't like to look at the glamorous Ba Ludi. Fortunately, Ba Lu still had the eyes to move her, and she would never steal the head during training. In this case, Jiang Cheng would not be able to say anything. Although he is a teacher, he can't even care about the life habits of female disciples, right? Since even their teacher said that, and that the reason for her loss of life is because of her relaxation, then she has to bring her spirits up. Of course, when she said this, Barati's tears flowed down. She cried to Yanran that when she was less than 1 year old and less than 2 years old, her parents died in an accident. At that time, a high-level member of the Haijizi group happened to have a meeting with a local organization to discuss some things. The results of the meeting should be very good. That's why the high-level leader brought her back to the headquarters, who was still crying. The supreme leader of the Hailongzi group still had 2 plays. He saw that even if it was important, Ba Ludi had shown something different, so he immediately recognized Ba Leju as his adopted daughter. Just after she had grown up, the top leader personally determined her coaches in various subjects and let her receive cruel training. Of course, you think about it, how old I was then. Although the coach seldom punished me at that time, I spent every day in fear. At that time, I was at most a child. When I became a killer, the days I lived were even more unbearable to look back. No matter whether there was a task for me to carry out, I already had an occupational disease. No matter where I was always scared, without any sense of security. Fortunately, meeting the teacher and you made me feel at home. You made me feel the warmth that I have never felt before, so I can relax like this. The most brilliant way to tell lies is to divide the truth into 7 points, which is mixed with 3 points of falsehood, so that the true and the false and the true can be confused. Ba Lu grew up in the dark world. In order to survive, she has learned how to look at each other's words and colors. As for how to find each other's weakness, it is even more for her. However, comparing with Ba Lu is simply a simple child. Although she is smart, her single experience limits her understanding of human sacrifice. What's more, when Ba Ludi said those things to her, she burst into tears and sang well. Before Ba Lu could finish speaking, she cried into tears. Waiting until Ran personally assured her that she would never be angry with her because of this kind of thing in the future, and Ba Ludi loosened the hand that tightened her thigh if Jiang Cheng was there at the time, and he was a big disciple. Simple and straightforward. The reason why he didn't point out that Ba Ludi was deceiving Yan Ran's sympathy on the spot was because he knew that his eldest disciple was not an egg. But in the process of getting along with them, he would always find the horse that Ba Lu showed. That is, this is also part of Yanran's practice. Jiang Cheng would actually think so. He is not a good teacher. However, as a teacher, Jiang Cheng did have a foresight. As Ma Ran and Ba Lu spent more time together, she slowly discovered what Ba Ludi had said to her before. Often the donkey lips were wrong. For example, when Ba Lurong said about her experience in the dark world, she said that she was smart since she was a child, and that her coaches can complete all of her courses, and she is the adopted daughter of the group's highest boss, so the coaches are not too much. At the beginning of her blame, Ma Ran immediately confronted the ground. Ba Lu did not say that before. Ba Luluo said at the time that when she was in training, she was in fear of the coach's responsibility. On the one hand, Ba Leju found out all kinds of reasons to say that he had memorized it wrong, and on the other hand put her hand in her trouser pocket, quietly twisting her thigh. She spoke too quickly and stopped, because she saw the painful expression on Baludi's face. Her eyes were full of tragic imitation, and the tears slowly flowed down her magic test. Little things, Mu Ran is so peaceful as if he is himself. No matter what, Ba Luluo is an orphan. This is an indisputable fact. With this alone, Bareti is pitiful enough. Although he is also a child, at least he got the love of his parents when he was a teenager. In comparison, Ba Lajeng lost his parents since he was a child, which is really too much compared to him. Jiang Cheng knew that her eldest disciple was smart, but he did not expect that her eldest disciple would be so simple and kind, so Ba Lu had been living very well for a long time. Later, it was Ba Lulu who didn't want to play like this anymore. Even a wrong Zhai like her teacher would never think that it was Ba Luluo who would do it first. In fact, the reason is very simple. Baludi is a talkative person. She likes to talk. This may also be related to the days when she was a killer. Because she is a killer, she is destined to always be in the ark, but she is a young man. In Hai Jeezy's time, although she didn't speak, it wasn't that she didn't want to speak, but that she didn't have a suitable person to speak to. It's good now. With a partner like Ran, two people not only get along day and night, but also have the same teacher. Besides, marriage itself is not an annoying person. So when Ba Lu is with Yan Ran every day, she may have a lot to say to make up for those days when she can't talk. However, in the distant galaxy, on that blue planet, there is an ancient country, and its people have a famous saying that has been circulating for a long time. Ba Luluo made such a mistake. She babbled every day, and the more she said, the more her feet were exposed. Ma Ran was originally a smart person, so she could always find her leakage in the words she accidentally said. And every time she questioned her, of course, she had to twist her thigh quietly. After such a long time, Baretti couldn't bear it. It may be that the body has developed resistance, and now she needs to twist her thighs hard to get tears down. And only if she shed tears she would live. Whenever she was in the middle of the night, after waiting for Yan Ran, she looked at the bruise on her snow-white subject, thinking what the trouble was. Even when she was a killer, there were few enemies that could leave scars on her body. This was fine, but she hurt herself as a killer. After going back and forth in this way, Baludi finally got rid of her ill-fated mistakes. Of course it will happen, but it's a lot better than before. The one that makes the most fascinating after a lot of sentences is still, naturally, I told her never play tricks in front of her again. Only then did the land know that although she started a little earlier than the land, but the senior sister, who was about her age, had much experience. Although she often made up her senior sister with tears, why didn't her senior sister use tears to counter her? Ran said, "Why don't you twist your thigh now? Will you cry if you don't twist it?" Now, in a small martial arts gymnasium on the planet of Bordel, Ba Lu is guilty of Zio 2's problem again. No wonder Yuan Ran has her eyes on her. Do you know this person? Ludi handed Mark the business card in his hand. Do you know him? He is a good friend of mine. In this martial arts gym, the two of us work together. Mark called Kai Kai after seeing the card. Speaking of Cao Cao, Cao Cao arrived. Just after Mark finished speaking, Ming walked in through the door. When he saw Ran and Ba Lu gang, he blinked. "You two young ladies, we just wanted to come here to have a look. Just when we got here, we saw Mark and the second brother in a fight." He pulled it back. Baretti explained she didn't want that Ming to misunderstand anything. "So Keto, Mark, the people at the Wiggle Center don't do anything to you. It seems that Lu Ming is very concerned about Mark. It's also strange that Ming and Mark were originally good friends. It's okay, just because these two ladies and this gentleman came, they didn't embarrass me." Mark is very impressed by the three Jiang Cheng and his apprentices. If he really fought just now, he would definitely suffer a loss, and as a man, he couldn't face each other's challenges without responding. He is not someone who is afraid that he will be affected by the other party. He is just worried. Now that it is the final registration of Dasai, if he cannot work because of this, they will be in vain this year. In this way, whether their little Star of Hope martial arts hall can survive is still a big question. Although the two ladies have already arrived, the post, and this gentleman, can we talk about it? The fire that has lost hope in Ming's heart is burning again. What do you want to talk about? Ba Green is very curious. This young man named Ban Ming has a pair of discerning eyes, and she can tell at a glance that she is a martial artist, but she doesn't think they have anything to say with him. Knowing his hand, he knew that his request was excessive, but he had no good way to do it now. He could only use a dead horse as a living horse doctor. That's right, the two are also martial arts practitioners. Don't you want to participate in this fighting competition? Lu Ming said, "If you can get a good ranking in Dasai, that's something worth showing off." "Oh, you can be more specific." Ba Lurong said, "Xu Ming and Kingzi." As long as you get a ranking in such a big middle school, the love of the two will not only appear in various media and become the target of their vying for coverage, but there will also be more opportunities for the two to choose. For example, Balu asked Ryuo, "With Dasai's results, you can enter big companies, you can enter some famous private schools, you can serve as a guest of the media and add some activities," and Banaki stopped. "Excuse me, 2 appearances, such a beautiful girl. If you have good results in Dasai, you will definitely become the stars in people's hearts." His expression became excited. In this way, the lives of the 2 young ladies may become more exciting. Life is alive, no matter the length of life, as long as you can live wonderfully. It doesn't take long, it's worth it. He said to Ryuorin and Baludi, "You too said so, right?" Balu smiled. This Lu Ming was really eloquent. She did not answer Lu Ming. "I have heard that we must use the name of the martial arts gym to participate in such a competition. Then you can tell us which of your martial arts gyms is suitable for us to join." Balu's words immediately made Banaming understand, especially with her slightly provoked, smiling mouth. The young beauty in front of her had already seen through his true intentions. Moreover, she was humorous to her just now. Saijing is not interested. Liu Ming blushed, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. "Young man, if you have something to say, you should say it happily, so it's concealed." Baludi didn't say anything, but everyone in the Star of Hope martial arts hall understood what she meant. Glancing at this small, deserted martial arts gym, Ba Lvdi greeted Ran and Jiang Cheng. "Yes, old Shun, let's go." Jiang Cheng said that they don't need to treat him as a teacher now, and Ba Lulu almost forgot. Seeing Jiang Cheng and the 3 of them walking out of the martial arts gym, Ban Ming blushed and turned white. He deeply regretted what he had done just now. Yeah, why didn't he pick out the words immediately? Not far from the gate of the Star of Hope Martial Arts Hall, there was a man field there. What happened? Ba Luluo was surprised. There were not so many people when they came. Why did they enter the Star of Hope and say a few words? So there are so many people outside. Seeing Jiang Cheng and his group, those people came towards them. I didn't expect to be able to fight as soon as I got here. Ba Lut suppressed his excitement and whispered to Ryuorin. Both sides walked in each other's direction. Mark and Lu Ming stood outside the martial arts hall, watching all this blankly. "No, I want to stop the people at the Wiggle Center." Mark dropped a word and ran towards the group. He ran and yelled, "I am the one who is arguing with you." His words did not go on. When the people in the Tengwei Fighting Center were about to walk in front of Jiang Cheng and the others, they suddenly dispersed. And then they said, "Zhu, Japanese letter Jiang Cheng," and the 3 of them bowed 90 degrees. The leader, it is the second brother. The actions of the brothers really made Baludi a little overwhelmed. Didn't he still make him unable to get off the stage just now? In a blink of an eye, that hippie smiling guy became a good baby. "Sorry, 2 young ladies, we were not good just now, please." The second brother started to bow again after speaking. "I was going to fight, yes, but now it can't be done." Baludi feels very disappointed. "It's so boring. What are the big men doing with so many tricks? It's better to have a fight when you have this time." "It's all right." Barretti waved her hand with an expression of impatience and told them to leave. "I forgive you, let's go." Balu, who was excited about a fight, saw that there was no fight to fight and was in a bad mood. Naturally, he didn't have a good face for the people in the Tengwei Fighting Center. Well, a person walked over. He gave Ba Lu a thumbs up and walked over while praising her. Ba Luluo and the others had never seen this person before, and Ludi didn't like these familiar guys very much. "The person who came in front of me was a pretty good-looking man, tall, handsome, quick-witted, and quick-acting. At first glance, he looked like a practitioner, but the look in his eyes made Ba Lu Gang look annoying. During the time he walked over, this person's eyes had been looking up and down and chasing Ba Green several times. If she hadn't stood in front of Zai Ran and blocked this person's line of sight, Ma Ran would definitely be his target. Baludi didn't speak. She hadn't figured out why this was here, but she knew that these people in the Tenam Fighting Center would suddenly have such a big change, and this person should be related. Sure enough, when the man came to stand in front of Baludi, the senior man immediately introduced him in a pleasing tone. "This is the senior man of our Wag Fighting Center. He is up and down thousands of people on top of us," it said in the inside. "It's the pillar of our Tengwei. He is in our." Stop. Ba Lvdi can't stand the virtue of senior brother Nai. let alone the long-suffering insignificance. But the flattering expression on his face makes it unbearable to hear Bharati speaking, and the big brother is relieved. He has never seen such a beautiful beauty. When he walked over just now, he had already looked at the beautiful this alien planet before him several times, and he was already amazed. Now standing in front of her, he can see Bharati clearly. Liang won't talk about it for the time being. Even her skin is so white and delicate, not even a small beanie. For a while, this big brother was shocked by Bharati and was addicted to her beauty. Bharati was on the verge of running away. She was already looking at the face of the second senior brother, and she was about to throw up, and the senior brother in front of her was even more unbearable. Balu knows that she is beautiful, and she has seen many things on the faces of many men. Such expressions as Ruyan and Sai, but the person in front of them is the first one. The expression on this big brother's face can be described as unbearable. Seeing that he was still watching Sejeb herself, Balu couldn't help but said, "Have you seen the Sejeb?" One, the cold words were like ice, awakening the big brother. Seeing the wicked look of Mei Wen in front of her, the big brother knew that he should not be gaff, leaving a bad impression on this beauty. He hurriedly let his expression become serious. I just heard that these people are very rude to the lady, so I asked them to speak to the lady." Ba LV stayed unmoved. She still looked at the big brother coldly. In fact, this big brother usually has such kindness. When he was in Wuda, when he watched the second brother and a few people come in, other people kept making fun of the second brother. This made him feel weird because these people were in the same group as the second senior brother. In the past, if they treated him like this, the second senior brother would have ridiculed each other, and it was absolutely impossible not to speak like this. "What's the matter with you?" He blocked the way of these people. If someone hurts them, then he hasn't paid attention to their wiggle center, and he will definitely help them out. Personal matter is small, but if it affects the signboard of the fighting center, it is a big deal. "Senior brother, you don't know, the second brother is in love with a girl," said a guy next to the second brother. It turns out that this is the case. The big brother is relieved. This brother Yuan couldn't walk when he saw the girl Yuan Liang, and even if the person's appearance was not good, he was still bothered. As long as he saw the beautiful, he liked it. Every time the eldest brother sees him Mo Hengfei telling others how good he is in the female male and how many beautiful women like him, he will secretly laugh. In addition to bragging, the guy who sees a woman will be in a daze, revealing the end of a pig brother, feeling that a woman will like him. It is just his wishful thinking. The big brother couldn't help but become narcissistic when he thought of this place. He looked at the mirror. There were more mirrors in the fighting center, and he could have 360 observers without blind spots, like himself, a beautiful man in the wind. Japanese letter is to make a woman's soul fallen object. No, there was a beauty in the play that gave herself a goose eye when she left. Based on the experience of the above two brothers, the first brother did not take the matter to his mind to the second brother this time. He was relieved to hear that the second brother was gagged because he met a beautiful girl instead of being negatived. Just as he was about to leave, a guy said again, "Big brother, you don't know how bright that little girl is." This sentence left the big brother's immediate step. He looked back at the speaking person. "How bright is it? Tell me." The man thought for a while and then said, "Anyway, beautiful. I haven't seen such a bright chick when I grew up. Besides, if that chick is not so beautiful, can the second brother become like this?" After listening to the man's words, Big Brother started to ponder. He also wanted to see this beauty, so he directed the play. Now he finally saw the beauty that the second brother said, but the beauty in front of him didn't seem to have a good impression of him. This can be seen from the look in her eyes. Now that you have finished paying, you can take them back. Up. Baludi is usually not merciful to such a guy. Balu's single-handed way of speaking made it impossible for the big brother to accept love. After a few hesitations, he still mustered the courage to speak. "Since the lady is here, let's visit our fighting center first." Not interested. Ludi refused. She didn't even want to see these guys in front of her. Where did she want to go to their center? At this time, Yanren, who had been silent behind her, said, "Since people are kind enough to ask, let's go take a look." Baludi turned around in surprise and looked at Ran. But after she saw Yanren's eyes, she knew that there must be a reason for her son-in-law to do this. Japanese letter TWO beauties appeared in front of him, and the big brother's eyes were about to fall out of his eyes. OMG, such beauties, but the two of them are still beauties with different styles, so the big brother doesn't know which one they like. Ba Luluo refused the invitation from the master of the Weigel Fighting Center, but instead of her opinion, Yan Ran suggested to see it. This surprised Ba Luo because she didn't understand what medicine was sold in Yan Ran's gourd. The big brother just stopped asking the blonde beauty in front of him to visit the Tengwei Fighting Center, but she refused, feeling uncomfortable in his heart. Now that he was willing to go, he was overjoyed and immediately invited them to go. Walking on the road, Ba Ludi asked Yanran quietly, "What are you doing in their fighting center? I feel annoying when I see that big brother." Yanran also replied in a low voice, "Let's go take a look. I don't want to do anything." Balu is even more confused about what Murin wants to do. She thought she had asked the Wiggle Center to vent her anger. When he arrived at the fighting center, the body of the big brother couldn't help but straighter, and his voice appeared more powerful, and this was his place. Ba Luluo followed Yan Ran, and she looked at her smilingly and talking with her big brother. "Teacher, what does Ma Ran want to do?" Ba Luluo couldn't help but ask who was standing next to her. "Tilde, I don't know. Let's take a look." Jiang Cheng didn't guess what he wanted to do. He just knew, the female student of this, will not come here for no reason. The big brother left the blonde beauty, wholeheartedly, if this black-haired beauty. He stood beside Ran, watching if her smile, happy heart radiant, that blonde beauty refused to pay attention to him, made him feel shameless. This, the beauty in need, is much better than her. The Wig Fighting Center is really large in scale, and the entire orange building is theirs. The various training devices in it are dazzling, and they have everything. Many things have not even been heard, let alone seen. The big brother took Bingren to visit and saw other people in the center looking at him, and he felt happy, but in fact, it had nothing to do with him. The big brother accompanies Ruo Ran and keeps telling Ran along the way that if their fighting center has achieved any record, how many members it has, and how famous the coaches are, of course. These coaches include himself. However, what she said to him showed a certain degree of excitement. In addition, she also asked the big brother how they developed to the current scale. This gave the elder brother another opportunity to express himself. He started from becoming the center of how he was established, what twists and turns he went through, how he survived, and then how he developed the society, and so on. It wasn't until Lu kept urging him on the side that he watched them leave without lovingly. When they left, Brother Dagu repeatedly asked them to come and play. "We will see you again." So answer him like that. This black-haired beauty expressed surprise to him again, which made the big brother not think about connecting. The 5 beautiful women of this genus are exquisitely built, and their waist-length black hair adds a bit of temperament to her. If this beauty likes sports, it will be fine, so that he can find a suitable excuse to approach her. When they were talking, the beauty looked at him and smiled 4 times, and once blinked at him while smiling. It seemed that this beauty was also interesting to him. However, I don't know how Big Brother thinks this way. It's just that a strand of hair touched her eyes when she was laughing, and she reacted normally. The Big Brother just stood there until they disappeared, and then he sighed in dismay. "What did you want to do when you came to the court?" "Just getting on the spaceship." Ba Green couldn't wait to ask Ran. She knew she wouldn't do something meaningless. "Don't worry, listen to me." Yan Ran sorted out her thoughts and said to Jiang Cheng and Balu, "The level of the upcoming fighting competition is very high, so I think we should participate in this competition. Check how high you are." Jiang Cheng and Balu kept nodding their heads as they heard what they said. However, what she said was in line with their thoughts. Needless to say, Yiludi Zion. She was originally from where Lier Zhu went. As for Jiang Cheng, one of the important reasons why he agreed to stay on the planet Bordel for a few more days was that he wanted Ran and Baludi to participate in this competition, to see how high the fighting level is here. But that Mark has already said that to participate in this competition, you must join a certain martial arts hall, and you can participate in the name of the martial arts hall. She suddenly said, pointing to Royan, "Oh my God, you are fighting against Y grading. The big brothers in the center are close to each other. Don't you want to join them?" But an angry slap slapped her hand over. "Am I that kind of person?" Ba Lugang rubbed his painful hand and smiled embarrassedly. "You keep talking," Jiang Cheng said on the side. "When I was with that brother O'Hara, I already knew from his mouth that registering a martial arts gym is not difficult. The procedures are not complicated and even simple. As long as there is a larger registered capital, that's it. Yanran said. Her Jiang Cheng nodded. His big disciple thought very well. Ba Lu didn't understand. She still asked Yanran stupidly, "We just passed by here and opened a martial arts gym here. Let's not travel." However, she ignored her and continued. "Originally, I thought that the mark in the Star of Hope was pretty good and everyone could cooperate. Without the looming, although his heart is not bad, he is full of flowers." Ba Lulu couldn't help nodding. "Since neither of us is optimistic about looming, then let's not cooperate with them. It was that mark. When we met with the big brothers and the others, he thought we would have a conflict. One person ran over to save us, but others were good." Yan Ran said. Jiang Cheng and Ba LV nodded while listening. "So what are you going to do?" Ba Ludi asked Yanran. She was so convinced of her master sister. She couldn't think of such an idea. "First of all, we have decided to participate in this competition to test our own level, because the participants must join a martial arts gym. And so far, we have not found a suitable martial arts gym worthy of us to join. Then we just ask for sacrifice setting up a martial arts gym yourself. Anyway, the procedures are simple. You can get the relevant documents before the competition." However, after contacting the Star of Hope Martial Arts Center and Tengwei Fighting Center, she had a new idea. Since they must participate in the competition in the name of the martial arts gym, then they might as well create a martial arts gym themselves. Anyway, the relevant certificates of the martial arts gym are not difficult to obtain. Picking it up now when she is free, she said her thoughts. It seems that in Ran's heart, she has considered all aspects of this plan, and she thinks it is very comprehensive, so she will now present this plan to Jiang Cheng and Ba Lu. "We will apply for the martial arts gym. The coach will be the teacher, and the two of us are students. Coach can be whatever you want. I don't have any credentials." Jiang Cheng reminded. "If so." "I know this, there is no way," Yan Ran said, "because the mansion on the planet Bordel encourages folks to participate in the cold, and many folks are kung fu handed down by the family. Where can they find relevant proofs? Therefore, the rules for these personnel are much simpler. That is, they must be recommended by the martial arts gym before they can participate in the congestion." Ran said, "In this way, after our martial arts gym has applied for, we can immediately recommend teachers to participate in the martial arts gym." "Ha ha ha," Ba Ludi laughed. "In this case, the three of us, master and apprentice, may be able to win the highest award of Bizard." Jiang Cheng and Ma Ran looked at her. Neither of them spoke. Ba Ludi felt embarrassed, and she asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Cheng said, "Bar is green. If you say killing or driving a flying machine, you must be better than the average person. However, this is a competition on a tracing stage. There are various rules and regulations. You can't do whatever you want. How much do you know about this planet? Do you know that there are no strangers here?" Jiang Cheng said earnestly to Ba Ludi, "You can't be arrogant or underestimate the enemy, you know?" "Oh, got it." Ba Luluo nodded. Although she was a little unconvinced, she improperly confronted her teacher. Jiang Cheng didn't say a word. He saw Ba Ludi's duplicity. He felt that let reality teach her how to be a man. Now that the plan has been arranged, under the leadership of the pilot of the spacecraft, they immediately went to the Sports Management Center of Bordel Planet. Things are going very well because they are aliens. In order to attract more and better people from aliens like them to Liu, the planet Bordel has a lot of benefits. Among them is one, all non-important declarations for aliens are simplified. This is something Jiang Cheng did not expect. In just the next year, they not only applied for the permits to establish the martial arts hall, but also the permits for the three of them to participate in the settlement. At this time, night has slowly come, and the three of them are walking slowly on the street, discussing where to eat and where to go after eating. You can't go back to the hotel to sleep after eating, not to mention the night scene here. Still very worth seeing. The three people said Ryuxie Oruo, slowly blending into the night. The next day early in the morning, she woke up. Ba Lu was noisy by her voice when she started to smell. She opened her sleepy eyes and asked Ran, "There is nothing to do today. You got up so early. Why is there nothing?" Yan Ran asked her back, "Did you commit the problem of the ecstasy again? Get up quickly, speed, or I'll be your quilt." However, seeing Barl Viking hasn't gotten up yet, she can't bear to threaten her. "Okay, I get up, but you have to tell me why you get up so early." Ba Lu sat up from the bed. Today, our Alice is going to the research store to be a model, have you forgotten? Yan Ran said. The original thing, Baludi fell back on the bed again. I won't accompany you. The owner of the store is angry. You take Lissy and let's go with your eyes. Are you straight? Of course not anymore. Balu changed her words in time when she saw the malicious look in Ran's eyes. That's it, get up quickly and don't. Ran out of the room. Zio Hai, Zio Bai are all struggling now, don't they? Ba Lvti is lying on the bed, and we only have to look at the side. The owner of the store is dizzy. Isn't it? The baby complained. I was dressed beautifully to be a model. Are you up yet? Yan Ran called out from the room. Get up. Baretti opened the quilt. The owner of the pet shop has been in the shop for half his life, and he does not know how many animals he bought and sold, but he has never seen a bird like a flamingo, even if it looks alike. If he knew that the flamingo would still be on fire, I am afraid he would be even more surprised. Based on his keen intuition of doing business for many years, he feels that this bird is definitely not an ordinary bird, and there will never be too many such birds. Since Yanran promised the owner of the research store that day to let Blazing Bird be the model in their store, the owner of the pet shop has been checking the information of Blazing Black on his computer for the past 2 days, but he has found nothing. However, as an old man, he has the stubbornness peculiar to the elderly. Although he didn't find it in the computer, he went to ask someone in the same industry as him, but he didn't get any results. In view of this situation, the boss decided to hire a reliable photographer. Not only did he take this bird, he didn't know the species seriously, but he would also send the pictures to relevant experts to see. Maybe he will become famous because of this. The owner of the pet shop thought happily. For example, the photos he took would be included in a certain book, XXX, discovered by XXX. Boss, here we are. The door of the pet shop was pushed open, and then and Ba Lukian walked in with their Quanwu. The boss took down the pipe inside and went up to greet them. Welcome, we are already ready. This time I have invited a famous film artist for your Alice. Really, Ma Ran is very happy. Today we will definitely dress Alice beautifully, so that we can be worthy of the photographer you hired. Ha ha ha. The owner of the pet shop smiled happily. After careful management by the staff of Ran's pet shop, the flamingo looks really bright. The reason why Jiang Cheng would take the time for the treasure to stay for a few more days on the planet Bordel was because he knew that the people on this planet had an atmosphere of martial arts and fighting. He wants his 2 female disciples to participate in such a competition to see how high their level is. In his mind, if a martial artist does not fight against other people, the level of training will not be high. Only by getting in touch with different people and different ways of fighting can the skills be improved. This is why he wants Yanran and Ba Ludi to compete. They were lucky. They finally met the deadline for registration in time, and it was time for Bizzard to start in a few days. Then they can play at will during this time. No, early in the morning, his eldest disciple came to tell him that they would take Ruo Zhuwu to take pictures today. Taking pictures? Jiang Cheng didn't react for a while. Barati said bitterly next to her, "Oh, Alice is going to the pet shop to model for Quanwu." Hearing her tone was wrong, Jiang Cheng looked at the 2 wolf babies following her and asked, "What about Zio Hai, Zio Bai? We Zio Hai, Zio Bai are not as beautiful as others. We are just cute, but people nowadays are very shallow, and our eyes are fascinated by the so-called beauty." Balfti's words are like being soaked in thick old vinegar. The sourness is unbearable. Jiang Cheng and Nai Ran wanted to laugh. Jiang Cheng went down and petted the 2 wolf babies and said to Ba Ludi, "Don't worry when the 2 wolf babies grow up. More people will come to the teacher to take pictures of them." "You are comforting me?" Baretti asked dubiously. "You are such a strong girl, why do you still need me to comfort you?" Jiang Cheng laughed and said that I was telling the truth. You just think about the father of these 2 wolf babies, and you think about why I want you to adopt these 2 little guys. That's because they are not ordinary products. It's better to be a teacher. Ba Ludi's eyes flashed like a light. Our family Zio and Zio Bai are indeed small. It's been a few months now. After waiting for a while, I will look at it again. Those who have no vision will regret their death. Humph. Only then did Baludi happily go out in a good mood. His 2 literary disciples are really not the same. I have been beaten by my heart. Huo Zhengxing is not beautiful at home, and I don't even record it. Seeing her so enthusiastic, it seemed like she was going to marry the photographer. The photographer left, and the owner of the pet shop became busy. He took out the photo frame he had prepared long ago, put the photos in, and then hoped that the attached clerk would put these photos in the glass cabinet in their shop for display. Now that the two wolf babies also had photos, the title was also put out. Although only one was used, Baluti was still very satisfied. She didn't think the boss was as inconsiderate as she had thought. Ran and Baluti also left the pet shop. Although they don't want the pet shop owner's report, the enthusiastic owner always feels sorry, so they have to accept the boss's kindness and bring the bells waiting for some little things to leave here. Son-in-law, they did not expect that soon after they left, the front of the pet shop would heat up. The reason is, of course, the photos of the blazing crow. In the eyes of ordinary people, the blazing bird is just a strange and rarely seen crow. It is very beautiful and nothing more. However, if you are an expert, it is different. Not long after the photos of the flamingo were released on the internet, a middle-aged person passing by saw these photos. Out of professional instinct, he felt that the birds in the photos were very different, but he couldn't remember its name for a while. So he approached the bridge window with a scientific attitude and looked carefully. From this look, he discovered that the black in the photo was a kind he had never seen before. This person is very unconvinced. He has been studying birds for most of his life. What else does he not know? Yes, this person is an expert in bird research, and he is very famous in this one. Many of his works are published on the influential Cole body. According to Ran and a pet shop owner agreed, she take the flamingo to take posters in his shop. After the photo was taken, Yanran and Ba Luki felt a little strange to see the flamingo in the photo. Unlike the funny image of the past, the quiet flamingo makes people feel majestic. The owner of the pet shop didn't care about this. He knew that this bird he had never seen was very bright. Using her photo as a poster just after walking down the bridge would definitely attract the attention of passers-by. Sure enough, a crow expert was attracted by the flamingo photo. As an insider, he also discovered that the bird in the photo had never been seen before. The bird expert kept watching on the label, and this scene happened to be seen by a passing reporter. Stop, stop. The reporter hoped that the driver would stop Fayin. He was very sensitive to the railway industry. After getting off the spacecraft, the reporter looked at the photo of the flamingo. This bird is very bright, but why is that person? Just look at the left and right. He kept talking about Ruo while looking at the photo. Words. The strange behavior of that person attracted the reporter, so he approached and asked. Only after this question did he realize that the person in front of him was an expert on cockroaches. The reason why he had such a strange behavior was because of the picture. Wu actually hadn't seen him before. This reporter speculated that it was because the photo was processed, which caused the expert to fail to recognize it. Rather than guessing here, they might as well ask the owner of the pet shop. So the two of them entered the pet room. The owner assured that these photos were just taken, and there was absolutely no processing. The boss Jijai gave the photographer's contact information, and both of them are welcome to verify. The bird expert has the stubbornness and old-fashioned characteristic of scholars. He really contacted the photographer. After his confirmation, the photos in the pet shop were indeed just taken by him. When the bird expert asked the photographer if he had processed those photos, the photographer said emotionally that he is a serious photographer, and he would never be like those fools in pursuit of effects or to meet the needs of customers. So he processed the photo so that even his mother could not recognize him. The bird expert immediately spoke to the photographer and declared his identity. He told the photographer that he only questioned him with a scientific attitude, not his character. That photographer was satisfied. The reporter's voiceover, the XXX expert has been engaged in bird research for Roman 20 years. He is one of the authorities in this industry. It is really strange that there are birds that he does not know. This report is over. We will continue to follow the report on this strange bird. The beauty turned off the TV and she rushed to the governor and said, "I want to be fine, come on." The governor welcomed her. "Oh, you are so bad. People want the bird on the TV. The beauty is not compliant." "That's it." The governor expressed his doubts. "How come you like the bird to come here? You used to have no interest at all, Nuo Nuo Zhao. Didn't you see it? That bird is both magnificent and noble. The most important thing is that no one knows this woo, which also shows that she is very rare," said the beauty Kankin. The governor looked at her with a clear look. "In this way, you can show off in front of your friends. This is a beautiful, noble, and unique bird. It is not comparable to a jewelry mansion." Up, the beauty was told by the governor. She begged if he, "Well, I want this bird." The governor looked at this charming face in front of him. How could he disappoint such a beauty? The governor said, "Okay, no problem, and in order to prevent this bird from falling into the hands of others, how about we go to the planet Bordel early tomorrow morning?" "You are so kind." The beauty smiled with satisfaction. In order to show off the blazing demeanor and attract more attention, the owner of the pet shop specially invited a famous photographer. Sure enough, the highly skilled photographer accurately grasped the characteristics of the flamingo and took beautiful pictures. The picture of the flamingo appeared on TV news. On a satellite of Bordel, a lover of Zidu was attracted by the flamingo, and she wanted the flamingo. The governor agreed to her request, just a bird, and he also took part in the fighting game, so let's go ahead. However, what the governor did not expect was that he was not the only one who saw the flamingo, and it was not only his lover who wanted the flamingo. There are also some people who can't see the light in the places where the sun can't reach Bordel. "Welcome everyone to me." An old man who looks kind but gloomy in his eyes is talking. Even though his face is full of smiles now, his eyes are still cold. "Forget it, Old Hill. Put away your hypocritical performance." A bald head looked at Old Hill's open pair and said disdainfully, "If it wasn't for money, I wouldn't come to you. Come." "Oh, it makes sense, it makes sense." It was a fat guy who said this. It seems that he is also familiar with Old Hill's performance. "For your self-esteem not to be hit, I won't say anything." The other man, with a gloomy complexion, helped her on the side. "The 4 people in front of you represent the first-line dark organization on the planet Bordel." As the bald said, if it were not for money, for profit, they would never get together. However, at the moment they must put aside their previous prejudices and temporarily cooperate for the benefit if this is the case. Then I won't say much, everyone is so familiar. Old Hill shrugged uncontrollably, but he reached out and asked everyone to sit down. "Wine," shouted the bald head. Old Hill waved his hand and motioned to his men to bring up wine to these guests. After drinking 2 bottles of wine, these bigwigs started negotiations in the smoky room. Old Hill first said, "This time we are cooperating for the fighting competition. I hope you can really try it out this time. Don't try another fight like the last time, which will make others in vain." The other 3 people didn't speak. It seems that the last time was really a problem with the 3 of them. Old Hill was very satisfied with their silence. He went on to say, "Now that the mansion is getting tighter and tighter, many businesses are not easy to do. If this time we can establish stereotypes and cooperate sincerely, we will even can appear in another identity." The other 3 were silent and listened to him. "In this fighting competition, we must get a good ranking. In this way, we can not only buy a large amount on the handicap opened by the underground bank, but also take advantage of the opportunity to open the martial arts hall to slowly launder our black money." White. "In order to show my sincerity, only a 4th place finish is needed for this fighting. What about the others? What if you do?" Old Hill looked at the other 3 people and said, "Since you are so generous, then I won't say much," said Bald Head. "As long as my people are in the top 8, of course. If your people are not good, then don't blame me." The fat man waved his hand. "It's great to be like this. Everyone is friendly and can make money easily, okay." The insidious guy also expressed his stance. "I know that you have invited masters from different planets. Hey, snails, I will not fight without the weir. But I agree. This time we must work together to kill other players and prevent them. People who threaten us now." He gazed at the other people with sullen eyes. "Except in Bizzard, we have to be united, and behind the scenes, we can't let other people relax. In this way, our talents are more certain to achieve good results." "Good," Old Hill said to the others. "Since everyone said they will do it this time, let's make a toast first. I wish us a happy cooperation. How about the 4 wine glasses colliding together and being drunk by them?" Exhausted. After discussing the business, the atmosphere became a little more relaxed. "You," Old Hill called to his men, "turn on the TV and let us see the latest news about fighting Big Sai." The TV screen came out and the fight was still in preparation. "It's boring," the bald head mumbled. However, as the TV screen turned, they saw photos of the flamingo. The expressions of all four people changed, because they knew that an expert on a certain planet was seeking some strange births to enrich the zoo he had just built. This high-ranking family has been in business for generations and has been rich in the enemy's country. In his generation, he didn't know what to think. After entering the official career, he went smoothly and played triumphant songs. He became one of the most important figures in a certain planetary mansion. Now this expert has spent a few years working hard to build a private zoo. He needs a lot of rare animals, the rarer the better. As for the price, it's already astonishingly high. The big guys in these four dark worlds all know that there is a poor man on the planet Bordel who can't live anymore, so he took the risk and went to a certain planet. It took about a year. After a long time, he finally caught a very strange fish from Yiquin, and then he sold the fish to this expert. It is said that this guy is enjoying his life every day. Moreover, according to the information they received, this fish master is not very fancy, but it is indeed rare. If you sell the bird on the TV to this expert, the four big guys think silently, "I'm afraid that you won't have to have this kind of fear in the next life." For a while, the scene cooled down, and each of the four people was thinking about it. After a while, the gloomy guy stood up first. "I still have something to deal with. I'm leaving first." After speaking, he left. The three remaining people looked at each other, wondering why he left so quickly. Although everyone has the same opinion about the fighting contest because of their interests, there are still many details that need to be discussed slowly. Now that he is missing, how about discussing a fart? The bald head fell off the wine glass in his hand, and he broke his mouth and wrote. After finally getting together, this kid is anxious to leave without saying a few words. Is there any sincerity in cooperation? After a few words from the fat man, he stood up and said with a smile, "Since the rest is not easy to discuss, then I will leave first." The photos of the flamingo not only attracted the attention of a governor's lover, but in the dark world of Boulder, several big sales also made the flamingo the main interest. In their eyes, this beautiful and small bird is already the incarnation of a giant golden thread, although the four of them had not yet reached an agreement on the fight against the big siege. But Xing was among them, and someone had already started to withdraw from the meeting. The gloomy-faced guy from the star that Jiu left first. Just when the next three Dahyo were confused, Zai said a few words and left in a hurry. I finally know what these two guys are doing. The bald head was big. He stood up and said to Ruo Lao Hill. The play also said to cooperate. Now it's a special trick. The big fight is not good. Old Hill sighed long. He waved his hand without saying a word. What the bald head said still makes sense. We all sat down together for this big fight. We wanted to discuss it carefully. The thing has an eyebrow. Suddenly there is a bird and it is difficult to achieve. A consensus was reached, and the result was broken by this bird. Blame Old Hill for the trauma. After he watched the bald head leave, he called one of his minds and whispered something in his ear. The man nodded and left the room. Jiang Cheng and the others didn't know that someone had a flamingo. After they ate outside, they went back to the museum all the way. Before it arrived, the three people talked in the room, and the topic was more about fighting. If you said fighting is useless, why do we need to learn it? Ba Lu asked Jiang Cheng. Who said that fighting is useless? Yuanren differed from Ba Lu's point of view. After learning fighting, you can not only strengthen your body, but also defend yourself. It will kill two birds with one stone. How much is it? That is what we learned is useful because we have to run around. Lu and Guren argued. What is the use of ordinary people learning this? There are more ways to keep fit. There are more ways to keep fit than learning fighting. You said self-defense, cut. Is there a gun that can be more self-defense? LVY continued. Like us, I have received various trainings from the very first time I can walk. When it comes to killing and fighting, one person is really not my opponent. Lai shot me and I was basically dead. So, I sometimes feel that it's good to have a strong body. After spending so much time in combat, the effect is not satisfying. It is really not worth it. We are not ordinary people, so I don't care about other things, but we have to learn, not only to learn, but also to learn well. Ruinren has to argue with Ba Lu. That guy is always bullshit. If you fight with her, you just hit the ground. She can stop you from talking for 3 days and 3 nights without water. Of course, there is no time and focus. Jiang Cheng, you said, for the uncle, the price ratio of fighting is not that high, but it is true that we are not ordinary people, so only narrow fighting is not enough. Now our weekly needs. Ba Luluo wanted to say something, but she still listened to what the old couple said. Teacher, I have been in the cosmos non-stop garden for decades, and I have been on many planets, and on many planets, as long as there are humans like humans, there is no way to cultivate without a physical body. Jiang Cheng said to Zai Lujing, note, I'm not just talking about fighting. Fighting is just a way of physical training, which is finally expressed. I have encountered many crises in so many years. In the end, I still rely on my repairs to overcome these crises. As for facing modern martial arts, if you can achieve the ultimate in your cultivation, let alone a gun, you won't take it in your eyes even when facing some extremely powerful weapons. You haven't reached that level yet, so you will feel that fighting is useless. After you have cultivated to a certain level in the future, you will know the benefits it brings to you. Before Ba Luluo had time to speak, she suddenly called Kai Kai. Look, Alice is on. Sure enough, the photo of the flamingo appeared in the news. Jiang Cheng listened quietly. Of course, he couldn't help smiling when he heard expert B say that he had never seen such a bird. Huo was originally a kind of very common crow, and after it was shot, genetic mutations were produced. Only by looking at her appearance. How can we recognize her? Ba Lu, Alice is just as bright when she is on TV, right? Of course it means something. The source is bright, the source is bright. Ba Lu stared at the TV screen intently. What are you looking for? Do you want to see the baby's picture? But Gu Zai began to mutter like this. Jiang Cheng shook his head. His 2 students are fine at ordinary times, and they quarrel when they mention their pets. He is better to ignore them. Don't be proud. After waiting for a while, our baby wolf will grow up, and some people will find that they are different. Then it will be more beautiful than your bird. Ba Lu remembered what Jiang Cheng had said. Since the teacher has said, these 2 wolf babies are extraordinary breeds, so they must be like what the teacher said. For her powerful and well-informed teacher, she still believed his vision. No matter how big the baby wolf grows, it's not as beautiful as our Alice. By the way, Ran Tiba LVTI, Alice is still very temperamental. Have you seen it? For this, Bharati still admits. When looking at the photos at the time, this usually funny bird looked so serious that she couldn't think of it. Although he wanted to say something, Bharati suddenly shouted, Alice, put down the wolf baby. Yanran looked back, and Lai Huo Wu grabbed a baby wolf by the neck and sneakily wanted to fly. Alice. Yanran's voice was full of the smell of Jingbao. The fire crow had to obey the master's orders, but this bad-hearted bird deliberately threw the baby wolf into their rice bowl. You are dying, Alice. Ba Luluo drank. Over time, the room became turbulent again. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the owner of the Quanwu shop opened the door on time. He is in a good mood, although there is still a pipe in it, but he is still in a small tune. His pet shop was on TV news last night, and the pet shop owner said that it was all because of his vision. If it weren't for the sudden thought of myself at the time, wanting that beautiful bird, what was her name, Laruo? Alice, the owner of the pet shop, patted her head. Secretly, Gaibai is old and can't remember the sacrifices. I can't remember such a nice name, Throat. It's really time for nothing. Back then, he had a ledger in his mind, and he didn't need to record things in the store. Now he can't even remember the name of bird. Fortunately, the owner of the pet shop, 087, kept thinking, asking the beautiful lady to agree to let her beautiful viewer be a model for his shop. The lady was as beautiful as the viewer, the boss thought, and then he prepared himself again. Is it true that he can't concentrate on one thing when he is really old? In short, his shop became famous now because of that beautiful viewer. Last night, not only his colleagues asked him where the bird came from, but also people contacted him until late at night that the viewer could not be sold. Sell. It's a pity that the bird is not his. The owner of the pet shop shook his head regretfully, but even if the bird is his, he would never commit. The eyes of the pet shop owner fell on the flamingo photo. In the most conspicuous place of the pet shop, there is a picture of a flamingo, so that guests can see it as soon as they enter the door. Who would sell such a beautiful and rare bird? The owner of the store smiled, but he did not stop his work. After some busy schedule, the shop became more tidy. The owner of the pet shop sat down satisfactorily, seeing if his staff were taking care of the pet. He lit his pipe again. 3 spaceships suddenly stopped outside the door. The owner of the pet shop looked at in surprise. His eyes could not help being attracted by the marks printed on the spaceship. The pet shop owner trembled secretly a few times. He could recognize this double seal, which belonged to a prominent person. He also knows that this person usually dismisses a small shop like him. If he speaks, how can a dignified governor general be in such a place? Don't just stand up. The pet shop's door opened. With the support of the 4 guards, the Governor Sama walked in, and by his side was naturally his beautiful lover. As soon as Mr. Wangdu and his party walked in, they were attracted by the picture of the blazing bird. This is a full-length photo, but the photographer did not show her body in detail like everyone else. The upper body of the clear flamingo, under her flaming red feathers reflecting the village, is even more noble and graceful, looking forward to life. "Look, my dear, it's her." The lover beside the governor said to the governor in surprise, "Now I can directly see this picture of Mayhan Wewer, and I saw it on TV last night, and the shock is even greater." "Coco, yes, it is her." Dr. C laughed, and he waved his hand to him. As a dignified governor, he would not bargain with these civilians face to face. "Old man, what about this black man? Since it is under the governor, it is of course very rude to speak. This crow? Oh, this is not in our shop, but a guest's pet. I just borrow it as a model." The pet shop owner explained. The subordinate turned his head to look at the governor. The governor said to Ruo, his lover, "You sent it, did you see it? This bird is not sold in his shop. But my lord, I like this bird. When I was dreaming last night, I also dreamed of her adult." The beauty looked at the governor general with pitiful eyes. It's hardest to accept the grace of beauty. The governor general thought for a while he should come to ask questions in person. "The guest you mentioned lives in? They seem to live in the Roman 20 Hotel. I don't know the exact location, but I dare to ask, my lord, what do you want to do with the owner of this bird?" Asked the owner of the store. "Do you still have to ask about our adults' affairs?" The governor general has not had time to speak, and the assistant next to him spoke first. He relentlessly reprimanded the owner of the Quanwu shop. "You don't look at your identity. It's just a commoner who dares to ask the adults." Po, the owner of the pet shop, blushed and turned white when he said this. It stands to reason that there is no such name as a governor based on the level of civilization on the planet Bordel. It's just the governor's father who was the governor of a small planet during his lifetime. In the decades of his life, he did a lot of practical things for the planet Bordel, such as an epidemic crisis, an earthquake education aid, and a group of bandits suddenly invaded a tour group. In these few things, the governor's father played a key role in making the Boulder Mansion highly regarded him. After his death, his only last wish was to make his son Jiffin the small planet. The governor, after repeated consideration, the mansion on the planet Bordel agreed. But as a democratic mansion, they also announced that this is the last governor. The owner of the pet shop has never contacted a person like the governor. He usually contacts only the staff in the Bordel mansion, and these jobs are quite in place for ordinary people. Therefore, at his age, he was really annoyed that he was reprimanded by a guy who used the power of the master to dominate him in front of him. The governor general is still somewhat educated, since the owner of the pet shop has asked him, then he should answer his words. With a wave of his hand, he let the dog-like guy step aside. He said to the boss, "I'm looking for the owner of this bird to discuss with her and buy this bird. My lord, through my master viewers of the black crow and the degree of her care for the black crow, I don't think she will sell her pet. The owner of the pet shop has been running this shop for decades. He can almost tell at a glance that the relationship between the owner and the pet is hypocritical or sincere. The owner's feelings towards the pet are a temporary impulse, or from the heart. True love." Not long after the Dingwu shop opened, the owner received the first guest. The identity of this guest surprised him. The identity of this guest is relatively expensive. He is the hereditary governor of a planet. The governor took his lover and got up very early, specially, wanting to act first and buy the flamingo from his shop. When the owner of the pet shop knew his reason, he told the governor that the owner of the raging fire would not sell her pet. This is his experience in the past decades. The governor laughed, haha, he didn't care about the old man's words at all. It's no wonder that the governor has grown so old that he has not seen anything that cannot be bought or sold. The reason why some things cannot be bought is because the price is not high enough. Even the beautiful woman next to him was actually just taking a fancy to his worth. Everyone knew each other well. He coveted her beauty, and she scorned his money status. But it was not broken. No wonder this dignified governor doesn't care about the pet shop owner's words. This governor general is not the richest person on the planet border. He is only 7th in the ranking of the richest people on the planet. However, although other people have more money than him, they are not as powerful as him. Although the governor does not serve in the mansion, he is the emperor of the land on a relatively remote planet. But he not only has a team in his hand, but also enjoys many privileges, all of which are unmatched by other rich men. Therefore, when he heard the pet shop owner say that the owner of this bird would not sell this bird, he couldn't help but laugh, because in his mind, as long as he paid enough, there was nothing. Things cannot be bought and sold. The governor took a group of his men and whizzed away. The owner of the pet shop shook his head. This governor really didn't hit the south wall and didn't want to die. He was destined to be in front of the beautiful, the alien planet, to touch the gray of the nose. Just when the owner of the pet shop just sat down and wanted to calm down, a customer came again. A few men with cruel faces walked in with a stern face, and one of them, with a gloomy expression, said, "Where is this bird? I want to buy it." The owner of the pet shop had no choice but to tell him that this bird belonged to his client, and he was just borrowing it as a model. The man didn't leave there, just like the governor. He wanted to know the address of the bird's owner. The pet shop owner seemed to be like it. These people are not ordinary people at first glance. If he tells them the address of the other planet, they will definitely disturb them. The gloomy man knew what the boss was hesitating. He approached the boss and said in a low voice, "Old man, let me move you to understand. If you tell me the address of that person without sin, I think you will know that there will be what consequences." He gave a cold smile, and Jai Lu said, "Do you know who we are? I know, but I am not afraid of you. If you harass me, I will report it." The pet shop owner said tit for tat. "Ha ha ha." The gloomy man squeezed out a few laughs from him. "If every morning when you open the door, you find that the lock is broken or your door is blocked by rubbish, do you think these things are gathering tube? Don't be stunned, do it. Let this old man open his eyes first." He ordered several of his men. Several subordinates began to tease the wide objects in the shop casually, causing them to scream in horror. 2 guys with big waists and bladders stood on either side of the shop entrance, and their appearance would naturally not let customers in again. The owner of the finished product store was upset, but he also knew that even if he reported it now, the campers could only drive them away when they came and would not punish them. Bai Jing did not commit any crimes. If this happens every day and a few people come to disturb him, then he will not do business. "How about it, old man? If you don't tell me, we will come to you every day to play." The guy said with a smirk, "Actually, why bother with you? Erdel is a land of law. Even if you tell us that master, we will not mess around with his address. We just want to buy his bird." The situation in front of him was stronger than others, and the owner of Quanwu shop had to give in. While quietly begging that beautiful girl should be, he said the address of the beautiful girl. When the gloomy guy knew the address and knew that the owner of the bird was a girl from a different planet, his eyes lighted up even more. A girl is from another planet. Although the law of the mansion is very strict, he will not resort to excessive methods. After all, he does not want to be a bird's head prison, but uses some humble methods to force her to submit. He can still do it. The gloomy guy left, and not long afterward, the owners of the pet shop with another group of guests couldn't help but feel a headache. Like the group of people who just left, these people are not serious at first glance. The headed fat man has a kind expression. He smiles and says to the boss, "Is the bird in your shop still there? I think, buy her, the price is easy to say." The owner of the pet shop had no choice but to repeat what he said to the gloomy person. "Oh, then tell me where that person lives, and nothing will happen to you." Although Zai's tone is very plain, the threatening flavor in the words is obvious. The pet shop owner looked at the fat man in front of him. He deeply regrets it now. Isn't it good to live a stable life? Why does he want to use that bird as a model? "Old man, don't hesitate to tell me earlier. We will leave early, and you can do business happily." Sub urged. The boss looked at the faraway employees and sighed. He knew that if he didn't tell the whereabouts of the beauty, he would never want to be at peace. What a sin, the boss had to tell the fat man the address. That's right. The fat man nodded to express virtuousness, and he left the pet shop with his men. The boss sat there blankly for a while, and then he ordered a clerk. Close the door. I really don't have the mood to do business today. Just when the employee just closed the door, before he had time to leave, a bald head squeezed in with a few people. Why did you close the door properly? Someone in the family died and hurried back to cry for fun? The pet shop owner closed his eyes weakly. The owner of the pet shop uses the flamingo as a model and plans to use her beauty to attract more customers. At the beginning, he was still fortunate that he had the foresight, so that his little pet shop was on TV and he became more or less famous. Who knows, the real customers are not attracted, but the ghosts and monsters have attracted a lot. Since the noble governor, he has received a total of 5 people back and forth. They came to his shop for only one purpose, that is, to buy the beautiful bird. And when they knew that the bird was not in his shop, their approach was almost the same, that is, they wanted to know the address of the bird's owner. The owner of the store knew that he shouldn't be this way, but he really couldn't afford to provoke these people, so he had to meet their demands. Ba Luluo sat up from the bed, and she felt really comfortable. Of course, she got up early, but she is a powerful person who will not let people change what she wants to do, so she resolutely did not get up. Originally, there is nothing to do in these 2 days, so why do you get up early? Yan Ran finally had no long do able to beat her, and after shouting a few times, she gave up. In this way, Baludi was able to sleep beautifully. Baludi stretched her waist and let out a long breath. Zio hi Zio bai. The 2 baby wolf whales did not appear. Alice, Ba Green cried again. The flamingo did not appear either. Baludi knows they must have been taken by the teacher, and Yan ran all over the world. There is nothing in the firewood, but the 2 wolf babies can't stay in the house. They have to go out for a round every day and pull a by the way. However, the 2 wolf babies know how to enjoy themselves, and they have to take a look at the scenery. Yan Ran did all these things for her, including feeding and bathing. Baludi laughed, but her mouth was hard, always hitting their wolf babies. In fact, she loved them. Yanran did more to baby wolf babies than she did. If the outsiders saw them, the 2 baby wolf babies would definitely be pets. Of course, sometimes you will have athlete's foot. At this time, Baludi knows that she can stand up for 1,000,000 times, and she can just say whatever she says. In this way, after a short period of time, you will be relieved, even if it passed. Moreover, Balu discovered a fatal weakness. It's the little girl of this or whatever clan that Balu can't remember the name of that clan. She always has a very strong interest in long and beautiful things. However, because of her identity or her inborn animal style, she is indifferent to heavy jewelry and art, which is limited to Xinhuan, but to food or some delicate gadgets, especially it's delicious, it's beyond everyone's hair. One to eat, therefore. Every place where Ba Luqian is, he will always look for delicious food. If the food can be made more delicately, it will be better. When Ba Luluo suddenly delivers the food when in front of her, she always showed a look of surprise while reproaching Ba Lu for spending money, while sighing that she would eat so much, and then accept the food. Ba Lu likes to enjoy the food. Just like last night, after they came back from outside, Ba Luluo ran out again, and after some searching, she bought a blood muffin. After getting the box of muffins, Yanran sat down by the table in the room. She stretched out her slender fingers and, closing a piece of muffin, examined it carefully and then gently bite with her white teeth. With a small bite, she closed her eyes and slowly snorted, tasting, until she finished eating a muffin. She sighed contentedly, put the rest of the muffin away, and eat it later. Ba Luluo knew that this was a habit of Ran. Since she came out of the desolate place on the nameless planet, she has had the habit of storing food. It seems that during that period of time, there must be no less hungry and disabled. When thinking of this, Ba Lurong couldn't help but sighed. Who knows that looking at a sunny girl like Lio, there is such a pity behind her back. Who? Ba Luluo pulled her slippers to open the door. Standing outside the door is a hotel steward. Mr. Guan, do you have anything to do? Ba Lufan asked Ruo. She still has some good feelings about this hotel. It would be better if he didn't talk so much. However, this may be due to his career. It is impossible for him to not speak. Good morning, beautiful lady, Mr. Guan said. If you are free, would you please go to the lobby? There is a distinguished guest waiting for your honored guest, waiting for me. Ludi really didn't know what noble person she knew here. Maybe this Mr. Guan was exaggerating in order to show respect to the guests. All right, I will go down here. The hotel steward bade Japanese let her lowered down and went down first. Baludi looked in the mirror. Well, although the girl in the mirror didn't wash herself, she still looked very beautiful. Baludi smiled with satisfaction. She slid her hair up a few times, wiped her face with a towel, and went. In the lobby of the hotel, the noble governor was waiting impatiently. Only others have always waited for him. How can he wait for others?